Lu Jingyuan sat cross-legged with his eyes closed in a dark, damp, secret chamber. Within his body a thick and powerful stream of true qi circulated wildly through his meridians. A full century had passed. Since he had inexplicably transmigrated to this place, exactly 1 century had gone by. At the very beginning of his transmigration, fragmented information had been received in his mind. This world was called the Primordial Wilderness. His identity was the Abbey Master of Xiao Temple with the Taoist title Hongjun. Hongjun, that was the supreme existence of all realms who would one day preach in the Xiao Palace and merge his body with the Tao. Lu Jingyuan trembled with excitement all over and immediately began his closed-door cultivation, practicing madly day and night. Until today he had finally pushed the true qi within him to an unprecedented peak. Land Immortal. This was the highest realm of the ancient martial arts method he cultivated. According to ancient records, reaching this realm would allow one to transcend the mundane, greatly increase one's lifespan, and even ascend to the heavens in broad daylight. Lu Jingyuan exhaled a long breath of stale air, a faint glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Today I shall finally ascend to the immortal realm and witness the vast myths of the primordial wilderness. He stood up with eager anticipation, tidied the somewhat tattered gray Taoist robe he wore, then extended both hands and solemnly pushed open the wooden door of the secret chamber that had been sealed for a century. The sunlight was somewhat blinding. Lu Jingyuan squinted his eyes, stepped out of the secret chamber, and arrived at the backyard of Xiao Temple. He took a deep breath, preparing to welcome the legendary celestial phenomena and heavenly music. However, in the sky, aside from a few sparrows chirping as they flew past, there was not even a wisp of cloud. There was no ethereal immortal qi in the air, either only a faint musty smell of earth. Thud, thud, thud. A dull and violent crashing sound suddenly came from beside the old pine tree. Lu Jingyuan followed the direction of the sound. He saw a young man of burly build and dark skin, bare-chested. The man was drenched in sweat, slamming his own back against the old pine tree again and again with great force. With each impact, the old pine tree would shake violently, dropping many pine needles. Huh. The man let out a rough, low grunt with each collision. Lu Jingyuan's eye twitched slightly as he tentatively opened his mouth to call out Taishang. Hearing the voice, the dark-skinned man turned his head abruptly. Upon seeing Lu Jingyuan, his face immediately revealed worshipful ecstasy. Master, you have finally come out of seclusion. Taishang paid no heed to wiping the sweat from his body, jogged over, and knelt directly before Lu Jingyuan. Lu Jingyuan looked at the iron tower-like, burly man before him, his eyelid twitching wildly. Taishang, you, what on earth are you doing? Taishang grinned, honestly patted his broad chest proudly with a muffled thud-thud. Reporting to Master, this disciple has already cultivated the iron vest art you taught to the 9th layer. This disciple feels his body is now as hard as an iron plate. Even an ordinary hatchet can only leave a white mark upon striking. Taishang looked at Lu Jingyuan with expectant eyes, seemingly waiting for his master's praise. Lu Jingyuan froze in place. He somewhat doubted his own ears. Iron vest art. 9th layer. His future great disciple, the future leader of all saints, was actually here, using his flesh to slam into trees to practice the iron vest art. Lu Jingyuan sucked in a cold breath and forcibly steadied his mind. Taishang, this master has been in seclusion for a century and is somewhat unfamiliar with matters outside. Tell this master what is the current state of affairs in our primordial wilderness. Taishang hurriedly bowed his head respectfully and replied obediently, Master, our primordial wilderness basin covers a full 800 li in radius. It is very vast. Nowadays the martial world is full of various sects with countless experts emerging one after another. However, the most formidable is the Mad Blade sect that dominates the mountain over there. Lu Jingyuan swallowed his saliva and asked in a low voice, then what about the sect master of Mad Blade sect? What is his strength? What divine abilities does he possess? Taishang's eyes immediately revealed intense reverence that Mad Blade sect's master Ba Wuji is the renowned great martial master of the primordial wilderness. It is said his Mad Wind Blade technique has been practiced to perfection. A single slash can split a millstone-sized boulder clean in two. That kind of power is simply like a celestial being descending to earth. Taishang spoke with saliva flying, his eyes full of yearning. Lu Jingyuan listened and was completely dumbfounded. One slash, splitting a millstone-sized boulder, and that is a celestial being descending. Then what does his land immortal count for? This place is clearly a low martial arts, ancient martial world beyond low martial. His worldview shattered completely into dust in that instant. Lu Jingyuan walked back to the main hall of Xiao Temple in a somewhat lost and dazed manner. The main hall was equally dilapidated, the altar table covered in dust, the paint on the deity's statue peeling off by more than half. Master, you have been in seclusion for 100 years, you must be hungry. Before long, Taishang walked in reverently, holding a large coarse porcelain bowl. The bowl contained steaming hot soup emitting a peculiar fragrance. Taishang's face was full of excitement as he whispered, Master, this disciple was lucky today and caught a mutated golden pheasant at the back mountain. This golden pheasant has faint true qi flowing within its body. It must have absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, a divine creature. This disciple specially stewed chicken soup to nourish Master's body. Lu Jingyuan looked down. He saw several colorful iridescent feathers floating in the large coarse porcelain bowl. The patterns of these feathers, the shape of this chicken meat. This was clearly an ordinary wild pheasant from the mountains. What mutated golden pheasant? It was clearly just a wild pheasant running around the mountain. Jingyuan looked at that bowl of chicken soup and felt a surge of despair rising in his heart. No myths, no immortals, and no eternal life. His so-called ancestor Hongjun was nothing but an ancient martial arts boss living in a broken temple. He had finally struggled to become a land immortal, yet it only meant living an extra 100 or 80 years. Heaven has forsaken me. Jingyuan howled silently in his heart, feeling his life had completely lost its light. Just as he was holding the chicken soup and about to take a sip. Bang! The main hall door was violently pushed open from outside. Taishang rushed in panic-stricken, nearly tripping over the threshold. Master! Terrible news. Taishang's face was pale, pointing toward the mountain below, gasping for breath as he shouted, the people of Mad Blade sect have come up the mountain to attack. They brought more than 20 men carrying large blades, and announced, if we don't hand over 10 taels of silver as protection fee today, they will smash our Xiao temple. The chicken soup in Jingyuan's hand nearly spilled onto the floor. Although he was a land immortal who could kill ordinary martial artists with a single palm strike. But blades and swords have no eyes. He did not want his dignified Hongjun to end up being hacked to death by ordinary thugs. Jingyuan's face still maintained an expression of calm on the surface, but his palms were already covered in cold sweat. Just at the instant his heart was about to burst with panic. Ding! A crisp and cold notification sound suddenly rang out thunderously in his mind. Ding! The crisp sound still echoed in his mind like the activation tone of some mysterious mechanism. Jingyuan froze, his footsteps halting abruptly. Just as he tried to calm his mind and carefully investigate the source of the sound, a sudden commotion of chickens and dogs came from the direction of the backyard. Master, the people from the Great Dao sect are about to come up the mountain. Taishang stood at the side, anxiously rubbing his hands together, his black tower-like face filled with worry. Jingyuan snapped back to his senses forcibly, suppressing the panic and confusion in his heart. He waved his hand and said with feigned profundity, don't panic, even if the sky falls, your master will hold it up. You go stand watch at the front courtyard gate. Your master will go to the backyard to check on your two incompetent junior brothers. Having said that, he clasped his hands behind his back and walked toward the backyard with seemingly unhurried steps. The moment he stepped through the moon gate of the backyard, Jingyuan saw a sight that made his blood pressure spike. In the left corner of the yard stood a slender youth wearing a gray long robe. This youth had a thin face, his chin slightly raised, carrying an air of lofty isolation. Second disciple Yuanshi. Jingyuan silently recited his name in his heart. In mythology, the Yuanshi Tianzuan wielded the Panga banner and presided over the Changjiao sect, his dignity inviolable. But what about this Yuanshi here? He was holding a few smooth pebbles in his hand, his gaze sharp as an eagle. He stared fixedly at a row of sparrows chattering on the courtyard wall. Then Yuanshi took a deep breath and struck what he considered a most dashing pose. His wrist flicked sharply, the muscles in his hand instantly tensing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 pebbles shot from his fingertips, carrying faint sounds of breaking through the air. Crack, crack. Accompanied by 2 dull thuds, 2 sparrows fell from the wall. Yuanshi proudly dusted off his hands, a proud arc curling at the corner of his mouth. My jade pure flying stone art has improved in both force and accuracy again. If combined with my unique hidden weapon techniques within 50 paces, I can definitely blind the eyes of those Great Dao sect bastards. Jingyuan stood not far away, listening to his second disciple's bold words, his eyelid twitching violently. Flying stone art. Shooting sparrows. You, the great Yuanshi Tianzuan, practice slingshots in the backyard every day, and planning to use this move to blind the eyes of those small-time thugs at the foot of the mountain. Jingyuan felt his breathing becoming labored. Before he could fully digest Yuanshi's shocking display, another thunderous roar erupted from the other end of the backyard. Huh. Take this. Wood-chopping style, splitting Mount Hua. Following the sound, Jingyuan felt his eyes were about to be blinded. It was a bare-chested, burly man, even more exaggerated than Taishang. His muscles were knotted all over, sweat flowed down his bronze-colored chest, reflecting the sunlight. This was his third disciple, Tontian, the legendary Tontian sect master, who laid down the immortal slaying sword formation unbreakable save by 4 sages. At this moment, this future Tontian sect master was gnashing his teeth and glaring. He gripped a large machete full of nicks and rust in his hand. He was furiously hacking away at a pile of thick old pine logs in front of him. Whoosh! The machete carried a violent brute force, arcing through the air and splitting the pine log with a fierce blow. With a crisp crack, the wood split cleanly in 2. Tontian wiped the sweat from his face with the back of his hand and roared up at the sky. Exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. My wood-chopping sword art has reached the state of perfection. He proudly waved the rusty machete in his hand, flakes of rust falling from the blade. Let them come from whatever Great Dao sect dare to cause trouble at our Xiao temple. I, Tongtian, will cut them all in half with 1 slash each and use them as firewood. Not far away, Yuanshi heard these words and disgustedly frowned. He brushed the dust off his robe and said coldly, "Third junior brother, yours is just brute force. The path of martial arts values the skill of deflecting 1,000 pounds with 4 ounces and the unexpected nature of hidden weapons. You wave a broken machete around all day. It's simply disgraceful to culture and refinement, unfit for proper society. Upon hearing this, Tongtian's bell-like eyes widened immediately. He grabbed the machete and strode over aggressively. Second senior brother, you don't agree. Have the guts to stand still and take one strike of my wood-chopping sword art. Yuan snorted coldly, once again holding two smooth pebbles in his hand. Try it, then see if my flying stone art won't knock out your front teeth first. Watching the two future saints about to come to blows in the backyard over slingshots and wood-chopping, Jingyuan stood in place and silently looked up. He gazed at a sky without a single cloud, feeling dizzy. Eldest brother Taishang in front uses his flesh to ram trees, diligently training iron shirt. Second brother Yuan wearing a long robe, pretending to be elegant, diligently training his flying stone art on sparrows. Third brother Tongtian bare-chested and reeking of sweat, waving a rusty machete, practicing wood-chopping sword art. Are these really legitimate descendants of Pangu? Are these really the legendary three pure ones who sit high above, possessed of boundless magical power? What a sin! Jingyuan sighed soundlessly in his heart, completely giving up struggling. He had thought that after transmigrating to become Dao Ancestor Hongjuan, he could take in a few earth-shakingly powerful disciples. From then on, walking toward the pinnacle of life, where he could turn his hands to clouds and overturn them to rain. Instead, he ended up with three muscle-brain martial arts brutes. Outside, there's a gang of common martial artists wielding machetes, ready to rush up the mountain at any moment to take his life. Just as he was dead at heart, contemplating whether to quickly pack his things and escape through the back door, that crisp sound rang again in his mind. And this time it was incomparably clear. Ding. All Heavens chat group system loaded. Soul binding in progress. Binding successful. Welcome host to join the All Heavens Myriad Worlds chat group. Several consecutive cold mechanical prompt tones exploded in Jingyuan's mind like celestial music. Jingyuan was completely stunned. All Heavens chat group. System. As a transmigrator, he knew too well what these words represented. This was the legendary supreme golden finger that could defy fate and connect all the myriad worlds. The despair he had just felt was instantly replaced by an irrepressible surge of wild joy. He couldn't even be bothered to manage Yuan and Tongtian, who were about to fight in the backyard. Jingyuan's mind moved, and he immediately immersed his consciousness into his mind. A translucent interface emitting a faint blue light popped up abruptly before his eyes. The interface was very simple, like the social software he had used in his previous life. At this moment, on the public screen of the group chat interface, several messages were continuously scrolling. Obviously, there were already a few people speaking in this group. Jingyuan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the excitement in his heart. He directed his gaze toward the personal information column in the upper right corner of the screen. When he saw his group name card, his heart uncontrollably leapt. On it, a line of golden, glowing, supremely prestigious large characters was prominently displayed: Supreme Sovereign of the Primordial Chaos, Dao Ancestor Hongjuan. Primordial Supreme Sovereign Dao Ancestor Hongjuan. Beholding this glittering golden group card, Jingyuan drew a sharp breath. This title was far too grandiose. He glanced down at his own shabby Daoist robe, then thought of the three rough disciples practicing ancient martial arts in the backyard. If this system knew that my primeval world was merely a low martial realm, if it knew that this Dao ancestor could only shatter a few large rocks, would it self-destruct on the spot? Jingyuan grumbled inwardly as he strode swiftly back to the main hall of the Purple Cloud Temple. The hall was eerily silent. Taishang was still keeping watch at the front gate, while Yuan and Tongtian were tussling in the back courtyard. He found a slightly cleaner meditation cushion, sat cross-legged, and focused all his attention on the chat group. The public screen of the group chat was now bustling with activity. Third young master of the Xiao family from Wutan City, what kind of battle skill is this? How did it suddenly appear in my mind? Third young master of the Xiao family from Wutan City, Yao Lao, are you playing tricks? Leader of the World Society, what battle skill? I am the leader of the World Society, Xiong Ba. Could this be some revelation from Ni Pusa? Leader of the World Society, how dare you haunt my mind with such tricks? Are you tired of living? Seeing these familiar IDs, the corners of Jingyuan's mouth involuntarily lifted. The third young master of the Xiao family. Wasn't that Xiao Yan, who was currently enduring the humiliation of a broken engagement? The leader of the World Society. Who else could it be but Xiong Ba, forever muttering, success lies in wind and cloud, failure lies in wind and cloud. Jingyuan quickly scanned the group rules. This system seemed to possess immense intelligence and a law-obscuring function. It could even forcibly connect worlds from different dimensions. However, what delighted Jingyuan most was one of the system's core functions. Mythological translation filter. All text and images posted by the host in the group will be automatically translated by the group rules into mythological level effects befitting the host's identity as the Supreme Dao Ancestor. Seeing this function, Jingyuan's eyes lit up. In other words, no matter what I send, they will automatically see it as something utterly magnificent. A surge of confidence welled up within him. He was now trapped in this low martial world where even a few street thugs could kill him. To turn his fate around and achieve immortality, he could only rely on this chat group. He had to first solidify his Supreme Dao Ancestor persona in the group. Only by making them believe he was a true pillar of strength could he swindle good things from them. Lu Jingyuan cleared his throat. Though it was only mental communication, he still assumed a dignified posture. He tentatively typed a message in the group's input box. Primordial Supreme, Sovereign Dao Ancestor Hongjun have just emerged from seclusion. He clicked send. This brief message instantly appeared on the group's public screen. However, what Lu Jingyuan did not know was, the moment his message was sent, the system's mythological translation filter went completely berserk. Dochi Continent, Wutan City, the Xiao family's back mountain. Xiao Yan sat on a large rock, rubbing his temples in frustration. Tomorrow was the day Nalan Yanran would come to annul the engagement, yet he was still a waste at the third stage of Dochi. The sudden appearance of this chat group in his mind made him think he had finally gone completely mad. Just then a new message popped up in the group. Primordial Supreme, Sovereign Dao Ancestor Hongjun have just emerged from seclusion. The moment Xiao Yan's eyes fell upon these words, boom! A thunderous divine sound erupted in his mind. These were not ordinary words. Each character seemed forged from endless galaxies, radiating an aura of creation and chaos. In Xiao Yan's sea of consciousness, he seemed to see an indescribably majestic figure seated atop the highest point of the infinite chaos. That figure was surrounded by myriad laws of the Dao with purple qi as thick as galaxies swirling around his fingertips. Along with the appearance of these words, Xiao Yan even faintly heard celestial music echoing through the void, and saw countless golden lotuses blooming out of thin air. What kind of terrifying existence is this? Xiao Yan broke out in cold sweat, collapsing onto the ground. He gasped for air, his eyes filled with uncontrollable shock. Even the legendary Dou Emperor did not possess such a world-shattering, awe-inspiring presence. The world of wind and cloud, the headquarters of the world society. Xiong Ba sat on the leader's throne, his brows tightly furrowed. N.I. Pusa's prophecy, success lies in wind and cloud, failure lies in wind and cloud, haunted him like a thorn. The moment he saw the new message in his mind, Xiong Ba felt an overwhelming pressure pressing directly onto his soul through the void. His proud three-style return to origin in the face of this pressure was like a wave before a hurricane, unable to stir even a ripple. He saw the words transform into a Tai Chi diagram that blotted out the sky. The diagram slowly rotated as if it could easily crush the fate of the entire world of wind and cloud. Hiss! Xiong Ba drew a sharp breath, crushing the teacup in his hand instantly. Primordial, Supreme Sovereign, Dao Ancestor Hongjun. Even a seasoned warlord like Xiong Ba felt a shiver from the depths of his soul. This was undoubtedly a supreme existence beyond heaven and earth, beyond destiny itself. Inside the main hall of the Purple Cloud Temple, Lu Jingyuan stared at the group, which had been silent for a while, his heart pounding. Did the system's translation glitch? Didn't it impress them? Just as he hesitated whether to send something else, the group suddenly exploded with messages flooding the screen. Third young master of the Xiao family from Wutan City by the Dou Emperor. No, this definitely surpasses the Dou Emperor. Third young master of the Xiao family from Wutan City, Junior Xiao Yan, with eyes blind to Mount Tai, pays respects to the Dao Ancestor, leader of the World Society I. This humble one Xiong Ba kowtows to the venerable patriarch Hongjun, leader of the World Society. May the Dao Ancestor live forever, boundless in power. This humble one is thrice blessed to behold the Dao Ancestor's true words. Xiong Ba, being a seasoned veteran, reacted swiftly, and his flattery was masterful. He immediately began pledging his loyalty frantically in the group. Watching the two completely different reactions, Lu Jingyuan let out a long sigh of relief. It worked. This mythological translation filter was incredibly effective. His bluff of getting something for nothing had succeeded. Just as Lu Jingyuan was about to strike while the iron was hot, and send another message to see if he could get something good, a sudden arrogant shout came from outside the hall. Listen, you poor Taoists. The masters of the Madblade sect are here to collect protection fees. If you don't hand over 10 taels of silver today, I'll tear down this broken temple and drag you all off to be slaves. Outside the main hall, the jeering grew increasingly shrill. Lu Jingyuan forcibly suppressed the turmoil in his heart. Peering through the crack of the hall's door, he stealthily looked outside. 5 burly men clad in the attire of the Madblade sect, carrying gleaming broadswords, swaggered into the courtyard of Xiao Temple. The leader was a knife-wielding thug with a brutish face, a blade of grass dangling from his lips, his eyes filled with contempt. Puny Taoist, stop hiding. Get out here now. Taishang stood at the center of the courtyard. Naked to the waist, his arms spread wide, he was like a thick wall of flesh, firmly blocking the entrance to the main hall. This is a place of tranquility, not for your rampage. Taishang glared, veins bulging on his forehead. He took a deep breath and began to frantically circulate the 9th layer iron shirt technique within his body. His skin instantly taut and vaguely revealing a dull luster like aged bronze. The brutish leader sneered, "Oh, after a few years of hard qigong training you think you're someone. I want to see today whether your skin is tougher or my steel blade is sharper." With that, he spat out the blade of grass and slowly raised his heavy broadsword. Inside the hall, Lu Jingyuan watched the scene, sweating with anxiety. Taishang's iron shirt was formidable, but the enemy was numerous and wielded refined steel blades. If it came to a direct confrontation, Taishang would surely suffer greatly. Lu Jingyuan took a deep breath, quickly closed his eyes, and once again plunged his consciousness into the All Realms chat group in his mind. He had to find a way to break the deadlock quickly. As soon as he entered the group, he saw the private chat interface flashing red. Third young master of the Xiao family from Wutan City, Senior Dao Ancestor, I wonder if you are still here. Third young master of the Xiao family from Wutan City Jr. just witnessed the divine might of the Dao Ancestor and is filled with utmost admiration. Third young master of the Xiao family from Wutan City, the low magic world where Junior resides is resource scarce, and I truly cannot offer any decent magical treasures. Third young master of the Xiao family from Wutan City, the only thing I have is a first-grade pill, this strength accumulation pill, which I saved during my earlier body tempering. I hope it may catch the Dao Ancestor's eye. The next moment, an exclusive red envelope popped up. Jingyuan's eyes nearly popped out of his head. A pill from the Duqi continent. This was a true extraordinary world specialty. Although in Xiao Yan's words it was merely the lowest grade, first-grade strength accumulation pill. But in Jingyuan's low martial world this was absolutely an immortal-level divine elixir. Jingyuan forcibly suppressed his inner ecstasy and replied with his mind supreme, Lord of the Primordial Chaos Dao Ancestor, Hongjuan well. All beings have spirit, this token of sincerity, I accept. After sending the message he immediately clicked to claim the red envelope. A soft sound echoed from the void. Jingyuan felt a weight in his palm. A smooth round cyan pill emitting a faint exotic fragrance appeared out of thin air in the center of his hand. At the same time the system's prompt sounded in his mind at the right moment. Detected low-grade pill, strength accumulation pill, from the Duqi continent. Suppressed by the low martial world rules of this world medicine efficacy converting. Conversion complete, provides a Grandmaster level chi burst instantaneously sustained for half an hour without any side effects. Grandmaster level chi burst. Jingyuan felt greatly relieved. With this those thugs from the Madblade sect outside were nothing at all. He clenched the pill and let out a long sigh. Straightening his robes, Jingyuan walked at a leisurely pace, pushed open the wooden door of the hall, and strolled out slowly. By now the atmosphere in the courtyard was tense to the extreme. The brutish leader gave a sinister grin and slashed his blade fiercely toward Taishang's shoulder. The broadsword cut through the air with a piercing whistle, its momentum imposing. Taishang gritted his teeth, neither dodged nor avoided, preparing to withstand the strike with his physical body. Foolish child, open your mouth. A voice ethereal and majestic suddenly rang out across the courtyard. Taishang instinctively opened his mouth wide. A flash of cyan light streaked through the air, vanishing in an instant too fast for anyone to capture. Gulp. The cyan strength accumulation pill landed with pinpoint accuracy into Taishang's throat and went down. Taishang was momentarily stunned. Before he could react, an extremely violent force suddenly erupted deep within his lower abdomen. It was not ordinary internal energy. It was a terrifying chi that threatened to burst his meridians. Boom. An earth-shattering roar echoed in Taishang's mind. He felt as if every pore of his body was frantically devouring this violent chi that had appeared out of thin air. His formerly dull skin began to undergo a visible transformation at that very moment. Streaks of almost tangible bronze luster frantically flowed beneath his skin. His bones emitted crackling explosions like rumbling thunder. His body even grew an inch taller in an instant, making him resemble a bronze-cast deity. At that moment the brutish leader's heavy broadsword carrying tremendous force hacked heavily onto Taishang's shoulder. Clang! A clear and piercing metallic clash instantly echoed throughout Xiao Temple. Clang! The crisp sound of clashing metal echoed through the quiet courtyard of Xiao Temple, sounding particularly harsh and jarring. The straw root dangling from the fleshy thug's mouth dropped to the ground with a patter. He stared fixedly at his Dao blade, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. The heavy steel blade had struck Taishang's broad shoulders, yet not a drop of blood appeared. Instead it was as if he had struck 10,000-year-old dark iron. The entire blade edge instantly curled and shattered. Clatter! With a teeth-grinding crack the steel blade broke into several fragments, scattering in all directions. Taishang brushed the dust from his shoulder, offering a simple, honest smile. Across his skin a bronze metallic luster grew increasingly intense, making him resemble a walking bronze cauldron. How is this possible? The fleshy thug was terrified out of his wits, staring at the bare hilt in his hand, as his legs shook uncontrollably. Was this still mortal flesh? This was clearly a monster. Dare to disturb Master's cultivation, seek death. Taishang roared, his voice thundering like rolling thunder. His fist the size of a clay pot carried violent fist wind and slammed forward. Boom! As his fist struck, a faint sound of air explosion echoed through the atmosphere. The fleshy thug didn't even have time to let out a scream before he flew backward like a kite with severed strings. Together with the 4 lackeys behind him, all were flung out of Xiao Temple by this terrifying force of fist energy. The group scrambled down the steep stone steps, fleeing for their lives while wailing. Master is divine. Taishang turned around, dropping to his knees before Jingyuan with fanaticism burning in his eyes. Had Master not bestowed the immortal elixir, just now your disciple could never have broken through the iron shirt technique's limit. In the senior brother's heart, Jingyuan's casual flick earlier was nothing short of a divine miracle. Jingyuan suppressed the twitching at the corner of his mouth, maintaining an air of profound, otherworldly calm. It was merely a trivial mortal elixir. No need for such fuss. Withdraw now, and consolidate your cultivation diligently. Do not slacken. With that he swept his sleeve elegantly, and turned to stride back into the inner chamber with an imposing demeanor. The moment the door closed, Lu Jingyuan slumped against the door panel, breathing heavily with no regard for dignity. Phew. That was close, so close. If I'd been a moment too slow, Taishang might have met his end out there. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his heart still pounding wildly. After catching his breath for a moment, he hastily sat in the wooden chair and dove back into the chat group with his consciousness. At this moment the group chat had exploded into chaos. Young master of the Xiao family, Wutan City Dao Ancestor, was the energy-gathering pill suitable. Leader of the Tianxia Society, Xiao Yan, what divine elixir did you just send to the Dao Ancestor? Leader of the Tianxia Society, could it be the 9-turn golden pill capable of ascending to immortality? Young master of the Xiao family, Wutan City, brother Xiong jokes too much. It is merely a worthless first-grade body-tempering pill. Xiao Yan felt deeply ashamed before his screen, believing that sending such trash was an affront to the Dao Ancestor. Just as the group chat buzzed with excitement, 2 brand-new high-caliber usernames suddenly popped up. King of Demons, 9-turn golden pill. Ascending to immortality. King of Demons, damn it, why is this group full of charlatans and primitives? Nothing but feudal superstition. Iron Man agreed. This is probably some sophisticated brainwave invasion technology. Iron Man, King of Demons, madam, your holographic projection technology seems quite advanced. King of Demons, get lost. This woman uses dark energy micro-wormhole teleportation, not some crappy projection. King of Demons, you called Hongjuan, stop pretending to be divine. Send us a photo of your world, if you are so capable. On the Demon Queen's flagship, Liang Bing sat with her legs crossed, typing with obvious disdain. She never believed in any gods or spirits, believing all magical feats were merely unresolved technology. Lu Jingyuan found himself slightly troubled by Liang Bing and Tony's remarks. Send a photo. His Xiao temple was filled with nothing but cobwebs and rotting with the paint long peeled away. If he photographed that, his carefully crafted image would collapse on the spot. However, he suddenly recalled the system's myth translation filter function. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Let's do this. Lu Jingyuan gritted his teeth, turned around, and faced the old wooden altar table inside used to worship deities. The altar was made from ordinary pine wood, and due to its age had begun to crack the surface, paint mostly worn away. Lu Jingyuan raised his consciousness camera and casually snapped a photo of this worn table. Ding. Uploaded to group album successfully. In the Godslayer world, aboard the Demon Queen's flagship. Act 2, activate the stellar computer. Force analyze the spatial dimensions of this photo for me. Liang Bing stared coldly at the image just uploaded to the group album. The photo showed an utterly ordinary wooden table. Somewhat shabby even. Understood, my queen. Act 2 quickly operated beside her. However, the moment the Demon 1 stellar computer's beam touched the edge of the photo. Buzz. The entire Demon Queen's flagship's alarms shrieked piercingly. Every screen instantly turned blinding crimson red. What the hell? Liang Bing leapt to her feet from her throne. My queen. The system is crashing. Act 2 was drenched in sweat, his voice trembling. The stellar computer cannot parse the target, detecting immeasurable terrifying dark energy reactions. In the Demon 1's parsing interface, the worn wooden table in the photo had completely vanished. Replacing it was a supreme throne spanning countless cosmic epochs, emanating boundless primordial purple chi. Upon that throne, every grain of wood pattern faintly flowed with the order and laws of cosmic birth and destruction. Around the wooden table, there were even rings of supreme, heavenly Tao woven together, mercilessly tearing apart the surrounding dimensional space. Even the cosmic void itself trembled and collapsed around that wooden table. A mere sliver of Tao rhythm leaking out reduced the Demon Queen's flagship's super firewall to nothing like paper, annihilated within a microsecond. Warning. Computer logic crashing. Forced shutdown imminent. My queen. Disconnect now. That table is about to annihilate us through the micro wormholes. Act 2 howled in terror. Liang Bing even felt as if the wooden table in the photo was gazing down at her coldly through the screen. In that instant, her very soul seemed frozen. Absolute dimensional suppression from high-dimensional laws. Damn it. Disconnect now. Liang Bing shrieked in fright, collapsing back onto the demon, throwing her entire body drenched in cold sweat. Her smoky eye makeup instantly smeared into a mess. Fully 5 minutes passed before the Demon Queen's flagship's alarms finally subsided. Liang Bing gasped heavily, staring at the screen, her eyes filled only with boundless fear and shock. This was definitely not some decrepit table. This was clearly a chaos primordial supreme treasure surpassing all known cosmic dimensions. Just one glance had nearly incinerated her entire divine body algorithm. Meanwhile, Tony at Stark Tower stared at his completely crashed mark armor, before him frozen in place, forgetting even to breathe. The chat group fell into deathly silence. After a long while, a trembling red pop-up finally broke the stillness. King of Demons, big shot. No Dao Ancestor. King of Demons, what material is your table even made of? King of Demons, why did my stellar computer just crash and burn? In the inner chamber of the Purple Mist Palace, Lu Jingyuan gazed at Liang Bing's terrified messages flickering across the group chat screen. His hanging heart finally settled firmly back into place. Phew. The myth translation filter is indeed absurdly powerful. He leaned back in his chair, suppressing his overwhelming elation as he typed a line of text into the input box. Hongwang Supreme, Sovereign Ancestral Master, Hongjuan, merely an ordinary wooden offering table. Hongwang Supreme, Sovereign Ancestral Master Hongjuan. Throughout the days, it has merely absorbed some negligible traces of Dao rhyme that this poor Daoist scattered about. I apologize if it startled this fellow cultivator. He sent the message. After typing these 2 sentences, Lu Jingyuan immediately closed his eyes, assuming an aloof and inscrutable demeanor, as if a divine dragon revealing only its head and tail. Yet on the other side of the screen, Liang Bing sucked in a sharp breath upon catching sight of those 4 characters. Negligible traces of Dao rhyme. Damn it. Even a trace of Dao rhyme completely crashed my celestial computation system. If he went all out, couldn't he just crush the entire hyperverse with a single finger? At this moment, the demon queen Liang Bing, who usually spewed endless profanity, fell utterly silent, not daring to utter another word. As for Tony Stark, he had retreated firmly into his technological shell. His J.R.V.I.S. still hadn't fully rebooted, and he was experiencing an unprecedented worldview shock. Just as the group descended into deathly silence, Xiao Yan's ID suddenly began flickering frantically. Third Young Master Xiao of Wutan City, Ancestral Master. I implore the Ancestral Master to enlighten me. Third Young Master Xiao of Wutan City. Tomorrow, I must face the humiliation of Nalan Yenran coming to break off our engagement. Third Young Master Xiao of Wutan City. I cannot bear to shame my father, nor let the Xiao family become a laughingstock throughout the entire Jialma Empire. Before the screen, Xiao Yan's hands trembled as he typed out these words with every ounce of his strength. His eyes reddened, teeth clenched tight. Upon Xiao Yan's finger within that antiquated black ring, Elder Yao's soul form drifted ethereally through the air, his expression equally grave as he stared at that blue interface. Young one, this Ancestral Master Hongjun possesses depths of power beyond comprehension. The Tao of rules and order contained within that simple wooden image he casually shared. Even at my peak, I could not begin to fathom its depths. Elder Yao's voice resonated in Xiao Yan's mind, carrying unprecedented solemnity. If you could obtain his guidance, even the most insignificant trace of immortal fortune would be enough to completely reverse your destiny. Xiao Yan clenched his fists tightly. Without any hesitation, he immediately placed the only thing he could offer into the exclusive red packet. It was a low-grade first-rank medicinal herb he had painstakingly accumulated over time. Third Young Master Xiao of Wutan City has sent you an exclusive red packet. Third Young Master Xiao of Wutan City, I recognize this offering is crude, barely worthy of being called an ordinary herb, yet it represents everything I currently possess. Third Young Master Xiao of Wutan City, I implore the Ancestral Master to bestow upon me even a single technique to handle tomorrow's crisis. I shall forever remember this great kindness. Seated in his chair, Lu Jingyuan gazed at the red packet, sinking immediately into contemplation. This presents quite a dilemma. He looked at the book in his hands, Iron Shirt, and Yuan Shi's Flying Stone Art. If he sent these to Xiao Yan, setting aside whether they could defeat Nalan Yenran, Elder Yao alone would see through the deception immediately. A first-grade pill would be divine medicine in a low-level martial world, but low-grade martial techniques in the Dochi continent wouldn't even catch the attention of a stray dog by the roadside. What could he send that would maintain the Ancestral Master's aloof prestige, while still being genuinely useful to Xiao Yan? Wood-chopping style, splitting Huam Mountain. From the backyard, Tong Tian's robust, thunderous roar once again pierced through the walls. Immediately following was the crisp, shattering sound of wood being split. Hearing this sound, a flash of inspiration struck Lu Jingyuan's mind. Got it. Martial techniques and true qi, when subjected to world rule suppression, would diminish in value when transmitted. But comprehension of the Tao and demonstration of movements. Wrapped in the myth translation filter, these would undoubtedly transform into unimaginable divine miracles. Tong Tian chopping, with though merely mortal strength, possessed elegant simplicity in his movements, each chop direct and straightforward, perfect for projecting an air of mystique. Lu Jingyuan immediately strode to the window, angling the system's recording lens toward the firewood hut behind the mountain. At that moment, bare-chested Tong Tian raised high, that rusted hatchet bristling with countless notches. Every muscle in his body strained, taut, sweat glistening beneath the sun, an ancient Hongwang martial artist's raw power coursing through his veins. With a thunderous bellow, Tong Tian hacked down savagely, splitting a block of hardwood pine into 2 halves in an instant. The system's recording function perfectly captured this brief, 3-second action. Lu Jingyuan nodded with satisfaction upon reviewing the footage. He opened the private chat with Xiao Yan and sent over this unadorned 3-second video of Tong Tian chopping wood. Subsequently, in a tone of profound compassion and unfathomable mystery, he slowly typed, Hongwang Supreme, Sovereign Ancestral Master, Hongjuan, the greatest Tao lies in simplicity. This is my disciple Tong Tian's casual strike, cultivated through observing the evolution of cosmic creation. Hongwang Supreme, Sovereign Ancestral Master Hongjuan, how much you comprehend depends entirely upon your own innate destiny. Sent. In his chamber, Xiao Yan's heart lurched into his throat as he saw the Ancestral Master had accepted his red packet. When he beheld the video and accompanying text from the ancestral master, his breath completely stopped. Tong Tian. A casual strike evolved from observing the creation of the world. The observing elder Yao hidden nearby felt his soul form tremble violently, too shocked to speak. Quickly, child. Elder Yao's voice quivered. With trembling fingers, Xiao Yan, filled with boundless reverence and anticipation, gently pressed the video play button. In the video, the imagery was profoundly dark and primordial. A towering, unimaginably ancient figure stood bare-chested in the heart of boundless chaotic darkness. In that figure's grasp was a supreme chaotic ancient blade radiating boundless killing intent that made all celestial gods and demons tremble in fear. The ancient deity let loose a skyward howl, both hands clasping the ancient sword, and with a trajectory that seemed utterly ordinary, direct, and unadorned, toward the endless darkness ahead, struck down with devastating force. Xiao Yan sat on the crude wooden bed, his eyes fixed intently on the phone screen. That mere 3-second short video was now replaying in an endless loop within his mind. In the video, there was none of the dazzling Do Qi common to the Do Qi continent, nor the terrifying, earth-shattering surges of energy. Yet in Xiao Yan's eyes, the scene had transformed completely. Through the system's powerful mythological translation filter, it was no longer a scene of someone splitting pine wood in a dilapidated woodshed. Instead, it was a primordial god standing tall and vast amidst boundless chaos and nothingness. The god's face was indistinct, impossible to discern clearly, yet in its eyes swirled the light of the universe's birth and annihilation. Slowly it raised the ancient sword, radiating an endless aura of slaughter. That sword strike seemingly as slow as a snail, unremarkable, devoid of any superfluous moves. But as the ancient sword descended, boom, Xiao Yan felt as though a cataclysmic roar had erupted in his mind. That single sword strike seemed to forcibly tear apart the endless darkness, cleaving chaos in two, evolving into the pure and turbid qi. That blade struck down, and within the void, yin and yang energy began to intertwine madly, opening the heavens. This is a sword strike that cleaves heaven and earth. Xiao Yan stared at the video, his breath completely arrested in that instant. And it was not only that. Within him, the Do Qi that had remained motionless for 3 full years, stubbornly stuck at the 3rd level, suddenly began to churn with wild abandon. His once dry and withered meridians in that moment, like parched earth receiving a long-awaited rain, began to voraciously devour the surrounding heaven and earth energy. Little one, what are you watching? Just then an ancient black ring trembled slightly. A faint, illusory, elderly soul floated out from the ring in a panic. It was Yao Lao. Yao Lao had been observing in secret, waiting to reveal himself when Xiao Yan was in despair. But just now he had suddenly sensed a terrifying aura erupting from within Xiao Yan, one he had never encountered before. That aura, though faint, bore an appallingly high quality, even exerting immense pressure on his soul form. Instinctively, Yao Lao turned his head and followed Xiao Yan's gaze, glancing at the pale blue screen. With just one glance, Yao Lao's already ethereal soul trembled violently. His form became wavering and unstable in that instant, nearly dissipating completely into the air. What kind of power is this? Yao Lao cried out in shock, his voice filled with undisguised terror. As the once renowned Pill Emperor of the Central Plains, he had witnessed countless powerhouses, even having personally laid eyes on beings of the Do Saint level. But the sword strike from the giant on the screen had utterly overturned his comprehension. That blade contained not a trace of Do Qi fluctuation. Yet the laws and order it embodied seemed to transcend the very rules of this world. That strike actually cleaved yin and yang, severed time and space. This is definitely a supreme divine technique beyond the heavenly grade. Or even a godly move. Yao Lao clutched his head with both hands, his soul form flickering, almost shattered by the lingering might of that sword. He had lived through countless ages, never imagining that such terrifying swordplay could exist in the world. Little one, stop watching. Enter meditation. Yao Lao shouted urgently. Xiao Yan snapped back to reality, and without hesitation closed his eyes, folding his hands into the cultivation seal posture. The chaotic heaven-cleaving sword intent evolved from the wood-splitting action had been deeply imprinted into his soul. Boom. The energy of heaven and earth in that instant surged madly through Xiao Yan's pores. The Do Qi within him began to climb at an unimaginable speed. 4th level, 5th level, 6th level. His previously shrunken meridians were instantly filled to capacity, and under the baptism of the heaven-cleaving sword intent, they became incredibly resilient. Even the impurities within his body were fiercely refined and vaporized by that domineering sword intent. Yao Lao floated dazedly to the side, watching Xiao Yan, who had entered a deep meditative state. In his heart, only boundless shock and reverence remained. What level of existence is that Dao ancestor? A casually bestowed fragment of imagery could enable a waste to undergo a complete rebirth in an instant. Yao Lao looked up at the heavens with a sense of awe. He knew that this time Xiao Yan had truly latched onto an unimaginably supreme benefactor. Cultivation knew no time. A single night passed in the blink of an eye. When the first rays of morning sunlight pierced through the thick fog and sprinkled upon the stone streets of Wutan City, the atmosphere within the Xiao family estate had already grown tense to the extreme. In the grand Xiao family hall, it was now packed with people. At the head seat the family head Xiao Yan sat with a livid face, his hands gripping the chair's armrests so tightly that his knuckles turned white from excessive force. On one side of the hall a delicate young lady clad in a moon-white dress sat gracefully on a wooden chair. Her pretty face bore an indelible mark of pride and coldness. It was none other than Nalan Yinran, the young mistress of the Yunlan sect. Behind her stood several strong practitioners wearing Yunlan sect attire, each with a steady aura and eyes filled with lofty disdain. Especially the leading white-haired elder from whom violent Dao Qi faintly circulated, pressing down on the younger generation of the Xiao family in the hall until they dared not even breathe loudly. Guyi, a steward of the Yunlan sect and a Great Dao master. Uncle Xiao Yanran has come today to annul the engagement from years past. Nalan Yanran slowly rose to her feet, her clear and cold voice echoing through the hall. Xiao Zhan's body trembled slightly, and fine cracks appeared on the steelwood armrests in his palms. This was a supreme humiliation. In the midst of this deathly silence, creak, the tightly shut wooden door of the hall was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Sunlight streamed through the gap into the dim hall. A slender youth bearing a heavy black sword on his back strode in with steady steps, facing the dazzling morning light. Xiao Yan took a deep breath, his expression as calm as a deep pool. He looked at the crowd in the hall and spoke flatly. Xiao Yan of the Xiao family greets my father and all the elders. The morning sunlight slanted into the hall, casting a long, interwoven tapestry of light and shadow across the floor. In an instant, every gaze in the hall converged upon the black-robed youth standing at the entrance. The three elders of the Xiao clan watched Xiao Yan, who had arrived uninvited, with a glint of coldness and schadenfreude in their eyes. As far as they were concerned, today Nalan Yanran had come to break off the engagement, and this worthless young master was destined to exhaust the last shred of the Xiao family's dignity. At the head of the hall, Xiao Zhan looked at his son, a flicker of pain and concern in his eyes. He was about to tell Xiao Yan to withdraw, but saw that Xiao Yan had already stepped forward with a composed demeanor. Xiao Yan carried a pitch-black heavy sword on his back. Though the sword appeared heavy and blunt, it was firmly secured behind his shoulder. His pace was neither hurried nor slow, each step imbued with a strange and steady rhythm. Yan, are you? Xiao Zhan hesitated, ultimately letting out a long sigh. Xiao Yan walked to the center of the hall and bowed slightly to Xiao Zhan. Xiao Yan greets father. Then he turned and let his calm gaze fall upon Nalan Yanran. Nalan Yanran sat upright on a wooden chair, looking down at Xiao Yan with a cold, proud, and disdainful expression. Xiao Yan, since you're here, I'll speak plainly. Nalan Yanran's voice was icy, carrying a tone of unwavering finality. I have come to the Xiao family today to dissolve the engagement between us. You and I, we have always belonged to different worlds. The Cloud Mist sect is a giant of the Jiama Empire, while the Xiao family is merely a local clan in Wutan City. Moreover, with your current talent. She did not finish her sentence, but the faint disdain in her eyes said it all. How could a worthless person with only 3 stages of battle chi ever aspire to be worthy of her, the jewel of the Cloud Mist sect? Nalan Yinran's delicate fingers brushed over her ring, and a refined jade box materialized in the air. To compensate for the Xiao family's loss, I have specially obtained a chi gathering pill. This pill was personally refined by the alchemy King Gu He. It can guarantee a breakthrough to the Dao practitioner level for anyone who has reached the 10th stage of Dao Qi. This is the Cloud Mist sect's compensation to the Xiao family. The moment the words Qi Gathering Pill were uttered, the 3 elders of the Xiao family on one side of the hall began to breathe heavily. Their eyes were almost overflowing with greed. A Qi Gathering Pill personally refined by alchemy King Gu He, enough to produce a young Dao practitioner in the family. Xiao Zhan's face, however, turned ashen in an instant. His hands gripped the armrests of his chair tightly, his entire body trembling with rage. The Nalan family goes too far. This was a blatant humiliation. Using a single pill to buy the dignity of his son, Xiao Zhan's son. The atmosphere in the hall became unbearably oppressive. Guyi sat to one side, leisurely sipping his tea. Watching the furious Xiao Zhan, he sneered. To make the Xiao family completely give up, Guyi suddenly erupted with his battle chi. Boom. A terrifying pressure unique to a Great Dao master crashed down upon the hall, like a mountain overwhelming everything. The hard stone floor around Guyi cracked with a faint strained sound. The oppressive force made the air in the hall thick and viscous. Under this pressure, the 3 Xiao elders turned pale, repeatedly bowing with sycophantic smiles. Xiao Zhan gritted his teeth forcibly, using his battle chi to shield his body, barely managing to maintain his composure under the Great Dao master's pressure. But the fine beads of sweat on his forehead revealed the immense strain he was enduring. Guyi spoke calmly, his voice carrying an unyielding threat. Clan leader, Xiao, a forced melon is never sweet. Yanran is now the future of our Cloud Mist sect. Her engagement cannot be treated lightly. Take this Qi Gathering Pill, and it will be good for everyone. However, to Guyi and Nalan Yinran's surprise, the youth in the center of the hall, who possessed only the 3rd stage of Dao Qi, stood as straight as a spear under the pressure of the Great Dao master without a single tremor. Xiao Yan's body did not even quiver. After being baptized by the chaotic heaven-splitting artistic conception overnight, his soul had undergone a fundamental transformation. The pressure of a Great Dao master fell upon him like a gentle breeze brushing against an ancient, immovable mountain, causing no ripples at all. Xiao Yan looked at the jade box and curled his lips into a cold sneer. Qi gathering pill. He laughed contemptuously. Nalan Yinran, do you think my dignity can be bought with a single pill, eh? He took a slow step forward, placing his hand on the hilt of the black heavy sword behind him. I will not annul this engagement. Today it is not that you Nalan Yinran do not want me, but I Xiao Yan stand here and refuse the charity of the Nalan family. Nalan Yinran was so angry she laughed, her cold, beautiful face filled with absurdity. Xiao Yan, with your current strength, what right do you have to say such words? A worthless person with only 3 stages of Do Qi talking about dignity in front of me. Xiao Yan let out a long breath. He slowly drew the black heavy sword from his back. 3 years. He looked straight into Nalan Yinran's eyes, his voice calm but firm. 3 years from now I Xiao Yan will personally ascend the Cloud Mist sect and challenge you, Nalan Yinran. If I lose, the engagement is yours to decide. But if I win, I will write a letter of divorce with my own hand and cast you aside. Nalan Yinran was stunned for a moment, then gritted her teeth and shouted, arrogant fool. Guye's face darkened completely. A junior who had learned a few harsh words from somewhere dared to challenge the dignity of the Cloud Mist sect. Ignorant child speaking such reckless nonsense. Today I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your father, you insolent brat. With a furious roar, Guye's right hand formed a claw and deep green battle Qi madly gathered between his fingers, transforming into a fierce eagle's talon. The flying eagle claw, a mid-level technique of the Cloud Mist sect. The wind tore through the air with a piercing screech as it viciously swiped towards Xiao Yan's shoulder. This claw was meant to cripple Xiao Yan's shoulder, delivering a brutal lesson to the Xiao family. Gasps erupted in the hall, and Xiao Zhan moved to intervene urgently. But Guyi was a Great Dao master, his speed terrifyingly fast, a Xiao Zhan couldn't possibly stop him. Xiao Yan watched the green eagle's claw growing larger before his eyes. In that instant his mind flashed back to the giant's ordinary straightforward strike from the video of the heaven-splitting chopping wood. Chaos. Splitting the heavens. Xiao Yan murmured to himself. He used no complex techniques, simply gripping the hilt of the heavy sword with both hands. He lifted the heavy sword high, and aiming at the lunging Gu Yi, brought it down with all his might. The movement was clumsy, extraordinarily simple, like a farmer striking a hard piece of dry firewood. Yet in the moment the heavy sword descended, the void within the hall seemed to be torn apart by that clumsy blade. Strands of black energy, almost tangible, erupted violently from the heavy sword. It was a power of supreme simplicity, of pure, unadulterated force. The savage eagle's claw, condensed from the battle chi of a Great Dao master, shattered upon contact with the edge of the black heavy sword. Crack! The green eagle's claw disintegrated like paper. How is this possible? Guyi roared in terror. But the heaven-splitting, earth-shattering force had already traveled along the blade and slammed squarely into his chest. Guyi was struck as if by a massive blow, his body losing control in an instant. With a piercing screech he was sent flying backward, landing heavily on the floor several yards away, cracking the hard granite ground into a spiderweb of fissures. Guyi vomited blood profusely, his former dignity as a Great Dao master utterly shattered. He looked up in horror, staring at the empty hilt in his hand, then at the battle chi armor on his chest that had been torn open. The battle chi armor of a Great Dao master, solid as iron, had been easily and completely cleaved through by a mere mortal heavy sword devoid of any battle chi fluctuation. Within the great hall a deathly silence descended. A pin drop could be heard. The air seemed to freeze solid in that instant, weighing down upon all with an oppressive heaviness that made breathing almost impossible. All eyes were fixed upon Xiao Yan as if he were a monster unblinkingly. Not far from their feet, Guyi, an executor of the Yunlan sect, and a renowned Great Dao master of the Jama Empire, lay sprawled on the ground. His face was pale as paper, with a stark smear of blood at the corner of his mouth. The sword, once a symbol of the Yunlan sect's dignity, had shattered into over a dozen pieces scattered across the floor. Guye's eyes were filled with unspeakable terror and confusion. He still could not fathom how he, a dignified Great Dao master, had been sent flying by a single blow from a waste with only level 3 Dao Qi. The layers of his formidable Dao Qi defenses had been as fragile as a sheet of paper before that pitch-black heavy sword. No, this can't be. Guyi clutched his aching chest, muttering in a hoarse voice. His Dao heart shattered completely in that instant. Xiao Zhan, seated at the head, gripped the armrests of his chair so tightly that his entire body trembled violently from the sheer shock. The strain was too much. The hard steelwood armrests finally gave way with a crisp crack, instantly crumbling into powder. Yenner has become this strong. Xiao Zhan screamed inwardly, his eyes brimming with ecstasy and disbelief. The 3 elders of the Xiao family who had always tormented Xiao Yan were now gaping, so wide their jaws nearly hit the floor. They exchanged glances, feeling a chill run through their bodies, lacking even the courage to meet Xiao Yan's gaze. At the center of the hall, Xiao Yan stood calmly. The pitch-black heavy sword was pointed diagonally at the ground. Its blade bore no trace of Dao Qi, yet it exuded an oppressive weight that struck fear into the heart. Nalan Yinran stood aside, her pretty face pale. She stared fixedly at the fallen Guyi, then at the expressionless Xiao Yan. No, this isn't real. Absolutely impossible. Nalan Yinran screamed inwardly, her proud self-esteem brutally trampled in that moment. She refused to believe it. How could this waste mocked by the entire Wutan city for 3 years possess such power? You must have concealed your strength with some secret technique. Or you're using some nefarious magical artifact. Nalan Yinran took a deep breath, her cold, elegant face twisting into a grimace. She could not accept that the very waste she had come to break off the engagement with possessed the terrifying ability to defeat a Great Dao master in a single move. If so, her actions today would be nothing but a colossal joke. Xiao Yan, I Nalan Yinran don't believe you truly have such skill. Today I shall personally test your prowess. Before her words had even faded, Nalan Yinran's wrist snapped with a sudden motion. A delicate longsword radiating a faint green wind element energy shot out from the long scabbard at her waist. The sword let out a crisp ring as it pointed diagonally at Xiao Yan. Green wind element Dao Qi condensed wildly on the sword's surface, forming countless near-solid wind blades. The surrounding tables and chairs swept by the sharp sword wind were marked with shallow scratches. Guyi lying on the ground saw Nalan Yinran's impulsive move and tried to speak urgently. Yinran, don't. But his internal meridians were severely damaged. As soon as he opened his mouth, he spat out blood, unable to stop her. Xiao Yan stood quietly watching Nalan Yinran as her sword pointed at him. There was not a trace of emotion in his eyes. He did not even bother to exert his Dao Qi deliberately, because after a night of deep meditation, he had fully understood. The move bestowed upon him by the Dao Ancestor required no complex circulation of techniques. It was the ultimate application of power, the trampling of rules. In his mind, the second move from the video of the heavenly Dao splitting firewood slowly surfaced, the shouldering firewood stance. In the low-level primordial world, this was merely a routine chore of the heavenly Dao carrying firewood into the woodshed. But under the powerful mythological law translation of the Myriad Realms chat group, this became the Myriad Realms primordial shoulder strike, capable of reversing cause and effect, toppling the stars. Xiao Yan, take this. Nalan Yinran shouted, her figure turning into a green blur as she vanished on the spot. High-level Yunlan sect technique, Wind Spirit Phantom Sword. Countless green sword shadows materialized in midair, raining down like a storm, sealing off all of Xiao Yan's escape routes. Sharp wind blades tore through the air, carrying a piercing shriek. Facing this overwhelming, dazzling sword curtain, Xiao Yan let out a somewhat bored sigh. Too slow, too many flaws. To Xiao Yan, who had begun to grasp the chaos primordial intent, these techniques, which seemed mystical to mortals, were as fragile as a child swinging a wooden stick. Xiao Yan did not dodge. He simply gripped the hilt of the black heavy sword with one hand and performed a single simple unadorned upward lift. His wrist flicked lightly. The motion was clumsy, like a farmer using a carrying pole to lift a bundle of firewood. Yet that utterly ordinary lift. Buzz! The space of the entire Xiao family hall seemed to be violently yanked upward by that clumsy heavy sword in that instant. An irresistible, terrifying force erupted from the heavy sword. Bang! 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 The countless green sword shadows in midair upon touching the trajectory of the heavy sword shattered inch by inch like snow melting under the sun. Nalan Yinran felt an unimaginable power surge through her arm like a tidal wave along the sword. Her hand went numb in an instant. The delicate green longsword was sent flying from her grasp, spinning violently in the air before embedding itself deep into a stone pillar at the rear of the hall. The entire blade sank into the pillar, leaving only the hilt trembling violently. And the next second, an icy, bone-chilling cold enveloped Nalan Yinran's entire body. She stood frozen in place, unable to move even a finger, because the pitch-black, ink-like giant sword exuding a faint aura of chaos was now hovering steadily a mere inch from her throat. The cold blade pricked her skin, raising a fine layer of goosebumps. If Xiao Yan advanced his wrist by a fraction, her throat would be mercilessly torn apart in an instant. You. Nalan Yinran's face was deathly pale, her forehead beaded with cold sweat, her beautiful eyes filled with terror. One move. Just one move. She, the proudest genius of the Yunlan sect, had not even touched a corner of his robe before being utterly annihilated. The hall fell into an eerie silence. The breaths of every Xiao family member stopped. Xiao Yan, his expression cold, slowly withdrew the black heavy sword. He reached into his bosom and pulled out a parchment that had been prepared long ago, bearing a faint scent of ink. Nalan Yinran. Xiao Yan spoke calmly, his voice echoing through the hall. Today it is not you, Nalan Yinran, who comes to break off the engagement with me, Xiao Yan. It is I, Xiao Yan, who stands here today to divorce you. Before his words faded, Xiao Yan flicked his wrist. The divorce letter shot out like a streak of light, smacking Nalan Yinran square in the face with a sharp slap. The letter slid down and fell to the ground. The scarlet thumbprint on it stung Nalan Yinran's eyes. You? She swayed, feeling the world spin around her. Let's go. Guyi gritted his teeth and struggled to his feet. Ignoring his injuries, he grabbed the dazed Nalan Yinran, and along with a few Yunlan sect disciples fled like beaten dogs. They stumbled out of the Xiao family hall in utter disgrace. Watching the fleeing backs of the Yunlan sect party, the Xiao family members in the hall finally erupted into a frenzied cheer, a release of 3 years of suppressed tension. Xiao Yan ignored the elders who had once mocked him, but now swarmed around with sycophantic smiles. He did not even exchange many words with his father. With a slight bow, he turned and walked straight back to his room, carrying the heavy sword on his back. Bang! The door slammed shut. As soon as Xiao Yan leaned against the door, his body began to tremble violently. It was the wild joy of finally releasing 3 years of pent-up humiliation, the thrill of a destiny rewritten. His hands shook uncontrollably. Without hesitation, Xiao Yan sank into his mind and urgently opened the Myriad Realms chat group. Third young master of the Xiao family in Wutan City, Senior Dao Ancestor. Your great kindness shall never be forgotten by this junior. Third young master of the Xiao family in Wutan City today, this junior used the supreme technique bestowed by you to defeat a powerful enemy in a single move, avenging the shame of the engagement break. Third young master of the Xiao family in Wutan City, the grace of the senior is like a rebirth. This junior kowtows in gratitude to the Dao Ancestor, the Primordial Lord. Xiao Yan typed a 1,000-character thank you letter in the group, his words brimming with boundless zeal and worship. Then third young master of the Xiao family in Wutan City sent a large number of exclusive red packets to the group. Third young master of the Xiao family in Wutan City, these are some low-grade herbs and gold coins from this junior's world, truly unworthy of your attention. Please, Senior Dao Ancestor, accept them as a token of this junior's humble filial piety. Third young master of the Xiao family in Wutan City, I sincerely hope the Senior Dao Ancestor will accept them. Within the dimly lit hall of Zixiao Temple, an oppressive silence held sway. Lu Jingyuan cradled a chipped coarse porcelain teacup, sipping at the bitter tea in a desultory fashion. The great hall remained utterly still. Though senior brother Taishang had just swallowed a power-gathering pill and sent one of the Mad Blade Sect's lackeys flying off the mountain with a single punch. Yet Lu Jingyuan's heart remained uneasy. He doubted whether that mere 3-second video of splitting wood through heaven could truly aid Xiao Yan. After all, this was the Doqi continent. If Xiao Yan's marriage dissolution tomorrow went awry, his supreme Dao Ancestor disguise would crumble instantly. The plan carries too much risk. If that Yao Lao detects the deception, everything falls apart. Lu Jingyuan sighed. He gazed at the 2 inferior tea leaves floating in his cup, lost in thought. In this low martial world, to secure one's place, he must clutch tightly to the chat group, his sole beacon of hope. Just as he wavered between doubt and calculation. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. A rapid-fire series of crisp notification sounds exploded unbidden within Lu Jingyuan's mind. The sheer volume and frequency jolted the teacup in his hand violently. Scalding tea nearly spilled across his palm. What the hell? Lu Jingyuan blurted out hastily, setting down the cup and plunging his consciousness into the Myriad Heavens chat group within his mind. Upon entering the group chat interface, the dazzling golden light flooding his vision momentarily blinded him. System notification: group member, third young master Xiao of Wutan City, has sent you 10 exclusive mythical red packets. System notification: group member, third young master Xiao of Wutan City, has posted a supreme praise on the public channel. Xiao Yan's messages raced upward on the public screen at a breakneck pace. Third young master Xiao of Wutan City, Dao Ancestor Elder. Ultimate profound teachings. Truly ultimate profound teachings. Third young master Xiao of Wutan City, disciple today in the Xiao family hall, used just one move from brother Tongtian's wood-splitting technique and shattered the eagle claw of Great Dao Shiguyi in a single strike. Third young master Xiao of Wutan City, the second move lifting the firewood, brushed aside Nalan Yinran's sword as effortlessly as lifting straw and slapped the divorce letter across her face. Third young master Xiao of Wutan City, disciple, has successfully dissolved the engagement, washing away 3 years of humiliation for the Xiao family. Third young master Xiao of Wutan City, Dao Ancestor's grace disciple, shall never forget, not even for eternity. Xiao Yan flooded the group with lengthy posts, each brimming with inexpressible fervor, worship, and profound reverence. And that was not all. Seemingly to prove he spoke no falsehood, Xiao Yan uploaded several screenshots captured during the battle. And these images, enhanced by the system's built-in mythical translation filter, transformed completely. To the other group members, the scene they witnessed appeared thus in the first screenshot. A black, primordial divine demon stood in the void wielding a world-splitting great sword. With a casual slash, that terrifying blade light tore apart both a contemptible ant radiating green malevolent energy and the void itself. In the second screenshot, the demon's great sword swept upward, shattering the complete law defenses of a female fiend surrounded by howling wind and thunder. That sword, though it had been a legendary weapon in the mortal realm, flew off like discarded scrap iron, pinning itself into a shattered starstone pillar. Gazing upon these worldview-shattering battle screenshots, the group's previously reserved powerhouses instantly fell into collective silence. Leader of the Heaven Connecting Association, could this be the wood-splitting technique that the great immortal's disciple practices daily? Leader of the Heaven Connecting Association, this old one has long deemed the 3 Yuan Shi returns to be the pinnacle of martial arts. Yet now it seems I cannot even rival a single strand of that fiend's hair. Leader of the Heaven Connecting Association, and the great immortal struck with casual ease, reducing such a fiend to utter annihilation. Within the Heaven Connecting Association's Grand Hall, Xiong Ba stared at the screen, his body drenched in cold sweat, his Dao heart completely shaken. Demon King, damn. Demon King, is this even remotely possible for first-tier physical defense? Demon King. That sword trajectory clearly rewrote the local spatial gravity vector, directly formatting the energy equation. Demon King Hongjun Elder, this is not cultivation at all. You have grasped the ultimate truth of the universe. Within the Queen of Demons ship, Liang Bing clutched her hair in a most undignified manner, her usually cold features twisted with complete breakdown. As the Demon Queen, she experienced for the first time a bone-deep helplessness before an unparsable mythical force. As for Tony Stark, he quietly contemplated his 3 thoroughly ruined Mark battle armors, silent throughout. He had begun doubting whether his cherished science was merely children's building blocks in the eyes of gods. Lu Jingyuan observed the group members' wild conjectures with immense satisfaction. Yet outwardly he maintained the bearing of the most supreme Dao ancestor. At that moment a sequence of unprecedented golden characters materialized at the very center of his vision. Ding! Detected that group member, Xiao Yan, has reached the pinnacle of admiration and gratitude toward you, fundamentally rewriting the world line and generating massive karma feedback. System notification: you have received the first installment of Mythological World Source Feedback. The Grand Source gift pack has arrived. Do you wish to immediately claim it and upgrade your Honghuang world? Claim it. Claim it immediately. Lu Jingyuan roared inwardly, barely sparing a glance at Xiao Yan's red packets. Wang. Following his intention. Above Xiao Temple, the previously clear, cloudless sky suddenly rippled with gentle 9-colored waves. Strands of supreme purple radiance as tangible as silk pierced through the void's barrier and descended from the great void beyond the 9 heavens with earth-shaking force. This vast mythological source instantaneously enveloped the entire decrepit Xiao Temple. Lu Jingyuan felt a supremely gentle, yet incomparably vast supreme source rushing into his limbs and meridians with both roughness and tenderness. The moment his ancient martial true qi touched this mythological source, a fundamental qualitative transformation began. His somewhat chaotic internal energy got refined and condensed within the divine light. Ultimately, it crystallized into droplets of pure, dense mythological true yuan emanating the clear upper essence. His cultivation began soaring toward a profound realm that mortal martial artists could only dream of yet never reach in their entire lives. Beyond that, the entire dilapidated Xiao Temple began undergoing indescribable changes in this instant. The rotted, cracked wooden red pillars under the divine lights washing rapidly shed their decay. The wood regained vibrant life, faintly revealing a jade-like luminous sheen. The long-standing dampness and musty smell in the air vanished instantly, replaced by a freshness so profound that one breath left one feeling utterly refreshed. Lu Jingyuan inhaled deeply, sensing every cell trembling with excitement. The system notification sounded unhurriedly within his mind. Ding. World source conversion complete. Xiao Temple has completed its initial mythological transformation with trace amounts of true qi, nascent spiritual energy, now present in the air. Your power has been forcibly enhanced, lifespan increased by 30 years. Gazing at the system panel, the number representing his original 120 years of lifespan now directly shifted to the resplendent 150 years. Lu Jingyuan took a deep breath and finally couldn't help but let out a triumphant roar. 150 years. A full 30 years added. He had secluded himself for 100 years, enduring countless hardships to achieve immortal on land, yet only secured a 200-year lifespan ceiling. And now, simply from a major event feedback from a group member, he directly received 30 years of pure lifespan, and even this decrepit Taoist temple began birthing genuine spiritual energy. This was true cultivation and power growth. Master! Master! Just as Lu Jingyuan basked in his great joy of longevity, a voice of astonishment, wonder, and even fervent trembling suddenly echoed from the courtyard outside the main hall. The great disciple Taishang stood in the courtyard center. Oblivious to the sweat drenching him, he craned his dark, weathered face upward, eyes fixed on the raindrops gently drifting from the sky, and shouted, "Master, come witness this. It's raining spiritual rain." It drizzled softly. The pale golden rain from the sky cascaded down like endless fragments of gold sprinkled upon the mortal world. The raindrops fell upon the body without dampening the clothes. Instead, the moment they touched the skin, they melted away like snow and ice seeping into the flesh. The air was filled with an indescribable, mysterious fragrance. Taking a deep breath, the refreshing, almost sweet air flowed down the throat and into the lungs. It felt as if his entire being had been washed from the inside out, becoming light and ethereal. Inhale. Exhale. Taishang stood in the center of the courtyard, his mouth wide open, greedily devouring the raindrops falling from the sky. As the golden rain merged into him, his chest began to heave violently, and a rumbling sound like surging tides echoed from within his body. In the backyard, Yuanshi and Tong Tian, too astonished to continue their squabble, stared blankly at their own rain-soaked hands. Taishang lowered his gaze to his arm. The faint white marks left by the saber of the Mad Blade sect moments ago had already vanished under the golden rain's erosion. Not only that, a faint ancient bronze hue began to emerge on the surface of his skin. The luster was warm like jade, yet carried a heavy metallic texture. Even his breath now carried an indescribable oppressive weight. He could sense that his iron shirt technique had undergone a fundamental transformation in that instant. On the other side, Tontian looked down at the rusted notched chopping knife in his hand. As the golden rain fell upon the blade, the thick rust peeled off in large patches in an instant, revealing a sharp edge gleaming with a cold cyan light. Tontian tentatively gripped the knife and swung it casually in the air. Whoosh! A visible violent gust of wind materialized out of the void, silently slicing a hard, old pine wood 3 feet away into 2 halves. It's more than 10 times smoother. Tongtian's eyes, as large as copper bells, widened in shock. Yuan Shi held a pebble in his hand, feeling as if it had become as light as nothing. He pointed casually. The pebble shot out, wrapped in a faint golden aura, instantly piercing a clean hole through the courtyard wall. The 3 Pure One's disciples exchanged glances. They looked at the earth-shattering changes happening to each other, then stiffly turned their heads toward Lu Jingyuan, who stood on the stone steps of the main hall. At that moment, in the aftermath of the world's origin upgrade, Lu Jingyuan was surrounded by a faint multicolored auspicious cloud. His white Taoist robe fluttered without wind, and his eyes were as deep as the boundless void. Thud! Without any hesitation, the 3 disciples fell to their knees in the muddy ground, knocking their heads heavily against the earth before Lu Jingyuan. Master is divine. We disciples are foolish. Only today do we understand your breathtaking scheme. Taishang's voice trembled with excitement, his face filled with fervor and shame. Yuan Shi, his eyes reddening, kowtowed and said, Master, you endured 100 years of bitter cultivation, ignoring the mortal world. It was not disinterest in worldly affairs. Rather, you used your supreme divine power long ago to seal the spiritual energy of this land, waiting only for today's Great Dao revival. Tongtian, clutching the chopping knife, nodded repeatedly. Master is playing a grand game of chess to command the heavens. How laughable that we once thought you were just a common old Taoist priest. Truly unfilial. Listening to the 3 muscular men wildly overthinking in the courtyard, Lu Jingyuan, standing on the steps, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth violently. His eyelids jumped as he screamed inwardly. I am not. Don't talk nonsense. My previous disregard for the world was because I really couldn't defeat those outside. As for sealing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, I'm just a mortal old Taoist. How could I seal heaven and earth? Though his heart was already raging with complaints, Lu Jingyuan knew clearly that he must not break his sage persona now. He nodded slightly with an expressionless face, his voice ethereal and devoid of any worldly dust. The Great Dao is formless, yet all things have their constancy. This is the beginning of the primeval revival. Go and consolidate your cultivation, but do not let impatience corrupt your Dao heart. We disciples humbly receive your teachings. The 3 disciples kowtowed again, then respectfully withdrew to the backyard. Having dismissed the 3 overthinkers, Lu Jingyuan hurried back to his inner chamber, eager to examine his own body. He sat cross-legged on a wooden chair and sank his mind into his dantian. There in the originally empty dantian, a wisp of pure energy now swirled, radiating a faint purple-golden luster. Mythical true essence. Lu Jingyuan murmured, cautiously guiding that wisp of true essence to circulate slowly through his meridians, though he was not even at the first layer of qi condensation. After this wisp of true essence, transformed from the mythical origin, entered his body, he felt his body become as light as a feather. Float. Lu Jingyuan thought, slightly attempting to move the true essence within him. The next second, a miracle occurred. Without any external support, his feet slowly lifted from the wooden chair. 3 inches off the ground, he hovered silently in midair. I am really flying. Lu Jingyuan stared at his suspended feet, his eyes filled with uncontrollable ecstasy. In a low martial world, even ordinary martial artists using lightness skills could only leap high and needed leverage. But now he was hovering in midair purely statically, without any leverage. This was truly the means of an immortal. In the inner chamber, he clumsily guided the true essence, floating around in the air like a child who had just received a new toy. With this ability, let's see who dares to call me immortal. Lu Jingyuan grinned widely, just as he was immersed in the joy of his newfound power. In his mind, the notification sound of the chat group suddenly rang out frantically, a long, urgent beep. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The system's red alert flashed wildly on the chat group interface. Lu Jingyuan was startled, quickly landed, and sank his mind into the group chat. On the public screen, the ID of the World Society leader was frantically pinging him in a panicked frequency. World Society leader, supreme ruler of the Primordial Dao Ancestor, Hongjun. World Society leader, Dao Ancestor, save me. World Society leader, the prophecy of Mud Buddha has gone wrong. That phone and Yun Duo today, they brought the people of Wushuang City and broke into the World Society's headquarters. World Society leader, great immortal, save me. Xiong Ba is in imminent danger. The main altar of the Tianxia Hui, the 3-part drill ground. Xiong Ba stood on the platform of the chief, where fierce winds howled, his face dark as a thundercloud. He stared at his trembling hands, palms slick with cold sweat. Just moments ago, through the live broadcast in the chat group, he had witnessed with his own eyes Xiao Yan's terrifying heavy sword strike that spanned the galaxy and tore through the void. That one sword utterly shattered the pride Xiong Ba had built over decades. A great Dao master, an existence comparable to a deity, was instantly killed by the Dao Ancestor's disciples' technique of splitting firewood. He murmured, utterly dejected. His proud three-part return to origin Qi in the face of such supreme mythical power was probably not even worth a speck of dust on the ground. What terrified him even more was that Xiao Yan could defy the heavens and change his fate. What about him, Xiong Ba? In Pusa's prophecy for him read, the golden scale is no mere pond dweller, once it meets the wind and cloud it transforms into a dragon. And the second half was success depends on wind and cloud, failure also depends on wind and cloud. He had been extremely arrogant, believing he could manipulate the wind and cloud with his schemes and rule the world. But after witnessing the might of the heavenly gods and demons, he finally understood that before this cold and merciless fate, he was nothing more than a pitiful ant. He did not want to end up with the miserable fate of failure due to wind and cloud. He wanted to defy the heavens and change his destiny. Without any hesitation, Xiong Ba began frantically spamming the chat group. Leader of Tianxia Hui, Supreme Lord of the Primordial Chaos Dao, Ancestor Hongjun. Leader of Tianxia Hui, Great Immortal, save me. Xiong Ba refuses to be a plaything of fate. Leader of Tianxia Hui and Pusa gave me the prophecy success depends on wind and cloud, failure also depends on wind and cloud, and my fate has been firmly locked. Leader of Tianxia Hui, I beg the Dao Ancestor Immortal to grant a divine oracle and give me a way out. Xiao Yan had just successfully annulled his engagement. He was online at the moment and saw Xiong Ba's plea, so he couldn't help but pop up. Third young master of the Xiao family from Wutan City, Chief Xiong, don't worry. The Dao Ancestor is compassionate and merciful. He will surely guide you. Leader of Tianxia Hui, young friend Xiao Yan, this old man is suffering. Leader of Tianxia Hui, this old man will immediately sacrifice half of the martial arts library of the Tianxia Hui to the Dao Ancestor, only begging for the great immortal's mercy. The next second, a huge sacrificial red envelope popped up in the group. Leader of Tianxia Hui sent an exclusive sacrificial red envelope to Supreme Lord of the Primordial Chaos Dao Ancestor Hongjun. Inside the red envelope were the top-tier martial arts essences of the Tianxia Hui, three-part return to origin Qi, cloud dispelling palm, wind god leg, and frost fist. These supreme divine skills capable of causing endless bloodshed in the Fengyun world were now presented by Xiong Ba with great reverence, as if dumping trash. Lu Jingyuan sat on a wooden chair looking at the red envelope, his palms slightly sweating. Three-part return to origin Qi. In the low martial world, this was absolutely one of the top 3 supreme true Qi techniques. Without hesitation, he immediately clicked to claim it. Ding. Successfully claimed the exclusive sacrificial red envelope. Detected low martial technique, 3-part return to origin Qi from the Fengyun world. Assimilated by the low martial rules of this world, automatically transformed into a low-level Taoist breathing method integrated into the martial arts library of Zixiao Temple. In Lu Jingyuan's mind, he instantly had the complete operation route of this technique. However, he was not in a hurry to practice. The most important thing now was to give Xiong Ba theoretical guidance in the group. He had to use the most profound philosophical and sophisticated modern knowledge to completely awe Xiong Ba. Lu Jingyuan cleared his throat and slowly typed a line in the input box. Supreme Lord of the Primordial Chaos Dao Ancestor, Hongjun Wind, is movement, cloud is stillness. Supreme Lord of the Primordial Chaos Dao Ancestor, Hongjun Wind and cloud are nothing but the yin and yang poles derived from this heaven and earth. Supreme Lord of the Primordial Chaos Dao Ancestor, Hongjun, you with your mortal body attempt to forcibly merge the 3 forces of wind, cloud, and frost. Supreme Lord of the Primordial Chaos Dao Ancestor, Hongjun, this so-called 3-part return to origin is nothing but a crude external patchwork, truly a minor path. Supreme Lord of the Primordial Chaos Dao Ancestor, Hongjun, true return to origin should evolve into Tai Chi, giving birth to the 2 polarities, and from 3 all things arise. As soon as these words were sent out, the public screen instantly fell into a deathly silence. In the Fengyun world at the 3-part drill ground, Xiong Ba stood frozen in place, the words of the Dao Ancestor thundering in his mind. Wind and cloud are yin and yang poles. External patchwork, minor path. True return to origin should evolve into Tai Chi. Every word was like a heavy hammer smashing into the depths of his soul. Xiong Ba felt the 3-part return to origin Qi inside his body begin to reverse, wildly, his meridians aching faintly. The divine skill he had painstakingly cultivated for decades was in the Dao Ancestor's mouth, nothing but crude external patchwork. But on second thought, his technique was indeed forcibly crushing and compressing 3 different internal forces together. Once the balance was lost, he would explode and die. Yet the evolve into Tai Chi that the Dao Ancestor spoke of exuded a supreme truth of the natural way of heaven, endless and ever-generating. Tai Chi gives birth to the 2 polarities, from 3 all things arise. Xiong Ba murmured, a flash of unprecedented enlightenment and fervor in his eyes. He seemed to see a door to supreme mythology slowly opening before him. Leader of Tianxia Hui, the great immortal, is wise. The Dao Ancestor's true words have cleared the clouds for me. Leader of Tianxia Hui, I beg the Dao Ancestor to bestow the Tai Chi return to origin method, and I will worship the Dao Ancestor's shrine for all eternity. Lu Jingyuan looked at Xiong Ba's plea and smiled with satisfaction. The bluff had worked. But where could he get the Tai Chi return to origin method? A cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Suddenly he thought of his senior disciple Taishang. Old Lord Taishang, besides practicing the iron shirt by ramming into trees in the courtyard, was most fond of practicing a set of low martial health-preserving Tai Chi. That boxing manual was written casually on a piece of worn paper by Lu Jingyuan based on his past life memories. Try using that. Lu Jingyuan immediately went to the main hall. From the drawer of the table, he pulled out a copy of the Tai Chi boxing manual, its pages already yellowed and stained with a few tea drops. He raised the system's consciousness lens and casually took a photo of the worn manual. Ding. Sent an exclusive red envelope to group member, leader of Tianxiahui. Supreme Lord of the Primordial Chaos Dao Ancestor Hongjuan. This is a fragment used by my senior disciple Taishang for regulating his qi and blood and evolving Tai Chi in his daily practice. Supreme Lord of the Primordial Chaos Dao Ancestor Hongjuan, take it and contemplate it well. This photo of the worn Tai Chi manual under the system's translation filter. In Xiong Ba's eyes instantly transformed into a supreme celestial book emanating black and white energies, with countless yin-yang divine patterns crazily swirling on its surface. From it, there even seemed to be the divine sound of sages chanting scriptures traveling across time and space. Leader of Tianxiahui, this lowly one kowtows to thank the Dao ancestor for granting the divine book. Leader of Tianxiahui, this old man. This disciple will immediately enter seclusion. If I do not comprehend this book, I swear never to emerge. Xiong Ba held the supreme celestial book, in his mind trembling with excitement. He immediately sent dozens of kowtows in the group, then his avatar went dark and he hurried off to enter a death seclusion. At the headquarters of the World Society, rain poured down in torrents. Heavy oppressive clouds hung low over the sky, as if they might collapse at any moment. On the third training ground, the accumulated water had already submerged the ankles, and the icy rain relentlessly scoured the ground. Though Xiong Ba had been in seclusion for several days beneath the surface of the World Society, currents of unrest were already stirring. Wind and cloud had grown increasingly powerful, and the conflict between them and Xiong Ba had reached a point of near irreconcilability. At one side of the training ground, Bu Jingyuan gripped the peerless sword, his expression cold as an ice sculpture. Nie Feng held the snow-drinking saber standing in the wind, and rain, his eyes devoid of their former warmth, replaced by an endless chill. Senior brother Qin Shuang stood opposite the two, his face anxious as he tried to dissuade them. But on the eve of this suffocating storm, every word seemed utterly futile. At that moment, deep within the darkest chamber of the World Society, Xiong Ba sat cross-legged on a cold stone platform. Before him floated the photograph of the Taiji diagram casually sent by the Dao ancestor Hongjun. The chamber was devoid of any light. Yet in Xiong Ba's sight, the photograph emitted a soft and profound black and white radiance. If any other martial artist of the wind and cloud world had seen this image, they might have deemed it merely a crudely drawn black and white circle, even somewhat mundane. But in the eyes of Xiong Ba, who had already glimpsed the threshold of fate, this image revolved slowly in the void along an unimaginably astonishing trajectory. The black and white dividing line within the diagram, in his vision, transformed into a chaotic river spanning the cosmic void, flowing through the rise and fall of endless epochs. The white semicircle, under his inner perception, became the ultimate speed of wind, representing the most violent and capricious movement between heaven and earth. The black semicircle became the nothingness of clouds, representing the heaviest and most silent stillness between heaven and earth. Movement and stillness interlock, yin and yang oppose each other. Xiong Ba's breathing grew exceedingly heavy. In the past, he cultivated the three return to origin qi by forcibly compressing and crushing together the three different inner energies of heavenly frost, fist, cloud, dispelling palm, and divine wind, leg, using tyrannical true qi. Every cycle these three energies ran through his body, violent conflicts erupted. He had to expend most of his energy to forcibly suppress them, and even a slight misstep risked severing his meridians. Now, under the supreme chaotic true intent exuded by this photograph of the Taiji diagram, he finally understood. Wind and cloud were never conflicting mortal enemies. They were merely the yin and yang aspects of heaven and earth in the process of Taiji evolution. Wind has no form, cloud has no form. When yin and yang unite, they become the primordial chaos. Xiong Ba let out a low roar, and a piercing glint burst from his eyes. He abruptly shut his eyes and began to guide the three conflicting raging currents of true qi within his body. In the past, he had suppressed them with brute force. Now he followed the rotational trajectory of the black and white fish in the Taiji diagram, gently guiding the three streams of true qi to rotate. At that instant, the true qi within Xiong Ba seemed to find a vent. They no longer raged or conflicted. Instead, they transformed into a vast interwoven black and white energy spinning madly within his dantian. The rotation grew faster and faster. The originally gaseous true qi, under extreme compression, began a fundamental qualitative change. Gradually, the dense true qi condensed, forming droplets of liquid that exuded a faint fragrance. Finally, the droplets converged toward the center and collapsed. Boom! A cataclysmic roar, as if heaven and earth were splitting apart, suddenly echoed in Xiong Ba's mind. He felt all his meridians instantly widen more than tenfold. Deep within his dantian, a perfectly round black and white pill radiating the endless Dao rhythm of primordial chaos, the Hunyuan golden core, fully coalesced into form. This was the crystallization of the ultimate martial arts. The moment the golden core took shape, Xiong Ba's originally graying hair began to turn black at a visible rate. The wrinkles on his face rapidly faded, and his blood vitality surged like a dragon. He had transcended the limits of an ordinary mortal martial artist. He had stepped into the half-step, martial immortal realm never before achieved in this world. Bang! The heavy iron door leading to Xiong Ba's secret chamber on the third training ground suddenly exploded into a hail of iron shavings with a loud crash. In the wind and rain, before the iron shavings could fall to the ground, they were turned into nothingness in midair by an invisible force. The pupils of Wind and Cloud contracted as they tightened their grips on their divine weapons. Qin Shuang also turned his head, looking with disbelief at the slowly dispersing smoke and dust. There, a middle-aged man with long black hair flowing over his shoulders and a towering figure, hands clasped behind his back, walked out step by step from the depths of the great hall. Not a trace of true qi leaked from his body. But the moment he stepped out of the hall, the endless torrential rain falling from the sky, when approaching within 3 zhang of him, parted of its own accord, silently dissolving. Xiong Ba's expression was cold, and in his deep eyes there was no longer the arrogance and brutality of the past. Instead, there was a supreme indifference that regarded all things in heaven and earth as mere ants. Xiong Ba, today is your death day. Wu Jingyuan roared, the hatred accumulated over a decade erupting in that instant. He leaped into the air, and the peerless sword transformed into a sky-covering black sword wave in the wind and rain. Cloud dispelling palm, heaven plunging cloudfall. At the same time, Niefeng moved. His form became a cyan storm, and the divine wind leg left countless afterimages in midair. In that instant, the torrential rain was forcibly torn open into a massive void by the two's attacks. 2 streams of terrifying wind, enough to destroy the entire headquarters of the world society, smashed toward Xiong Ba with overwhelming force. Facing this combined lethal strike of wind and cloud, Xiong Ba only sneered disdainfully. Fate. Before the great Dao of the Dao ancestor, fate is nothing but a joke. Xiong Ba slowly extended his right hand, his expression indifferent. He gently pushed forward his right palm. There was no sky-filling, 3-colored, true qi, no earth-shattering airwaves. There was only 100 zhang taiji diagram, black and white, clear and distinct, radiating an overwhelming sense of oppression taking shape in the void. Still, the taiji diagram descended spinning. In that instant, the violent wind and the torrential rain on the third training ground, even the divine weapons in the hands of Wind and Cloud, were forcibly frozen in midair by a terrifyingly supreme law. The moment the taiji diagram descended on the third training ground, wind and rain howled. Wu Jingyuan's cloud-pushing palm surged with overwhelming force, while Niefeng's wind god leg left a trail of afterimages in the sky. The 2 terrifying gales, capable of annihilating everything wrapped in the torrential rain, smashed violently toward Xiong Ba. Yet the moment these 2 forces approached within 3 zhang of Xiong Ba, a soft hum resonated. The 100 zhang black and white taiji diagram, slowly rotating in the void, emitted strands of gentle radiance. The radiance seemed as thin as a cicada's wing, fragile and delicate. But the instant the violent winds and sharp blades collided with it, something extremely bizarre occurred. In that moment, the fierce winds abruptly fell silent. The torrential rain, upon touching the taiji radiance, transformed into gentle droplets, softly falling to the ground. The destructive palm force of cloud-pushing palm and the tearing energy of wind god leg vanished silently, like a clay ox entering the sea, dissolving and melting away. How is this possible? Wu Jingyuan clutched the peerless sword tightly, his entire body frozen in midair. His face was pale, his eyes filled with indescribable horror. This strike had poured out over a decade of his resentment and fury, enough to crush even divine iron into powder. Yet now, without even touching the corner of his opponent's robe, it had been forcibly neutralized. On a hidden mountain peak outside the World Society headquarters, a man in plain robes holding a bamboo flute stood against the wind. His face was gaunt, his eyes deep as the heavenly sword. The heavenly sword Wu Ming. At this moment, the legendary martial arts myth, whose fame shook the world, let the bamboo flute slip from his hand, falling into the mud. Wu Ming stared fixedly at the slowly rotating 100 zhang taiji diagram on the training ground, trembling all over. This is no ordinary martial art. This is not true qi. This is the creation of heaven and earth, the laws of cosmic order. As the heavenly sword, he could best sense the changes in the world. In that instant, he even felt the very heavenly Dao of the Fengyun world bow and tremble beneath that taiji diagram. In the center of the training ground, Xiong Ba looked at Feng and Yun, immobilized midair, their faces filled with terror. His tall, imposing figure trembled slightly. Motion and stillness clash, yin and yang counteract each other. The power of wind and cloud from you two is merely a tiny corner of the evolution of Taiji. Xiong Ba spoke calmly, his voice ethereal and majestic. He slowly raised his hands, making an extremely gentle, rounded gesture in the void. His hands swept through the air, drawing circles of black and white yin-yang currents. It was a move from Taijiquan, wild horse parts its mane. In the low-martial primordial world, this was merely a stretching exercise for the Supreme Lord to maintain health. But catalyzed by Xiong Ba's Supreme Dao rhythm now condensed into a Hunyuan golden core, it transformed into a terrifying divine technique capable of overturning heaven and earth. Go. Xiong Ba held his hands as if embracing something, his expression cold, and gently pushed forward. In an instant, black and white qi surged madly from his palms, forming a yin-yang dragon spanning 100 zhang. The dragon carried no violent aura but an irresistible taiji neutralizing force. The dragon swept across. Two dull thuds sounded simultaneously. Bu Jingyuan and Nie Feng were struck as if by a heavy blow. Their protective true qi dissolved instantly, and their bones emitted harsh cracking sounds. The peerless sword flew from Bu Jingyuan's hand, embedding itself obliquely in the stone slab. The snow-drinking mad blade also let out a mournful cry and fell to the ground. Feng and Yun vomited large mouthfuls of blood, their bodies like broken kites flying backward, heavily smashing through the palace's stone pillars and collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. One move. Just one move, and Feng and Yun combined were utterly defeated, severely wounded, and unable to stand. Xiong Ba stood in the center of the training ground, looking at Feng and Yun struggling in the pool of blood. He couldn't help but laugh uproariously, his laughter filled with boundless fervor and relief. The thick, dark clouds in the sky were violently torn apart by an invisible force in that instant. A ray of brilliant golden sunlight fell upon Xiong Ba, as if draping him in a mythical golden armor. Defeated by wind and cloud, fate cannot be defied. Before the Great Dao Ancestor, so-called fate is merely a plaything in the palm. Xiong Ba laughed until tears almost fell. He had finally kicked apart the shackles of fate that had pressed heavily on him for decades. He turned his head, looking at the utterly despairing Feng and Yun, his expression cold. According to his former violent nature, he would have struck them dead on the spot. But now, having condensed the Hunyuan golden core, his vision had long surpassed the limits of this world. Kill Feng and Yun? No. He would subdue them, completely rewriting the karma of this world. Wind cloud, those who follow me prosper, those who oppose me perish. From today, you two will remain in the world society, following this old man to convert to the Dao Ancestor. Xiong Ba's voice was like a divine oracle. Under the suppression of absolute power and the cold bondage of the Taiji diagram's laws, Feng and Yun exchanged a glance, seeing the despair and compromise in each other's eyes, and finally lowered their heads silently. Guards. Xiong Ba waved his hand grandly and commanded loudly, pass my decree. Pass the sect leader's decree. In the very center of the World Society headquarters, exhaust all the gold in the empire to build a supreme golden hall. Within the golden hall, erect the shrine of the supreme myth Dao Ancestor Hongjun. All members of the World Society must sincerely worship at dawn, noon, and dusk, no delays. Yes, the sect leader lives for 1,000 autumns, unifying the martial world. Tens of thousands of World Society members knelt in the wind and rain, shouting madly. Before long, a huge golden shining shrine rose from the ground at the World Society headquarters. Xiong Ba personally led 100,000 members kneeling respectfully before the shrine, kowtowing sincerely, offering the purest incense. Boom. The endless power of incense and wishful force turned into white mist, crossing infinite space and time dimensions, continuously converging into the Xiao Temple of the primordial world. Above the Xiao Temple, a ripple of invisible space suddenly spread out. Like a stone thrown into a calm lake, the ripple expanded wildly in all directions. Immediately after, strands of white mist, as if tangible, traversed the boundless barriers of space and time, cascading mightily from the depths of the heavens. It was the purest and most devout incense offering of 10,000 followers from the Wind and Cloud World's Tianxia Society. After the golden system notification sounded, the already extremely rich spiritual energy at the summit of Xiao suddenly began to surge wildly in that instant. Doubled, tripled, a full 3 times. The pale golden spiritual rain instantly became denser, transforming into a sweeping golden mist. The mist was so thick it nearly condensed into liquid, flowing slowly over the ground. The once withered yellow grass and trees on the back hill began to grow wildly at a visible speed under the wash of this terrifying spiritual energy. Common weeds grew to 1/2 meter high in an instant, with faint green fluorescence flowing on the leaf surfaces. Jingyuan sat cross-legged in the main hall, feeling his meridians swelling. The strand of golden true essence circulated crazily in his body, and his cultivation base was firmly stabilized at the first layer of qi refining. He felt his spiritual sense become incredibly sharp. He could even clearly hear the crisp sound of bamboo shoots breaking through the soil in the courtyard. In the center of the courtyard, Taishang was standing in a standard horse stance. Because the spiritual energy concentration had suddenly tripled, the air around him began to distort. Strands of golden spiritual energy turned into tiny vortices, drilling crazily into his body through his pores. Hot. So hot. Taishang gritted his teeth, his veins bulging. Inside his body, the Taiqing true qi was racing like mad through his extraordinary meridians with the breathing of the horse stance. His skin, which had become dark and rough from years of sun exposure and hard qigong training, suddenly began to tremble violently. Senior brother Yu. What's wrong? Yuan Shi, who had just walked out of the side hall, cried out in shock at the sight. On Taishang's body, thick streams of white steam were rising continuously like boiling water. Then, under Yuan Shi's shocked gaze, Taishang's dark cracked skin began to show crisscrossing cracks. Crack, crack, accompanied by a series of crisp splitting sounds. Pieces of dark lifeless dead skin kept peeling off his body like a snake shedding its skin. They fell onto the stone floor and instantly turned to black ash. Beneath the peeling black skin was revealed a layer of new skin, white as jade and translucent. The skin was as white as flawless jade, faintly emitting a noble and holy glow. Is this senior brother? Yuan Shi rubbed his eyes, his face full of disbelief. The man who used to be like a black iron tower had now transformed into an immortal who seemed to have descended from heaven untouched by worldly dust. Taishang let out a loud roar, completely releasing the pent-up violent power within him. He stomped hard. Boom. His Taiching true chi instantly boiled over. Strands of golden Xianhuang light, as if tangible, flowed wildly from his skin surface. Finally, they coalesced into a golden merit circle in the void, faintly protecting his entire body. Taishang curiously touched his jade-like skin. He casually picked up a sharp steel sword left behind by the Mad Blade sect. Then, gripping the steel sword tightly, he slashed it fiercely against his white arm. Clang! A dull metallic clash rang out sharply. The tempered steel sword, upon striking Taishang's skin, left not even a faint white mark. Instead, the steel blade, unable to withstand the terrifying rebound force, shattered into several pieces on the spot. Taishang stood frozen, looking at the pieces of iron on the ground, then at his unscathed jade-like arm. His eyes instantly burst with uncontrollable ecstasy. Master! Master! Taishang fell to his knees with a thud, his voice trembling with excitement, kowtowing wildly toward the main hall. Disciple's iron shirt seems to be completely impervious to blades and spears. Disciple can even feel a mysterious golden divine light constantly protecting Disciple's primordial spirit. Yuan Shi stood beside him, completely dumbfounded. Is this still iron shirt? Can iron shirt produce golden light? Can it make the body as hard as diamond? This is clearly an immortal's indestructible golden body. Just as Taishang was kowtowing wildly and Yuan Shi stood frozen, creak. The heavy wooden door of the main hall was slowly pushed open. Lu Jingyuan walked out slowly with his hands behind his back, taking a mysterious, faintly floating step. Actually, when he saw Taishang's jade-like skin faintly glowing with Xianhuang light, his heart was already in turmoil, and he cursed inwardly. Damn it. Damn it. I just wrote a generic iron shirt skill to fool him back then. And you actually used iron shirt to forcibly cultivate the Xianhuang indestructible golden body. This mutation of the primordial scripture is just too unreasonable. Although he was so shocked he wanted to curse, Lu Jingyuan's face remained as calm as an ancient pool, without a single ripple. He stood with hands behind his back, looking down coldly at Taishang kneeling in the mud. In an ethereal voice devoid of any worldly fire, he said calmly, "It's just a slight mutation of the mundane iron shirt. Such a realm is merely the beginning before the true, supreme Dao. When you can cultivate this body to the state of diamond indestructibility and imperishability through all tribulations, then report to me." In the Super God universe, aboard the Demon Twin Wings spacecraft. In the spacious high-tech hall, dark blue holographic screens pulsated gently in the void. The demon queen Liang Bing was sprawled languidly on a massive black demon throne. She crossed her legs and held a slender, specially crafted cigarette between her fingers. Her slightly wavy black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and beneath her delicate makeup, there was a wild, unbridled arrogance. "Achuo, come take a look at this." Liang Bing exhaled a wisp of smoke and pointed at the pale blue glowing chat group interface before her. "This thing called the All Realms chat group has been ringing in my head for days." The tall demon guard Achuo stepped forward, lowering his head respectfully. "My queen, can't even our celestial computer fully trace the source of this signal?" Liang Bing snorted coldly, a flash of arrogance in her eyes. "Earlier I only used passive defense mode, which let this crappy group slip through. Just now I glanced at the group history. Those guys keep going on about Dao, Ancestor, and Immortal. Damn, what backward galaxies primitive natives are these? All that feudal superstition." In Liang Bing's understanding, all magic miracles and space-time teleportation were essentially undocumented super technology. What they called the 9-revolution golden pill was merely a high-concentration gene optimization fluid. And what they called ascension to heaven in broad daylight was just an advanced application of micro-wormhole transportation technology. As for the one who called himself Dao Ancestor Hongjun, in Liang Bing's eyes he was probably just a lucky primitive who stumbled upon a high civilization relic. "My queen, about that photo of the table earlier." Achuo spoke hesitantly, clearly still haunted by the brief crash of Demon 1. Liang Bing waved her hand impatiently, cutting off Achuo. "That time the celestial computer's firewall just hit a logic deadlock during passive analysis." "That was passive. This time I'm going to activate Demon 1's active intrusion protocol and trace the signal source straight to his hideout." Liang Bing abruptly straightened up on the throne, her eyes blazing with the fervor of a tech fanatic. "I'll see exactly which godforsaken primitive planet this pretentious old Hongjun is hiding on." "Achuo, connect me to Demon 1's core algorithm library. Force the computing power up to 50%. At your command, my queen." Achuo's expression turned serious and he immediately strode to the control console in the center of the hall, his fingers flying across the holographic keyboard. Whom! Deep within the demon twin wings, the massive nuclear reactor began to emit a low rumble. Countless beams of deep blue light wove together in the air, forming a giant three-dimensional sphere model. That was the main computing array of Demon 1, the celestial computer. Active intrusion protocol initiated. Beginning trace of the All Realms chat group's underlying code flow. Locking onto the spiritual wave IP of user, Primordial Supreme, Sovereign Dao Ancestor Hongjun. Liang Bing watched the crazily fluctuating data on the screen, a triumphant smirk curling at the corner of her mouth. Primitive, brace yourself for a dimensional strike from the pinnacle technology of the known universe. Algorithm loading. 10, 30, 50. Data connection successful. Beginning forced reverse analysis of the target's geographical location and spacetime dimensions. At the console, Achuo's forehead was already beaded with cold sweat. The green data streams on the screen began to pour downward at a dizzying, frantic speed. However, the moment Demon 1's domineering active detection wave pierced the spacetime barrier and touched the void coordinates of the low-martial primordial world, where Lu Jingyuan resided. Warning! Warning! Alert! Detected incomprehensible backlash from supreme rule power. Inside the hall, the originally gentle blue light instantly turned into a blinding blood red. The piercing siren instantly tore through the silence of the entire warship. Damn! What the hell is this now? The cigarette butt in Liang Bing's mouth dropped onto her thigh, with a plop searing her skin and making her gasp. At the console, Achuo's fingers were pounding the keyboard so fast they left after images, and he shouted in terror, "My queen! Demon 1's computing logic is collapsing on a massive scale. Spatial dimension calculation failed. Timeline calculation failed. The target's coordinates. No gravity. No mass. Not even the speed of light limit. The celestial computer's underlying code is being forcibly formatted." On the holographic screen, the three-dimensional sphere model, which originally represented the infinite starry sky, began to collapse wildly inward in that instant. Countless lines of code turned into black nothingness, as if being ruthlessly erased from this world by an invisible ancient giant hand. At the very center of Demon 1's main screen, lines of mysterious golden runes evolved from the supreme primordial rules began to forcibly occupy all system interfaces with overwhelming dominance. Detected prying by an ant. Supreme primordial law verdict. Great disrespect. Forcibly terminating computation. Warning. Core fuse is melting. System logic completely collapsed. To prevent physical core explosion, the system will force a shutdown. My queen, pull out now. Achuo roared hysterically. The invisible backlash force traveling along the holographic screen seemed to threaten to shatter even Liang Bing's divine body algorithm. Liang Bing felt an indescribable chill and tremor deep within her soul. It was like a mortal staring directly at the origin of the Big Bang. Insignificance. Despair. Cut it off. Forcefully disconnect the power supply. Liang Bing's face contorted in terror, and she let out a scream that discarded all dignity. Bang! A dull thud. At that moment, all the holographic screens in the Hall of the Demon Twin Wings fell into dead black silence. The entire majestic warship lost all power in an instant, plunging into absolute darkness. Only the red emergency backup lights flickered with an eerie glow all around. Huh. Huff. Huh. Liang Bing abruptly stood up from the demon throne. Her hands gripped the armrests tightly, her whole body trembling violently as she gasped for breath. Her delicate smoky eye makeup had long since smeared into a mess under the cold sweat, making her look somewhat comical. But at this moment she couldn't care less. Liang Bing stared fixedly at the core control console, which had gone completely black, and was even emitting wisps of white smoke. In her eyes there was only endless fear and disbelief. Damn. What kind of civilization is this, eh? Super God Universe Demon Twin Wings. The red emergency alarm lights flickered in the dim hall one by one. Cold and oppressive. Liang Bing slumped on the demon throne as if all strength had been drained from her. My Queen Demon 1 is rebooting, the core algorithm is damaged by 3%. Otto stood by, his voice hoarse, and his face pale as death. I know. Liang Bing waved weakly, staring at the console that was beginning to emit white smoke. As a god who had lived for tens of thousands of years, she discovered for the first time that the scientific worldview she had steadfastly held had shattered into fragments in that instant. The other party hadn't even moved a hand, merely relying on a trace of residual pressure, and directly crashed her proud Demon 1, causing it to freeze solid. What the hell did that mean? It meant that the other's dimension was so terrifyingly high that she couldn't even look up to reach it. For a full half hour, not a single message from Liang Bing appeared on the public screen of the chat group. The other big shots in the group also maintained a tacit silence at that moment. Even Xiong Ba, who usually loved to flatter, was also stunned and dared not casually speak. Just then an ID lit up. Iron Man Demon King, madam, it seems your data tracking failed. Iron Man, just now Jarvis detected an immeasurable dark energy fluctuation erupting instantaneously in the void. Iron Man, that ship of yours that looks very advanced, could it be that it's out of power? Tony Stark in his luxurious mansion stared at the screen, his tone carrying a hint of teasing, but his palms were sweating. He knew that the power that had just erupted had completely surpassed the limits of human technology. Demon King, get lost. Demon King, you mortal wrapped in iron, what the hell do you know? Demon King, if you had looked directly at the power of that dimension, just now your brain matter would be burned to paste within a microsecond. As soon as Liang Bing appeared, she unleashed a furious triple barrage. But this time no one in the group thought she was bragging. Because after sending these words, Liang Bing immediately adopted an extremely humble, even cautious attitude. She separately ed that golden dazzling group card. Demon King, Supreme Ruler of Primordial Chaos, Ancestor Hongjun. Demon King, Great Immortal Ancestor. No, your majesty, Ancestor. Demon King, just now this ignorant one tried to analyze your supreme divine throne with shallow computational power, disturbing your majesty, beg for your majesty's forgiveness. Demon King, this one only wishes to inquire. In the photo you sent earlier, Demon King, what high-dimensional algorithm was used for the space-folding technology contained in that table? Demon King, why can I sense a supreme gravitational field that is infinitely collapsing, yet perfectly balanced from it? Liang Bing was truly anxious. She had been stuck at a bottleneck for thousands of years while researching space-folding and micro-wormhole transportation. If she could obtain even a tiny bit of guidance from this ancestor's mouth, her fourth-generation divine body technology would definitely undergo a qualitative leap. In the inner chamber of Xiao Palace, Lu Jingyuan was holding a teacup watching Liang Bing's almost kneeling plea for advice. His expression became extremely vivid in that instant. High-dimensional algorithm. Infinitely collapsing gravitational field. I just casually took a photo of that crappy pine table in my room with my phone. Lu Jingyuan barely suppressed the urge to burst out laughing on the spot. He looked at the other end of the screen with some pity at the demon queen whose worldview had completely collapsed. So this is the so-called brain-filling flow. The mythological translation filter is indeed the first divine artifact for showing off. Lu Jingyuan cleared his throat. In his mind, countless Taoist classics and mystical anecdotes from his past life began to spin rapidly. To awe a god of technology, one must use the most esoteric, mathematically inexplicable supreme philosophy. He slowly typed a line in the input box. Supreme Ruler of Primordial Chaos Ancestor, Hongjun, High Dimension. Algorithm. Supreme Ruler of Primordial Chaos Ancestor, Hongjun, mundane views after all, are hard to escape the fences of the void. Supreme Ruler of Primordial Chaos Ancestor Hongjun, in the eyes of the Tao space is formless, dimensions are impermanent, they are merely shackles that mortals impose upon themselves. Supreme Ruler of Primordial Chaos Ancestor Hongjun, that ordinary wooden table you saw, is merely a minor Sumer mustard seed technique I casually perform on ordinary days. Supreme Ruler of Primordial Chaos Ancestor Hongjun, Sumeru can contain a mustard seed, and a mustard seed can also contain Sumeru. Supreme Ruler of Primordial Chaos Ancestor Hongjun, a grain of sand, a world. Supreme Ruler of Primordial Chaos Ancestor Hongjun, a leaf, a bodhi. Sent. A few extremely simple words, not many characters. But in the moment they were sent, the system's powerful mythological filter once again deconstructed and translated these two sentences. Super God Universe. In the hall, Liang Bing stared intensely at the lines that appeared on the screen. Sumeru, mustard seed. A grain of sand, a world, oh, a leaf, a bodhi. She murmured. Each word fell into her ears like a thunderclap. In the past, she had studied space by using complex mathematical formulas to define every coordinate and by using energy to forcibly distort the void. Thus, she needed an unimaginably vast amount of dark energy for support. But these two sentences from the ancestor were telling her space is inherently idealistic. It is not a container that needs to be forcibly twisted, it is itself an embodiment of a rule. A grain of sand, a world. If every atom is defined as a complete miniature spatial dimension, then folding space requires no vast energy, only logical overlap. Boom. In Liang Bing's mind, a lightning bolt that tore through the eternal darkness suddenly flashed. The fourth-generation divine body algorithm within her, which had been stuck at a bottleneck for thousands of years. In that instant, because of this brief Taoist and Buddhist gatha, it spontaneously produced a series of frantic code self-corrections. The system's underlying logic was frantically reorganized in that moment. Warning. Detected benign mutation in the divine body underlying algorithm. Space folding efficiency. Increasing. 10%. 20%. 30%. The originally dim screen of Demon 1 suddenly lit up with brilliant deep blue light. The system's cold prompt tone even carried a hint of tremble. Divine body algorithm. Upgrade complete. My queen. Space transportation efficiency has increased by a full 30%. Liang Bing stood frozen in place. She looked at her hands in the void. She didn't even need any energy guidance, just a single thought. Her arm vanished into the micro-wormhole and appeared in the void several zhang away. 30%. One sentence increased my algorithm by 30%. Liang Bing was struck as if by lightning. Her worldview completely collapsed in that instant. Her legs gave way and she heavily fell back onto the demon throne, muttering to herself, the end of technology is really damn metaphysics. In the main hall of the Purple Cloud Temple, Lu Jingyuan reclined comfortably on a bamboo chair freshly padded with cushions. He watched the barrage of frantic pleas for guidance from Liang Bing and Tony flooding the chat group's public screen. A thin sheen of cold sweat beaded on his forehead. No, these guys are way too good at overthinking. The little knowledge I have left will be drained dry by their endless theories of metaphysics and science. I need to find something else to occupy them. Jingyuan massaged his temples, pondering. If he kept lecturing on the profound Dao every day, he would eventually be exposed. He had to find some techniques that would get them moving and thinking on their own. But the only cultivation manuals he possessed were the iron shirt and the flying stone skill. He couldn't just hand out the iron shirt again. Then a spark of inspiration struck Jingyuan, and he recalled his experiences from Earth before his transmigration. Got it. The universally popular broadcast gymnastics, which contained the ultimate biomechanics of human motion, and the 24-form Tai Chi routine practiced daily by the elderly in parks. These things, though merely ordinary fitness routines on Earth, would be transformed into unimaginably profound techniques under the mythological translation filter of the transdimensional chat group. Jingyuan immediately connected to the system and forcibly extracted the videos of the 9th set of broadcast gymnastics and the 24-form park Tai Chi from his past life memories. Then, with a tone of profound compassion and ethereal resonance, he sent an announcement in the group: Hongwang Supreme, Lord Dao Ancestor Hongjuan, today, the primordial chaos awakens, and I am moved by fate. Hongwang Supreme, Lord Dao Ancestor Hongjuan, I bestow upon you a fragment of the basic body tempering manual used by the children of my realm to awaken their vital energy. Hongwang Supreme, Lord Dao Ancestor Hongjuan, take it and diligently temper your flesh. Ding. You have uploaded group files, 9th set of mythical body training exercises, and 24-form supreme Tai Chi art. Upload successful. Jingyuan let out a long sigh of relief, picked up his teacup with a clear conscience, and prepared to continue his role as an aloof observer. On the other end of the group files. The moment the files appeared, the group members swarmed and frantically clicked download. Marvel Universe, Stark Industries Tower. Tony Stark, bare-chested and holding a can of cola, stared nervously at the holographic screen before him. Jarvis, download those 2 files the Dao Ancestor uploaded. Yes, sir. In a microsecond the files were downloaded. Tony glanced at the bland file names and snorted. 9th set of mythical body training exercises. 24-form supreme Tai Chi art. Sounds like some outdated fitness method. Jarvis, import these 2 routines into a 3D human model and run a full holographic simulation analysis. Understood, sir. Building a human biomechanical energy flow model. A 3-dimensional human projection woven from countless lines slowly materialized on the sapphire blue holographic screen. As the video played, the 3D projection began to move in rigid synchronization with the motions of the 9th set of broadcast gymnastics. Stretching exercise. Chest expansion exercise. Tony sat aside, amused by the somewhat comical movements. Isn't this just child's play? What so? But before he could finish, a piercing alarm blared across the holographic screen. Ding. Discovery. Detected an extremely terrifying human body energy resonance. Sir, look at the energy flow diagram. Jarvis's normally cold mechanical voice now carried an uncontrollable sharpness and tremor. Tony sprang to his feet, crushing the cola can in his hand, spraying soda everywhere. On the 3D human model, at the moment of the chest expansion movement, the normally static lymphatic system and neural meridians erupted with a dazzling pale blue light. What is this? Tony's breath caught. Sir, this is no simple calisthenics. Every extension angle and arm-raising arc perfectly matches the optimal resonance frequency of the human bioelectric field and magnetic field. When the entire routine is completed, cell activity increases tenfold. The energy flow efficiency through the meridians undergoes a qualitative leap. This is a high-dimensional gene evolution matrix that forcibly harnesses the geomagnetic field through biomechanics. Jarvis frantically reported errors, his logic database inexplicably spawning such terms. Tony stared blankly at the 3D model, still performing the stretching exercise over and over. His mind went blank, feeling his worldview once again mercilessly shattered. In the Dao Ancestor's world, children's enlightenment training involves such a supreme gene evolution matrix. Is this the essence of supreme mythology? Tony clutched his head in pain. Meanwhile, on the demon's twin wings in the super god universe, Liang Bing, who had just upgraded her 4th-generation divine body algorithm. After simulating the 24-form supreme Tai Chi art with her divine body algorithm, she collapsed straight from the demon king's throne. Screw. Liang Bing stared intently at the movements like white crane spreads wings and single whip on the screen. In her micro-wormhole transport algorithm, these 24 forms were not martial arts at all. They were 24 perfectly closed-loop spatial vector formulas. White crane spreads wings represents the forced expansion of local spatial dimensions. Single whip represents the singularity positioning of space folding. Liang Bing trembled and tentatively threw a punch in the air following the single whip movement of Tai Chi. No energy fluctuation, not even a trace of spatial ripple. Her figure silently vanished from the spot at the moment of the punch. When she reappeared, she had crossed dozens of meters and landed steadily at the other end of the hall. Silent. Traceless. Even the thermal feedback from her divine body dropped to absolute zero. Tai Chi demon teleportation. Liang Bing stared at her hands, barely holding back a scream of ecstasy. Dao Ancestor. This is no health exercise. This is clearly the supreme space leap holy art of the universe. For a moment the group's public screen erupted with uncontrollable frenzied gratitude and cheers. Lord of the World Society, deeply grateful for the divine technique bestowed by the Dao Ancestor. After practicing this Tai Chi, my golden core circulates 100 times smoother. Demon King Mighty Dao Ancestor. This mythical body training exercise solved all the energy feedback problems of my micro-wormhole transport. Iron Man Great Immortal I. Stark completely convinced. This divine exercise is a miracle. Watching the top-tier big shots in the group frantically spamming praises. In the Purple Cloud Palace, Jingyuan silently took a sip of hot tea, his face etched with a numb weariness. You all really can overthink things. However, just as the chat was buzzing with excitement and the big shots were pouring out adoration, a golden supreme entry announcement suddenly rippled through the group. System notice, Primordial Deity Yang Hao has joined the chat. The new member's first words plunged the lively chat into dead silence. Primordial Deity Yang Hao, anyone here? Primordial Deity Yang Hao, I'm so hungry. Is there any beast milk to drink? Deep within the great wilderness stone village, the morning mist had not yet fully dissipated. The little one Hao was hugging a large black dog sitting listlessly on a boulder at the village entrance. His tiny stomach let out a series of rumbling protests. Uncle Big Stone said the ant from the neighboring village won't be milking the spirit beasts today. I'm so hungry, I really want some spirit milk. The little one sniffled, rubbing his flat belly with a hint of grievance. Just then, a translucent pale blue holographic screen suddenly popped up in his mind. It was the All Realms chat group that he had inexplicably joined moments ago. The little one typed a crooked line of text with his consciousness. Desolate Heavenly Emperor Yang Hao, anyone here? Desolate Heavenly Emperor Yang Hao, I'm so hungry. Is there any spirit milk to drink? After the message was sent, the big shots in the group, who had been fervently praising Tai Chi, fell silent instantly. Desolate Heavenly Emperor. In the Xiao Temple courtyard, Jingyuan, who had been leisurely sipping tea while lying on a bamboo chair, almost sprayed the hot tea. He stared intently at the gleaming golden, desolate Heavenly Emperor, his heart pounding uncontrollably. Holy crap. The little rascal Hao from Perfect World has joined the group. He's still a little one who carries a milk pot every day, isn't he? Seeing Hao frantically shouting about hunger in the group, Jingyuan rubbed his temples and instantly realized this was a perfect opportunity to forge a bond. This future desolate Heavenly Emperor was the supreme being who stood alone across the ages, slaughtering his way to the heavens above. Now that he was young, if he could win him over with a few hearty meals, it would become an unbreakable, unparalleled connection in the future. What food should I send over? Jingyuan stood up, pacing back and forth in the hall with some distress. He really didn't have any spirit milk. However, he suddenly remembered his senior disciple Taishang. A few days ago, when the world upgraded and spiritual rain fell, Taishang caught some mutated wild pheasants in the back mountain. Those pheasants had absorbed trace amounts of true qi, their meat tender and plump. Got it. I'll use this to feed the little rascal. Jingyuan immediately walked to the backyard and shouted to Taishang. Taishang, go clean those pheasants from the back mountain. Use the wild honey from the back mountain and a few medicinal herbs, and roast them till crispy on the outside and tender on the inside for your master. Hearing his master's decree, Taishang dared not delay. He immediately rolled up his sleeves, grabbed a cleaver, and dashed toward the back mountain. In just a short while, from the woodshed at the back mountain, a rich, almost sweet, peculiar aroma of meat began to waft. The sweet fragrance of honey mixed with the herbal scent and the unique fatty aroma of the spirit chicken lingered in the courtyard for a long time. Taishang respectfully brought a large wooden platter. On it lay 3 enormous roasted chickens, golden and glistening with oil, their skin crispy. Jingyuan nodded in satisfaction at the quality. He summoned the system and packed the most plump roasted chicken leg into an exclusive red packet. Sent. Hongwang Supreme Ruler Dao Ancestor Hongjun has sent you an exclusive red packet. Hongwang Supreme Ruler Dao Ancestor Hongjun, this is a celestial fowl from my realm, not even an immortal grade, but consider it a little treat for you, little one. Stone Village, the Great Wilderness. The little one was doodling circles on the ground out of boredom. The golden red packet that suddenly popped up in his mind caught him off guard. Exclusive red packet. Curiously, he reached out his little hand and lightly tapped the air. Buzz! A soft sound rang out from the void, and a dazzling 7-colored divine light blazed at the entrance of Stone Village. Accompanying the divine light was a rich, sweet, overwhelmingly terrifying aroma of meat. The moment it appeared, like an invisible ripple, it instantly swept across the entire Stone Village and even spread wildly into the depths of the Great Wilderness. Old Chief Shi Yunfeng, who was smoking his pipe at the village entrance, shuddered violently. His pipe clattered to the ground. He inhaled deeply the aroma in the air, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks. What kind of precious medicine's fragrance is this? Just one sniff and the blood and chi inside me are boiling wildly. Meanwhile, the divine light faded. In the little one Hao's arms, a golden chicken leg the size of half his body had appeared. The chicken leg was roasted to perfection, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with glistening honey syrup hanging from the skin, sizzling with hot oil. Even more miraculous, on this chicken leg, faint crimson flame-like radiance began to rise. Under the catalysis of the supreme laws of the great wilderness in the perfect world, this piece of mutated pheasant meat originally from a low-martial world of the Honghuang possessed an extremely faint, previously negligible hybrid turkey golden crow bloodline. Under the most primitive ancient rules of the great wilderness, it was forcibly awakened, purified, and reverted to its ancestral form. This was no longer pheasant meat. Within the laws of the perfect world, it had transformed into a piece of primordial pureblood vermilion bird meat that shot up fragrant clouds and radiated divine rays. The true essence of the primordial vermilion bird emanating from it even condensed into miniature fiery red vermilion bird phantoms spreading their wings and soaring in the steam above the chicken leg. So fragrant. The little one knew nothing about vermilion bird bloodlines. All he knew was that this huge chicken leg looked absolutely delicious. He wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. With a gulp, he opened his tiny mouth and took a big bite of the chicken leg. The meat entered his mouth. The skin was crispy and sweet, the honey sweetness exploding on his tongue. The inner meat was tender and juicy, so soft it seemed to melt in his mouth. Delicious. Really delicious. The little one was so happy that his big eyes narrowed into crescent moons, and he began voraciously devouring the chicken leg. He swallowed in big gulps. Grease continuously dripped from his pink lips. However, the moment that first bite of primordial vermilion bird meat entered his stomach, a violent, scorching, unimaginably vast pureblood vermilion bird essence exploded in his dantian. Boom. The little one's body instantly turned crimson. A substantial crimson wilderness essence fire rose from his head. 2 strands of pure vermilion bird divine fire spurted out from his nostrils for over a meter. That was a sign of extreme nourishment with chi and blood about to overflow. The little one exhaled a puff of hot air, his face flushed, feeling inexhaustible strength throughout his body. His meridians expanded wildly, and his primal chi and blood began a fundamental transformation under the nourishment of the vermilion bird essence. 50,000 gene, 80,000 gene, 100,000 gene of chi and blood. Within the blood-transforming realm, the strength of his single-arm swing surged by a full 100,000 gene in an instant, reaching the legendary extreme limit of the blood-transforming realm. At that moment, in the center of Stone Village, the ancient lightning-struck tree blackened and left with only a single green tender branch. Lucian, that single green willow branch, originally motionless, suddenly swayed gently in the air without any wind. A holy white-robed woman's figure, indescribable, slowly opened her eyes in the void of the lightning-struck tree. Her gaze, crossing the void, stared fixedly at the leftover roasted chicken bone in the little one's hand. Earth-shattering waves surged in Lucian's heart. This aura, is it a pureblood primordial vermilion bird? How could there still be such a pure vermilion bird of the 10 fiends remaining in this wilderness? Where did this little brat get such a precious, nourishing meat? The great wilderness at the entrance of Stone Village. On that enormous roast chicken bone, some glistening shreds of meat and cartilage still clinged to its surface, though the vast majority of the vermilion bird meat had been devoured by Little Bun. Yet from this residual bone, an intoxicating aroma of meat still emanates, utterly irresistible. A group of children from the great wilderness, Pihu, Erming, and Snot Baby, all cluster around the great stone, desperately swallowing their saliva. Little Bun, see, could we lick the bone just once? Pihu gazed at Little Bun with longing eyes, his gaze turning green with envy. Though Little Bun loves to eat, he has always been generous with his village companions. He magnanimously waved his greasy little hand and handed over the enormous chicken bone. Everyone, let's share. It's so delicious. Pihu snatched it eagerly and took a voracious bite of the meat fibers. Erming and Snot Baby also crowded around, each savoring a sip of the marrow within. However, this was the residual essence of a primordial pure-blooded vermilion bird, though merely an insignificant wisp. For these wild children who had barely begun foundation establishment, this energy was no less than an erupting volcano. Buzz! Pihu's face flushed crimson in an instant, his eyes widening sharply. Thud! Thud! With muffled sounds, twin streams of scarlet blood erupted from Pihu and Erming's nostrils, shooting over a meter outward. My body is on fire. Snot Baby howled frantically, rolling on the ground as waves of crimson heat billowed from his entire body. But then, within them, their originally depleted blood and chi, scoured by this domineering energy, began to transform madly. Their bones emitted crackling sounds. All meridians were forcibly widened in an instant, and layers of black, foul-smelling impurities seeped from their skin. Pihu leapt to his feet, feeling inexhaustible strength coursing through every fiber of his being. He charged toward a stone cauldron weighing a full 500 gene. Gripping it with one hand, under the astounded gaze of the village folk, he effortlessly hoisted that cauldron high above his head. Blood circulation realm. All the children have broken through to the blood circulation realm. Beside them, the village elder Shi Yunfeng was so shocked he dropped the pipe from his hand. The children of Stone Village, all of them, had been transformed into martial geniuses merely from gnawing on a chicken bone, and at this moment standing beneath the ancient thunderstruck wood at the village entrance. Little Bun patted his round, bulging belly and let out a satisfied burp. With a thought, he immediately entered the heavenly chat group. At this moment, because of Little Bun's earlier words about being hungry, the group was plunged into an eerie silence. The moment Little Bun came online, he began flooding the group with messages. Huantian Emperor Young Sure, how thank you Dao Ancestor Grandpa. Huantian Emperor Young Sure, how that was the most delicious vermilion bird meat Little Bun has ever eaten in his whole life. Huantian Emperor Young Sure, how Little Bun just shared the bone with Pihu and the others, and now they can all lift those big stone cauldrons. Huantian Emperor Young Sure, how Dao Ancestor Grandpa, do you have divine beast milk? Huantian Emperor Young Sure, how the beast milk in the great wilderness tastes terrible. Little Bun wants to drink divine beast milk. Gazing at Little Bun's innocent ramblings in the group, the experts' hearts nearly stopped beating at this moment. Leader of Tianxia Hui V Vermilion Bird Meat. Leader of Tianxia Hui, that is the Southern Fire True Spirit, representing the South, one of the 8 unfortunate beasts of antiquity. Leader of Tianxia Hui Dao Ancestor Great Immortal. Actually took a pure-blooded vermilion bird and gave it to this little one as a mere snack. In the great hall of Tianxia Hui, Xiong Ba's palms were drenched with sweat, feeling his imagination being ruthlessly crushed by the Dao Ancestor's extravagance. Demon King Dam. Pure-blooded vermilion bird. Demon King, that is the supreme energy life form that hatches within stellar cores, right? Demon King, you fed such a top-tier creature that can shatter small planets to a child. Demon King Dao Ancestor Boss, just how luxurious is your Hongwang world? Liang Bing nearly went mad before her screen. In the Super God universe, a cosmic beast similar to a vermilion bird was enough to annihilate an entire galaxy. Yet in the Dao Ancestor's words, this was merely, not even immortal grade, just a wild delicacy for sampling. In Stark Tower, Tony Stark quietly gazed at the energy equivalent analysis of the vermilion bird meat displayed by his system. He looked at the burger in his hand, and suddenly felt it was no different from pig slop. Sitting in Xiao Temple, Lu Jingyuan watched the experts in the group going berserk. He helplessly tugged at the corner of his mouth. Vermilion bird. What vermilion bird? That was clearly just a few mutant pheasants that Lao Jun caught in the back mountain. These guys' imagination is getting more and more ridiculous. However, to maintain the Dao Ancestor's aloof and mysterious demeanor, Lu Jingyuan still replied with pride. Hongwang Supreme Sovereign Dao Ancestor Hong Jun, merely a wild mountain immortal bird. Hongwang Supreme Sovereign Dao Ancestor Hong Jun, if you like, I shall have Taishang prepare more for you in the future. Hongwang Supreme Sovereign Dao Ancestor Hong Jun, as for divine beast milk. All things have their natural order, this poor one shall keep an eye out for you. After sending these 2 messages, Lu Jingyuan prepared to continue his seclusion. And in Stone Village beneath the tree, Little Bun, upon seeing the Dao Ancestor's reply, was so touched that his eyes turned red and puffy. The Dao Ancestor Grandpa is too kind to me. He gave me such delicious meat, I must also send the Dao Ancestor Grandpa a gift. Little Bun rummaged through his pockets for a long while. Except for a shiny stone he found in the great wilderness, there was nothing else. He raised his head in slight frustration, gazing up at that charred, sacred, ancient thunderstruck wood. Willow God. Within the crevices of the willow god's withered, charred bark, a small leaf lay quietly, long since fallen, scorched black by the thunder tribulation. It was an old leaf shed from Willow God during his crossing of the immortal king tribulation. Though it appeared pitch black as charcoal, utterly lifeless. Yet within that charred leaf a trace of inexpressible supreme law of life, death, and nirvana was faintly intertwined. Oh, this little leaf looks particularly nice. Little Bun delightedly stretched out his little hand and picked up that charred willow leaf. Without a second thought, he immediately commanded the system and packed this leaf that had fallen from Willow God, sending it over. Huantian Emperor Young Sure, how has sent you an exclusive red packet. Huantian Emperor Young Sure, how Dao Ancestor Grandpa, this is a little black leaf I found. I'll give it to Grandpa as a toy. In Xiao Temple, Lu Jingyuan stared at the popping red packet notification, his expression stirring. A gift from a mischievous child. He curiously clicked to receive it. An extremely subtle fluctuation flickered through the air. A withered, charred leaf looking as ordinary as common bark appeared out of thin air in his palm. Lu Jingyuan examined the leaf, initially puzzled. However, the moment his fingertip, carrying a wisp of pale golden, mythical true essence, accidentally touched the charred willow leaf. Boom! A thunderous roar suddenly echoed above Xiao Temple. Ding! Detected Immortal Order Fragment, Immortal King, Nirvana Law. Hongwang Heavenly Dao, Origin Extraction in progress. Conversion complete, acquired Supreme Origin, 50 million points. Hongwang World's Spiritual Energy Concentration upgraded once again. Hint, you have unlocked new mythical function, Spiritual Root Planting. Inside the inner chamber of Xiao Palace, Lu Jingyuan gazed at the scorched black willow leaf in his palm. Though the leaf appeared withered like charcoal, devoid of any vitality. But at this moment the system's frantically ringing golden prompt had already explained everything. Nirvana Law. Immortal King's old leaf. Lu Jingyuan, suppressing his wildly pounding heart, issued a command in his mind. System, immediately extract the origin and upgrade the world. Boom! With the fall of Lu Jingyuan's thought under the endless dark night sky deep within the earth, a profoundly dull roar suddenly echoed. The roar was not sharp, but deep and heavy, as if 10,000 thunders rolled simultaneously underground. This was not an earthquake. It was the extension of space, the frenzied expansion of geographical dimensions. Xiao Mountain, originally only 10 li in circumference, at this moment saw the rocks at its base wildly growing outward and widening. The peaks rose layer upon layer, piercing the clouds. The once low hills, nourished by the mythical origin, transformed into tens of thousands of Xiong cliffs in the blink of an eye. Streams of dried-up mountain springs converged out of thin air in the void, turning into majestic waterfalls like white silk belts crashing down from tens of thousands of Xiong high. Extremely thick white mist rose steaming from the depths of the earth, completely enveloping the entire mountain. In just one night, when the first rays of morning sunlight fell, the once ordinary 10 li barren mountain had utterly vanished. In its place stood a majestic, immortal mountain spanning a full 100 li, with immortal birds dancing and clouds and mist swirling around. At the foot of the mountain, in the several mortal villages scattered around. In the early morning, the villagers, rubbing their sleepy eyes, pushed open their wooden doors to go work in the fields. However, as they raised their heads and looked into the distance, everyone stood frozen like clay statues. This is Xiao Mountain. Heavens! How did that small hill become a towering, immortal mountain soaring into the clouds? The farmers dropped their hoes, staring dumbfounded at the colossal mountain mass hidden in the golden mist. That golden mist, carried down by the mountain breeze, fell upon the village. The farmers, who had endlessly labored and ached all over, felt their bones grow hot the moment they inhaled this mist, and their chronic rheumatic ailments vanished in an instant. An old man who had been paralyzed in bed for years miraculously pushed open the door and stood up on his own, washed by this spiritual mist. A miracle! A miracle! Lord Hongjun of Xiao Temple truly is an enlightened old immortal. In an instant, the several villages at the foot of the mountain, with hundreds of mortal farmers led by their village heads, knelt in a dark mass towards Xiao Mountain with frenzied expressions. They sincerely kowtowed, praying for the immortal's blessing. On the summit of Xiao Mountain, in the mist-veiled courtyard of Xiao Palace, Taishang Laojuan sat on a cool blue stone slab, palms pressed together, eyes slightly closed. Because the entire primordial world had absorbed the law of the immortal king's nirvana, the concentration of spiritual energy had surged tenfold. The spiritual energy in the courtyard was so dense it almost turned into golden liquid, flowing slowly in the air. Following the Taoist breathing method that his master had taught him, Taishang Laojuan inhaled and exhaled slowly. In that instant, the Tai Ching true Qi within his body began to compress and condense violently. In his dantian, a black and white interwoven Tai Chi vortex seemed to form. Taishang abruptly opened his eyes, and a mouthful of pitch-black, foul, mortal, turbid Qi was expelled. Then he inhaled again. The golden spiritual energy in the sky, so dense it almost tasted sweet, transformed into strands of azure white Tai Ching mystic Qi, frantically pouring into his mouth and nose. Boom! A clear bell-like sound rang in Taishang's mind. The originally somewhat violent true Qi in that instant completely transformed into the gentle, thick, primordial spiritual power radiating the pure Tai Ching aura. He opened his eyes, a flash of brilliant green light fleeting across his gaze. Primordial spiritual power. Is this the cultivation true Qi that master mentioned? Taishang trembled with excitement. He could feel that the power within him had undergone a qualitative leap. It was utterly incomparable to the previous martial arts' internal energy. He reached out and grabbed, and the wind in the air seemed to flow at his will. His iron shirt in that instant completely sublimated, transforming into a self-operating, astonishingly defensive, protective Qi shield. Overjoyed, Taishang rose abruptly from the blue stone slab. Master, disciple has finally cultivated true Qi. Overcome with excitement, his face flushed red, he was about to stride toward the main hall to report the good news to Lu Jingyuan. Bang! At that moment, the side hall door was kicked open with a panicked expression. Yuanshi, clutching 2 pebbles in his hand, pale-faced and drenched in cold sweat, rushed in. Senior brother, terrible. Something huge has happened. Pointing toward the foot of the mountain, Yuanshi's voice trembled violently with extreme fear. The master of the Mad Blade sect, Bawuji, has rallied the Flying Fish Gang, the Divine Fist sect, and 3 other martial arts sects. Now over 1,000 martial arts experts wielding swords and spears have completely surrounded our Xiao Mountain. They've sent word that if we don't hand over the immortal legacy today, they will join forces and raze our Xiao Palace to the ground. At the foot of the mountain, the cold wind howled. The stone steps leading to the summit of Xiao Mountain were shrouded in mist and clouds. The great elder of the Mad Blade sect, Wu Wuqing, was at this moment carrying a refined steel broadsword forged through 100 refinements, striding arrogantly step by step up the stone steps. Behind him, a full 100 elite disciples of the Mad Blade sect, all dressed in form-fitting martial attire with bulging temples, were clearly masters of profound internal martial arts. They carried uniform 100 refined broadswords, the blades reflecting a chilling cold gleam under the morning sunlight. Great elder, look at this mist. An elite disciple hesitated as he looked at the thick, faintly golden mist around them. For some reason, as soon as he inhaled this mist, the inner Qi in his body began to surge uncontrollably. Moreover, the entire Xiao Mountain had become so enormous overnight, towering majestically, as if it were not a mountain of the mortal world. This made his heart pound with unease. Wu Wuqing sneered coldly, his eyes brimming with disdain. Humph, worthless fool. It's just that old Taoist Hongjun setting up some hallucinogenic poisonous smoke in the mountain along with some illusions. What nonsense about a sacred mountain rising overnight? It's all utter nonsense. In this world where are there any immortals? It's nothing but a trick to deceive the foolish commoners. As the great elder of the Mad Blade sect, Wu Wuqing's martial arts had reached the bottleneck of an ancient martial grandmaster, and he was a renowned figure throughout the entire Honghuang Jianghu. He utterly did not believe in any immortal beings. In his view, the Zixiao Temple must have obtained some divine martial arts manual left behind by an ancient martial arts master. That was why they could let their senior disciple Taishang cultivate that terrifying hard qigong. Great elder is wise. The disciples behind him chimed in with flattery, their faces shifting from awe to boundless greed. Once we level the Zixiao Temple today and seize that ancient manual, our Mad Blade sect will become the supreme ruler of the entire Honghuang Jianghu. Wu Wuqing listened to his disciples' flattery, the smile on his lips growing more intense. He carried his broadsword and strode briskly at the forefront. When they reached a turn on the mountain path, the golden mist in the sky suddenly became extremely thick. Moreover, even the surrounding air carried a vague, heavy pressure that made one's skin prickle. Wu Wuqing frowned slightly and tightened his grip on the saber. Just as they turned the corner of the mountain path, the golden mist ahead suddenly parted silently, like the tide flowing to both sides, revealing a wide expanse of stone steps paved with warm, lustrous white jade. And in the center of those white jade steps, a young man, wearing an old patched gray Taoist robe, stood quietly blocking the path. His skin was as white as jade, faintly emitting a noble and warm, mysterious glow under the golden sunlight. His eyes were as deep as an ancient spring without a trace of worldly dust. Standing there, he appeared not like a rough martial artist of the mortal world, but rather like a banished immortal fallen from the nine heavens. It was none other than Taishang, or rather the old lord, who had now cultivated the first wisp of primordial true qi. Who are you? Wu Wuqing abruptly stopped, looking at the young man with a mixture of surprise and uncertainty. This young man's aura was too transcendent. Even Wu Wuqing, who had weathered countless storms of the martial world, felt a sudden sense of inferiority and insignificance. Moreover, he could not sense even the slightest fluctuation of internal energy from this young man. Playing tricks. Wu Wuqing cursed, inwardly attributing it to some strange, qi-concealing martial art. Taishang's expression was calm, his deep gaze quietly fixed on Wu Wuqing and the 100 demon soldiers behind him. His voice was soft, yet it echoed clearly in the ears of everyone in the vast, empty valley. This is the sacred place where my master cultivates in solitude. Mortals must not disturb it. Leave quickly lest you hinder our cultivation. Hearing this, Wu Wuqing was taken aback for a moment, then couldn't help but burst into wild laughter. Ha! Mortals, disturb. Little Taoist, do you really think you're an immortal from heaven, eh? The 100 Mad Blade sect disciples behind him also erupted in mocking laughter. Wu Wuqing stopped laughing, his broadsword pointing diagonally at the ground, and stared coldly at Taishang. This elder has come up the mountain today on behalf of the Mad Blade sect to demand the ancient manual from that old Taoist Hongjun. If you know what's good for you, have that old Hongjun come out and kneel on the ground, offering the manual with both hands. Otherwise, Wu Wuqing's eyes blazed with murderous intent. Today I'll massacre your shabby temple and have you, this tender-skinned little Taoist, carrying dung for me on the back mountain. Taishang sighed. There was no anger in his eyes, no panic. Only a faint, compassionate pity like that of an immortal looking down upon mortal ants. Obstinate and unenlightened, Taishang gently shook his head, palms together, and the faint layer of Xianhuang protective qi around his body began to circulate slowly on its own. He looked at Wu Wuqing and said calmly, "Mortal blades cannot harm a cultivator. Do not bring harm upon yourself." Seeing Taishang's compassionate gaze, Wu Wuqing felt a surge of inexplicable fury rush to his head. He, the dignified great elder of the Mad Blade sect, was revered wherever he went. And now he was being looked at by a beardless little Taoist with the same pity one would show a pitiful worm. "You're asking for death," Wu Wuqing roared. The ancient martial grandmaster's true qi within him exploded in an instant, his robes flapping loudly in the fierce wind. Beardless little Taoist, die. Before his words had even faded, Wu Wuqing's figure turned into a blur. The 100 refined broadsword in his hand was raised high in an instant, carrying a wild and violent blade aura. Whoosh! The broadsword swung down, producing a sharp, piercing whistle. The 100 refined broadsword with the power to split mountains and shatter rocks transformed into a silver lightning bolt, savagely slashing toward Taishang's neck. On the mountain path, the blade roared like thunder. This strike from Wu Wuqing, the great elder of the Mad Blade sect, condensed all the grandmaster internal power he had cultivated for decades. Under the infusion of true qi, the silver blade trembled faintly in the void, spitting out a sharp sword aura of an inch or two. Whoosh! A violent blade wind howled forth. Before the blade arrived, the overwhelming force had already shattered the gravel on the white jade steps. The golden mist around was violently torn open, creating a huge vacuum zone under this strike. Die, little Taoist. Wu Wuqing's expression was somewhat ferocious. He seemed to already see the bloody scene of this fair-skinned, deceitful young Taoist being decapitated by his blade. The 100 elite disciples behind him all wore sneers. In their eyes, the Great Elder's full-force strike at the Grandmaster realm was utterly unstoppable in the mortal martial world. This delicate-skinned young Taoist was doomed. However, facing this terrifying strike that could split mountains and shatter rocks, Taishang stood still on the spot, not even twitching an eyelid. Under his now fully transformed immortal perception, which had condensed the primordial spiritual energy, Wu Wuqing's lightning-fast strike moved as slowly as a falling leaf in autumn riddled with flaws. He didn't even need to dodge, let alone raise a hand to block. My master once said all worldly matters are trials. My iron shirt, baptized by my master's divine liquid, has transformed into the Taiqing Xianhuang protective art. Today I shall use this mortal forged steel blade to verify the wondrous technique my master imparted. Taishang murmured silently in his heart. Instead of assuming any defensive posture, he, amidst the horrified and bewildered gazes of Wu Wuqing and the 100 disciples, slowly closed his eyes. His body completely relaxed, allowing the cold, gleaming forged steel blade to strike solidly against his neck, which was as fair as exquisite jade. This guy, is he insane? Wu Wuqing's pupils contracted, a sense of absurdity flashing through his mind. Closing his eyes and waiting for death. Was this young Taoist out of his mind? But his blade did not hesitate in the slightest. Instead, it struck down with even more ferocious force. Clang! A deep, grand metallic sound like an ancient divine bell being struck exploded violently across the entire Zixiao mountain. The sound was so immense that it formed a visible, terrifying ripple of sound waves. It spread wildly in all directions, startling countless birds in the forest into panicked flight. However, the anticipated scene of blood splattering and a head falling to the ground did not occur. Crack, crack, crack. A series of crisp, teeth-grinding, metal-shattering sounds abruptly echoed on the silent mountain path. The forged steel blade, famously and expensively crafted by the Mad Blade sect, instantly curled, cracked, and shattered the moment it struck Taishang's neck. Then, under Wu Wuqing's incredulous gaze, the entire steel blade, like melting snow, broke into dozens of fragments and scattered all over the ground. Oh! A piercing scream burst from Wu Wuqing's throat. A vast, pure countershock force infused with the supreme Taiqing law savagely surged through the blade and into his body. Wu Wuqing's hands were instantly shattered by the counterforce, and a torrent of blood gushed from his mouth. His tiger's mouth split open, blood dripping profusely. The horrifying counterforce sent him flying backwards several zhang. He crashed heavily onto the white jade steps, his face ashen. Taishang slowly opened his eyes and let out a long breath. He somewhat puzzledly touched his neck. On the fair jade-like skin there was now only a faint, thin white mark. Before Wu Wuqing could see clearly, the skin, nurtured by Taiqing's spiritual energy, quivered slightly. The white mark vanished in an instant, and the skin returned to its flawless fair state. Not even a trace of redness remained. Mortal weapons, indeed, cannot even harm a single hair of mine, Taishang murmured, looking at the broken blade fragments on the ground. He raised his head, gazing at Wu Wuqing on the ground with a compassionate, helpless look. And Wu Wuqing was now slumped on the white jade steps, trembling violently all over. His hands were dripping with blood, and even his bones emitted faint, strained groans. He looked at the bare, crack-ridden hilt remaining in his hand, then at Taishang's neck, which hadn't lost a single hair. Wu Wuqing stood frozen, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. In that instant, his Dao heart shattered into dust. This is impossible. Are you even human? Why can't even a Grandmaster's full power strike harm you in the slightest? Wu Wuqing roared hysterically, his voice filled with uncontrollable terror. He gripped the hilt tightly, trembling all over. This is absolutely impossible. What kind of iron shirt is this? How could there be such a monstrous technique in this world? On the mountain path, an eerie silence reigned. Only the faint golden spiritual rain continued to fall silently from the heavens, drenching the earth. Taishang lowered his head, gazing at his flawless white jade arm. He reached out and touched his neck. After a moment, he let out a low, deeply remorseful sigh. Alas. Master always taught us disciples that the path of cultivation is like treading on thin ice, and we must never be negligent. Your disciple believed that his iron shirt technique, nourished by the immortal liquid, had been cultivated to an exceedingly profound level. He raised his head, his eyes filled with genuine shame. Now it seems your disciple's cultivation is still far from sufficient. Under the slash of a mere mortal martial artist, a faint white mark was left on your disciple's neck. If I were to encounter a true enlightened master, would I not lose my head in an instant? Having said this, Taishang shook his head in regret, his face etched with the shame of having disgraced his master. He was truly reproaching himself. After all, in his heart, his master was the exalted Dao ancestor of all heavens. As the master's foremost disciple, to have failed to completely withstand a mortal's blade without injury. If word of this spread, would it not tarnish the master's reputation? Yet Wu Wuqing, the grand elder of the Mad Blade sect, lay collapsed on the ground. Upon hearing Taishang's utterly sincere and self-reproachful words, his body stiffened, and his eyes bulged wide in an instant. A mouthful of pure Grandmaster's reverse blood sprayed violently from Wu Wuqing's mouth. It was the blood of sheer fury. A suffocating death. He had trained for 50 years day and night, honing his blade arts. Finally, he had become a renowned martial arts Grandmaster, capable of shattering 10,000 gene boulders with a single strike. Yet his blade had not even grazed the opponent's skin, but instead shattered itself and inflicted severe internal injuries on him. And this young Taoist was still sighing in self-reproach, lamenting that a faint white mark was proof of his inadequate defense. How could any human utter such words? This was nothing short of a blatant humiliation, a merciless slap in the face. You. Wu Wuqing pointed at Taishang, trembling with rage, his fingertips drenched in blood. Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed in a dead faint, overwhelmed by extreme shame and the eruption of his internal injuries. Behind him, the 100 elite disciples of the Mad Blade sect were utterly terrified. The Grand Elder has fainted. Oh my God! The Grand Elder was enraged to the point of vomiting blood by his words. He's not human. He's a mountain demon. Run! The disciples screamed in panic. The 100 tempered blades, once gleaming with cold light, now clattered noisily in their trembling hands. They collapsed onto the white jade steps, scrambling and crawling in a desperate attempt to flee down the mountain. Taishang watched these panicked martial artists trying to escape. His gaze gradually turned calm and cold. The master decrees that the sacred cultivation ground of Xiao Mountain must not be disturbed, since you refuse to heed the warning. Then stay and become nourishment for this valley. Taishang slowly assumed an unremarkable horse stance. His right arm drew back and the muscles of his torso tensed in an instant. Who? As he pulled back his fist, the dense golden spiritual energy, almost liquefied, suddenly turned violent. Countless strands of spiritual energy formed visible golden vortices, frenziedly converging upon his right fist. A brilliant golden light erupted, casting his fist like a divine iron forged from molten gold. Taishang's expression remained indifferent as he gazed at the fleeing disciples ahead. Without any intricate technique, he simply punched forward. Boom! The instant his fist struck the white jade mountain path, erupted with a terrifying roar like a primordial god beating a drum by one's ear. The ceaseless golden spiritual rain was instantly vaporized by the violent force of that punch. The Taiching true qi within Taishang's body transformed into a radiant golden fist beam several meters wide. The golden fist beam, wrapped in supreme Taiching mystic qi, materialized into a roaring golden dragon. Everywhere the dragon passed, the vast void on both sides of the white jade steps was shattered by the terrifying vacuum storm. Oh! Grand Elder Wu Wuqing and the 100 elite disciples didn't even have time to react. In an instant, they were utterly engulfed by the terrifying golden fist beam. The golden dragon howled past, blasting all 101 of them off their feet like swatting flies. Like broken kites, they traced high arcs through the air before plummeting into the unfathomable abyss of Xiao Mountain. Their fate unknown. The fierce wind dissipated and the golden spiritual rain once again fell softly. The white jade mountain path was left pristine, with no trace of the Mad Blade sect disciples, not even a drop of blood. One punch. 101 ancient martial arts experts annihilated in an instant. Taishang slowly withdrew his fist, exhaling a stream of blue-white Taiching true essence. The golden light on his body gradually subsided, and his newborn white jade skin appeared even more sacred in the light rain. Taishang's expression was fervent. He turned, facing the direction of the Xiao Palace at the mountain peak. On the damp, white jade steps, he knelt down with utmost reverence, his expression devout, the master's divine might. Your disciple finally understands the meaning of leave a thread of survival and strike with caution. Deep within the vast wilderness, the headquarters of the Wild Blade sect. The entire council hall was shrouded in a deathly silence, not a single sound to be heard. The air was frigid, as if about to congeal into frost. Grand Elder has been brought back. Several outer disciples, drenched in blood and clad in tattered robes, knelt trembling in the center of the hall, their faces ashen white. On one side of the hall, Grand Elder Wu Wuqing lay on a crude stretcher. His body was wrapped in white bandages stained with oozing blood. The tiger's mouth of his hands was split open to the bone, his chest sunken and soft, and nearly all his bones were shattered. Monster! Sectmaster! There's a monster in that dilapidated temple. Wu Wuqing's eyes were wide open, filled with indescribable madness and extreme terror. His body convulsed and twitched continuously on the stretcher, his lips bitten bloody from fear. That's not human. The senior disciple Taishang is not human at all. He smeared white powder on his face, his skin as white as jade. Even a tempered broadsword couldn't cut him, the blade shattered upon impact. With a casual punch, he summoned a golden divine dragon and blasted us all away. Wu Wuqing cried hysterically. A nearby disciple pouring water accidentally knocked over a bronze cup, producing a crisp clang. Wu Wuqing jerked violently. Startled by the sound, he rolled his eyes back and nearly fainted again. He thought it was another instance of Taishang's neck shattering some divine weapon. Nonsense. Utter rubbish. Ba Wuji, the sect master of the Wild Blade sect, seated on the tiger-skin chair at the head, slammed the armrest. His square face was now livid with barely contained fury. Ba Wuji was a renowned ancient martial grandmaster in the wild world of Jianghu. His wild blade had few rivals in the martial world. He refused to believe Wu Wuqing's absurd wailing. Wu Wuqing, you are an old generation master of our sect. How could a trip to Xiao Mountain drive you mad over a few impoverished Taoists? Golden white skin. A punch that summons a golden dragon. Utterly ridiculous. Ba Wuji roared. His inner energy as an ancient martial grandmaster surged wildly. He slammed his palm onto the thick desk made of 10,000-year ironwood before him. With a thunderous crash, the ironwood table, as hard as steel and resistant to blades, was reduced to splinters by his palm strike. The might of a grandmaster was truly terrifying. Ba Wuji withdrew his hand, his expression icy. In my view, that Xiao Temple must be a wicked cult using poison and illusions. They deliberately set up hallucinogenic poison smoke to make you see things, and you fell for it. Yet as he calmed and looked at Wu Wuqing lying on the stretcher with multiple fractures, Ba Wuji's eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of unprecedented greed flickering in their depths. Wait. That dilapidated temple was once a poor place with just a few young Taoists. How did the senior disciple Taishang acquire such terrifying hard qigong overnight capable of killing a master? And the second disciple Yuanshi and the third Tongtian, their martial arts have also become eerily powerful. Ba Wuji took a deep breath, his heart pounding violently. A bold conjecture formed swiftly in his mind. Manual. That Xiao Temple must have obtained a mythical inheritance from the ancient era of immortals, or some supreme body-refining scripture that can make a mortal achieve saintly flesh. The more he thought, the more fervent Ba Wuji's gaze became. If he could obtain that manual, he could effortlessly take the final step and become the sole martial supreme in the entire wild world of Jianghu. However, since the senior disciple Taishang could cripple Wu Wuqing, his strength must not be underestimated. If my sect goes alone, even if we win, the losses would be severe. Ba Wuji tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest, his eyes cold. A good thing naturally needs to be shared with others. The White Sword Villa Master of Feijian Manor and the Iron Hand Chief of Taizhong Gang. If they learn of the ancient immortal inheritance on Xiao Mountain, they will definitely be unable to sit still. Ba Wuji let out a long laugh. He strode to the desk, took out 3 gilt-edged letters, and wrote invitations with a flourish. In the letters, he depicted Xiao Temple as a heretical sect colluding with demons and plundering ancient relics. He proposed that if the 3 major sects joined forces, the ancient manual would be split equally among them. The letters were sent. As Ba Wuji expected, the sect masters of the other 2 sects, upon reading the descriptions of ascending to immortality in broad daylight and achieving saintly flesh, stopped breathing for a moment. Greed instantly devoured their reason. In just 2 days, the allied forces of the 3 sects, 2,000 veteran martial experts who had never been in the mundane world, assembled at the foot of the mountain. Ba Wuji stood at the front of the ranks. He gazed at the majestic Xiao Mountain towering into the clouds and shrouded in golden spiritual mist. He slowly drew the broad heavy blade from his back, his eyes filled with cruel delight. Ba Wuji sneered coldly. Even if he were a land immortal, facing the siege of our 3 sects, death is his only fate. Inside the main hall of Xiao Palace, a faint golden spiritual mist swirled in the air, exuding a refreshing fragrance. Lu Jingyuan was seated calmly on his wooden chair, holding a slightly warm coarse porcelain teacup in his hands. His expression was utterly calm, even tinged with an ethereal detachment. However, beneath the heavy Taoist robe, his hands were trembling slightly from extreme shock. His back was already drenched in cold sweat. Just now, using his newly condensed divine transformation stage divine sense, he had witnessed the battle on the mountain path with perfect clarity. To be honest, he was completely stunned. Taiching Xianhuang body protection art, a single punch that blasted out a golden dragon. Holy crap! Is this really the same Taishang, my senior disciple, who only deserved to practice horse stance at the back mountain? The power of that punch! If it hit me, I'd probably be vaporized into smoke in an instant, right? Lu Jingyuan suppressed the urge to tremble. He circulated the faint, newly born mythical true essence within his body, forcibly calming his rapid breathing. He was truly terrified. His disciple was strong enough to shatter a mountain peak with one punch, while he, the master, could only hover 3 inches above the ground. If his secret were ever exposed, he, the Dao ancestor, might be sent packing by his disciple's fist. Creak! The heavy wooden door of the main hall slowly swung open at that moment. Taishang Laojuan, dressed in a faded gray Taoist robe, with patches, walked in with a respectful expression. The faint Xianhuang radiance around his body had completely retracted within. He appeared cool and ethereal, with no trace of the ferocity from earlier when he slaughtered 100 people on the mountain path with one punch. Plop! As soon as he entered the hall, Taishang without any hesitation knelt respectfully before Lu Jingyuan. His forehead pressed tightly against the warm white jade floor, his voice filled with endless shame and self-blame. Master, your disciple has returned to report. Taishang Laojuan prostrated himself on the ground, his voice trembling with guilt. Your disciple was reckless earlier. My mind was unsettled when I struck, and I failed to perfectly control the Taiching true essence within me. Under the provocation of those mortal martial artists, I couldn't restrain myself for a moment. One punch. I blasted them all off the mountain down into the valley. Having said this, Taishang's head lowered even further, his face filled with regret for causing trouble for his master. Your disciple not only shattered the mist on the mountain path, but also violated the supreme principle of heaven that you usually teach. Leave a thread of life for others. Your disciple has brought shame to Xiao Temple. Please punish me, master. Above the hall, Lu Jingyuan heard these words, and the corner of his mouth twitched violently. His eyelids twitched wildly, and his throat moved slightly. Too heavy-handed. One punch sent them all down the mountain. You're blaming yourself. Because with one punch you sent the great elder of the Dao sect along with over 100 elite disciples, all into a 10,000 zhang deep valley. And you're worried that because you flattened them with one punch you didn't leave a thread of life. Lu Jingyuan roared madly in his heart, his facial muscles stiff from forcing his expression under control. He took a deep breath. To conceal his weakness, Lu Jingyuan slowly raised his teacup and took a small sip of the bitter tea. The tea rippled in the cup. Then he slowly set down the teacup and the coarse porcelain made a soft tap against the stone table. The sound was extremely light. But to Taishang kneeling on the ground with a fearful heart, it was like the divine bell of the 9 heavens ringing in his ears making him tremble. Lu Jingyuan clasped his hands behind his back, his gaze as calm, as if devoid of any human emotion. He looked down at Taishang, his voice ethereal and utterly detached. Heaven has the virtue of cherishing life, while all things in the world follow their own cycles of cause and effect. That Ba Wuji and the people of Dao sect are nothing but crawling ants in the mortal world before the true heavenly Dao. You are the first disciple of my Xiao Palace. Lu Jingyuan lowered his head slightly, looking at Taishang indifferently. Acting on behalf of heaven, why use such heavy force on an ant? Next time you encounter such disturbances, strike lighter. Having said this, Lu Jingyuan sighed softly, his expression cold. If you shatter them with a punch every time, won't the filthy blood of mortals stain the pristine white jade path of our Xiao Palace? That mountain path is troublesome to clean. Hearing these words, Taishang Laojuan, kneeling on the ground, shuddered violently, his eyes blazing with unprecedented fervor and reverence. Stain the mountain path. Troublesome to clean. In Master's eyes, the lives of that renowned martial arts grandmaster and 100 elite warriors are utterly worthless. Master doesn't even care about their life or death, only that their dirty blood might stain the stone steps of the mountain path. This is a true celestial immortal of the 9 heavens. Treating all beings as ants, treating karma as nothing. Taishang's heart was completely shaken by these 2 sentences from Lu Jingyuan, causing his Dao heart to thunder. He respectfully kowtowed. 3 times your disciple is foolish. Thank you for your guidance, Master. From now on your disciple will strictly follow your decree and never again let mortal blood stain the white jade path of our Xiao Palace. Go. Lu Jingyuan waved his sleeve haughtily. Your disciple takes his leave. Taishang bowed, then facing Lu Jingyuan, he lowered his head and backed away step by step until he exited the hall, gently closing the wooden door. Whoosh. The moment the heavy wooden door was completely shut. Above the hall, Lu Jingyuan, who had been so immortal-like and majestic, collapsed like a heap of mud onto the bamboo chair. He gasped for air without any dignity, wiping the cold sweat off his forehead with a rough swipe. Oh my god, that scared the hell out of me. A disciple too strong. Being the master is really stressful. Lu Jingyuan rubbed his temples weakly, calming his racing heart. After a moment of rest, he hastily sank his consciousness into his mind and opened the All-Worlds chat group, planning to see if he could gain some benefits. After all, if he didn't work hard, he, the Dao Ancestor, might really be overtaken by his own senior disciple. However, as soon as the group chat interface opened, a series of unprecedented piercing red pop-up windows madly flickered on the screen. System Notification Group Member, Junzi Jianyue is frantically INGU. System Notification Group Member, Junzi Jianyue has initiated a high-level distress call in the group. On the public screen, that newly joined ID, originally somewhat timid, was now at a frequency almost like crazy self-harm. Kowtowing frantically to Lu Jingyuan in the group. Junzi Jianyue, Supreme Ruler of the Primordial Chaos Dao Ancestor, Hongjun. Junzi Jianyue, Old Ancestor Dao Ancestor Hongjun. Please, Old Ancestor, manifest your power and save our Huashan sect. Junzi Jianyue as well Lungshan has come to our door with his men to force a coup. That traitor Ling Huchong has even run off with the saintess of the demon sect. Junzi Jianyue, Old Buchuan, is willing to castrate himself. No, Old Buchuan is willing to sacrifice everything. Please, Dao Ancestor, Old Ancestor, send down a divine oracle. In the Jianghu of the Great Ming Dynasty, Mount Huashan. Within the cannot do without pavilion, sandalwood incense curled upward and candlelight flickered gently. Yu Buchuan, the head of the Huashan sect known as the Gentleman's Sword, stood frozen before his desk, his robes drenched in sweat. His eyes were fixed on the pale blue translucent screen visible only to himself. He was utterly stunned, completely shell-shocked. Just one incense stick of time ago, he had been worrying about the future of Huashan. Zhuo Lungshan, the head of the Songshan sect, harbored ambitious plans to forcibly merge the 5 mountain sword sects, with Huashan bearing the brunt of the threat. His senior disciple Ling Huchong spent his days idling and entangled with a demonic cult enchantress, which infuriated Yu Buchuan to the point of internal pain. All for the sake of Huashan's legacy. He had even secretly begun planning to travel to Fuzhou Prefecture to seize the Lin family's Bixia sword manual. The first page of that manual bore the sinister words, to practice this art one must first castrate oneself. For days Yu Buchuan had been gritting his teeth, agonizing over whether to take that blade to himself. Then this mysterious entity called the All Heavens chat group suddenly descended into his mind. At first he thought it was some profound demonic sorcery, or the work of Dongfang Booby from the Blackwood Cliff. but after nervously downloading the photo of the Dao Ancestor's altar table from the group album. Although he could not understand the image of the No. 1 celestial computer crashing, he did comprehend one thing: the supreme, Hongming laws of the highest order, flowing on that ordinary pinewood table. He also understood that the young man named Xiao Yan, after receiving a casual demonstration of the heaven-piercing wood-splitting video from the Dao Ancestor, his internal blood and chi had instantly surged across several major realms. With a single sword strike, he had crushed the world-renowned demonic grandmaster into a pulp. As for the 9th set of mythical fitness drills and the 24 forms of Tai Chi divine art, according to the descriptions of the Demon King and Iron Man, they were nothing less than supreme, celestial divine arrays capable of forcibly optimizing divine bodies and distorting spatial dimensions. Yu Buchuan looked down at his own Zishi divine art, which he had painstakingly cultivated for 30 years. His proud Huashan sword techniques in the eyes of those supreme beings in the group who could casually shatter stars and flatten space with one hand were not even worthy of being compared to roadside weeds. No, not even to dust. Castration. What castration? Yu Buchuan slapped his thigh, his face flushed with excitement, his eyes blazing with fervor. Would I be out of my mind to cut myself off and practice that damned Bixia sword manual? Why would I snatch some shabby sword manual when I have the opportunity to cozy up to the supreme Dao Ancestor Hongjun here? If this venerable Hongjuan, the old immortal ancestor, would just let slip a tiny bit of Dao resonance from between his fingers. What's Wulingshan? What Dongfang Bubi? With one slap, I could send them all flying into Huashan's sign wall. At that moment, Yu Buchuan completely shattered the facade of his gentleman's sword dignity, throwing it ruthlessly into the abyss. What was face? What was the bearing of a sect leader? As long as Huashan could rise, and he could latch onto the Dao Ancestor's leg, Yu Buchuan would be the most loyal watchdog under the Dao Ancestor's throne. Without any hesitation, after figuring out the chat group's functions for chatting and using emoticons, he began a frenzied spamming spree on the group's public screen. Gentleman, Sword Yu Buchuan Kaodao. JPG X99. Gentleman, Sword Yu Buchuan, the unworthy disciple of Huashan sect Yu Buchuan Kaodaos, to the Dao Ancestor, the old immortal ancestor Hongjun. Gentleman, Sword Yu Buchuan, may the old immortal ancestor enjoy boundless longevity and protect Huashan. Gentleman, Sword Yu Buchuan. Huashan is a branch of the Daoist lineage now facing siege from the demonic cult. The rebellious and unscrupulous seek to annex Huashan. Gentleman, Sword Yu Buchuan, the unworthy disciple Yu Buchuan, is willing to offer the entire heritage of the Huashan sect, begging only for the old immortal ancestor's mercy to bestow a single divine oracle. Watching Yu Buchuan's shamelessly sycophantic outburst, the senior members of the group expressed their awe. Lord of the World Society, wow, a new group member. This bootlicking speed almost rivals my own in the old days. Lord of the World Society, but Chief Yue, your mortal heritage is not worth dirtying the Dao Ancestor's eyes. Lord of the World Society, even my 3-part return to origin chi is but a trivial path in the Dao Ancestor's eyes. What are your Huashan sword techniques? Forget it. Xiong Ba, stroking his beard with some pride in the Hall of the World Society, lectured Yu Buchuan like an old senior. Third young master of the Xiao family in Wutenqing, welcome new friend. But Lord Xiong is right. The Dao Ancestor is extremely merciful. If you sincerely pay your respects, the Ancestor may guide you with a move or two enough to sweep through your world. Demon King TCH, another Daoist from a backward planet. But I, the Queen, must admit that Lord Hongjun is indeed the supreme ruler beyond the comprehension of the known universe. Demon King, little Daoist, be smart. Burn a few more incense sticks to the Dao Ancestor. That's far better than castrating yourself for a sword manual. Inside the Zixiao Palace's inner chamber, Lu Jingyuan was reclining in a bamboo chair, sipping steaming spiritual tea. Watching the screen filled with flashing Kaodao emoticons, he rubbed his chin with amusement. Yu Buchuan. The gentleman's sword old Yu. He was quite familiar with this tragic figure from the smiling proud wanderer world. Though hypocritical, he had been gradually pushed into a corner by Zhuolengchan and the demonic cult, ultimately heading down the self-destructive path of castration and sword practice. Since he's entered this group and Huashan is indeed a legitimate Daoist branch, I might as well give him a little guidance. That way he won't actually do something foolish and cut himself off. Moreover, the incense and faith power from the great Ming Jianghu, though faint, is still a modest supplement for upgrading my primordial world. Lu Jingyuan raised his teacup, a deep gleam flashing in his eyes. Watching the dozens of Kaodao emoticons still frantically flashing from Yu Buchuan, he gently tapped the screen, deciding to offer this desperate Huashan sect leader a bit of insignificant guidance. Inside the Yusuobui Xian, there was a deathly silence. Yu Buchuan knelt on a cushion, his whole body trembling violently, holding an illusory screen in his hands. He took a deep breath, and with trembling fingers gritting his teeth, he tapped to open the private chat interface with Dao Ancestor Hongjun. Facing this supreme ruler of all realms, he dared not conceal even a sliver nor put on any false pretense. He knew, under the all-seeing eyes of the Dao Ancestor that illuminate myriad realms, any lie was but the antics of a clown. Gentleman, Sword Yu Buchuan, venerable immortal ancestor above. Gentleman, Sword Yu Buchuan, unworthy disciple Yu Buchuan, deserves 10,000 deaths. Gentleman Sword Yue Buchuan, now in the Ming Dynasty martial world Zhuo Lengchan of the Songshan sect, is pressing step by step seeking to forcibly annex our Huashan. Gentleman Sword Yue Buchuan, the foundation of Huashan is lost, and your disciples' martial arts are weak. To preserve the sect at the Five Mountains Conference. Yu Buchuan gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with endless shame and pain, and typed out the most unspeakable thoughts on the screen. Gentleman Sword Yue Buchuan, unworthy disciple. Earlier, I harbored evil thoughts, intending to go to Fuzhou Prefecture to forcibly seize the Lin families. Evil banishing sword manual. Gentleman Sword Yue Buchuan, your disciple has heard that although the manual is astonishingly powerful, it requires the practitioner to wield a knife and castrate himself. Gentleman Sword Yue Buchuan, your disciple, is in extreme agony and has no way out, nearly committing this heinous act that disgraces the sect and ends his lineage. Gentleman Sword Yue Buchuan, I beg the venerable immortal ancestor to send down a divine oracle. Save Huashan, save your disciple. After typing these words, Yu Buchuan collapsed onto the ground like a person drained of water, awaiting the judgment of fate. Meanwhile, in the inner chamber of the Zixiao Palace, Lu Jingyuan held a teacup, reading the long private message from Yu Buchuan. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but slightly curl up. Indeed, old Yu has been pushed to the brink of castration. But in front of my primordial chaos realm, you still want to cut yourself? That would be too disgraceful for my Dao sect. Lu Jingyuan laughed softly. He put down his teacup and his gaze became extremely profound in an instant. To maintain the image of the Dao ancestor's supreme and icy divine authority, he slowly replied, in the private chat interface, Supreme Ruler of the Primordial Chaos Dao Ancestor, Hongjuan Humph. Just that single word, Humph. It traversed the void and transformed directly in Yu Buchuan's mind into a thunderclap that violently shattered the void for 100 li around Huashan. Yu Buchuan nearly choked on his breath, his face turning pale with fright. Supreme Ruler of the Primordial Chaos Dao Ancestor, Hongjuan, the method of castration forcibly severs the yang energy, causing an imbalance of yin and yang in the body, overturning heaven and earth. Supreme Ruler of the Primordial Chaos Dao Ancestor, Hongjuan, such methods are merely the lowest heretical paths in the mundane low magic world. Supreme Ruler of the Primordial Chaos Dao Ancestor, Hongjuan, the cultivation of our Dao sect emphasizes the unity of heaven and man, harmony of yin and yang, and the creation of all things. Supreme Ruler of the Primordial Chaos Dao Ancestor, Hongjuan, why should my disciples and descendants use such self-mutilating, despicable methods to exchange for trivial, mortal martial arts? Supreme Ruler of the Primordial Chaos Dao Ancestor, Hongjuan, this is simply self-degradation. Looking at the lines of golden divine script that exuded endless disappointment and icy divine authority on the screen, Yu Buchuan's body trembled violently. Those were tears of shame. Self-degradation. Indeed. I am the dignified orthodox Dao sect leader of Huashan sect. How could I, for the sake of a mere mortal martial art, cultivate that heretical path that ends one's lineage and disrupts yin and yang? In the eyes of the Dao ancestor, my previous thoughts were simply foolish and utterly disgusting. Yu Buchuan kowtowed wildly on the cushion, crying out, "Your disciple admits guilt. Your disciple admits guilt." Your disciple was momentarily confused, nearly falling into the abyss of eternal perdition. I beg the venerable immortal ancestor for forgiveness. Lu Jingyuan watched Yu Buchuan completely admit his mistake and felt that the timing was right. He turned his head and looked toward the courtyard outside the Great Hall. With the second upgrade of the Primordial Chaos World, the Taiqing True Qi within Taishang Laojuan had already evolved into countless sword intents. During his seclusion, Taishang casually wrote a handwritten copy of the Tai Chi sword manual to sort out the flow of true essence in his body. That was just something Taishang Laojuan drew casually as draft paper in his daily life. But Lu Jingyuan knew. This thing packaged through the system's translation filter and sent over would be an absolute supreme sword manual of a god descending to the mortal world for a low martial world like the smiling proud wanderer. Lu Jingyuan took this yellowed, handwritten copy of the Tai Chi sword manual in his hand and activated his consciousness lens. He took a picture, uploaded it, and sent it as a red packet. Supreme Ruler of the Primordial Chaos Dao Ancestor, Hongjuan, this is the Tai Chi sword manual, casually written by my great disciple Taishang, while comprehending yin and yang in his daily life. Supreme Ruler of the Primordial Chaos Dao Ancestor, Hongjuan, although it is crude and shallow, it is upright and peaceful, directly pointing to the creation of yin and yang. Supreme Ruler of the Primordial Chaos Dao Ancestor, Hongjuan, take it. If you cultivate it to great achievement among the mundane world, you will naturally slay demons and protect Huashan. Sent. Inside the Yusuobui Xian of Huashan, a golden secret manual emanated endless black and white yin-yang qi with faint sounds of immortal flying swords ringing in the void. In the midst of magnificent divine light, it fell out of thin air into Yu Buchuan's trembling hands. The moment the manual entered his hands, a vast, gentle, and supremely righteous Dao sect power instantly flowed through his palm and merged into his body. Yu Buchuan's Zixia True Qi, which had become somewhat cold and depleted due to years of anxiety, hypocrisy, and fear, instantly melted like snow meeting the spring sun. In its place, a powerful, vast, and supremely righteous Tai Chi sword true essence that seemed to encompass all things in Huashan. Yu Buchuan held the manual, warm tears streaming wildly from the corners of his eyes. No need to castrate. No need to end his lineage. No need to bear the eternal infamy of forcibly seizing a woman or stealing the evil banishing sword manual. What he held was not just a sword manual. It was clearly the supreme heavenly scripture that would completely reverse the fate of him, Yu Buchuan, and his Huashan sect. The Dao Ancestor is wise and holy. The venerable immortal Ancestor has given your disciple a new lease on life. Yu Buchuan wept loudly, kowtowing wildly on the ground to Lu Jingyuan. His cries echoed throughout the entire back mountain of Huashan, so free and so relieved. He suddenly stood up from the ground, wiped away his tears, and his eyes were filled with unprecedented determination and killing intent. The evil banishing sword manual. That heretical skill that ends one's lineage is worthy of being compared to the supreme Tai Chi sword art bestowed by the venerable immortal Ancestor. Yu Buchuan tightened his grip on the Tai Chi sword manual and shouted to the sky, "The Dao Ancestor is wise and holy." Unworthy disciple Yu Buchuan will now completely forget the news of the Lin family's evil banishing sword manual. That damnable evil banishing sword manual is now not even worthy of feeding to dogs in your disciple's eyes. In the vast martial world of the Ming dynasty behind the Huashan mountain, the morning mist drifted slowly over the cliff of reflection and the mountain wind howled fiercely. The Huashan female hero Ning Zhongzi stood anxiously by the path leading down the mountain, gazing toward the cliff top. What has happened to my husband lately? Ning Zhongzi sighed softly, her brows tightly furrowed. In the past, Huashan faced the pressure of Songshan's coercion, and their eldest disciple was a constant source of worry. Her husband Yu Buchuan was always fraught with anxiety. His most habitual gesture was to pace while nervously stroking the beard under his chin. But in recent days, Ning Zhongzi was astonished to find that her husband not only stopped stroking his beard, but also utterly shed the oppressive anxiety that had haunted him for years. He locked himself away on the cliff of reflection every day, cultivating in seclusion. And from the summit, bursts of hearty, resonant laughter tinged with a hint of mad ecstasy would occasionally ring out, "Ha! No more cutting. I don't need to cut anymore. From this day forth I, Yu Buchuan, shall become an immortal. Ha ha ha." Listening to the wild laughter echoing through the valley, a chill ran down Ning Zhongzi's spine. She even feared that her husband might have lost his mind from the immense pressure. At that moment, in the open space of the cliff of reflection, Ling Hucheng, who was being punished with face wall meditation, stood frozen with his mouth agape. He stared at his master, who was not far away, holding a peachwood sword and performing extremely slow, deliberate movements with precision. What kind of martial art is master practicing? Ling Hucheng scratched his head, utterly bewildered. In his eyes, Yu Buchuan's movements were sluggish and soft, devoid of any sword technique, sharpness, or killing intent. Yet inexplicably, as Yu Buchuan's long sword traced through the void, the violent gale on the cliff eerily fell silent. It seemed as if the mountain wind itself was flowing gently along the trajectory of Yu Buchuan's wooden sword. After most of the day had passed in the Huashan sword testing square, thump, 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 a series of urgent and overbearing footsteps suddenly shattered the tranquility of Huashan. Lu Bo, also known as the Crane Hand, a junior brother of Zhuo Lengchan, the Grand Chief of the Songshan sect, burst in aggressively. He held the gleaming Five Peaks Alliance leader's token and was accompanied by dozens of Songshan sect experts in yellow attire, storming in with a menacing air. "Where is Yu Buchuan?" Lu Bo brandished the token, his sinister gaze sweeping over the Huashan disciples as he sneered arrogantly. "The senior disciple Ling Hucheng has colluded with the demonic cult's enchantress. The Huashan sect has fallen into the path of evil. By the decree of Chief Zhuo, the Huashan sect leader Yu Buchuan has failed in his discipline. From today onward, he must cripple his own martial arts and surrender the position of Huashan sect leader. If he dares to resist, the Five Mountain Sword sect will raze Huashan to the ground this very day." Ning Zhongzi glared at him in anger. "Lu Bo, you dare to slander us? Ling Hucheng would never collude with the demonic cult. The token is here. How dare you quibble?" Lu Bo sneered disdainfully, his heavy sword trembling violently as he unleashed his profound grandmaster internal energy. "If Yu Buchuan is afraid, let him crawl out and kneel. Otherwise I'll tear down this Huashan main hall today." The Songshan sect's strength was overwhelming. Even the mere pressure of Lu Bo's internal energy weighed heavily on the Huashan disciples, draining the color from their faces. Ning Zhongzi gritted her teeth, her hand on the sword hilt, her heart filled with humiliation and helplessness. Ling Hucheng rushed over from the back mountain, trembling with rage at the sight, yet too weak to intervene. What unseemly noise is this? Just as the Huashan disciples were sinking into despair, a cold, vast, ethereal voice, as if descending from the ninth heavens, suddenly boomed across the square. Everyone turned to look. On the mountain path, Yu Buchuan, dressed in a clean gray Taoist robe with wide sleeves billowing, descended step by step from the stone steps with a serene expression. His face was radiant, his skin faintly glowing with a warm luster. He appeared to have aged backward by more than 10 years. In his hand he absurdly carried an ordinary peachwood sword, crudely whittled from a carpenter's shop on the back mountain. "Ha ha ha." Lu Bo burst into laughter at the sight of the peachwood sword, which was less than a toy. "Yu Buchuan, have you gone mad from practicing martial arts? Wielding a peachwood sword, are you planning to exorcise demons for me up the mountain? The Songhan disciples behind him joined in with harsh jeers. Yu Buchuan's expression remained cold, his eyes devoid of anger, only a faint pity, as if looking at mortal ants. The Ming dynasty's martial world, the struggle of the five mountains. Before the Great Dao Ancestor, it is merely the squabble of frogs at the bottom of a well. Yu Buchuan sighed softly. He slowly raised the peachwood sword in his hand. You seek death. Lu Bo, enraged by Yu Buchuan's compassionate gaze, erupted in fury. He pushed his internal energy to its peak, and his heavy sword, carrying the force of 1,000 Jun, swept out horizontally. Songshan's ultimate sword technique, eternal surging waves. The heavy sword cut through the air, its blade aura overlapping like a violent storm, smashing fiercely toward Yu Buchuan's head. This strike was meant to shatter Yu Buchuan along with his ridiculous peachwood sword into pieces. However, facing this awe-inspiring assault, Yu Buchuan did not even move a step. He simply and gently extended the peachwood sword forward. He executed the first form of the Tai Chi sword technique, grasped the sparrow's tail. The moment the peachwood sword extended, strands of pure, profound Taiji white, Tai Chi true essence flowed slowly over the surface of the wooden sword. The violent Songshan sword wind, upon touching this true essence, instantly twisted, harmonized, and dissipated like a mud ox entering the sea. What a... Lu Bo's pupils contracted violently. Before he could react, his refined heavy sword, under the pull of the Tai Chi force, lost all control and traced a perfect black and white Tai Chi circle in the air following the trajectory of the peachwood sword. Shatter. Yu Buchuan uttered a single word and flicked his wrist. The tip of the peachwood sword lightly tapped Lu Bo's great sword. Clang. A crystal-clear sound rang out. Lu Bo's steel-forged heavy sword instantly crumbled, like fragile sand shattering into pieces. Under the stunned gazes of countless Huashan disciples and Songshan experts, the debris scattered all over the ground. As for Lu Bo himself, he was sent flying backwards several zhang by an irresistible yin-yang counterforce, crashing heavily onto the white jade steps, coughing up blood profusely. No. This is not martial arts. This is absolutely not mortal martial arts. Lu Bo clutched his severed meridians, staring at the undamaged peachwood sword, his eyes nearly popping out. You. Are you really Yu Buchuan? In front of the Huashan main hall there was dead silence. Ning Zhongzi and Ling Huchong stood frozen like statues. A mere mortal peachwood sword. One move, and the renowned Songshan Grandmaster man and sword was utterly annihilated. Was this the gentleman's sword? This was clearly a terrestrial immortal. Yu Buchuan stood with his hands behind his back facing the wind. His gray Taoist robe rustled in the mountain breeze, his expression proud like a god descending to earth. He looked down at the blood-soaked Lu Bo on the ground and spoke calmly. Go back and tell Zhuoling. The Huashan sect is now a branch under the supreme ruler of all heavens, the Dao Ancestor Hongjun. If your Songshan sect dares to show the slightest disrespect or utter a single unnecessary word again, I shall cut it down with one swing of my sword. At the rear mountain of Huashan, in front of the waterfall, the roaring sound of cascading water echoed like 10,000 galloping horses, deafening and overwhelming. A colossal waterfall hundreds of meters high plunged from the precipice, crashing into the deep pool below, churning up a curtain of mist. Beside a massive boulder, Ling Huchong, the senior disciple, stood frozen like a statue, clutching his long sword to his chest. His gaze was locked onto his master Yu Buchuan, who stood by the pool's edge. Master, what did he just do? Ling Huchong screamed, inwardly feeling his entire worldview shatter into dust in that instant. Just moments ago he had returned to the mountain to accept punishment from his master for his entanglement with a demon sect enchantress. He had expected a harsh reprimand. But Yu Buchuan merely glanced at him indifferently, then turned around and casually snapped off an ordinary peachwood branch. Chong'er, watch carefully. Yu Buchuan's voice was cool as he waved his hand. He did not employ any profound Zixia inner energy, nor any mystical Huashan sword techniques. It was merely a single move from the Tai Chi sword technique, the wood-splitting stance. In that moment, under Ling Huchong's gaze, wisps of white sword chi, as tangible as reality, surged forth from the fragile peachwood branch. A Tai Chi diagram rotated in the void. Boom. A deafening explosion. The entire vast waterfall, tens of meters wide and plunging from a height of 10,000 feet. At the instant of contact with that wisp of white sword chi, was as if struck by a celestial immobilization spell, severed cleanly in midair by the mighty slash. The waterfall reversed its flow. The water was violently vaporized by the raging sword chi, transforming into a vast expanse of white mist. Is this Huashan's sword technique? Ling Huchong's legs gave way, and he fell to his knees with a thud. All traces of pride evaporated in an instant. The Huashan sword technique he had painstakingly cultivated for over a decade seemed as fragile as a child playing with mud before his master's casually broken branch strike. Withdraw. Conduct yourself well. Yu Buchuan, his expression serene, clasped his hands behind his back, stepped onto the void, and descended the mountain one step at a time. With each step he took faint Taiching, true chi coalesced in the void, forming golden lotuses that bore him aloft. This was the true demeanor of an immortal. Meanwhile, Lu Jingyuan in the main hall of Zixiao Temple reclined comfortably in a bamboo chair, a supremely satisfied smile on his lips. Ding. Detected that group member, Gentleman's Sword, has erected a shrine and offered pure incense for you. World origin causality is being converted, the world's source value has surged again. The system's golden chime echoed like celestial music in Lu Jingyuan's mind. Vast amounts of milky white incense and wish power crossing endless space and time barriers, transformed into streams of pure energy, surging into every part of Lu Jingyuan's body. The Taiching True Yuan within him spun wildly, and layers of faint nine-colored auspicious clouds emerged on his skin. His divine sense grew increasingly ethereal, subtly able to perceive changes over 100 li away through the Xiao Temple's formation. And that was not all. The black spirit soil at the foot of Xiao Mountain suddenly emitted an even richer life essence. The once ordinary black earth, in an instant began to radiate 5-colored halos, transforming into true spirit soil, capable of nurturing immortal herbs. The system chimes sounded again in his mind. Ding. World source conversion complete. Xiao Temple has undergone the second phase of mythic transformation. The spiritual energy concentration in the air has multiplied tenfold. Your strength has been forcibly elevated and your lifespan has increased by 30 years. Gazing at his lifespan limit, which had soared to 180 years, Lu Jingyuan could not help but laugh wildly in his heart. 180 years. Another 30 years of lifespan feedback. This was a rate of empowerment akin to riding a rocket. As long as the group members continued to offer incense and worship, he, the Dao Ancestor, would eventually achieve true physical sanctity and boundless longevity. Just as Lu Jingyuan was immersed in the ecstasy of his power growth. Pop. A crisp notification sound abruptly interrupted his thoughts. Lu Jingyuan started and quickly immersed his consciousness into the chat group. On the public screen, a brand new zombie avatar tinged with traces of black chi was pulsating wildly. A new group member had come online. It was none other than Uncle 9, Lin Jiu from the Republic-era funeral home, specializing in exorcising demons and vanquishing evil. However, upon appearing, Uncle 9 did not send any greetings. Instead, he posted a photograph, a bizarre image with an extremely dark background exuding dense black chi and chilling deathly aura. At the center of the photo, a colossal zombie, covered in green fur with bloodshot eyes, stared fixedly at the camera, revealing 2-inch-long sharp fangs. Mao Mountain Lin Jiu, supreme ruler of the Primordial World, Dao Ancestor Hongjun. Mao Mountain Lin Jiu, old ancestor, Dao Ancestor. Something terrible has happened. Mao Mountain Lin Jiu, the zombie king in the back mountain of Rinjia Town, has suddenly mutated tonight. Mao Mountain Lin Jiu, this zombie is impervious to blades and spears. Even my disciple's century-old peach wood sword was bitten through by it. Mao Mountain Lin Jiu, I beg the old ancestor to issue a divine decree, guide us, and save the innocent townsfolk of this entire town. The Republic of China, Rinjia Town, the funeral house. The night was as dark as ink with eerie gusts of wind howling. Inside the main hall of the funeral house, flickering candlelight cast sprawling menacing shadows on the walls. Uncle 9 Lin Jiu was now gripping a broken peachwood sword, his expression grim and tense to the extreme. His Taoist robe was covered in dust and bloodstains, and his top knot was slightly disheveled. Master, what on earth is that monster? The disciples Qiuxing and Wenkai trembled and hid behind the altar table, clutching 2 handfuls of sticky rice tightly. When I threw the sticky rice at it, it didn't even spark. Your corpse-suppressing talisman stuck to its forehead, burned up instantly. That creature has thick skin, even bullets can't pierce it. How can we fight this? Wenkai spoke with a sobbing voice, trembling in fear. Uncle 9 remained silent, his eyes fixed on the deep darkness beyond the main gate. It was a mutated bronze-armored corpse. No one knew how many years it had been nurtured in the most extreme location on the back mountain of Rinjia Town. Having absorbed ample earth energy and resentment, it had now fully emerged. Ordinary Maoshan Taoist arts were utterly ineffective against it. Could it be that I, Lin Jiu, am destined to die here today, and the people of Rinjia Town to suffer this catastrophe? Uncle 9's heart was filled with unwillingness, just as he was in despair. In his mind, the pale blue light screen of the chat group of all realms suddenly popped up. He recalled the big shots in the group who addressed each other as Dao Ancestor and could casually destroy heaven and earth. Without a moment's hesitation, Uncle 9 immediately posted the eerie photo of the bronze-armored corpse in the group and cried out for help. The group's public chat instantly became lively. Iron Man, oh my god, what kind of carbon-based life form is this? A genetic mutation. Iron Man, Maoshan Lin Jiu, buddy, this thing looks pretty tough in terms of physical defense. Iron Man, I suggest you send me your coordinates. I'll use a tiny tracking missile from Stark Industries to level that entire mountain. In his lab, Tony Stark looked at the photo of the green-haired monster with utter disdain. A bronze-armored corpse. Against modern firepower, it was just a matter of one missile. Demon King Tiny Missile. Tony, your weapons are too outdated. Demon King Maoshan Lin Jiu, send me the coordinates. Demon King, I'll directly deploy the Demon Wings ultra-long-range orbital cannon. One shot, and I'll format the molecular structure of that Rinjia Town. Liang Bing sneered coldly aboard her spacecraft, feeling that dealing with such a low-level monster was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Watching the comments from the 2 tech big shots in the group, Uncle 9 wiped his cold sweat in the funeral house and smiled bitterly. Miniature missiles. Orbital cannon formatting. Were these two here to save people or to massacre the town? If they actually made a move, not even a single rat would survive in Rinjiao town. Maoshan Linjiao, thank you both for your kindness. Maoshan Linjiao, but the people of Rinjiao town are innocent, and I dare not involve them. Maoshan Linjiao, I beg the Dao Ancestor and the old immortal Ancestor to grant me a true Daoist method to vanquish demons and evil. Uncle Nine directly tagged the golden glowing business card of Dao Ancestor Hongjun. In his eyes, only this supreme Daoist patriarch of the myriad realms could use orthodox Daoist techniques to eliminate the monster without harming the innocent. Inside the inner chamber of the Zixiao Palace, Lu Jingyuan was leaning back in a bamboo chair watching the chat records with a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A bronze-armored corpse. In a low-magic supernatural world, that thing is indeed a troublesome big fellow. But for me who is about to break through to the foundation establishment stage as the Dao Ancestor. Lu Jingyuan chuckled softly. He stood up and walked to the writing desk. He casually pulled an ordinary piece of white paper from the drawer. Then he found a bottle of red ink usually used for annotating Daoist scriptures. System, bring up the drawing method for this evil-repelling talisman. This was the lowest-level house-protecting evil-repelling talisman that Lu Jingyuan had found in the ancient martial arts technique library. In a low martial world, it was simply drawn on doors to scare off petty thieves and wild beasts. Lu Jingyuan picked up the brush and dipped it in the red ink. Without any infusion of true qi, he drew a crooked scribble-like pattern on the white paper. After finishing, he didn't even bother to blow it dry. He simply picked up the system's consciousness camera and snapped a photo of this rough, house-protecting talisman. Ding. Exclusive red packet sent to group member Maoshan Linjiao. Supreme ruler of Primordial Chaos Dao Ancestor Hongjun, this is a house-protecting talisman that my eldest disciple Taishan casually drew while playing in the back mountain. Supreme ruler of Primordial Chaos Dao Ancestor Hongjun, though it is but a mundane object, it has been imbued with a trace of the Dao resonance from the Zixiao Palace. Supreme ruler of Primordial Chaos Dao Ancestor Hongjun, take it. It is more than enough to suppress such an ant. Sent. The moment the photo was sent, the system's mythological translation filter activated once more. That crooked house-protecting talisman drawn on ordinary white paper with red ink. In the instant it descended through the group chat space into the zombie world. It underwent a complete transformation. In Uncle Nine's eyes, the runes on the photo transformed into a nine heavens all-sealed divine thunder talisman radiating dazzling golden light condensed from the supreme Taishang Thunderfire true intent. Every stroke seemed to contain the destructive thunder capable of shattering mountains and rivers. Through the screen, Uncle Nine could feel the vast celestial might surging forth, pressing down so hard that the Maoshan magical power within him trembled. Dao Ancestor, how wise and sacred. Uncle Nine was so moved that tears streamed down his face. He fell to his knees with a thud and kowtowed repeatedly toward the void. He did not hesitate. Immediately, he used his mind to download this divine talisman into reality. Buzz. A blinding golden light flashed through the main hall of the funeral house. A thin, translucent golden talisman light as a cicada's wing, yet heavy as 1,000 pounds, landed steadily in Uncle Nine's palm. Just then, boom, the heavy wooden door of the funeral house let out a teeth-grinding crack. Amid the terrified screams of Qiuxing and Wensai, the two doors were smashed open by a terrifying brute force. Black chi surged in like a flood. A bronze-armored corpse king, Tu Zhongtal, covered in ancient bronze corpse armor and with blood-red eyes. Emitting a nauseating stench of decay, it roared ferociously like an out-of-control chariot and charged violently into the main hall of the funeral house. A deafening roar shattered the silence of the funeral hall like a thunderclap. The blood-red eyes of the bronze-armored corpse king locked onto Uncle Nine, who stood before the altar. Its arms covered in green mold and hard, as iron swung violently, stirring up a nauseating stench of blood as it lunged ferociously at Uncle Nine. This corpse king had drained the blood of countless victims. The corpse chi within it was so dense it nearly materialized, and the green bricks beneath its feet shattered into fragments as it passed. Master, be careful. Qiuxing and Wensai, hiding in a corner, turned pale with terror and screamed hysterically. Uncle Nine's expression remained cold and stern. He took a deep breath, bit his middle finger, and dabbed a drop of vital blood onto the ancestral 8 trigrams mirror in his hand. Maoshan, borrowing power urgent as the law. The 8 trigrams mirror instantly burst forth with a blinding yellow light, striking the bronze-armored corpse king square on the chest. However, the divine light that could obliterate ordinary zombies in an instant only produced a sizzling sound upon contact with the corpse king's armor, failing to even penetrate the thick, bronze-colored corpse armor. With a thunderous crash, the corpse king let out an enraged roar. Its massive fan-like claw, carrying immense force, slammed heavily onto the 8 trigrams mirror. A sharp crack echoed. The ancestral 8 trigrams mirror, which had accompanied Uncle Nine for decades, shattered into pieces. A violent force surged up his arm, sending Uncle Nine staggering back several steps. His back struck the altar heavily, and a metallic taste rose in his throat. Such formidable corpse chi. Uncle Nine wiped the blood from his mouth, a flicker of shock in his eyes. This mutated bronze-armored corpse king had surpassed the limits of ordinary Taoist arts. As the Corpse King roared and charged again, its razor-sharp fangs nearly reaching Uncle Nine's throat, he gritted his teeth. I'll risk it all. With a determined resolve, he thrust out his right hand, pressing the illusory and dazzling Divine Thunder Talisman, downloaded from the chat group, firmly onto the half-broken Peachwood sword in his other hand. The moment the talisman touched the Peachwood sword, the ancient blade, which had grown dim and even fractured from age, was suddenly infused with the supreme might of heavenly thunder and fire. The broken sword erupted in a blinding golden radiance, as if rekindled by the fire of the 9 heavens. The entire blade blazed with dazzling golden lightning. On the sword's surface, faint traces of Taiching divine thunder crackled and hissed, unleashing a majestic, pure, and overwhelmingly domineering heavenly might that swept through the entire funeral hall. The once ferocious and rampaging bronze-armored Corpse King, upon sensing this heavenly power, displayed an unprecedented look of terror in its blood-red eyes. Under the golden light, its indestructible bronze corpse armor began to melt like snow, emitting billowing black smoke. The Corpse King let out a piercing, agonized wail, halting its attack mid-charge, and turned to flee by smashing through the wall. You wretched beast, still trying to escape. Uncle Nine's eyes blazed with sharp light. He felt the broken Peachwood sword in his hand become as heavy as Mount Tai, yet brimming with a terrifying power that could cleave mountains and sever peaks. Without any intricate Maoshan sword techniques, he simply pointed the thunderous broken sword at the fleeing bronze-armored Corpse King. Break! No sooner had the word left his lips than a cataclysmic roar like a tribulation thunder from the 9 heavens exploded above the funeral hall. In that instant, the night sky over the entire Rin family town was illuminated as bright as day. A pillar of pure golden Taiching divine thunder, as thick as a water barrel, shot forth from the tip of Uncle Nine's broken sword. With unimaginable speed, carrying the supreme heavenly might to annihilate all evil, it struck the bronze-armored Corpse King squarely on the back. Awoo! The Corpse King uttered the most miserable and despairing wail of its existence. Its bronze corpse, famed for being impervious to weapons and elements alike, was as fragile as paper before this Taiching divine thunder. It barely lasted half a second before its entire body exploded in the blinding lightning, shattering into fragments. Before the scattered corpse parts could even touch the ground, the merciless Taiching thunderfire vaporized them completely, leaving not even a trace of black smoke. One strike. Instant kill. The funeral hall fell into a deathly silence, the air filled only with the faint, acrid smell of burnt flesh from the lightning. Uncle Nine stood frozen still, holding the pose of the sword, staring at the empty hall, and then at the broken Peachwood sword in his hand, which still flickered with faint electric sparks. He was utterly stunned, as if struck by lightning himself. Was this a spell he, a Maoshan Taoist, could unleash? The power, not to mention a bronze-armored corpse, even a legendary flying corpse, or an ancient demonic spirit, would be instantly annihilated by this divine thunder. In the corner, Xiaoxing and Wenkai stood with their mouths agape, clutching each other tightly. They rubbed their eyes frantically, wearing expressions as if they had seen a ghost. And Master, Xiaoxing swallowed hard, his voice trembling so much he could barely speak. When did you learn the Lost Palm Thunder technique? Rinjia Town, early morning. The morning mist had not yet dissipated, but the main street of the town was already packed tightly. Master Nine is truly a living immortal. That bronze-armored Corpse King was so ferocious I saw it smash a stone lion with one claw. But Master Nine just pointed a finger and summoned the 9 heavens divine thunder, turning the monster into ashes on the spot. The townspeople were buzzing with discussion, their faces filled with awe and fervor. The town mayor and Master Rin Fa, along with Rin Tingting personally, stood at the entrance of the funeral parlor, waiting respectfully. After a short while, Master Nine, changed into a clean Taoist robe, walked out with a somewhat complicated expression. Master Nine, you are the great benefactor of our Rinjia town. The mayor stepped forward excitedly, holding a heavy red wooden tray piled with gleaming silver dollars. Rin Tingting also stepped forward, her beautiful eyes shimmering with emotion, and bowed gracefully. Master Nine, I will never forget your life-saving grace. Faced with these praises and riches, Master Nine merely shook his head slightly and reached out to push back the red wooden tray. His gaze turned to the distant sky, his eyes revealing an unprecedented reverence. Dear villagers, that divine thunder yesterday was not my doing. Master Nine's voice was not loud, but it clearly spread throughout the entire street. It was the supreme, purple heaven Dao Ancestor, above the 9 heavens, who took pity on the mortal world. He bestowed a strand of supreme thunder method, thus suppressing that peerless, ferocious beast. Master Nine's tone was extremely solemn. The mayor and the townspeople were stunned. Purple heaven Dao Ancestor. What kind of deity was that? Even a master like Master Nine revered him to such an extent. Although the commoners could not understand, it did not prevent them from feeling boundless awe for this Dao Ancestor. Master Nine did not explain further. He turned and went back into the funeral parlor, closing the door. In the deepest and cleanest meditation room of the funeral parlor, Master Nine respectfully set up a brand new altar table and lit 3 sticks of incense. He opened a dusty old wooden box beside him. Carefully, he took out 2 yellowed ancient books. Shanqing Dadong Jinjing, Wanfa Guizong. These were the most core inheritance scriptures of the Maoshan sect. They contain the understanding of heaven, earth, yin and yang, the 5 elements, and 8 trigrams by successive Maoshan patriarchs, as well as countless Taoist spells and techniques for subduing demons and exorcising evil. Master 9 looked at these 2 ancient books and took a deep breath. Dao Ancestor's great kindness, I have no way to repay it. I can only offer this humble Maoshan inheritance, though it is like the light of a firefly, it is my sincere intention. Master 9 placed the 2 ancient books neatly on the altar table. Then he opened the heavenly chat group in his mind, and packed the 2 ancient books into a special red packet. Sent. In the inner chamber of the Purple Heaven Palace in the Primordial Chaos, Jingyuan was checking the message sent by Master 9 in the group. System prompt group member, Maoshan Linjiao sent you a special red packet. Maoshan's inheritance ancient books. Jingyuan's eyes lit up. Although he now had the mythical origin to improve his cultivation, he had been troubled by the lack of a systematic cultivation theory. His disciples were also blindly practicing and mutating based on ancient martial arts manuals. Although the mutated results were incredibly powerful when it came to the understanding of the Great Dao of heaven and earth, this primordial chaos world was a complete blank. This Master 9 has truly brought charcoal in the snow. Jingyuan immediately clicked to claim. Buzz. 2 yellowed ancient books appeared in his hand out of thin air. The moment the ancient books entered his hand, the system prompt sounded like celestial music in his mind. Ding. Detected core inheritance of low magic cultivation system, Shangqing Dadong, Jinjing Wanfa Guizong. Integrating into the underlying laws of the primordial chaos. Conversion complete. Congratulations, host. Your world has been supplemented with the basic cultivation system framework. Shangqing Dadong Jinjing has automatically evolved into primordial chaos heavenly Dao general outline prototype. Wanfa Guizong has automatically evolved into 3000 Great Dao basic law library. As the system prompt faded, Jingyuan felt a thunderous roar in his mind. Countless profound knowledge about heaven and earth, the 5 elements, yin-yang, evolution, formations, and talismans surged into the depths of his memory like a tidal wave. He even felt that his control over the surrounding spiritual energy became as effortless as directing his own arm. As long as he wished, he could draw a true spirit talisman that could summon the 9 heavens' mystic thunder at any time. Excellent. Jingyuan was overjoyed, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. With this systematic cultivation outline, he could finally guide his disciples legitimately and even begin to break through to higher realms. Sensing the increasingly profound Taiching True Yuan within his body, Jingyuan knew that the opportunity to break through the Qi refining stage and step onto the foundation establishment path had arrived. He immediately sat cross-legged on the cushion, forming a mysterious hand seal ready to go into seclusion and break through to the foundation establishment stage. However, just as Jingyuan closed his eyes in the courtyard outside the Purple Heaven Palace, Laojun and Yuanshi, who were about to continue their training, suddenly looked up at the same time. Senior brother Yu, look at the sky. Yuanshi pointed at the sky, his voice trembling. Laojun followed Yuanshi's finger, and his usually calm eyes were now filled with shock. Behold, the sun in the sky, which had been emitting a gentle golden light, had suddenly, and without warning, turned into a strange crimson red. Above the firmament, the sun that had once radiated a pale golden halo now turned as crimson as fresh blood. The red light cascaded like a tide over the earth, dyeing the entire 100-li Zixiao mountain in an eerie blood-colored hue. What is this? Yuanshi stood in the courtyard, clutching a pebble, his heart pounding with fear as he stared at the sky. Do not panic. Laojun Taishang took a deep breath, circulating the Taiching True Yuan within his body. He fixed his gaze on the crimson sun and said in a low voice, I can sense that this red light carries no aura of destruction or violence. Instead, there is a supreme pure yang law of evil repelling that is awakening. This must be the master within the great hall once again, evolving some extraordinary supreme heavenly Dao. The 2 disciples were fervent. They both looked toward the tightly closed inner chamber door, their eyes filled with reverence. At that moment, within the secret chamber, Jingyuan had also reached the most critical stage of his breakthrough. The karmic merit feedback from the Jiushu world and the Yu Buchuan world erupted completely at this instant. The completion of the heavenly Dao compendium triggered a violent tremor in the fundamental laws of the primordial world, causing the sun to manifest the crimson anomaly. Then, the boundless red light began to converge rapidly toward the summit of Zixiao Mountain. Boom! A dull thunderous roar burst from the sky above Zixiao Palace. Countless pure, flawless, golden, auspicious lights descended from the depths of the void. The crimson faded, replaced by endless auspiciousness. A moose-sized golden cloud of merit like a mass of solid golden cotton hovered silently directly above Zixiao Palace. A golden rain of merit trickled down, pattering softly. Inside the secret chamber, Jingyuan was in a mysterious state of self-forgetfulness. The pure origin nurtured within that moo of golden merit cloud transformed into a pillar of golden light, enveloping him entirely. He could clearly feel the gaseous true qi within his body under the forceful infusion of the merit power begin to spin and compress wildly. Drip! A crisp droplet sound audible only to Jingyuan suddenly echoed in his dantian. It was the first drop of liquid foundation establishment jade liquid, formed from the extreme compression and condensation of gaseous true qi. This drop of jade liquid was entirely golden, exuding a life aura as thick and pure as mercury. Drip, drip. With the birth of the first drop, a chain reaction erupted instantly. The true qi vortex within Lu Jingyuan's body began to collapse violently. One after another, flawless drops of foundation establishment jade liquid gathered in his dantian. In the blink of an eye, a golden liquid lake had formed deep within his dantian. The foundation establishment stage was achieved. Boom. A terrifying aura more than 10 times that of the qi refining stage swept out from Lu Jingyuan's body without restraint. His meridians were widened several times, and his flesh, nourished by the jade liquid, began to expel the last mortal impurities. His bones became as lustrous as jade, his blood surged like a great river, his ears and eyes were clear, and his divine sense instantly covered an area of 10 li in radius. At the same time, under the baptism of this vast merit, the entire Xiao Palace began a transformative rebirth. Above the main gate of the hall, the wooden plaque, once worn and cracked from age, suddenly burst forth with dazzling golden radiance. On the plaque, the 3 characters, Xiao Palace, casually carved by Lu Jingyuan, now spontaneously lit up with profound divine patterns of merit. Strands of Tai Ching, thunderfire, true intent, and the evil-repelling law dashed wildly through the strokes. A gentle, pure golden light of merit radiated from the plaque, engulfing the forests for 10 li around. At the foot of the mountain, the mortal farmers toiling in the fields or kneeling in worship felt in that instant when the golden light swept over, an indescribable coolness surged through their bodies. A somewhat stooped old farmer bathed in the golden light felt his bones crackle softly, his spine miraculously straightened. Some villagers, worn down by years of labor and illness, found their ailments vanish in an instant, their spirits soaring. A miracle! A miracle! The old immortal on Xiao Palace has manifested. Thousands of people prostrated themselves, and countless pure threads of faith power once again turned into white mist flowing ceaselessly into the mountain. As for that gleaming golden plaque, from then on, anyone harboring evil thoughts or tainted by malevolent spirits upon approaching within 3 li of Xiao Palace would be instantly suppressed and purified by the evil-repelling golden light of the plaque. On that day, Xiao Palace completely transcended the category of an ordinary temple, becoming a true primordial holy land. Inside the inner chamber, Lu Jingyuan slowly opened his eyes, 2 golden thunderbolts flickering and vanishing in the depths of his gaze. He stretched out his hands, feeling the surging sea-like foundation establishment true yuan within him, and burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Foundation establishment, great completion. 500 years of lifespan. On the system panel, his lifespan column had jumped from the original 180 years directly to a gleaming golden 500 years. A full 500 years of life. In the Ming Dynasty and the Republic of China worlds, this was an undeniable living immortal. Lu Jingyuan stood up, straightening the folds of his robe. With a composed expression, he pushed open the wooden door of the secret chamber, ready to step into the courtyard and savor the transformed primordial world after the great leap. However, just as his right foot crossed the threshold, and before he could draw a breath of fresh air, roar. A thunderous, beastly roar shaking the entire 100 li Xiao mountain violently suddenly came from the depths of the endless western wilderness, carrying boundless baleful auras surging like a tidal wave. The beastly roar came from the depths of the western wilderness. Muffled, violent, like a giant bronze hammer, it struck the earth heavily. In front of the main hall, Laojun and Yuanshi hurried over, their expressions somewhat tense. Master, what was that just now? Laojun looked toward the west with some uncertainty. Lu Jingyuan held a teacup, his divine sense following the golden light that filled the sky, instantly sweeping across dozens of miles of void. Through the system's feedback, he saw a scene that was deep in the western great wilderness. A massive wild bear, under the aftermath of the primordial world's spiritual energy surging tenfold just now, miraculously awakened a trace of ancient bloodline within its body, its size directly rising to several zhang, roaring madly at the sky. No harm. Lu Jingyuan withdrew his divine sense, took a sip of warm spiritual tea, and said calmly, "The world is undergoing a leap, the laws are being perfected, and all things are attaining the Dao. Just a wild bear awakening its bloodline, nothing to be alarmed about." Hearing the master say this, Laojun and Yuanshi immediately breathed a sigh of relief. That's right. The master is the supreme Dao ancestor who can even send down divine thunder at will. A mere mutated wild bear in the master's eyes is probably no different from a tiny ant. At this moment, the second major upgrade of the primordial world was still unfolding. Not only the beasts, but even the sand and soil of the earth underwent earth-shattering changes in an instant. At the foot of Xiao Mountain, the villagers were shocked to discover the originally barren yellow clay around the mountain, after absorbing the faint golden spiritual rain that fell last night, had turned into pitch-black, ink-like dark soil overnight. This dark soil was not only fertile and soft to step on, but even emitted a faint, refreshing fragrance like that of grass and trees. Why does this soil smell so fragrant? An old farmer squatted down, grabbed a handful of dark soil, and felt that there was a faint warmth circulating within the soil. How could this be ordinary soil? This was clearly spiritual soil, enchanted by immortals. What was even more shocking to the villagers was yet to come. A few days ago, they had just planted some ordinary cabbages in the dark soil. But when they came to check early this morning, those small leaves that had just sprouted, under the nourishment of the dark spiritual soil, they began to shoot up at an incredible speed. In just one morning, those ordinary cabbages had grown to over half a meter tall. The cabbage leaves were crystal clear, interlaced with green and white, faintly emitting a jade-like luster under the morning light. Mother, is this cabbage? This is clearly jade. A bold villager casually broke off a leaf and put it into his mouth for a bite. Crunch. Incredibly crisp. An indescribably sweet juice flowed down his throat and instantly surged through his limbs and body. The old farmer felt his whole body warm, and the backache and soreness from years of labor vanished without a trace. Immortal vegetable. This is a mortal vegetable. For a moment, the mortals at the foot of the mountain, seeing the jade-like, immortal vegetables all over the ground, prostrated themselves fervently toward the peak of Xiao Mountain once again. At this moment, on the back mountain of Xiao Palace, Laojun was carrying a large wooden bucket, preparing to fetch water from the back mountain. When he walked to a rocky hill, he suddenly stood frozen in place. In that rocky hill, there were only a few ordinary mountain peach trees he had casually planted before. But now, those originally bare peach trees, after absorbing 10 times the spiritual energy, instantly grew several zhang tall. Their lush canopies blocked the sky and sun. Not only that, palm-sized pink, translucent peach blossoms at an astonishing speed burst open one after another on the branches. Above the peach blossoms, faint white mist lingered. That was true immortal qi. So fragrant. Laojun took a deep breath. The rich, sweet fragrance that rushed straight to the head, carried by the mountain wind, instantly spread out. The fragrance drifted through the mountains. 1 li, 5 li, 10 li. The entire 100 li Xiao mountain in that instant seemed enveloped in a pink peach blossom fragrance. Even more, this peculiar fragrance, under the will of Lu Jingyuan, who had broken through to foundation establishment, transformed into a faint thread of karmic principles. Following the barriers of the world, it began to drift toward the wider world beyond the mountains. The fragrance floated. Crossing countless mountain ranges, it finally drifted into a desolate valley in the southernmost part of the primordial world. The valley was quiet. Only a clear spring flowed slowly. Beside the spring, a beautiful woman in a long ancient-style red dress was squatting on the ground. In her hand, she held a lump of wet yellow clay, casually shaping various small animals. A mountain breeze carrying faint immortal qi and peach fragrance suddenly blew into this silent valley. The red-dressed woman's movements suddenly paused. That wisp of peach blossom fragrance entered her delicate nose. The woman's lively, deep eyes, seemingly containing endless creative vitality, lit up slightly. On her face, which was so beautiful it seemed not of this mortal world, in that instant, suddenly appeared a moving smile full of intense curiosity and extraordinary spiritual charm. Niwa abruptly lifted her head. She looked toward the direction of Xiao Mountain. Following the faint, elusive scent of sweet peach blossoms, Niwa journeyed northward. When she arrived at the foot of Xiao Mountain, she was instantly overwhelmed by the sight before her. The majestic Xiao immortal mountain towered into the clouds, piercing the sky. The entire mountain was shrouded in a faint golden spiritual mist, with celestial cranes gliding through the haze. As the mountain breeze, swept by the sweet fragrance of blossoms, filled the air, with a single breath, the bottleneck in her martial cultivation began to subtly loosen. This must be the secluded retreat of an enlightened immortal. Niwa took a deep breath, her eyes blazing with fervor and longing. Without hesitation, she lifted the hem of her red dress and stepped onto the jade-white stone steps, ascending toward the summit. When she reached the gate of Xiao Palace, she froze once more. There, a young man in a faded, patched gray Taoist robe was quietly sweeping fallen leaves with a broom. His face was cold and refined, his skin as flawless as the purest white jade. Around him, faint strands of mysterious yellow light swirled spontaneously like a divine halo protecting his body. This fellow Taoist. Niwa clutched her robe nervously and bowed gracefully. She, the martial goddess of the southern ancient martial world, suddenly felt a bone-deep pressure from this sweeping youth. Laojun Taishang stopped his broom. He looked at Niwa, a calm glint in his eyes. This benefactor, this place, is my master's sacred retreat. If you have no urgent matter, leave at once. Niwa's mind buzzed. This terrifying golden radiance shrouded jade immortal of unfathomable power was merely the senior disciple sweeping the grounds. What kind of heaven-shaking supreme existence must the master within Dao Ancestor Hongjuan be? Niwa's legs gave way, and she knelt with a thud on the jade floor. Facing the hall, she bowed with fervor. Niwa seeks an audience with the Dao Ancestor. Niwa wishes to become a disciple of the Dao Ancestor, to heed your teachings for all eternity. Inside the hall, Lu Jingyuan heard the commotion and twitched his lips. Holy crap, Niwa's already at my doorstep. He forced down his shock, sat cross-legged on the cushion, and focused his mind. The pure, formidable pressure of his newly broken foundation establishment realm swept across the hall, without reserve. At the same time, the system's vast nine-colored mythical golden light effect bloomed behind Lu Jingyuan. Enter. Lu Jingyuan's ethereal, profound voice, tinged with a faint divine might, echoed in Niwa's ears. Nuwa took a deep breath, her heart filled with extreme trepidation and a pilgrim's reverence, and slowly pushed open the heavy door to step into the hall. The moment she crossed the threshold, boom, a wave of indescribable supreme divine might pressed down on her soul like a mountain. On the high platform, Jingyuan in a pristine white Taoist robe was enveloped by a myriad of 9-colored divine radiance, with a golden wheel of merit rotating behind his head. His face was cold, his eyes tightly shut, yet he seemed to overlook all realms. Nuwa's mind was utterly shaken by this mythical aura. In that instant, the bottleneck in her mind regarding clay creation began to crumble miraculously under the Dao Ancestor's divine inspiration. She knelt with a thud, raising high in her hands the most exquisite little yellow clay figurine she had crafted. Unworthy disciple, Nuwa pays respects to Master. This is a clay figurine I casually shaped in my leisure. I beg Master to grant me the method of creation. Jingyuan looked at the kneeling Nuwa, thinking, how would I know any creation method? However, he looked down at the lifelike little yellow clay figurine in her hands, and felt the pure nascent Taiching Foundation establishment true essence at his fingertips. Very well. Jingyuan leaned forward slightly on his cushion with an aloof air. He slowly extended his right hand, stretching out a pale middle finger, and aimed it at the clay figurine's brow. With a gentle touch, a strand of pure foundation establishment true essence silently merged into it. The next moment, under the astonished gazes of Nuwa and Taishang, the originally lifeless stiff little clay figurine gave a sudden jolt. The cracked yellow clay on its body instantly transformed into tender jade-like skin. The little clay figurine slowly opened its big, jet-black eyes, blinked, and then let out a sharp, faint baby's cry. Wah! Within the grand hall, the faint and crisp sound of an infant's cries echoed silently. Nuwa carefully cradled the tiny clay figurine in her hands. Or rather, the newborn infant that now squirmed slightly in her palm, waving its delicate pink hands. Her slender frame trembled violently from the sheer shock. A lump of yellow mud from the ground, simply because the master had lightly touched it with her pale finger. And yet, in an instant, it erased the dead stillness of earth and stone, evolving into true flesh and bone, even warm breath and a beating heart. This is the method of creation. This is the true supreme Dao of creation. Nuwa lifted her head abruptly. Her eyes, once lively but now filled with boundless fervor and thirst for knowledge, fixed intently on Jingyuan atop the high platform. She knelt again with a thud, her voice trembling. I beg the master to bestow upon me the true essence of creation. I am willing to offer everything to seek the master's guidance. On the high platform, Jingyuan sat upright on the ninefold dais, his expression icy and indifferent. But deep inside, he was already sweating profusely, barely maintaining his aloof demeanor. What the hell do I know about the Dao of creating humans? I just casually used a wisp of my foundation establishment Taiching True Yuan, and who knew the mud figurine would come to life on its own? Jingyuan screamed inwardly, but as he looked at Nuwa kneeling before him, with eyes overflowing with eager thirst for knowledge, he knew that if he admitted he didn't know the hard-earned persona of the Dao Ancestor would collapse instantly. I have to bluff my way through. And I have to do it in a way that best showcases my Dao Ancestor aura. Jingyuan's mind raced frantically, sifting through knowledge from his past life. Suddenly, he recalled the worn-out high school biology textbook he had studied back on Earth. Got it. The end of science is metaphysics. If I package modern biology as the art of creation, I'll definitely lead this ancient martial arts girl completely astray. Jingyuan slowly opened his eyes, a glint of golden light flashing through them. He looked down at Nuwa, his voice ethereal and majestic, echoing through the hall. The method of creation is not about fashioning something out of nothing. It is the most precise supreme order of law in heaven and earth. Nuwa listened carefully. Nuwa's body trembled, and she quickly held her breath, straining her ears, not daring to exhale. Jingyuan cleared his throat and spoke with a divine measured tone. All living things are not monolithic wholes. At the tiniest level within them, they are composed of supreme particles called cells. A single cell is the beginning of life. One divides into two into four into infinity. This is cell division, the law of life's proliferation. He paused, his gaze profound, and deep within each cell lies a chain of destiny called genes, the primordial chain of fate. Gene inheritance locks in the race, bloodline, and future of life. If you truly wish to create, you must use your divine sense to reorganize these infinite cells and genes within the mud. Below the hall, listening to Jingyuan's fluent recitation of modern biology, Nuwa felt as if she had been struck by a 9-day heavenly tribulation. In her mind, a supreme storm erupted that shattered her worldview. Cells, the supreme particles of life. One divides into two into four into infinity. Isn't this exactly the Dao giving birth to 1 to 2 to 3 and 3 to all things? Genes, the chain of destiny that locks in bloodline and future. In Nuwa's mythologically charged mind, now undergoing a cataclysmic transformation, the cold, dry cell division was instantly reinterpreted as the self-evolution of the Tai Chi creation particles. And gene inheritance was forcefully imagined as the weaving and binding of supreme life order divine patterns. Boom! A brilliant 9-colored radiance of creation exploded from Nuwa's eyes. Her body trembled, her breathing heavy as the Dao laws in her mind suddenly became crystal clear. Disciple. Disciple understands. So this is the true essence of creation. The great formation of life's order. Tears of joy streamed down Nua's face as she kowtowed madly. Thank you, Master, for bestowing upon me the supreme gene creation grand formation. I have attained complete enlightenment. Watching Nua, whose eyes burned with fervor and who had clearly delved into an unimaginable realm of interpretation, Lu Jingyuan, seated on the high platform, silently took a sip of warm tea. The muscles in his face twitched, leaving only a numbing what the hell in his heart. You? What have you comprehended again? I was just reciting the freshman biology textbook. Though his mind was screaming in protest, Lu Jingyuan still maintained an aloof expression and nodded slightly. Go now. Do not let impatience ruin your creative insight. Yes. Disciple shall obey the master's decree. Nua with fervent zeal cradled the still-crying infant and rushed impatiently toward the back mountain of Xiao Palace. In a stone chamber behind the courtyard, she immediately entered a death seclusion. Nua clenched her teeth and made the most ambitious vow. I shall use the gene creation method imparted by the master to shape a true army of primordial divine beasts for the master. The eastern reaches of the primordial world. Here lay a vast basin, scorching and parched year-round. At its center sat a humble village of earth bricks and thatched roofs, known as the Sun Fortress. At this moment it was high noon, with the blazing sun hanging overhead. In the courtyard of the Sun Fortress, no fewer than 100 burly villagers bare-chested had gathered. In the very heart of the crowd, the paramount chieftain Dijun and the second chieftain Donghuang Tai crouched upon the ground, surrounding a pile of dried brushwood. Clang, clang, clang. Tai gripped two large black flint stones, teeth clenched, striking them together frantically. Sparks flew in every direction. Yet not even a wisp of smoke rose from the dry grass below. Tai put some force into it. We're all waiting to cook. By his side, Dijun wiped the hot sweat from his brow, his face smeared with soot, urging impatiently. The future heavenly emperor of the demon race was now crouching in the mud, sighing in frustration over being unable to light a fire. In the martial world of the eastern primordial basin, the two brothers Dijun and Tai were born with extraordinarily high body heat and had cultivated a formidable internal art known as the Nine Heavens Fiery Art. Because their body temperature was unervingly high, the two brothers went bare-chested year-round, revealing dense copper-colored muscle. Their tempers were equally explosive, like a powder keg ready to ignite. Second chieftain, hurry up. My stomach's about to eat itself. The watching villagers muttered quietly nearby, hearing their complaints. Tai, already prone to fiery outbursts, finally lost all patience. Damn it. This broken flint is too slow. Cursing loudly, Tai hurled the two flint stones to the ground, smashing them to pieces. He sprang to his feet. Phew. He drew a deep breath, and the Grandmaster-level inner energy of his Nine Heavens Fiery Art surged to its absolute limit. The muscles on his chest flushed crimson in an instant, and a faint white steam of true energy began rising from his pores. Ignite! Tai roared, veins bulging on his forehead, and drove his fist violently into the ground beside the pile of dry grass. Boom! A muffled sound echoed. The scorching fiery true energy on his fist erupted in an instant, forming a slender crimson flame. The flame instantly set the dry straw ablaze. A great fire burst forth with a whoosh, flames shooting into the sky. The surrounding villagers paused in slight astonishment, then burst into a round of perfunctory, nay fervent cheers. Second chieftain's divine might. With one punch, second chieftain lit a fire. He is truly our Sun Fortress's fire god incarnate. From now on we need never use flintstones again. Hearing the villagers' cheers, Tai, no, not lousy, but Tai, patted his hands proudly, placed his hands on his hips with an air of smug satisfaction, and held his head high. He felt that his extraordinary technique of lighting fire with a single punch had truly awed the entire Sun Fortress. However, Dijun, standing nearby, gazed at the small flame. Far from feeling joy, he clasped his head with both hands and let out a melancholy sigh. Brother, what is there to be proud of? We have cultivated the Nine Heavens Fiery Art for 30 years, and all for what? To serve as a replacement for flintstones. If word gets out, will we not be mocked by our martial brothers? Tai pursed his lips, unconvinced. Brother, then what do you suggest? In this primordial basin, our Nine Heavens Fiery Art is already among the finest in the martial world. Dijun sighed and gazed wistfully toward the distant west. These past 2 days I've heard traveling merchants speak. In the western primordial world there stands a majestic, immortal mountain spanning 100 miles called Xiao Mountain. Upon it sits the Xiao Palace, where a true immortal resides, one who can summon wind and rain and call down heavenly thunder. His Dao title is Hongjun. I hear his eldest disciple Sudi Taishang can shatter a grandmaster's 100-fold tempered steel blade with his bare body alone. Hearing these words, Tai's expression darkened in an instant. His fiery temper flared. Summon wind and rain. Call down heavenly thunder. Brother, that's absolute charlatanry from Western sorcerers, deceiving the ignorant masses. A bare body shattering tempered steel blades. Don't make me laugh. Tai snatched up a rusted bronze spear beside him, his eyes blazing with defiant combat spirit. Brother, I can't bear this. If these Western sorcerers dare be so audacious today, I shall lead a party to that Xiao Palace and challenge them. I want to see whether this old Hongjun can withstand a single punch of my fiery true energy. In the western reaches of the primordial wilderness at the foot of the purple cloud mountain, Tai and Jingyuan, two brothers, raised their heads to gaze upon the towering immortal mountain shrouded in golden spiritual mist, its summit lost in the clouds. Though the brothers were momentarily awed by the immense aura of this celestial mountain, Tai's fiery temper could not be restrained. Elder brother, what are you afraid of? Our blazing fire art is unmatched in the great wilderness. Why fear a doddering old Taoist playing tricks? Tai spat, stripped to the waist, and strode swiftly up the stone steps. Hongjun, you old fiend. Come out and face me, Dongwang Tai in battle. His thunderous roar echoed through the empty valley. At the mountain gate, the senior disciple Taishang Laojuan stood expressionless, wielding a large broom to sweep a few fallen leaves from the white jade steps. As he watched the two sweating, shirtless, and aggressive archaic warriors charging up the mountain, Taishang sighed and put down his broom with some reluctance. Two more mortal warriors disturbing the master's cultivation. Taishang shook his head. Little Taoist, tell Hongjun to come out, or else I'll burn down your shabby temple with one punch. Tai roared. The true chi of the blazing fire art within him surged to its peak in an instant. His entire body turned crimson, and white steam erupted from every pore. He leaped into the air, his fist as large as an earthenware bowl wrapped in scorching fire chi, and smashed viciously toward Taishang's face. Ignorant, Taishang remained calm. He did not even fully activate the Taiching mystic yellow body protection art. With a hint of disdain, he lightly extended his right hand as Tai's fist came crashing down. With a twist of his wrist, a wisp of Taiching pure chi condensed into a small Taiji vortex at his fingertip. He gently tapped Tai's wrist. A crisp sound like cold water splashing onto red-hot iron. The ferocious fire chi of the blazing fire art, enough to crack a large blue stone, was doused and vaporized completely under Taishang's effortless finger. Boom. Tai felt an overwhelming force surge through his arm, numbing it instantly. The terrifying recoil sent him staggering back more than 10 steps. He fell hard onto the white jade steps. How is this possible? Tai clutched his numb right arm, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. His invincible, blazing fire art could not even withstand a single finger from this sweeping Taoist. Beside him, Jingyuan was drenched in cold sweat, his Dao heart shattered. A senior disciple sweeping the ground could extinguish the full-force strike of a grandmaster with one hand. This purple cloud temple was truly a place where immortals dwelled in seclusion. You two brothers are naturally hot-tempered, but you waste this supreme gift on crude inner techniques that merely generate friction and fire. What a deplorable squandering of heaven's bounty. Just as the brothers, terrified and about to kneel and beg for mercy, a voice, ethereal, vast like a divine echo from primordial chaos, resonated from the depths of the hall, thundering in their ears. Lu Jingyuan sat on the high platform, his voice imbued with boundless authority under the golden special effects of the system. Jingyuan and Tai's legs gave way, and they fell heavily onto the stone steps, kneeling. Great immortal, spare us. Your disciples were ignorant. Please grant us guidance. Lu Jingyuan looked at the two kneeling brothers, inwardly relieved. He found Tai's flushed face somewhat amusing. This lad's pure yang aura was extremely fierce, perfect material for cultivating fire-type techniques. Lu Jingyuan focused his mind and immediately communicated with the system. Drawing on the theories of pulmonary breathing and blood flow from the anime fire breathing he had seen in his past life, he had the system organize and translate them into a breathing technique suitable for low-level martial artists transitioning to immortal cultivation. This is the fire breathing technique. Lu Jingyuan's cold voice carried supreme authority. Take it and properly regulate the pure yang fire poison within you. Do not embarrass yourself with mundane fire before my purple cloud hall again. With that, two beams of golden divine light shot out from the hall and instantly merged into the minds of Jingyuan and Tai. The two brothers suddenly found a profound, mysterious breathing diagram, far beyond their comprehension, appearing in their minds. Thank you, Dao Ancestor, for your grace. Overjoyed, the brothers kowtowed 3 times toward the hall. Then, clutching their heads as if they had obtained a priceless treasure, they hurried back to Sun Village in the eastern part of the primordial wilderness. Once back in the village, the brothers could hardly wait to sit cross-legged and begin practicing the fire-breathing technique taught by the Dao Ancestor. Taishang Laojuan. No, Tai took a deep breath and started adjusting the expansion of his lungs. His body began to tremble violently at an astonishing frequency. Inhale, exhale. After completing the final breath, Tai exhaled the impure yang qi. The moment he expelled the last trace of turbid yang qi, a blast of pure yang fire, 3 zhang long, viscous as molten lava and emitting a blinding golden light, erupted from his mouth. The fire swept across the void and slammed directly into the thatched roofs of the villagers' houses in the courtyard. In an instant, the terrifying pure yang fire, fanned by the wind, transformed into an endless sea of flames engulfing half of Sun Village's courtyard. The entire compound was ablaze. The great fire raged wildly through Sun Village. Tai had just failed to perfectly control the terrifying breath of fire within his body. A blast of scorching pure yang energy erupted instantly, igniting dozens of thatched cottages erected within the village. Thick smoke billowed into the sky, and the blazing flames painted the entire heavens in crimson hues. Quick, fight the fire. Water. Go fetch water. Sturdy villagers ran and shouted in panic through the inferno, carrying wooden buckets, chaos erupting all around. Yet, Dijun, the village chief, stood motionless at the heart of the roaring flames. He gazed upon clusters of sun-true fire, distinct from mundane flames, faintly radiating a golden divine luster. Far from any anger. Instead, his body trembled violently with overwhelming excitement. This is not mortal fire. This is the supreme Yang Sun, true fire capable of melting all things. Dijun screamed inwardly, his hands clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white from the strain. At the very center of the inferno, Tai kept his eyes tightly closed, maintaining the profound rhythm of the breath of fire. With each breath he took, the chi of the blazing fire art within his body underwent unbelievable transformation and sublimation at a furious pace. His bronzed muscles momentarily turned red and translucent, resembling flowing lava. Boom! A deep explosive thunderclap rang out. An indescribable domineering pressure erupted from Tai's body, sweeping outward and forcing the surrounding flames to retreat several yards. On Tai's crimson back, amidst rolling heat waves interwoven with golden flames, a colossal phantom of an ancient divine beast slowly emerged, its body wreathed in imperishable golden fire, its wings forged from pure gold. It was a chaotic divine bird with 3 sharp claws, its eyes flowing with the imagery of sunset and sunrise, radiating an endless, boundless aura. The 3-legged golden crow. That unique pressure belonging to the supreme ancient divine beast forced dozens of Sun Village villagers to their knees with thunderous thuds, daring not even breathe freely. Golden crow. Is this the bloodline essence of our 2 brothers? Dijun stared dazedly at the 3-legged golden crow phantom behind Tai, his mouth agape, his mind utterly blank. Yet, this sudden bloodline awakening did not end there. Just as the fire ignited several crude poultry sheds on the back hill. Call, call, a few extremely shrill. No profoundly high and majestic avian cries suddenly pierced through the raging flames, shooting straight into the highest heavens. In the courtyard, several mutated wildfire chickens originally raised by the villagers for eggs. After absorbing the pure yang fire essence radiating from Tai's body, their red feathers began shedding in mass patches in an instant. In their place emerged brilliant golden feathers, each resembling pure gold shimmering with cold metallic luster amidst the flames. Their once bulky and clumsy frames surged wildly in the fire, rapidly growing to several meters in size. Under the baptism of golden flames, their claws instantly split open, a 3rd sharp, dark golden claw. Whooshed! Several giant, pure golden crows unfurled their golden wings several meters wide and instantly soared into the sky. They danced frantically above the inferno, emitting the primordial crow cry of the ancient golden crows, piercing the clouds and shattering the heavens over tens of li. No, were these still some rustic wildfire chickens? These were clearly several true ancient divine beast, 3-legged golden crows. Throughout all of Sun Village, in that single instant, all earthen bricks and thatched roofs were reduced to golden ash within the flames. What remained was a golden sacred ground swirling within golden flames, faintly revealing the nascent form of a supreme divine palace. Divine miracle. This is the Dao Ancestor's blessing. Dijun and Tai gazed upon the earth-shattering transformations befalling their own bodies. The 2 brothers simultaneously fell to their knees on the scalding golden ground with a thud. They finally understood. That Hongjun Dao ancestor of the Western Xiao Palace was not imparting some ancient martial breathing technique. Rather, he was using profound destiny to forcibly awaken the ancient divine beast bloodline within them, dormant for countless epochs. The Dao ancestor's grace is like granting us rebirth. Dijun and Tai's faces burned with extreme fanaticism. The 2 brothers fiercely bowed their heads toward the direction of the Western Xiao Palace and cried out in unison, "All members of Sun Village are willing to serve the Dao ancestor for all eternity." At the foot of Mount Buzhou stood the 100 Li Xiao immortal mountain, once shrouded in ethereal clouds and mist like a realm of immortals. Yet now it was strangled by a suffocating aura of killing intent, reaching its absolute limit of oppression. Thud, thud, thud. Countless urgent and heavy footsteps echoed continuously at the mountain's base. Ba Wuji, the sect master of the Mad Blade sect. He had gathered the 2 most powerful martial sects in the vicinity, the Flying Sword Manor and the Iron Palm Gang. A full 3,000 elite ancient martial warriors, each wielding gleaming steel swords and long spears. They formed impenetrable square formations completely surrounding the mountain pass of Xiao Mountain. Elder, watch how this sect master levels this fraudulent Taoist temple with a single sword strike. Before the grand army stood a middle-aged man in moon-white robes with handsome features, hands clasped behind his back atop a longsword. The sword hovered in midair, a full 2 zhang above the ground. His robes billowed gracefully in the wind, rising and falling, making him appear extraordinarily elegant and otherworldly amidst the golden spiritual mist. Yi Feixian, the sect master of Flying Sword Manor. Students from the 3 major sects around watched Lord Yi stand airborne atop his flying sword and erupted in stunned exclamations, "Immortal! Lord Yi is indeed a true immortal. Controlling a sword with a single leaf ascending in broad daylight, Lord Yi's swordsmanship has reached divine mastery. Hearing the cheers from below, Yi Feixian smugly stroked his beard, his figure swaying gently in the wind. However, the 2,000-strand steel cables, tightly bound around his waist and extending to the tall pine trees on either side, emitted an extremely faint tremor in the wind. He was no true sword-flying immortal at all. Simply relying on profound lightness skill combined with delicate steel cables, he had merely performed an impressive feat of acrobatics before these ordinary martial artists. Brother Ye's lightness skill is truly magnificent. Beside him, an elderly man with a robust build and mysteriously ink-black hands laughed heartily. Tai Wuching, the sect master of Iron Palm Gang. His iron palms, tempered year-round in poisoned sand and iron fragments, were as hard as steel and capable of shattering boulders. Today, our three major sects have precisely 3,000 skilled warriors with 3 grand masters presiding. Even if that impoverished Taoist in Zixiao Temple possessed heaven-reaching abilities, he would only walk a path of death. At the army's center, Ba Wuji of the Mad Blade sect stood with his hand on the broad steel blade at his waist, his expression cold and sinister atop a massive boulder. His eyes gleamed with greedy and cruel beast-like light. Gazing at the Zixiao peak hidden within the boundless golden mist, Ba Wuji took a deep breath. The ancient martial Grand Master internal energy within him surged violently in an instant. Clasping his hands together, true chi flowed into his throat. Hong Jun, you ancient Taoist of Primordial Chaos, listen. Surrender the ancient martial arts inheritance. Renounce all your martial arts. Or else. Ba Wuji roared, his voice transformed into substantive sound waves catalyzed by Grand Master True Chi. Today I shall trample Zixiao Mountain flat, turning this 100-li immortal mountain into rivers of blood. Rivers of blood. Rivers of blood. Rivers of blood. 3,000 ancient martial experts swung their weapons in unison, roaring loudly, their voices shaking the land for 100 miles. Meanwhile, within the tranquil great hall of Zixiao Palace on the summit, the deafening shouts that made stones tremble after passing through the profound merit divine light reached Lu Jingyuan's ears, only to resemble a mosquito buzzing annoyingly beside his ear. At this moment, Lu Jingyuan reclined comfortably in a bamboo chair, a cup of tea in hand with wisps of warmth rising. His foundation establishment stage first layer divine sense swept across the 3,000 ancient martial warriors at the mountain's base, his expression completely serene. He even rather leisurely lifted the teacup, gently sipped the last mouthful of spiritual tea. The teacup gently clicked onto the stone table, producing a crisp da sound. On one side of the great hall, third disciple Tontian held that tattered firewood axe, its surface covered with nicks and even some rust. His physique was robust, the spiritual energy within him already somewhat eager to act. Lu Jingyuan turned his head, looking at the somewhat impatient Tontian beside him, and spoke calmly. Tontian, since you chop wood every day, has your skill grown rusty? Outside the great hall, the wind howled. The war cries of 3,000 ancient martial arts masters converged into a terrifying torrent at the foot of Buzhou Mountain. Raise Zixiao Temple to the ground. Hand over the ancient secret manuals. Those roars, penetrating the tightly shut wooden door, echoed in the hall, causing the teacups on the offering table to tremble slightly. In the center of the hall, Lu Jingyuan was sitting on the chair, his face as calm as an ancient well. His black hair drifted without wind, and faint 9-colored auspicious light swirled around him. He looked like a living immortal who had transcended the mundane world and regarded 3,000 powerful enemies as nothing, with an air of effortless grace. However, beneath his thick and wide sleeves, Lu Jingyuan's right hand, which was gripping the teacup tightly, was now trembling violently due to extreme fear. His palm was covered in cold sweat. Damn it! Damn it! 3,000 people. A full 3,000 big men wielding 100 refined steel blades. And 3 grandmasters leading the charge. Lu Jingyuan howled hysterically in his mind, his eyelids twitching wildly. Although he had just forcibly broken through to the first layer of foundation establishment through the feedback of merit, his lifespan increased to 500 years, and mythical true essence was born within his body. But in essence, he was still a modern man who had hardly killed a few chickens. Looking at the dense locust-like troops and shining long blades at the foot of the mountain, having grown up like this, where had he ever seen such a grand scene of killing? System, if I charge down now, can I withstand the random slashes of 3,000 steel blades? He urgently called out to the system in his mind. The system's cold prompt sounded in his mind. Although the physical body of a cultivator at the first layer of foundation establishment is strong, it has not yet escaped the category of mortal steel. If besieged by 3,000 mortal blades, there is still a very high probability of falling on the spot. Hearing this, the teacup in Lu Jingyuan's hand nearly fell to the ground. It's over. I'm going to die here. His face instantly turned a bit pale. But seeing Nuwa still in seclusion at the back mountain and Tongtian eager to try at the side of the hall, Lu Jingyuan gritted his teeth, knowing that he absolutely could not show any sign of weakness here. No. I am the Supreme Dao Ancestor. I absolutely cannot panic. Since I have to pretend, I'll pretend big. Lu Jingyuan took a deep breath, desperately calming his wildly beating heart. To distract himself and to find some psychological comfort, he moved his mind and immediately opened the All Heavens chat group in his mind. In the group, he clicked on the newly upgraded All Heaven's True Body Live broadcast function. He decided to start the live broadcast using the crazy, adoring gazes and flattery of the group members to forcefully boost his morale. The supreme ruler of the Primordial Chaos Dao Ancestor Jingyuan started a group live broadcast, cleaning mortal mosquitoes. The live broadcast opened. In just 1 microsecond, Xiao Yan, Xiong Ba, Jiu Liang Bing, and Tony, who were originally chatting in the group, all clicked to enter in an instant. However, the moment they entered the live broadcast room, everyone was stunned by the scene on the screen, their minds blank. Under the system's powerful mythical translation filter, the scene in the live broadcast was not at all the foot of a mountain in a low-level martial world. Through the filter, what the group members saw was the sky above the hundreds of miles wide Xiao Immortal Mountain, where countless 9-colored auspicious clouds of merit were rolling wildly. The supreme primordial thunder shuttled through the clouds like a flood dragon. And at the foot of Xiao Mountain, the mortal martial artists like Ba Wuji, Yi Feixian, and the 3,000 elite disciples. In the eyes of the group members, they were directly translated into towering chaos demons, 100 zhang tall, covered in pitch-black demonic aura with blood-red eyes. 3,000 black demons holding chaos demon weapons that emitted endless destructive intent tore apart the outer void of the entire Xiao Palace. That roar of Ba Wuji, a martial grandmaster, was automatically translated in the live broadcast into a supreme divine demon roar that pierced through endless galaxies and shattered dozens of surrounding stars. Looking at this breathtaking grand scene, Xiao Yan in his small room in Wutan City was so frightened that he slid off his chair and fell to the ground with a thud. His lips were purple, his hands clutched tightly over his chest, and he gasped for breath. This damn thing is a mosquito. Dao Ancestor, big shot are those standing at your door, the legendary chaos demons. This aura is too terrifying. At the foot of Buzhou Mountain, before the battle formation of 3,000 ancient martial warriors, the air was so thick it seemed ready to drip with moisture. A fierce wind swept through, stirring up fallen leaves, while the cold gleam of blades interwove amidst the mist. Creak. At that instant, the ancient and sacred gate of the Xiao Palace atop the mountain slowly swung open. Under the fervent gaze of the 3,000 warriors and countless viewers in the live stream room, a young man dressed in a shabby gray Daoist robe, carrying a rusted large chopping knife in his hand, descended the stone steps one by one with a calm expression. His steps were exceptionally steady, almost unhurried. The large chopping knife was covered in mottled yellow-brown rust, and its blade bore several obvious nicks. It looked like a piece of scrap iron a mountain farmer would use to chop firewood. Master sent this disciple to clear the mountain path, and also to split some firewood to bring back. Tontian walked while looking down at his chopping knife, muttering to himself. At the foot of the mountain, Yi Feixian, the master of Feijian Manor, stood on a steel cable floating in mid-air. Upon seeing Tontian descending and the shabby chopping knife in his hand, he burst into uncontrollable laughter. Ha! Brother Ba, Brother Tai, look quickly. That Xiao temple is truly out of people. They actually sent a crude woodcutter servant to die. Yi Feixian laughed so hard tears nearly streamed down. The steel cable beneath his feet trembled and swayed violently between the trees due to his intense laughter. Little servant. Has that old Daoist named Hongjun inside wet his pants in fear, hiding in the main hall and not daring to come out? Yi Feixian pointed his long sword at Tongtian, his face full of arrogance and contempt. Do you really think that rusty piece of scrap iron for chopping firewood in your hand can be insolent before an immortal? Today I, the Manor Lord, will take your head with one sword stroke, so that old Hongjun may know what true martial supremacy is. With that, Yi Feixian lightly tapped his toes in the void, leveraging his lightness, skill, and the spring of the steel cable, and swooped down from a height of 2 zhang like a white crane. The 100 refined longsword in his hand stabbed out wildly in an instant. The legendary technique of Feijian Manor, flying sword 100 blossom slash. Buzz. A vast expanse of azure sword shadows bloomed in the void like 100 flowers. The sword wind tore through the air, raising a piercing whistle along the mountain path. To the eyes of worldly warriors, this move was supremely mystical and dazzling, almost sealing off all of Tongtian's avenues of retreat. Yet in Tongtian's eyes at this moment, these 100 blossom sword shadows, conjured by ancient martial internal energy, were ostentatious and hollow, riddled with flaws, fragile like a pile of twisted dry firewood in desperate need of chopping and pruning. Master is right. Mortal techniques are indeed too flashy. Since it's about clearing the mountain path, I'll use the first form senior brother uses for splitting firewood. Tongtian gradually halted his steps. He gripped the rusted, nicked firewood knife with both hands. He planted his horse stance firmly, and faint strands of Tai Ching's spiritual energy began to flow along his meridians from his jade-like skin toward his arms. The Tai Ching true essence circulated. Tongtian took a deep breath, and the spiritual energy within him surged like a mighty river, pouring along his meridians into the blade of the firewood knife. In that instant, upon the originally dull, rusted, and nicked scrap iron large knife suddenly blazed a sliver of terrifying supreme sharpness that could almost cleave the very void itself. Before the great hall, the wind ceased, and the clouds scattered. Yi Feixian's figure plunged downward, leaving a long white afterimage in the air. A sky full of cyan sword shadows like a torrential rain fiercely shrouded Tongtian's head with astonishing momentum. Yet facing this lethal strike that would make any worldly grandmaster retreat, Tongtian's expression remained as calm as still water. His body sank slightly, both hands gripping the large chopping knife, and he simply without any flourish executed the first form with splitting stance. There were no superfluous tricks nor any dazzling inner energy radiance. He merely followed the primal trajectory of splitting wood, raising the knife high with both hands, then brought it straight down with a grand simplicity that belied its immense power. The moment that rusty wood-chopping knife descended, a crescent-shaped white sword energy, 100 zhang long and radiating pure Taiqing, clear qi burst forth. Suddenly from that rusty blade, it erupted violently, like a volcanic explosion. The width of that sword energy directly blotted out the entire mountain path. The sword energy was so powerful that wherever it passed, the air was instantly melted and vaporized. This is... Yi Feixian's diving body froze midair. He stared at that overwhelming 100 zhang white sword light, radiating an indescribable celestial might, and the arrogance on his face instantly transformed into boundless terror. His countless flying swords, the 100 blossom slash, couldn't hold for even a millisecond upon contact with the white sword light. Countless cyan sword shadows along with the refined steel blade in his hand instantly evaporated and vaporized in the white light. Sect leader, save me. Yi Feixian let out the most miserable and desperate scream of his life. Yet the moment the sound left his lips, the 100 zhang white light had already mercilessly pierced through his body. No blood, no scream. The master of Feijian Manor, the Grandmaster, Yi Feixian, was completely vaporized in the white light, turning into a wisp of nothingness. But that 100 zhang white sword energy, after obliterating Yi Feixian, did not dissipate. Instead it grew even more formidable. Carrying the supreme Taiqing opening true intent, it fiercely crashed into the 1,000 zhanghai mountain peak directly opposite the Zixiao Palace. No. Ba Wuji at the foot of the mountain let out a piercing cry as he watched the beam of white light shooting toward the opposite mountain. A deafening, earth-shattering roar that made the entire primeval land within 100 li tremble violently exploded between heaven and earth. The white sword energy swept across the mountain. That entire towering peak, 1,000 zhang high, standing opposite the Zixiao Palace, was in an instant neatly sliced in half by the 100 zhang white light. The cut surface was as smooth as a mirror, even refracting a sparkling halo under the sunlight. The upper half of the 1,000 zhang peak under gravity's pull began to tilt and slide slowly. The massive rocks and soil grinding in the valley emitted a dull, ear-piercing rumble. Finally it crashed heavily into the 10,000 zhang abyss, stirring up a sky-filling yellow dust storm. On the mountain gate square the wind was calm, leaving only a rich, lingering fragrance of grass and trees in the air. Everyone in that instant was petrified. Ba Wuji and Tai Wuqing stood at the forefront of the army, their bodies trembling violently. The steel knives in their hands slipped and fell weakly onto the white jade steps. The 3,000 elite ancient martial disciples, their faces pale, their legs trembling violently, could no longer hold their weapons steady. A menial servant who swept the floor and chopped wood in the Taoist temple. With just a casual slash, he had not only vaporized their master of Feijian Manor with a single blow, but even with one slash he had neatly sliced off half of the 1,000 zhanghai mountain peak opposite. Was this mortal martial arts? Was this a power a human could possess? Thump, thump, thump. Ba Wuji and Tai Wuqing's legs gave way, unable to support their weight any longer. Without any backbone, they fell straight to their knees on the white jade steps with a thud. And behind them, the 3,000 ancient martial experts who had just been shouting "Bloodbath Zixiao Mountain" also seemed to lose all their spiritual strength in that instant. A full 3,000 people, dropping their weapons in droves, knelt weakly on the damp ground. They stared fixedly at the opposite 1,000 zhang mountain, which had been halved by a single slash, its cut surface as smooth as a mirror. In their eyes there was only an endless soul-shattering blankness. Their minds in that instant had completely lost all ability to think. The thunderous collapse of the colossal mountain gradually subsided across the boundless plain. The swirling dust storm of yellow earth also silently vanished in the gentle golden rain. On the silent sect gate square, Tongtian looked down at the broken chopping knife in his hand with displeasure. The rust on the blade had fallen off a bit more under the agitation of spiritual energy, and the nicks had become even more apparent. Alas! Tongtian curled his lips, letting out a deep, self-reproachful sigh. This disciple is still too foolish, unable to perfectly control the Taiqing, true yuan, within my body. Master usually teaches this disciple that all things in the mortal world are creations of nature and should not be easily damaged. This disciple originally only wanted to sweep away the obstacles on the white jade steps along the path, but never expected. He looked somewhat shamefully at the opposite 1,000 zhang towering mountain that had been neatly sliced in half. Unexpectedly, I actually cut off half of the great mountain peak across from us clean and flat. This not only ruins the scenery of the valley, but also wastes the supreme true essence bestowed by Master. When Master sees this ruin, he will surely severely punish this disciple. Tongtian's voice was very soft, yet it sounded exceptionally clear on the deathly silent mountain path. He was truly blaming himself from the bottom of his heart. After all, in his eyes his master was the supreme Dao ancestor who ruled over all heavens. For him, the senior disciple, to cause such a big commotion while doing such a trivial task as sweeping and dusting, it was simply a lack of skill. However, Ba Wuji, the Mad Blade sect leader, kneeling in the mud after hearing Tong Tian's sincere and even remorseful self-blame. His entire body trembled violently, a sweetness rising in his throat, nearly making him spit out a mouthful of old blood. You. Ba Wuji pointed at Tong Tian with a trembling finger, his hair disheveled, his face twisted beyond recognition. Something in his mind completely shattered in that instant. You chopped down a grandmaster. You split 1,000 Zhang mountain with one slash. And yet your only worry is that you didn't control your strength and fear your master will punish you for ruining the scenery. Ba Wuji completely collapsed, screaming hysterically, "You're lying. This is no mere woodchopping martial art at all. This is immortal magic. This is sorcery. What kind of monster is hidden in your purple cloud temple? Are you humans or ghosts? I don't believe it." Just as Ba Wuji was roaring madly, his Dao heart completely shattered. The Iron Palm gang leader Tai Wuching, who knelt beside him with hands as black as iron, suddenly flashed a ferocious and ruthless glint in his eyes, like a cornered beast fighting for its life. He knew that facing an immortal who could split a mountain with one slash, even if they knelt here, the 3,000 mortal warriors were doomed to die. Die, little Taoist. Tai Wuching roared, his blood and chi burning wildly in an instant. His right hand shot out from his bosom, the palms swirling with violent jet-black poisonous sand true chi. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Dozens of jet-black poison-tipped, iron palm heart-piercing nails specially designed to break internal hard qigong, transformed into an impenetrable black poisonous net. At such close range they shot toward Tong Tian's eyes and throat with a speed too fast for the naked eye to catch. "Third junior brother, watch out." Yuan Shi's anxious shout came from afar. However, before Tong Tian could make any reaction, a mysterious figure, gentle and pure, radiating Tai Ching clear chi, had already like a phantom appeared out of nowhere, blocking in front of Tong Tian. Senior brother Tai Shang Lao Jun. Clang, clang, clang. The dozens of black poisonous nails struck solidly against the patched gray Taoist robe on Tai Shang's chest. At the moment of impact, a layer of golden net as thin as a cicada's wing, yet indestructible, spontaneously emerged on Tai Shang's body surface. Supreme mythical technique. Tai Ching Xianhuang, indestructible golden body. That golden shield woven from heavenly merit and Tai Ching Xian Qi. At the moment of contact with the poison nails, not only was it not corroded by the poison, but it instantly burst forth with a dazzling Tai Chi Xianhuang divine light. Rebound. The dozens of poisoned iron palm heart-piercing nails under the reflection of the divine light had their speed and force magnified tenfold by the Tai Ching law in that instant. They turned into streaks of golden light, fiercely reflected back with even greater violence. Puff, puff, puff. A series of dull, dense sounds of blades piercing flesh rang out. Iron Palm gang leader Tai Wuching, without even letting out a scream, was instantly pierced through every vital acupoint on his body by the dozens of poisonous iron nails he had shot out himself, reversed back. His body was shot into a bloody sieve on the spot. The black poison attacked his heart in an instant. His face turned dead gray black as ink within a fraction of a second. His entire body fell straight backward with a thud. He died with eyes wide open. In front of the courtyard, the wind and rain drizzled. Before the formation of 3,000 ancient martial warriors, the supremes of the three major sects, Yi Feixian of Flying Sword Manor, dissipated by a single slash. The Iron Palm leader Tai Wuching pierced by 1,000 arrows. Now only Ba Wuji remained. Clang. The broad, heavy, refined steel saber in Ba Wuji's hand fell weakly onto the white jade steps, emitting a crisp, mocking sound. A warm, urine-stained smell suddenly trickled slowly from his crotch. This renowned Mad Blade sect leader, famed across the primordial basin and majestic in all directions, in this instant was actually scared into wetting his pants. Thud. Ba Wuji knelt limply on the white jade steps. His head crashed against the hard white jade floor with a loud bang bang, kowtowing madly. His forehead was smashed, bloody bones exposed, yet he seemed to feel no pain. He was like a pitiful worm crushed underfoot, crying and begging madly. "Old ancestor, spare my life. Immortal master, spare my life." This humble one admits his guilt. "I will never dare to spy on the Purple Cloud Palace again. I beg the old immortal ancestor to show mercy and spare this humble one's dog's life." On the white jade steps, the sounds of Ba Wuji's kowtowing and begging for mercy echoed through the empty valley. The voice was filled with despair and collapse, like a cornered beast cowering and wagging its tail for mercy. The 3,000 elite disciples of the Mad Blade sect, Flying Sword Manor and Iron Palm sect, had no strength left even to flee. They clung desperately to the icy mud, pressing their bodies close to the ground, their breathing cautious and suppressed, afraid that even a slightly louder breath might provoke a casual strike from those monstrous Taoists. Inside the grand hall, Lu Jingyuan sat comfortably in a bamboo chair, watching everything unfold through the system's holographic light screen. Seeing Ba Wuji, who had been utterly terrified to the point of wetting his pants, he nodded with satisfaction. "The time is about right." Tong Tian and Tai Shang have already done the groundwork shattering the psychological defenses of these mortal martial artists. Now it's time for me, their master, to go out and finish things. Lu Jingyuan put down the coarse porcelain teacup and stood up. He straightened his spotless white Taoist robe and brushed off non-existent dust. This wave must not only intimidate these natives, but also maximize my presence before the group members. I must make them fully believe that I am the supreme primordial Dao ancestor. Lu Jingyuan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the faint unease that arose from facing 3,000 people. He concentrated, and the foundation establishment, true chi within him, began to flow slowly through his meridians. At the same time, he issued the most critical command in his mind: system, full special effects, maximum output. Boom. The moment Lu Jingyuan issued the command, a sudden tremendous change occurred between heaven and earth. The wind that had been swirling only around the peak of Xiao Mountain suddenly erupted skyward like a rampaging dragon. The drizzling pale golden spiritual rain abruptly halted in midair, as if time itself had been forcibly frozen by this immense power. Then, the two heavy ancient bronze doors of the Xiao Palace, without any external force touching them, slowly opened to both sides with a deep ancient rumble. Buzz. Blinding nine-colored divine light surged forth from the deepest part of the hall, like a breached primordial river. The light was radiant, dazzling yet gentle. In an instant it illuminated the entire 100-mile Xiao Mountain, as if an ancient divine court had descended from heaven. In the sky, ethereal soul-cleansing, celestial music echoed. Countless crystal-clear golden lotuses radiating boundless vitality bloomed out of thin air in the illusory realm. They drifted down from the heavens with golden lotuses springing from the earth, and celestial flowers raining down in profusion. Amid this sacred and magnificent spectacle of unparalleled grandeur, Lu Jingyuan, clad in a pure white Taoist robe, immaculate and spotless, stood upon a solid nine-colored auspicious cloud, swirling with yin and yang energy. His hands clasped behind his back, his expression devoid of sorrow or joy. He floated 3 inches above the ground, defying all laws of gravity. Supported by the auspicious cloud, he slowly drifted out from the depths of the hall. His face was deliberately shrouded in a faint layer of chaotic mist by the system, making his true features indistinguishable. Yet his deep eyes seemed to hold the birth and death of suns, moons, and stars, exuding an unapproachable supreme heavenly might. On the white jade steps, Ba Wuji's frantic kowtowing froze completely the moment the nine-colored divine light shone upon him. He lay on the ground, trembling violently like a sieve. He dared not lift his head. He did not even have the courage to raise his eyelids slightly. Because the moment that terrifying mythical pressure descended, Ba Wuji felt as if his very soul was being torn apart. He sensed that in the void above his head stood a being as vast as heaven and earth itself, an entity so majestic that words could not describe it. That being, with a gaze of compassion, indifference, and insight through the ages, looked down upon him from on high. Under that gaze, Ba Wuji felt himself less than an insignificant ant. As if with a single casual thought, the other could annihilate him in an instant, leaving no trace even for reincarnation. An immortal, a true immortal, has descended. Ba Wuji's teeth chattered uncontrollably, cold sweat soaking the stone steps beneath him. At that moment, the live stream of the All Realms chat group was already boiling over, even descending into frenzy. The system's mythological translation filter amplified the aura of Lu Jingyuan's appearance by countless times, projecting it without reservation into the minds of every group member. In the eyes of the group members, what they saw was not simply a white-robed cultivator stepping on a cloud. It was a primordial golden immortal spanning endless galaxies, surrounded by billions of Great Dao laws and the river of time. Those falling golden lotuses in the group members' view were clearly miniature universes constantly being born and destroyed. Xiao Yan, third young master of the Xiao family in Wutan City. Holy shit. Xiao Yan, third young master of the Xiao family in Wutan City. This is the true form of the Dao ancestor. So cool. So stunning. Xiao Yan, third young master of the Xiao family in Wutan City. This spectacle, this aura. If I had even 1/10,000th of this presence, Xiao Yan would die without regret. In his humble little room, Xiao Yan was flushed with excitement. He jumped up from his chair and stared at the virtual screen in midair, babbling incoherently with admiration. Lord of the Heavenly Society, the old immortal ancestor has manifested. Lord of the Heavenly Society, this pressure makes my very soul tremble. Lord of the Heavenly Society, that ant on the ground dared to offend such an existence. He deserves to die 1,000 deaths. Xiong Ba knelt in the great hall of the Heavenly Society, hands clasped devoutly before his chest, his eyes filled with fanaticism and awe. Iron Man, my God. Jarvis's sensors just burned out the motherboard trying to process these images. Iron Man, this is beyond the realm of science. This is the ultimate divine form of the universe. Tony Stark gasped in his lab, staring at the ruined machine. Demon King. Demon King, damn. I actually doubted this was a backward civilization before. Demon King, just the cloud under his feet, contains a density of dark energy that could explode the entire known universe. Liang Bing stared at the screen, her chest heaving violently. Her proud technological worldview suffered a devastating blow once again at the moment of Lu Jingyuan's appearance. She was now completely convinced that this was an absolute supreme mythological civilization surpassing all technological dimensions. No formula or algorithm could explain the majestic existence before her. In the live stream, comments cascaded like a waterfall. Countless waves of worship, awe, and shock transformed into streams of pure faith power. Crossing the barriers of countless realms, they poured into Lu Jingyuan's body without cease. Hovering in midair, Lu Jingyuan felt the foundation establishment true qi within him growing denser from the vast faith, and his heart was virtually blooming with joy. This wave of special effects was worth it. These big shots in the group have been completely fooled by me. This faith power is more substantial than 100 years of my own cultivation. So satisfying. Though his heart was so thrilled he wanted to do a backflip on the surface, Lu Jingyuan maintained that impassive, aloof, and icy demeanor. Standing on the auspicious cloud, he slowly descended in the midst of boundless golden radiance, hovering in midair over the mountain gate square. The three disciples, Taishang Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, upon seeing their master appear, respectfully sheathed their weapons, retreated to the sides of the path, and bowed deeply with utmost reverence. Lu Jingyuan looked down from on high. His aloof, deep gaze fell upon Ba Wuji, who was trembling on the ground, reeking of urine. The surrounding 3,000 martial arts disciples buried their heads even deeper into the muddy water, not daring to breathe, afraid that even the slightest sound would anger this true immortal from the 9 heavens. The world fell into utter silence. Only the wind chimes on the eaves of the Xiao Palace rang out crisp and ethereal. Lu Jingyuan looked down at Ba Wuji, then slowly opening his mouth with a voice that was ethereal, grand, and seemed to resonate in the depths of everyone's soul. He spoke only one sentence: mundane disturbances I had no intention of heeding. However, you have disturbed my secluded cultivation. Amidst the trivialities of the mundane world, I had no intention of intervening. Yet you have disturbed my tranquil cultivation. Lu Jingyuan's voice was not loud, yet it resonated like the lingering echoes of an ancient divine bell rumbling through the valley and causing ears to ache. Every syllable bore an irresistible, majestic, heavenly might, crashing heavily upon Ba Wuji's heart. Ba Wuji's entire body trembled. He abruptly raised his head. His face, usually so imposing and majestic, was now twisted beyond recognition. Blood mixed with mud from the wounds on his forehead caused by his frantic kowtowing flowed down the bridge of his nose and into his mouth. Yet he dared not even wipe it away. Ancestor, spare my life. Immortal grandfather, have mercy. Ba Wuji once again slammed his head heavily against the white jade steps, producing dull thuds of bam bam. His voice, driven by extreme terror, became sharp and hoarse. I have eyes but failed to see, offending your immortal majesty. I deserve 1,000 deaths. Great Ancestor, show boundless compassion and grant me a path to survival. I am willing to be your beast of burden, to repay your kindness with grass and rains, and to venerate your ancestral tablet for generations to come. This master of the Wild Blade sect, famed throughout the Hongwang Basin, now resembled a bereaved dog whose spine had been ripped out, groveling in the most abject manner. And behind him, the remaining 2,000 elite disciples from the Wild Blade sect, Flying Sword Villa, and Iron Palm Gang, hearing their master's pitiful pleas for mercy, were even more terrified out of their wits. Great Immortal, spare us. We were forced. It was Ba Wuji and the elders who compelled us to come up the mountain. We dare not do it again. Great Immortal, show mercy. These 2,000 martial artists, who usually lived by the edge of the blade and were fiercely ferocious, in that moment cast aside their weapons in perfect unison. Clang, clang. The sound of blades hitting the ground formed a continuous din. Then, all of them knelt in unison on the muddy mountain path, like a collapsing mountain or a toppling pillar, a vast dark mass prostrating themselves. They kowtowed frantically, their cries and pleas merging into a wave of despair at the foot of Xiao Mountain. In the live stream, the group members watched this absurd yet stunning scene, and the barrage of messages flooded the screen again. Third Young Master Xiao of Wutan City. Haha, these ants, weren't they so arrogant just now? Third Young Master Xiao of Wutan City, before the Dao Ancestor, they don't even have the courage to draw their blades. Truly a bunch of trash. Chief of the Heavenly Society, the Dao Ancestor, the Great Immortal, is supremely exalted. How could these vulgar mortals dare to offend him? Chief of the Heavenly Society, Dao Ancestor, in my humble opinion, why not summon heavenly thunder and reduce them all to ashes as a warning to others? King of Demons agreed. They dared to offend the supreme deity. Just format them out of existence. Lu Jingyuan, watching these bloodthirsty big shots in the group chat, rolled his eyes inwardly. Reduced to ashes. Format. I'm only at the foundation establishment, first layer, propping up the scene with the system's special effects. If I really killed all these 2,000 people, how much true essence would that consume? Besides, Xiao Mountain now has such a vast territory with wasteland everywhere. If I kill these prime free laborers, who will do the work? With this thought, Lu Jingyuan maintained his lofty, compassionate demeanor. He stepped on auspicious clouds, looking down from on high at the dark mass of 2,000 captives. Lu Jingyuan gently waved his sleeve, and the golden spiritual rain all around instantly ceased. He spoke slowly, his voice carrying an unassailable calm and detachment. Heaven has the virtue of loving life. My place of cultivation abhors wanton slaughter. Upon hearing these words, Ba Wuji and the 2,000 disciples felt their tense heartstrings suddenly loosen, a glimmer of ecstatic hope flashing in their eyes. Yet, Lu Jingyuan's next sentence plunged them into an icy abyss. Your death sentence is commuted, but you cannot escape punishment. Lu Jingyuan's gaze swept faintly over Ba Wuji, his tone devoid of any fluctuation. Xiao Mountain has recently expanded. For 100 li in all directions there is a need for labor. The white jade steps on this mountain need to be swept daily. The 10,000 acres of spirit fields behind the mountain need to be watered and irrigated. The kitchen stoves of Xiao Hall also need firewood to be chopped and fires to be lit. Lu Jingyuan paused, a faint learned curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Since you are willing to be beasts of burden, then you shall shave your heads and cultivate as menial servants at the foot of the mountain. Labor every day to wash away the worldly bloodlust upon you. Should any disloyalty arise, divine thunder will strike you down. As these words were spoken, the 3 disciples before the great hall, Taishang, Yuanshi, and Tongtian, all showed expressions of admiration. Their master was not only boundless in his divine power, but also magnanimous, using such a method to punish the wicked. This is the true bearing of an immortal sect. As for Ba Wuji kneeling below, upon hearing the words, become a menial servant, the muscles on his face twitched violently. He, the exalted master of the Wild Blade sect, a grandmaster of his generation, was to be reduced to sweeping, carrying manure, and chopping firewood in a shabby temple. And from the looks of it, this would be for the rest of his life. This was more humiliating than death itself. But, when he stealthily raised his head and saw the still flickering heaven-opening divine thunder in the sky, and saw Taishang's white, jade, golden body impervious to blades and spears, and the 1,000-zhang mountain that had been sliced flat by a single blade, that trace of humiliation and defiance in Ba Wuji's heart was instantly crushed by boundless terror. What is menial labor? It's 10,000 times better than being vaporized by a blade or blasted into nothingness by divine thunder. As long as he could live to chop firewood and carry manure, even if told to eat dirt, he would accept it. I obey. I obey. Ba Wuji, as if granted a reprieve, dared not utter a single word of complaint. With tears and snot streaming, he kowtowed heavily 3 times on the stone steps, shouting in gratitude. Thank you, Ancestor, for sparing my life. Thank you, Grand Immortal Ancestor, for your mercy. I will reform my heart, sweep, well, chop wood well, and never fail the Ancestor's cultivation. The 2,000 disciples behind him also followed suit, kowtowing like mad and thanking loudly, fearing that if they were too slow the divine thunder in the sky would strike them dead. Watching this group of once arrogant martial arts masters, now willingly becoming menial servants, Lu Jingyuan nodded with satisfaction. With these 2,000 free laborers, the logistical construction of Xiao Mountain was thoroughly resolved. Just as Lu Jingyuan was about to wave his hand and instruct Taishang to take these people down for arrangements, suddenly, buzz! Within his mind, an extremely crisp and grand heavenly roar sounded without warning. Then, on the system interface, a line of red text, shining with dazzling golden light, like a volcanic eruption, burst forth and occupied all of Lu Jingyuan's vision. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully eliminated or subdued the regional hostile forces. The Hongwang Basin has completely submitted to the prestige of Xiao Palace. Karmic luck has been fully gathered. World ascension value has reached 100. The golden red text flashed wildly in Lu Jingyuan's mind. Fortune has been fully gathered. The world leap value has reached 100. Immediately after Lu Jingyuan fell, the torrent of world origin force vast, as the ocean and indescribably immense surge up from the deepest depths of the primordial land, and violently pour into his body. His mythic true essence, which had just broken through to the first layer of foundation establishment, and was still slowly circulating under the forceful infusion of this immense origin, began to swell wildly, at an inconceivable speed. Foundation establishment second layer. Foundation establishment third layer. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation level was forcibly pushed to a higher realm by the world's upgrade feedback. Not only that, Lu Jingyuan could even clearly sense the earth veins of the entire 100-mile primordial basin. At this moment, they seemed to resonate subtly with his breath. With just a thought, he could stir the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within 100 miles. Such powerful force. So this is the might of world upgrade and heavenly feedback. Lu Jingyuan marveled inwardly. He knew that this was the most critical moment for the primordial world's transition from low martial to low magic cultivation. Since he wanted to show off, he might as well do it thoroughly. After subduing these more than 2,000 captives, relying solely on force to intimidate could make them yield, but to make them willingly and wholeheartedly work for the Xiao Palace, he had to give them some sweetener. Lu Jingyuan understood the principle of carrot and stick better than anyone. Since the world is leaping and spiritual energy is about to erupt, then I, the sovereign, will go with the flow and perform a miracle of directing the land and raining spiritual rain to save the world. Lu Jingyuan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surging true essence within him. He stepped on auspicious clouds floating in midair. His white Taoist robe fluttered in the wind like a true immortal descending to the mortal world. He looked down at the dense crowd of Ba Wuji and others kneeling below. His expression remained lofty and compassionate. Although you have committed unforgivable capital crimes since you have sincerely repented and are willing to enter my Xiao Palace as mere menial servants. Lu Jingyuan's voice was ethereal and grand, echoing slowly through the valley. Then I, the humble priest, shall grant you a stroke of fortune, to wash away the mundane turbidity from your bodies, so that you may have the life to sweep the mountain paths of my Xiao Palace for 10,000 years. Hearing this, Ba Wuji and the others kneeling in the muddy ground raised their heads in confusion. Fortune, wash away mundane turbidity. They could not understand what this unfathomable Dao ancestor was saying. But in the next second, everyone's eyes widened as they witnessed a shocking scene they would never forget in their lives. Then they saw Lu Jingyuan floating in midair slowly raised his right hand white as jade. He extended his index finger toward the sky, which was dimmed by dense dark clouds. Gently he flicked his finger. Scatter. A light word escaped Lu Jingyuan's lips. Buzz. With the descent of his finger, an immense, suffocating mythic pressure containing the origin power of the world leap was unleashed. Centered on Lu Jingyuan's fingertip, it transformed into a visible 9-colored ripple, which wildly swept across the sky in all directions, covering 100 miles. Rumble. The heavy, oppressive black clouds in the sky, the moment they touched this 9-colored ripple, were torn apart like by an invisible ancient giant hand, instantly vanishing without a trace. In just a single breath's time, the night sky within 100 miles was completely cleared. Even more, under the forced intervention of the world upgrades laws, the sky that had already sunk into the west and become night at this very moment erupted with a dazzling, blinding white light. Night was forcibly rewritten into day in an instant. Heavens! Night turned into day. One finger. The immortal just flicked his finger, shattering the black clouds and turning night into day. What kind of heaven-defying power is this? At the foot of the mountain, whether it was martial arts masters like Ba Wuji or the ordinary farmers watching from distant villages, everyone at this moment trembled with fear and frantically cowed out. In the live stream, the audience was stunned. Young Master Xiao of the Xiao family in Wutan City, altering celestial phenomena, forcibly reversing night and day. Leader of the Heavenly Society, such means of reversing the heavens. Even in my dreams, I couldn't imagine them. Demon King, damn, this is no longer just energy manipulation. Demon King, this is directly using planet-level fundamental rules to forcibly modify the rotation parameters of this planet. However, the shock Lu Jingyuan brought them was far from over. As the night was forcibly dispelled, the world origin spiritual energy accumulated in the depths of void to an extreme concentration due to the world leap. Under Lu Jingyuan's guidance, transformed into a sweeping golden rain. Rustle, the golden spiritual rain, filled the sky, carrying a refreshing, strange fragrance of grass and trees. Crash down. The golden raindrops were not cold, but carried a warm, moist warmth. This rain. Ba Wuji knelt on the ground. A drop of golden rain fell on his head. Instantly, he felt a cool, supremely pure force surge through his crown and into his body. Wherever the force passed, the hidden injuries in his body from years of martial arts training and combat healed at a visible speed, swiftly recovering. Not only that, his ancient martial internal energy stuck at the peak of Grandmaster for a full 10 years without progress under the wash of this golden rain burst forth like a long-suppressed volcano, finally finding an outlet. Boom! A muffled roar came from within Ba Wuji's body. His originally turbid internal energy underwent a wonderful qualitative transformation under the baptism of the golden spiritual rain, becoming purer, vaster, and even faintly carrying a trace of heaven and earth true chi attribute. My cultivation level has loosened. I broke through. I actually broke through the Grandmaster shackle that has plagued me for 10 years. Ba Wuji suddenly raised his head, feeling the surging, terrifying power within him far exceeding before. He could hardly believe his own senses. And it was not just him. Behind him, the more than 2,000 elite disciples of the Mad Blade sect, Flying Sword Manor, and Iron Palm sect, after bathing in this golden spiritual rain. Each one was ecstatic. Some had their knife scars instantly scab and fall off. Some had their chronic rheumatism and bone pain vanish without treatment. Many more, like Ba Wuji, had their martial arts realm forcibly raised by a level in that instant. Divine grace. This is the Dao Ancestor's divine grace. Thank you, Immortal, for your blessing. Thank you, Immortal, for your blessing. We are willing to stay on Xiao Mountain for lifetimes, sweeping and chopping wood for the Immortal with no second thoughts. If earlier they had yielded to Lu Jingyuan out of fear and intimidation, then now, after personally experiencing this supreme miracle of a single drop of rain can transform one's bones, these 2,000+ martial arts experts were truly devoted to Xiao Palace and this white-robed Dao Ancestor. Even if driven away, they would never leave. No kidding. Outside, they would risk their lives on the edge of a blade, yet couldn't even break through to Grandmaster. On Xiao Mountain, sweeping the ground, the Immortal casually sends a rain that allows them to shed their bones and prolong life. How is this being a menial servant? This is clearly a tremendous immortal opportunity. Looking at the faces below, fervent, grateful, even willing to offer their hearts, Lu Jingyuan smiled slightly, knowing that his carrot-and-stick strategy to win over hearts had been a complete success. He waved his sleeve about to have Taishang take these people down and assign them menial tasks. Just then the drizzling golden spiritual rain in the sky also happened to fall deep into the backyard of Xiao Palace. Above the remote bamboo hut that Lu Jingyuan had designated as forbidden ground, suddenly a very clear, strange, buzzing sound full of boundless vitality and creative power rang out. Without warning, it shot up from within the bamboo hut. Then under the somewhat surprised gaze of Lu Jingyuan and his 3 disciples. Above the bamboo hut, a dazzling, colorful, auspicious cloud blossomed out of thin air, emitting an ancient and sacred aura. Outside the gates of Xiao Palace, bathed in the golden spiritual rain, 2,000 newly recruited menial laborers wore expressions of ecstasy and gratitude. Among this crowd, Ba Wuji, the former sect leader of the Guangdao sect, felt an especially intense excitement bordering on twisted greed. He knew that the golden rain falling from the heavens was an unrepeatable divine elixir. Each drop contained a terrifying power capable of transforming a mortal warrior like him, washing away his mortal bones. Good stuff. This is all the stuff of immortality. Ba Wuji knelt in the mud, his old face flushed with excitement. He was not content to let the rain merely touch his skin. To absorb as much of this immortal energy as possible, he opened his mouth wide like a thirsty toad, frantically swallowing the falling golden droplets. Gulp, gulp. One after another, the golden spiritual raindrops slid down his throat into his belly. At first, Ba Wuji felt only an extremely comfortable warmth rising in his abdomen, and his limbs seemed filled with explosive power. He even felt his internal energy surging at an incredible speed toward a deeper, more mysterious realm. I'm going to become an immortal. I'm going to reach the heavens in one step. Ba Wuji laughed wildly in his heart. However, his wild laughter had not lasted long before a sharp, intense pain erupted without warning from the depths of his dantian. Ba Wuji's laughter came to an abrupt halt. His face turned pale, and he clutched his belly with both hands. The originally gentle warmth had in an extremely short time transformed into a violent, uncontrollable storm that seemed ready to tear him apart. The world's primordial spiritual energy contained within the golden spiritual rain was far too rich and too advanced for his mortal martial body, which had just broken through to Great Grandmaster. Even a single drop was already the limit of what his body could handle without being overwhelmed. Yet he, driven by greed, had just swallowed more than a dozen drops. Rumble! A terrifying thunderous roar erupted from within Ba Wuji's body. The violent spiritual energy rampaged through his narrow meridians, utterly unrefinable by his mortal internal arts. His body began to swell visibly under the horrified gazes of the other menial laborers. His belly inflated like a wildly pumped leather ball bulging high. His limbs grew thick and coarse, and the skin on his face stretched almost transparent, revealing the bulging golden-veined blood vessels beneath. Pain. It's killing me. Ba Wuji writhed on the ground in agony. His once mighty frame was now round and bloated like a huge golden balloon ready to burst at any moment. He howled in the mud, desperately pressing his hands against his belly to suppress the spiritual energy, but to no avail. Ancestor, save me. Immortal Ancestor, save me. This humble one knows his mistake. I should not have been greedy. The immortal energy is too potent. I am about to burst. Ba Wuji's piercing screams echoed sharply before the mountain gate. The surrounding menials recoiled in terror, fearing that at any second he would explode like a powder keg filled with gunpowder, scattering blood mist across the sky. Above the great hall, Lu Jingyuan watched Ba Wuji rolling on the ground, now swollen into a ball, and rubbed his forehead in exasperation. This mortal's greed truly knows no bounds, even risking his life. Without even the slightest knowledge of immortal cultivation, he dares to drink the world's primordial spiritual liquid like plain water. Though he found Ba Wuji's actions suicidal, the man was after all his newly appointed labor captain. If he exploded here, it would not only be inauspicious, but also require someone to clean up. Taishan. Lu Jingyuan sat upright on his bamboo chair, his tone calm as he gave an order. Go and see that gluttonous ant. You do not let him defile the purity of the mountain gate. Yes, master. Lao Juan, standing nearby, bowed respectfully. Then, with a single step, he traversed the distance, as if shrinking the earth, appearing instantly beside the writhing Ba Wuji at the mountain gate. Lao Juan frowned, his eyes filled with disdain. He looked at Ba Wuji's nearly transparent, swollen body, and sensed the utterly uncontrollable spiritual energy within which could not be refined. What a fool! Lao Juan snorted coldly. He did not even bother to use his magical power. He simply raised his right hand and gave Ba Wuji's round belly a seemingly casual slap. Bang! A dull thud. A wisp of extremely fine Taiching true essence flashed on Lao Juan's palm, vanishing in an instant. That wisp of true essence, like a precise surgical knife, cut into Ba Wuji's body, forcibly channeling and guiding the raging storm of spiritual energy. With a loud, prolonged sound of escaping gas that even stirred up a gust of wind, Ba Wuji opened his mouth wide and expelled a thick, white mist several zhang long. The excess spiritual energy forcibly expelled from his body. As the white mist shot out, Ba Wuji's balloon-like body instantly deflated, shrinking rapidly like a punctured leather ball. He returned to his original physique. Huff! Huff! Ba Wuji lay sprawled on the ground like a dehydrated dead fish, gasping for air, his clothes drenched in cold sweat. He touched his now normal belly, feeling a survivor's relief, tears almost falling. Thank you, great immortal, for saving my life. Ba Wuji struggled to his knees and kowtowed repeatedly to Lao Jun. But Lao Jun only brushed his robe disdainfully, as if even a glance would soil him, a mortal fool knowing not the heights of heaven and earth. This spiritual reign of Xiao Palace is the supreme immortal nectar bestowed by Master. You haven't even learned the most basic fire breathing, your meridians are blocked like stone, yet you dare to forcibly swallow immortal energy. Lao Jun shook his head, his tone filled with contempt for a lost cause, truly overreaching. If not for Master's mercy, you would have exploded and perished, body and soul obliterated. Upon hearing this rebuke, Ba Wuji felt not a trace of resentment, but instead burned with shame, wishing he could crawl into a hole. Indeed, in the eyes of immortals, what was his martial arts of great grandmaster but a piece of stone? He had been far too greedy. He had nearly burst his old life over a few drops of rain. Great immortal, your lesson is well taken. This humble one is foolish. I admit my error. Ba Wuji kowtowed repeatedly, his attitude utterly humble. Lao Jun snorted coldly, tossed down a stack of thick coarse cloth clothes, and said flatly, since you're not dead, stop playing dead here. Change into these clothes, take your people, and sweep the 10,000-step stone staircase from beginning to end. If there is a single fallen leaf or a speck of dust, you will be held accountable. Looking at the pile of gray-patched sweeping monk robes, Ba Wuji felt no hesitation or resistance. He knew that, from this day forward, Ba Wuji was no longer the renowned sect leader of the Guangdao sect, but merely the lowest, most menial sweeping laborer in Xiao Palace. Ba Wuji picked up the clothes respectfully, holding them in his hands. Deflated, he obediently put on the sweeping monk's robe and began his century-long career of sweeping the grounds of Xiao Palace. At the command of Lao Jun, Ba Wuji and the 2,000 or so menial laborers obediently changed into gray coarse cloth garments, took up brooms and wooden buckets, and dispersed into the towering Xiao mountain. In the great courtyard, tranquility once again descended. Yet this peace did not endure for long. As the last rays of the setting sun spilled across this ancient land, a grand rhythm, unprecedented and beyond the limits of mortal comprehension, suddenly stirred in the deepest recesses of the entire primordial basin. It awakened silently. Rumble. At first the sound was extremely faint, like the deep breathing of the earth. But after just a few breaths, this low-pitched rhythm transformed into an unending, earth-shattering thunderclap, erupting violently from the depths. The entire primordial basin, originally spanning only 1,000 li in circumference in that instant, trembled violently. It was not an earthquake. It was the very heavens and earth, after enduring endless ages of silence, finally undergoing a qualitative transformation and leap, breaking free from the shackles of lower dimensions. In the depths of the void, if there were a pair of eyes capable of overlooking the entire star domain, they would behold with awe that the chaotic barrier at the edge of this mist-shrouded primordial land was expanding at an inconceivable speed, madly stretching and expanding outward. 1,000 li, 10,000 li, 100,000 li. The mountains that had originally blocked the basin's perimeter, nourished by the primordial mythic essence, rose like ancient divine swords piercing the clouds. Ranges of mountains undulated, transforming into magnificent dragon veins stretching tens of thousands of li. At the end of the eastern desolate wasteland, the void suddenly shattered, endless essence of primordial gui water gathered from nothingness, forming a vast boundless eastern sea with rolling waves. Waves rolled and crashed against the reefs, producing deafening roars. And amidst this earth-shattering transformation, what was most awe-inspiring was the birth of a substance called spiritual energy in the air. In the low martial era, what martial artists cultivated was merely the mundane, internal force extracted from food and their own physical bodies. That power was not only impure, but also had a fatal upper limit. But now, with the heaven-earth transition, the mundane impurities floating in the air were mercilessly cleansed and purified by the golden spiritual rain falling from the sky. Streams of pure, crisp, heaven and earth spiritual energy, imbued with the vitality of cosmic creation, surged forth like tides from the countless newborn mountains and deep seas, rapidly filling the entire primordial world. Breathe. On the earth, countless living beings at that moment instinctively took deep breaths of the fresh air. A wild wolf running through the forest after inhaling a mouthful of dense spiritual energy. Its gray fur instantly bristled, bones crackled, and its body size directly doubled, while a glimmer of human-like intelligence flickered in its eyes. It was no longer an ordinary beast. Under the nourishment of spiritual energy, it had embarked on the path of evolution toward demonic cultivation. An ordinary old ginseng growing on a cliff. Under the golden light, the withered root hairs began to rapidly plump up, and a faint jade-like white luster appeared on the surface. Its medicinal efficacy in that instant forcibly broke through the century-long limit of the mundane, becoming a true spiritual herb. The primordial world. At this moment, it completely bid farewell to the low martial era that relied on mundane martial arts for combat. Finally, it had ushered in its own extraordinary epic, the epic of cultivators. And at this time, at the very core of this world-altering transformation, inside the secret chamber of Xiao Palace, Jingyuan was sitting cross-legged, floating in midair. Around his body a dense, nearly solid, nine-colored golden light of merit had completely enveloped him. That golden light, like a giant cocoon, protected him within. The massive heavenly feedback brought by the world's transition turned into beams of golden light pouring directly into his crown chakra. Boom. 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 Lu Jingyuan's aura within his body at this moment surged wildly at a breathtaking speed. In his dantian, the golden lake of foundation establishment liquid jade began to spin madly under the compression of this terrifying energy. The spinning speed grew faster and faster. At the center of the liquid jade, a pitch-black miniature black hole even formed. Condense. Lu Jingyuan let out a soul-shaking roar in his heart. All of his divine sense at this moment was poured without reservation into his dantian. As his will descended the wildly spinning foundation establishment liquid jade after countless collapses and condensations. Finally emitted an extremely crisp sound like pearls falling onto a jade plate. Ding! In an instant all the liquid jade vanished. In its place at the very center of Lu Jingyuan's dantian a pearl only the size of a dragon's eye yet perfectly round and radiating endless brilliant golden light. And on its surface strands of profound Tai Ching Dao rhythm flowed. The golden core. That was the golden core that countless cultivators dreamed of, representing true transcendence from the mundane and entry into the path of eternal life. At the moment this golden core took shape, Lu Jingyuan's previously somewhat mortal body was instantly and thoroughly baptized by the golden light from the inside out. His bones became as crystalline as glass, and his blood even carried a faint golden hue. An indescribably powerful sensation of strength filled his entire being. The way of the golden core. 10,000 years of lifespan. Lu Jingyuan's tightly shut eyes trembled slightly. He could clearly feel that his life level had undergone an essential leap. He was no longer that mortal old Taoist who feared being hacked to death by hundreds of martial artists. Instead, he was a true immortal sage who, as long as he avoided natural or man-made disasters, could live as long as heaven and earth and watch the seas turn into mulberry fields. Under the impact of this overwhelming power, Lu Jingyuan even had the illusion that with a mere wave of his hand, he could level the entire Xiao mountain. After a long while, the dazzling nine-colored golden light in the secret chamber finally began to slowly retract. Eventually, it all sank into Lu Jingyuan's body. Lu Jingyuan slowly opened his eyes. In his gaze, a flash of golden Tai Ching fire, as if solid, flickered and vanished, burning the dim air in the chamber slightly distorted. He let out a long breath of stale air tinged with a faint fragrance, and a deeply satisfied smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Just then, the system, which had been silent for a long time, finally issued an unprecedented, grand and solemn announcement once again in Lu Jingyuan's mind. This sound did not only ring in Lu Jingyuan's mind. It even manifested simultaneously on the public screen of the All Worlds chat group as golden pinned giant characters with a thunderous appearance. Ding. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations, host. The Primordial World transition is complete. The current world dimension has successfully upgraded to low-level immortal realm. Xiao Palace Authority upgraded, unlocking the sect-protecting divine formation, the Grand Starry Sky Formation. When the first rays of golden sunlight pierced through the layered sea of spiritual energy clouds and bathed the summit of Purple Dawn Mountain, the entire mountain had already undergone a complete transformation. Originally spanning only 100 li, Purple Dawn Mountain had expanded no less than 1,000-fold during this world-altering transition, akin to the creation of the heavens and earth. Now Purple Dawn Mountain towered into the clouds, its 10,000 zhang cliffs piercing the void. Upon the mountain, auspicious vapors coiled in thousands of strands. Purple mist hung thick and heavy. Countless rare birds and mystical beasts chirped joyfully within the forests, their crisp voices carrying a hint of nascent intelligence, as if their spiritual wisdom had just begun to awaken. This place was no longer a mere mortal peak. It had become the most core and sacred immortal ancestral vein of the entire lower realm cultivation world of the primordial era. Before the vast courtyard-like hall of the Purple Dawn Palace, Laojun Taishang sat cross-legged at the highest point of the white jade steps, slowly exhaling a stream of azure-white turbid qi. His gray Taoist robe, washed to a faded pallor, fluttered loudly in the morning breeze. The dullness and heaviness that once belonged to a martial arts master had vanished without a trace. In its place was an ethereal, otherworldly aura, a divine, immortal demeanor that seemed to merge with heaven and earth. Senior brother's Tai Ching Shenhuang art has evidently advanced considerably. Not far away, Yuanshi, clad in an immaculate blue robe, looked at Laojun with a hint of envy. Under the baptism of the world's ascension, Yuanshi's flying stone art, which he usually used to hunt sparrows, had undergone a cataclysmic mutation under the nourishment of spiritual energy. Now, with a mere thought, he could condense at his fingertips a strand of pure, indestructible Daoyuo Yuqing heavenly gang qi. This heavenly gang qi could not only easily pierce through refined steel, but also from 10 paces away, mince a tiger into a mist of blood. He no longer needed to use pebbles to hit birds. Second senior brother, what's so impressive about your little heavenly gang qi? A loud, carefree voice came from the other side of the woodshed. Tong Tian strode over bare-chested with a vigorous gait. His figure remained burly, but the lines of his muscles had become smoother and more natural, devoid of rigid stiffness. What drew the most attention was the rusty notched woodcutter's axe strapped to his back, though still covered in rust. Under the morning sunlight, faint, eerie azure glimmers flickered from the gaps in the blade's edge. It was an extremely pure intent, the Zhuxian sword intent, as if it could mercilessly erase all life. Just glancing at the cold light on the blade made Yuanshi's eyelids sting. Third junior brother, the killing aura on your blade is too heavy, it offends the harmony of heaven. Laojun opened his eyes and frowned slightly. Tongtian shrugged nonchalantly. Senior brother, the master said that the Great Dao is simple and all things can be a sword. My axe can split firewood, and naturally it can also slay those malevolent demons and monsters. Watching the three disciples comparing themselves before the hall, Lu Jingyuan, standing by the inner chamber window, couldn't help but chuckle. These three were indeed the legendary three pure ones of myth. Even in this place that had just ascended to a low-level cultivation world, their luck and enlightenment were utterly heaven-defying. In just one night, they had completely shed the shackles of ancient martial arts and touched the threshold of the immortal path. But their current cultivation is merely groping by instinct. Although the mutated techniques are astonishingly powerful, they still lack a systematic theoretical foundation in cultivation. If this continues, they might fall into demonic deviation. Lu Jingyuan pondered inwardly. He recalled the two Maoshan ancient texts that Uncle Gio had sacrificed to him in the group, the Shangqing Great Cave True Scripture, and the 10,000 Laws Returned to One. Under the system's transformation, these two books had become the foundational framework of the primitive cultivation system. It's time to set some rules for these three lads. Lu Jingyuan adjusted his robe. With a thought, his golden core rotated slightly, and he appeared instantaneously at the highest point of the Purple Dawn Palace Hall, as if teleporting. Master! The three pure ones who had been conversing were startled to see Lu Jingyuan appear and hastily bowed in reverence. They hadn't even seen how he arrived. That method, seemingly transcending the laws of space, deepened their awe. Lu Jingyuan nodded slightly, his expression cold and majestic. He looked down at the three disciples and spoke slowly. You all bathed in the spiritual rain yesterday and have advanced in cultivation. This is good. However, on the path of cultivation, the Dharma, companions, wealth, and locale are all indispensable. More importantly, one needs the orthodox method that points directly to the Great Dao. With that, Lu Jingyuan waved his sleeve. Three brilliant golden streams of light shot out from his robe, instantly hovering before Laojuan, Yuanshi, and Tongtian. They were three jade slips radiating an ancient Dao aura. Lu Jingyuan had used the system to deeply optimize and purify Uncle Gio's two ancient texts. He had removed the low-level cumbersome Maoshan techniques, retaining only the core cultivation, breathing methods, spiritual energy circulation routes, and insights into the laws of heaven and earth. This is the introductory cultivation compendium of our Purple Dawn Palace. Lu Jingyuan's voice boomed in their ears. Laojuan, you shall cultivate the Taiching Wu-Wei method. Yuanshi, you shall cultivate the Yuqing Heavenly Gang path. Tongtian, you shall comprehend the Shangqing Killing Sword. These jade slips record the complete cultivation system from Qi refining and foundation establishment to the Golden Core Great Way. Take them and go into seclusion to study them well. If you do not thoroughly master these foundational methods, do not come out to see me. The three pure ones stared blankly at the jade slips floating before them, then accepted them with trembling hands. The moment their divine senses probed into the jade slips, their minds exploded with a thunderous roar. What a vast, deep ocean of cultivation knowledge it was. Compared to the true cultivation methods recorded in these jade slips, the mutated inner energy techniques they had groped out on their own were like a child's scribbles. Thank you, Master, for bestowing the Dharma. Thank you for the grace of transmitting the Tao. The three wept with joy, kowtowing frantically to Lu Jingyuan in gratitude. They knew that from this day forward they, the three pure ones, had truly set foot on the path of immortal cultivation, seeking eternal life and grasping the sun and moon. Go! Lu Jingyuan waved his hand, his expression calm and untroubled. The three, as if receiving a priceless treasure, clutched the jade slips and hurried off to their respective seclusion chambers. Watching the excited backs of his disciples, Lu Jingyuan smiled with satisfaction. With this systematic cultivation method, his team, as the Dao Ancestor, had finally become standardized. Just as Lu Jingyuan was about to turn back to his room to continue consolidating his newly broken through golden core cultivation, suddenly, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The private chat interface of the group sent a frenzied alarm that almost deafened him. Frowning slightly, Lu Jingyuan opened the group chat. Xiao Yan's avatar was flashing frantically. Third young master of the Xiao family, Wutan City, supreme ruler of the primordial era, Dao Ancestor, Hongjuan. Third young master of the Xiao family, Wutan City, Great Dao Ancestor. Something terrible has happened. Third young master of the Xiao family, Wutan City, the soul clan from another world has suddenly descended upon Wutan City, and they have captured my father. Soul clan. Lu Jingyuan frowned slightly as he watched Xiao Yan's wildly jumping text in the chat group. How could the plot have advanced so much? According to his memory of that novel from his past life, the Soul Palace capturing Xiao Yan should have happened after Xiao Yan went to the Yunlan sect for the 3-year appointment. How could the Soul Palace have already struck Wutan City right after the engagement was broken? Could it be because this sky-opening sword intent I taught Xiao Yan caused such a commotion that it alerted the higher-ups of the Soul Palace? Jingyuan pondered inwardly and quickly figured out most of it. That day the sword strike Xiao Yan unleashed in the hall was indeed too astonishing and extraordinary. That chaotic sword intent, which completely transcended the laws of the Duki continent, would inevitably alarm those old monsters lurking in the shadows. However, this also precisely proved that the mythical cultivation technique he had bestowed had indeed triggered a massive butterfly effect in this world. In the private chat of the group, Xiao Yan's messages were still pouring out like a torrential rain. Third young master of the Xiao family of Wutan City, Dao Ancestor Sr. This disciple deserves death. I failed to protect and implicated my father. Third young master of the Xiao family of Wutan City, those guys in black robes are terrifyingly powerful. Third young master of the Xiao family of Wutan City, they not only captured my father, but even Yao Lao, in order to protect me, was almost taken away by their strange chains and suffered severe damage to his soul. Through the screen, Jingyuan could almost see that ever-resilient young man kneeling on the ground, crying heartbreakingly. Inside the ring beside Xiao Yan, Yao Lao's soul body had indeed dimmed considerably. He had just forcibly burned his soul power to barely escape with Xiao Yan from that soul palace protector. At this moment, Yao Lao's face was also filled with fear and gravity. Little one, stop crying. That black-robed man used chains specifically designed to restrain souls. I am now extremely weak and cannot help you. Yao Lao sighed, his tone filled with deep helplessness. The only hope now is that Supreme Dao Ancestor Sr. Take out the most precious items we have and see if we can beseech a trace of the Dao Ancestor's compassion. Xiao Yan clenched his teeth tightly, his eyes bloodshot. Without any hesitation, he immediately sent a huge exclusive red packet in the group. System notification group member, third young master of the Xiao family of Wutan City, has sent you an exclusive sacrificial red packet. Third young master of the Xiao family of Wutan City, Dao Ancestor Sr. This is the most precious thing I can offer now. Third young master of the Xiao family of Wutan City, this is a strand of my master's bone-chilling flame, origin seed flame, along with some top-grade medicinal herbs from the Duki continent. Third young master of the Xiao family of Wutan City, this disciple does not ask the Dao Ancestor to act personally, only to bestow a life-saving talisman so that I may have the confidence to rescue my father. Inside the grand hall of Xiao Palace, Jingyuan looked at this red packet shimmering with a mysterious white light, a barely concealed gleam flashing in his eyes. Bone-chilling flame. That was the miraculous flame ranked 11th on the Duki continent's strange fire list. Interweaving extreme cold and extreme heat, its power was exceedingly terrifying. Although it was only a strand of the origin seed flame for Jingyuan at this moment, it was absolutely a pillow delivered just as he was dozing off. He had just broken through to the golden core stage and was precisely lacking a powerful flame for alchemy artifact refinement or even as a trump card attack. This Xiao Yan is truly a good comrade. Oh, every time he sends a gift it hits the spot. Jingyuan clicked to accept without hesitation. Buzz! A slight tremor echoed in the void. A clump of ghastly white flame materialized and floated in Jingyuan's palm. This flame seemed to burn fiercely, yet the surrounding air did not become hot. Instead, it emitted a bone-piercing cold. The moment this bone-chilling flame appeared, the golden immortal aura in the hall, which had become extremely dense due to the world's upgrade, surged like sharks catching the scent of blood. They madly rushed toward this flame. Ding! Detected a strange fire from a high magic otherworld plane, bone-chilling flame seed flame. Nourished by the extremely high spiritual energy of the low magic primordial immortal cultivation world, the origin of the strange fire begins to forcibly transform and evolve. Transformation complete. Congratulations, host. Your bone-chilling flame has successfully evolved into a prototype of primordial divine fire, Tying Cold Flame. The moment the system prompt fell silent, the clump of ghastly white flame in Jingyuan's palm abruptly swelled in size. The color of the flame changed from its original ghastly white to a deep, eerie dark blue that seemed capable of freezing even the soul. Jingyuan could feel that the power of this Tying Cold Flame was more than 10 times stronger than the previous bone-chilling flame. If he were to use this flame to burn that great elder of the Mad Blade sect now, it would probably take less than a second for that fellow along with his 100-forged great blade to be frozen into nothingness as ice shards. What a treasure! A truly wonderful treasure. Jingyuan contentedly absorbed the Tying Cold Flame into his dantian, slowly nurturing it with his golden core chi. Having received such a generous gift, he naturally had to help the person get things done. Moreover, the Soul Clan daring to touch Xiao Yan, whom he regarded as a big blood pack, was itself a challenge to his authority as the Dao Ancestor. What kind of life-saving talisman should I give him? Jingyuan looked around. At this moment his gaze fell upon a small wooden basket in the corner of the hall. That basket was piled with leftover scraps from Tongtian's usual wood chopping. However, as Xiao Mountain had been upgraded to an immortal mountain, the old pine trees in the back hills had also been infused with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, becoming spiritual wood containing a faint trace of Dao rhythm. Yesterday, when Tongtian was splitting a 1,000-year-old lightning-struck pine, he left behind a few wood shavings still emitting a faint burnt fragrance. I'll use this. Lu Jingyuan walked over and picked out a palm-sized, relatively flat piece of lightning-struck pine, wood shaving from the basket. He took a deep breath and infused a trace of the just-nurtured Taiyin cold flame's chill and a wisp of pure Taiching true yuan, slowly channeling them through his fingertips into the wood shaving. He pressed his fingers together like a sword, swiftly inscribing a most basic, yet profoundly mysterious rune on the rough surface of the wood shaving, empowered by spiritual energy. Taiching, evil-repelling talisman. This was merely a basic talisman for warding off evil and dispelling malevolence, but under the enhancement of golden core true qi and Taiyin cold flame, its power was sufficient to make any malevolent entity retreat far away. After inscribing it, Lu Jingyuan packaged this wooden plaque, which emitted a faint blue and golden light, into a red packet and sent it to Xiao Yan. In the wilderness outside the capital of the Jiama Empire, a sinister wind howled and dark clouds obscured the sun. The once clear sky was now wholly veiled by a thick, impenetrable black mist. A chilling, eerie laughter echoed within the black mist like countless ghouls gnashing their teeth. Xiao Yan, clutching the profound, heavy ruler, leaned against a massive boulder, gasping for air. His body was covered with wounds of all sizes, and black blood dripped steadily from the hem of his robe. On his finger, the ancient black ring had dimmed to its extreme. Yao Lao had exhausted his soul power, protecting him during their escape, teetering on the brink of collapse and plunging into a deep slumber. "Kid, run, why aren't you running?" The black mist churned, and a grotesque figure shrouded in a wide black robe floated slowly in midair. It was Zhihu Fa of the Han Dian. His eyes hidden beneath the hood glimmered with greedy and cruel scarlet light. "I thought this Jiama Empire was nothing but a godforsaken backwater. Unexpectedly, I find here a remnant of the Shao clan, your body harboring a faint Do Di bloodline. Even more delightful, you have a delicious high-level soul with you." Zhihu Fa licked his withered lips, his voice as harsh as sawing wood. He slowly extended a pale, shriveled right hand. Clank, clank. Accompanied by grating metallic sounds, dozens of pitch-black chains reeking of blood and the wails of souls burst forth from beneath his wide robe like venomous snakes. They writhed wildly in the air. "Once I extract your Do Di bloodline and devour that old man's soul, my status in the Han Dian will soar to the heavens." "Die, boy." Zhihu Fa cackled and flung his hands forward. The sky filled with black chains carrying a terrifying pressure that could tear apart a Do Huang wove into an impenetrable net of death. With ear-splitting howls, they descended fiercely upon Xiao Yan. Facing this lethal strike, if it were before Xiao Yan might have been filled with despair. But now, facing the onslaught of chains, Xiao Yan was not panicked. Instead, a cold, even mocking smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Do Di bloodline. Upon hearing those words, Xiao Yan's mind involuntarily recalled a scene from the chat group a few days ago. That day, he had curiously asked in the group how his Do Di bloodline measured up in the eyes of the Dao Ancestor. The Dao Ancestor didn't even reply. Instead, his senior disciple Taishang posted a photo in the group. The photo showed a very ordinary spiritual liquid used for fertilizing herbs in the medicinal garden behind the Purple Cloud Palace. Its color and aura were strikingly similar to the Do Di bloodline he prided himself on. However, the purity and energy level of that liquid were millions of times stronger than his bloodline. In the Dao Ancestor's world, the Do Di bloodline your Han clan covets is merely a common tonic for watering flowers. Xiao Yan sneered, his voice soft, but clear in Zhihu Fa's ears. Braving at death's door. Zhihu Fa roared, thinking Xiao Yan had gone mad with fear. He changed his hand seals, and the chain's speed surged, closing to within 3 feet of Xiao Yan's head. In the critical moment between life and death, Xiao Yan flipped his wrist. A palm-sized wooden token, seemingly crude and even charred at the edges, appeared in his palm. It was the Tai Ching demon-expelling talisman crafted from merit spiritual wood shavings that Lu Jingyuan had just given him. "Dao Ancestor, I asked for your aid," Xiao Yan silently recited and raised the wooden token high. No Do Chi was channeled into it. The moment the token was exposed to the air, a clear grand Dao resonance, as if from the primordial void, exploded across the wilderness. Then the seemingly ordinary wooden token erupted with a terrifying golden light that made the entire sky of the Jiama Empire tremble violently. The golden light shot upward, instantly piercing the thick black mist. In the dazzling radiance, 100 zhang-tall sacred apparition wreathed in primal Tai Ching and Xianhuang energy, as if cast from gold, materialized in midair. The apparition wore a Daoist robe, its face indistinct, but its aura of the Tai Ching immortal golden body spanning countless realms froze the space for 100 li in an instant. It was the golden Dharma avatar of Grand Supreme Elder Lord. What monster is this? Hovering in midair, Zhihu Fa's arrogant laughter abruptly ceased at the sight of the 100 zhang golden apparition. His eyes, hidden beneath the black robe, nearly bulged from their sockets. An extreme terror born from the deepest part of his soul and the absolute suppression of life hierarchy gripped his heart. His countless black chains, upon touching the golden halo emitted by the apparition, withered like fragile spider silk meeting fierce fire. With a sizzling sound of melting, they could not withstand even a millisecond. Dozens of indestructible Han Dian chains dissolved inch by inch under the golden light, vanishing into nothingness. "No! No!" Zhihu Fa shrieked hysterically. He wanted to flee but found his body utterly frozen under the golden apparition's pressure, unable to move even a finger. The avatar of Grand Supreme Elder Lord lowered its head slightly. Its eyes, devoid of any emotion, coldly gazed down at Jingyuan. Then the apparition parted its lips slightly and lightly exhaled a breath of Tai-Ching pure qi toward the black mist. A soft whoosh. That breath of Tai-Ching clear qi seemed gentle and powerless, like a spring breeze brushing willow branches. But when it landed on the black robe and protective soul mist that the guardian Ji took such pride in, a scream of extreme agony, as if even the soul were being torn apart, suddenly exploded across the wilderness. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no scene of blood and flesh flying. Under the breath of that clear qi, the body of guardian Ji, along with the dense black soul mist around him that could not be dissolved, was like being gently erased by a giant eraser on a canvas. Starting from the soles of his feet, inch by inch, silently, and without a trace, it turned into nothingness and ashes. Under the golden light, this guardian of the soul hall, who could stir up a bloody storm in the Jiama Empire, couldn't even make a final struggle. He was instantly and completely purified, leaving not even a wisp of remnant soul. Xiao Yan leaned against a giant rock watching this shocking scene and drew in a sharp breath. He knew that the item bestowed by the Dao Ancestor was extraordinary, but this was too exaggerated. A demon-repelling talisman carved from wood shavings could actually summon such a terrifying golden avatar of Lord Laozi. In 1 second, it instantly killed a soul hall guardian of the Do Huang level. The grace of the Dao Ancestor, your disciple Xiao Yan will never forget it. Xiao Yan, propping up his severely injured body, bowed deeply to the golden avatar that was slowly fading in the air. Meanwhile, under the starry sky behind Xiao Palace, the night breeze was cool. Lu Jingyuan was sitting cross-legged on a flat green stone, looking up at the 108 brilliant stars in the night sky. Suddenly, ding! The crisp notification sound of the system rang cheerfully in his mind. System prompt: group member, 3rd young master of the Xiao family in Wutan City, has successfully used the demon-repelling talisman to kill a soul hall guardian across levels. Detected a major deviation in the fate line of the Do Po world. Extracting karmic feedback. Congratulations, host. Acquired a massive amount of Do Po world origin essence, as well as the purified soul power of Guardian Ji. As the notification sound faded, a vast, unimaginably pure, invisible energy directly crossed the barriers of the void and poured into Lu Jingyuan's body with a rumble. Welcome. Lu Jingyuan's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. Without any hesitation, he immediately guided this vast source of power toward the depths of his dantian. There, the embryonic divine flame, just nourished by the primordial immortal qi and evolved into the lunar cold fire, was quietly suspended. The moment the origin essence and pure soul power surged into the lunar cold fire, boom! The lunar cold fire suddenly swelled. Deep dark blue flames instantly swept through Lu Jingyuan's limbs and body. This flame was not scorching, instead it exuded a bone-chilling cold that penetrated the heart. Yet within this extreme cold, it contained the terrifying power to burn away all impurities. Lu Jingyuan felt that his own physical body meridians and even the deepest part of his soul were undergoing an incredible sublimation under the burning and refining of the lunar cold fire. The golden inner core within him, which was originally somewhat unstable and not yet fully solidified, began to frantically absorb these refined, pure, true essence under the embrace of the cold fire. Buzz! As the last wisp of origin essence was completely absorbed, a crisp hum, like the heavenly sound of the Great Dao, suddenly resonated from within Lu Jingyuan's dantian. That golden core had now become like solid gold, glazed perfectly round and flawless, with mysterious Tai-Ching divine patterns emerging on its surface. Golden core grand completion. The initial stage was completely stabilized. Lu Jingyuan abruptly opened his eyes. Deep within his pupils, 2 faint shadows of deep blue flames flickered and vanished. A terrifying pressure 100 times greater than the foundation establishment stage, and truly belonging to the golden core Dao, swept outward from him in all directions, crashing through the forests of Xiao. Crack! Crack! The surrounding void under this pressure actually emitted a series of subtle cracking sounds, as if unable to bear the load. Lu Jingyuan slowly stood up. He could sense that his divine sense now could easily cover a radius of 1,000 li. Within this 1,000 li, even an ant crawling underground could not escape his perception. What made him even more ecstatic was, he glanced at the system panel. The original lifespan limit of 500 years, at this moment of golden core grand completion and the sublimation of his life essence. The numbers jumped wildly. Finally, it settled on a number that made his heart skip a beat. 1,000 years. Ha ha ha. Lu Jingyuan couldn't help but laugh out loud under the starry sky. 1,000 years of life. For an ordinary person who before transmigrating wouldn't even dare to dream of living 100 years, this was truly eternal life. In the past, in the low martial world, he had to tread carefully, afraid of being cut down by some reckless martial arts master. But now, he was now a genuine golden core stage powerhouse. With every gesture, he possessed the might to move mountains and drain seas, to destroy heaven and earth. Now, even in this newly upgraded low-level cultivation world, I am definitely considered a top-tier powerhouse. Lu Jingyuan clenched his fist with satisfaction. Feeling the surging power within him that seemed capable of piercing the heavens, his sense of security was unprecedentedly overwhelming. With this strength, he would have even more confidence to show off in front of his group friends. In a great mood, he opened the universal chat group, ready to see what those guys in the group were chatting about. As soon as he entered, he saw Xiao Yan frantically sending thank you messages. Third young master of the Xiao family in Wutan City, the kindness of the Dao ancestor Xiao Yan cannot repay, even if I were to bind grass and carry rings in gratitude. Leader of the World Society, young friend Xiao Yan, how powerful was that wooden token bestowed by the Dao ancestor? Third young master of the Xiao family in Wutan City, 1 second. That guardian of the Dohuang level didn't even let out a scream and turned to ashes directly. The group immediately erupted in another wave of gasps of shock. Just then the founder of Wudong Zhang Sanfeng, who rarely spoke in the group, suddenly and somewhat hesitantly sent a message on the public screen. Wudong Zhang Sanfeng, Dao ancestor. Wudong Zhang Sanfeng, this old Taoist, will be celebrating his 100th birthday in a few days. Wudong Zhang Sanfeng, to be honest, recently, while contemplating the true meaning of Tai Chi that you bestowed, Wudong Zhang Sanfeng, I seem to have seen through life and death. In the world of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber Mount Wudong. Today the Golden Summit of Wudong was supposed to be a day of universal celebration for Zhang Sanfeng's centennial birthday. Yet in front of the Purple Cloud Hall the atmosphere was tense and suffocating. Hundreds of martial arts masters from the 5 major sects led by the Shaolin sect stood in a formidable formation. Under the pretext of offering birthday congratulations, they brandished weapons and blocked the entrance of the Wudong Hall with aggressive intent. 5th Zhang, today is the centennial birthday of Master Zhang. We would not wish to spoil the occasion, said Master Kong One of Shaolin, his hands clasped in a gesture of compassion, but his eyes sharp as blades. However, the Golden Lion King Xiesun has committed heinous crimes and taken countless lives. Since you are sworn brothers with him, please reveal his whereabouts and hand over the dragon-slaying saber so that the entire martial world can have closure. Indeed. Hand over Xiesun. Hand over the dragon-slaying saber. The leaders and disciples of the 5 sects erupted in clamor, their voices surging like waves. Their aggressive posture made it clear that if Wudong did not yield today, they would massacre the Purple Cloud Hall. In front of the hall, the 7 heroes of Wudong stood with grim faces, hands on their sword hilts, shielding Zhang Zuishan, his wife, and their young son Zhang Wuji behind them. Zhang Zuishan looked at the crowd of martial artists who, under the banner of justice, were driven by greed. His heart was filled with boundless sorrow and helplessness. On one side was his revered master and sect, on the other his sworn brother with whom he shared life and death. It was an almost unsolvable deadlock. With a bitter smile, he slowly raised his sword and pointed it at his own throat. Today's matter is all because of me, Zhang Zuishan. Since you all press so relentlessly, I will repay this life to the martial world. Just as Zhang Zuishan was about to slit his throat to prove his innocence, at the critical moment a crisp and prolonged bell sound suddenly echoed from the depths of the rear hall of the Purple Cloud Hall. The bell tone seemed gentle, yet it instantly overpowered the clamor of the hundreds present and clearly reached everyone's ears. Then a hearty, unrestrained laugh, full of vigor, rang out from within the hall. Ha 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 ha. Zuishan put down the sword. Today is your master's centennial birthday. Spilling blood would be most inauspicious. Hearing this familiar voice, the 7 heroes of Wudong trembled, their eyes instantly blazing with ecstatic joy. The leaders of the 5 sects also changed color, instinctively tightening their grips on their weapons. Under the tense and reverent gaze of all, a tall, white-haired, white-bearded old man in a coarse gray Taoist robe stepped with extremely steady, unhurried steps one by one from the dim rear hall of the Purple Cloud Hall. He was the legendary martial arts myth who shook the world, Zhang Sanfeng, the founder of Wudong sect. Zhang Sanfeng walked to the entrance of the hall, his gaze calmly sweeping over the members of the 5 sects in the courtyard. His eyes held no anger, no murderous intent. There was only a profound depth and detachment that had seen through the splendor and the cycle of life and death. Ever since he had seen the picture of the Taiji diagram sent by the Primordial Dao Ancestor in the All Heavens chat group, Zhang Sanfeng's seclusion in recent days had brought him an epiphany beyond ordinary imagination. The principles of Taiji and Yin-Yang, which he had pondered his entire life, finally became fully integrated under the inspiration of the Dao Ancestor's supreme laws. Life and death, success and failure, the dragon-slaying saber. Zhang Sanfeng shook his head slightly, a faint smile of transcendence curving at the corners of his mouth. In the face of the true vastness of heaven and earth, the mundane things you fight over are nothing but fleeting clouds. Master Kongwen was angered by Zhang Sanfeng's dismissive attitude. He stepped forward and said in a deep voice, Master Zhang, you are the supreme arbiter of the martial world. Are you going to shield that great demon Xiesun? If you do not give us an answer today, the 5 sects will not obey. An answer? Zhang Sanfeng laughed heartily, his laughter imbued with an indescribable freedom. I have lived 100 years, and only today have I truly seen the heavens and the earth. Very well. Since you have traveled far, I will take this auspicious occasion to demonstrate a simple set of boxing techniques I have just realized. Consider it a return gift for your birthday greetings. Hearing this, the leaders of the 5 sects exchanged glances, wariness rising in their hearts. Zhang Sanfeng's martial arts were already unfathomable. The boxing techniques he had just realized would certainly be extraordinary. However, when Zhang Sanfeng walked to the center of the courtyard and began to assume his stance, everyone was stunned. He spread his legs slightly and slowly drew circles with his hands in front of his chest. His movements were lethargic and soft, neither possessing the fierce dominance of Shaolin boxing nor the sharp killing intent of Kunlun swordsmanship. It looked like a feeble old man doing morning exercises in a park. What kind of boxing is this? Has old Taoist Zhang lost his mind? Can these soft movements even kill a fly? He Taichung, the leader of the Kongtong sect, could not help but sneer, his eyes filled with contempt. Yet before his laughter had faded, when Zhang Sanfeng brought his hands together in the first posture of Taiji, the opening stance, at that moment an extremely peculiar, indescribable, intangible vibration suddenly with Zhang Sanfeng's body as the center spread silently in all directions across the purple cloud courtyard. He Taichung felt that the surrounding air instantly became thick and viscous. The true qi within his body uncontrollably stopped circulating. Even breathing became extraordinarily difficult. What is happening? Not only he Taichung but all the leaders and masters of the 5 sects were horrified to find themselves pinned to the spot by an irresistible, uncanny force. They looked up in terror. As Zhang Sanfeng's slow-flowing boxing technique advanced, the clear sky above his head suddenly changed with wind and clouds shifting. 2 vast currents, one black and one white, emerged from the void. Guided by Zhang Sanfeng's withered hands, the black and white currents intertwined and spun wildly 100 zhang above the purple cloud hall. With a rumbling boom that seemed to come from the primordial void, a colossal black and white Taiji diagram, covering the sky, stretching 100 zhang and radiating the infinite essence of yin-yang creation, suddenly took shape above Mount Wudong. The Taiji diagram slowly rotated, emitting an awe-inspiring heavenly might that surpassed the very laws of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber world, a mythical dimensional crushing force. It cascaded down like a waterfall, pressing heavily on everyone's hearts. Thud, thud, thud. The leaders of the 5 sects and hundreds of renowned martial arts masters, before this divine might that did not belong to the mortal realm, their legs gave way, and uncontrollably, like dumplings being dropped, they fell to their knees in unison on the bluestone slabs. They raised their heads, staring blankly at the slowly rotating 100 zhang Taiji diagram in the sky, feeling the terrifying aura that made their very souls tremble. Everyone's minds went blank, their ability to think completely lost. He Taichung's trousers were soaked, his teeth chattered wildly, as he screamed hysterically, "Master Zhang! Master Zhang has ascended to immortality in broad daylight." On Wudong's golden summit, fierce winds howled. The sky-covering 100 zhang Taiji diagram slowly rotated in the void. Its black and white radiance illuminated the entire Zixiao courtyard with a dreamlike, ethereal beauty, as if it were a celestial realm. A miracle. This is a miracle. Master Kongwen knelt on the ground, his prayer beads scattering across the floor. His wrinkled, aged face was now etched with an undisguisable expression of extreme awe and terror. As a Shaolin divine monk, he had chanted scriptures all his life, yet he had never witnessed such a terrifying anomaly that defied the principles of martial arts. Before such vast and majestic heavenly might, all the Shaolin secret techniques, all the righteous paths of the martial world became laughable specks of dust. In the center of the courtyard, Zhang Sanfeng's movements grew slower, yet increasingly smooth and flawless. Every punch he threw seemed to tug at the enormous Taiji diagram above. A visible surge of world's spiritual energy, forcibly drawn by the true intent of Taiji, transformed into a white vortex descending from the heavens and pouring into Zhang Sanfeng's body with a thunderous roar. Under the utterly horrified gazes of everyone present, Zhang Sanfeng's snow-white hair and beard began to rapidly turn black from the roots at a visible pace. The chiseled wrinkles on his face, as if time itself had reversed, were smoothed inch by inch. His originally slightly stooped back straightened again, as firm as a pine. In just a few breaths, that century-old, immortal-like elderly man, actually under the watchful eyes of all, rejuvenated and transformed into a handsome, spirited, middle-aged Taoist. Master. Zhang Suishan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the scene before him, not even noticing the long sword slipping from his hand and clattering to the ground. The 7 Wudong heroes were even more shaken, trembling all over, tears streaming down their faces. Yet the shock was far from over. Zhang Sanfeng slowly withdrew his stance, his hands cupped loosely before his chest. He paid no further heed to the kneeling members of the 5 major sects. Instead, he slightly raised his head, his gaze profound as he looked toward the Taiji diagram above. The Dao Ancestor has transmitted the Dharma, bestowing the grace of rebirth. Today this old Taoist has finally glimpsed the threshold of the Great Dao of heaven and earth. Zhang Sanfeng murmured softly. Then in the deathly silence of the entire scene, his feet clad in gray cloth shoes slowly lifted off the bluestone ground. An inch, a foot, a zhang. Without any leverage from lightness, skill, or eruption of true qi, Zhang Sanfeng calmly walked step by step toward the Taiji diagram in midair, as if treading on level ground. He's flying. Real Zhang has truly ascended in broad daylight. Xian Yutong of the Huashan sect collapsed to the ground in terror, his throat emitting incomprehensible gurgling sounds. This scene utterly shattered the worldview of every martial artist in the Yitian world. They had fought over the dragon-slaying saber to command the world. Yet here was Zhang Sanfeng having transcended the realm of mortals, becoming a true, celestial, immortal fallen from heaven. Before an immortal, how laughable and childish were the mundane grudges of the Jianghu and the struggles for power. Zhang Sanfeng hovered in midair, looking down at the scene below from on high. His voice was not loud, yet amplified by the true intent of Taiji. It rang like a great bell, striking deep into the soul of every person. Today this old Taoist has received the favor of the Dao Ancestor and entered the path of immortality. The mundane grudges this old Taoist no longer wishes to inquire about. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Master Kongwan and the others, his tone calm, yet carrying an indisputable authority. My disciple Zushan's sworn brotherhood with Xie Sun is a matter of Jianghu honor. As for the whereabouts of the dragon-slaying saber, Wudong does not know, nor does it deign to know. You all today, under the guise of celebrating a birthday, have committed an act of coercion. You deserve severe punishment. Hearing this, the leaders of the 5 major sects were frightened out of their wits, desperately kowtowing on the ground, begging for mercy. But considering that heaven has the virtue of cherishing life, Zhang Sanfeng flicked his sleeve and said magnanimously, you may leave. From this day forth, Wudong Mountain shall be renamed Wudong Immortal Sect. All of Wudong from generation to generation shall honor the supreme ruler of Hongwang, Dao Ancestor Hongjun, as our ultimate patriarch. Those with treacherous hearts and those who commit many evils shall not receive the immortal fate of Wudong. As his words fell, the Taiji diagram in midair exploded with a thunderous roar, transforming into countless black and white specks of light, scattering down over the entire Wudong Mountain. Bathed in these specks of light, the 7 Wudong heroes and disciples felt their inner true qi surge, vaguely touching the threshold of transcendence. Long live the Wudong Immortal Sect! Long live the Dao Ancestor, the venerable immortal! The Wudong disciples shouted excitedly, their voices shaking the clouds. As for the people of the 5 major sects, they felt as if pardoned, scrambling and fleeing down Wudong Mountain, never daring to set foot there again for the rest of their lives. On this day, the Jianghu structure of the Yitian world was forcibly broken. All the power struggles and schemes under the dimensionality reduction strike of immortal cultivation became utterly laughable. Meanwhile, in the Hongwang world, within the inner chamber of the Zixiao Palace, Lu Jingyuan sat cross-legged on a wooden chair, sensing the surging primal power within his body once again. Zhang Sanfeng's heaven-defying ascension not only completely altered the fate line of the Yitian world, but also, due to his extraordinary enlightenment and the true intent of Taiji, the faith essence he fed back to Hongwang was refined to an inconceivable degree. As expected of a great martial arts master, the quality of this feedback is even higher than Xiong Ba and Xiao Yan combined. Lu Jingyuan was overjoyed. He even felt his golden core swelling faintly, vaguely touching the threshold of the nascent soul stage. At this rate, before long, I will be able to. Just as Lu Jingyuan was about to continue his seclusion and make a dash for the nascent soul stage. Boom! A profoundly heavy tearing sound filled with boundless evil and coldness suddenly exploded above the Zixiao Palace. Lu Jingyuan's eyes snapped open, and his divine sense swept out in an instant. There, directly above the Zixiao Mountain on the originally clear and cloudless sky. Without any warning, a dark, deep fissure of eerie light, hundreds of zhang long and resembling a demon's eye, split open. Above the Zixiao Mountain, a pitch-black crack, hundreds of zhang long tore through the sky like a hideous wound forcibly ripped open by an invisible giant claw. At the edges of the crack, dark purple void currents rampaged wildly. Amid the sharp crackling sounds of intertwined lightning, crack, crack, 2 tiny black dots like leaves in a storm were violently spat out from the depths of the crack by the raging void currents. Accompanied by terrified screams, the 2 black dots barely stabilized their forms in midair. Then staggering, they fell toward a valley on the outskirts of Zixiao Mountain. Bam! Bam! 2 dull thuds. 2 large craters were smashed into the ground, dust flying. After a moment, 2 young men in tattered white robes covered in dirt and with disheveled faces crawled out of the pits in extreme disarray. These 2 each had a dimly glowing broken flying sword beneath their feet. They were vanguard scouts from the Lihua realm, a medium-sized cultivation world that wandered the void, living by plundering resources. Cough. Senior brother Wang Wei. We actually survived. The young cultivator, named Li Lin, coughed violently, spitting out bloody sand. He patted the dust off his clothes, his eyes filled with ecstatic joy at surviving the disaster. They had originally been ordered by the patriarch of the Lihua divine sect to explore new small worlds in the void, but they had inadvertently been caught in a rare void storm that occurred only once in a century. Believing they would surely die, they never expected to be swept into this unknown world by a twist of fate. Wang Feng, the older one, barely stood up, using his broken sword as a crutch. He ignored Li Lin's relief and swiftly spread his divine sense, warily surveying the surroundings. However, when he sensed the faint wisps of golden spiritual energy permeating the air, Wang Feng's body suddenly stiffened, as if struck by lightning. His pupils dilated instantly, and his breath became rapid in that moment. This concentration of spiritual energy. Wang Feng tremblingly reached out his hand and grasped at the air. A wisp of pale golden celestial spiritual energy flowed along his palm and merged into his body with extreme gentleness. Just a wisp of spiritual energy. It instantly restored nearly half the vitality of his foundation establishment stage Qi, which had been dried up and damaged in the void storm. Junior brother, quickly sense the spiritual energy here. Wang Feng's voice trembled with excitement as he grabbed Li Lin's shoulder and stared at him intently. Although the concentration of this spiritual energy is still thin like a world that has just revived, but the grade of this spiritual energy is simply too high. Wang Feng's eyes blazed with uncontrollable greed and fervor. This is no ordinary 5 elements spiritual energy. It actually contains traces of ancient pure innate Dao rhythm. Hearing this, Li Lin also hurriedly closed his eyes to sense it. After a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, his face flushed with extreme excitement. Heavens! Senior brother Wang, you are right. The level of this spiritual energy is at least 10 times higher than the spiritual veins in our Lihua divine sect's sacred land. The two foundation establishment cultivators exchanged glances, seeing wild delight in each other's eyes. In the vast void, each world has its own unique laws and grade of spiritual energy. Their Lihua realm, though a cultivation world, had impure spiritual energy, making breakthroughs extremely difficult for cultivators. Yet this unknown world before them had just experienced a spiritual energy revival, like a newborn chick breaking out of its shell. Not only was it defenseless, but its essence was terrifyingly high. Fortune. This is a tremendous fortune. Wang Feng couldn't help but laugh uproariously, his laughter filled with arrogant disdain. A lower realm native world that has just revived with its spiritual veins not even fully formed. The natives here probably don't even have the most basic cultivation techniques. At best, they are just a bunch of ordinary mortals with some crude martial arts. Li Lin was also so excited that he rubbed his hands together. Senior brother, if we can present the coordinates of this world to the patriarch, once the Lihua divine sect's army arrives, they will completely occupy and enslave this world. We too will be eternal heroes of the Lihua realm. Then nascent soul can be expected, and even divine transformation is within reach. Their laughter echoed through the empty valley. In their eyes, this world was like a peerless treasure trove with no resistance, its doors wide open for them to take whatever they wanted. In the secret chamber of Xiao Palace, Lu Jingyuan sat cross-legged on a cushion. His vast divine sense, which had just broken through to the golden core stage and could cover 1,000 li radius, had long since clearly observed the fall of these two uninvited guests, as well as their unrestrained laughter and greed. Lihua realm, vanguard scouts of a medium cultivation world. Lu Jingyuan raised an eyebrow, slightly a playful curve forming at the corner of his mouth. He had just been worrying that the primordial world had just been upgraded and his disciples and servants lacked a whetstone for actual combat. Unexpectedly, 2 cultivators had fallen from the sky. Want to occupy the primordial world? Want to enslave my disciples? Lu Jingyuan let out a cold laugh. I'm just afraid that your Lihua realm's teeth aren't hard enough, and you'll shatter your own jaws. In the valley, Wang Feng and Li Lin calmed their excited emotions. They took a deep breath, channeling the remaining foundation establishment true essence in their bodies to its limit. With their toes touching the ground, their figures moved like wind, leaping onto the highest cliff of the valley. Standing on the cliff, they looked out and saw in the center of this vast, boundless basin an extremely majestic, towering, immortal mountain that reached into the clouds, its entire body enveloped by thick, golden spiritual mist. The spiritual energy of that immortal mountain was so dense that it even formed a huge golden cloud of merit above the peak. Senior brother, look. All the spiritual energy is emanating from that mountain. Li Lin pointed at the distant Xiao mountain, his eyes full of greed. That is definitely the core spiritual vein of this world. Wang Feng sneered, a flash of killing intent in his eyes. Let's go to that mountain. First, kill the native leader occupying that place as a sacrifice to our banner. Xiao mountain veiled in swirling mist and clouds. Wang Feng and Li Lin chose not to fly on their swords. On one hand, their flying swords had been severely damaged in the void storm, losing much of their spiritual essence. On the other hand, they wished to closely inspect this newly revived native world for any rare treasures worth plundering. The two strode arrogantly onto the broad white jade steps. As they walked, Li Lin cast a disdainful glance at the flora along the stairway, a flicker of contempt in his eyes. Senior brother, look at these worthless weeds, Li Lin said, kicking a mutated herb with faintly glowing leaves and sneering. Though the spiritual energy here is high grade, the world's foundation is pitifully shallow. These plants lack even the most basic medicinal properties. They're fit only to feed mortal livestock. Wang Feng clasped his hands behind his back, his gaze dripping with overbearing arrogance. Surveying everything with a critical eye, he remarked calmly, after all, this is just a newly revived, trashy minor world. Did you expect to find celestial herbs of any age? But once the sect leader brings his forces here and completely transforms this world into a medicine garden of our Lihua realm, after a few thousand years, it might become passable. As they walked, they made no effort to suppress the pressure of their foundation establishment cultivation. In their eyes, this newly revived world could at most have a mere Qi refinement cultivator as its strongest native. The arrival of two Foundation establishment cultivators was like a fierce tiger descending from the mountain, enough to sweep away everything. Unconsciously, they had already reached the mid-slope of Xiao Mountain. Here lay an open flat area beside, which several peach trees had just begun to bud. Under those peach trees, an old man in a tattered gray Taoist robe, holding a worn hoe, was bent over diligently weeding. The old man appeared kind-faced with fair skin, yet exuded not the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy. He seemed like an ordinary ancient martial farmer who had toiled in the fields for half a lifetime. This person was none other than the senior disciple of Xiao Palace Taishang Laojun. In recent days, he had been faithfully following his master's teaching to experience the creative transformation of the mortal world. Every day, besides meditating, he would plant trees and weed on this mid-slope, cultivating his mind and body. To avoid harming the newly awakened spiritual flora, he deliberately restrained his terrifying Taiching, true qi, completely within his body. Wang Feng and Li Lin halted before the flat ground. They gazed at the old farmer who was bent over with his back to them, contempt flashing in their eyes. Such a coarse, despicable old man. How can he labor on a spiritual vein? The rules of this native world are truly chaotic and disorderly. Li Lin sneered and strode forward. Too lazy even to ask for directions, he directly lifted his foot. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Li Lin kicked hard at a bamboo basket filled with weeds placed beside Taishang. The basket flew several zhang away, scattering weeds all over the ground. Taishang's movements paused slightly. He did not rise immediately, merely staring silently at the scattered weeds. A faint trace of helplessness flickered in his eyes. Why must these ignorant ants always disturb the tranquility of Xiao Mountain? Hey, old thing. Wang Feng crossed his arms, chin raised high, and barked in a commanding tone. Stop pretending to be deaf. Go summon the native chief in charge of this mountain. Li Lin chimed in, his voice dripping with undisguised superiority. Tell him we are the celestial immortals descending from the Lihor realm. Today we come to take over this place. Tell him to roll out here, kneel on the ground, and offer the control of this mountain's spiritual vein with both hands. If he dares utter a single word of refusal, next year's today will be the death anniversary of you natives. Their voices echoed across the empty mid-slope. Arrogant, overweening, unbeatable. In their eyes, this old farmer and everyone on this mountain were nothing more than ants from the lower realm to be crushed and enslaved at will. A gentle breeze passed by, carrying the faint fragrance of peach blossoms, lightly brushing Taishang's gray Taoist robe. Taishang slowly set down his worn hoe. He straightened his back inch by inch, turned around. His kind, gentle face bore neither anger nor fear. He merely patted the dust from his hands lightly, his eyes calm as still water, even carrying a hint of pity, like that of an elder looking at an ignorant child. Gazing quietly at the two insufferable cultivators before him, Taishang smiled faintly, his voice gentle, yet laced with a serenity that chilled the soul. He spoke slowly, asking two celestial immortals, "What did you just say? Take over where? Take over where?" Taishang's voice was gentle, like a kindly old neighbor chatting idly. But to Wang Feng and Li Lin's ears, it stirred a nameless irritation. Old man, have you gone deaf, or has this spiritual energy fried your brain? Li Lin's brows knitted, his arrogance instantly crystallizing into icy, murderous intent. As a Foundation establishment cultivator, descending into this primitive little world was already a crushing blow from a higher plane. Yet this old farmer not only failed to kneel and beg for mercy, but dared to reply with such a flippant tone. It was sheer recklessness. Since you can't understand human speech, let this immortal make you feel it personally. Li Lin snorted coldly. He suddenly stepped forward, unleashing the full, unrestrained might of his Foundation establishment true essence in that instant. Boom! A violent wave of spiritual pressure radiated from Li Lin, sweeping through the peach grove. The fallen leaves were instantly swept up, forming a small spiritual vortex. Faint crackling sounds even echoed in the air. In Li Lin's eyes, this Foundation establishment pressure was enough to crush the old native farmer, who showed no spiritual fluctuations, breaking his bones and making him bleed from 7 orifices. He would use the most brutal method to teach the natives of this world that the might of immortals could not be defied. Yet, the next second, the sneer on Li Lin's face froze abruptly. At the epicenter of that raging pressure, Taishang still stood quietly, not even a corner of his gray robe stirring. That's spiritual pressure enough to shatter mortal boulders. Within 3 feet of Taishang collided with an invisible, indestructible barrier of chaotic qi. Silently, it dissolved into nothingness. Even Taishang frowned slightly, as if annoyed that the wind from the pressure had ruffled his freshly combed hair. You? How is this possible? Li Lin's pupils contracted sharply, a surge of disbelief flooding his mind. This old native could actually withstand Foundation establishment pressure. Wang Feng also sensed something amiss. He stepped forward, his eyes cold and fixed on Taishang, and began to draw his broken flying sword from his waist. Just then, creak. The side door leading to the Xiao Palace Hall halfway up the mountain was pushed open from within. A steady, unhurried footstep echoed from inside. Big senior brother, what are you dawdling about here? Master just said the firewood isn't blazing hot enough these days, and told me to split more old pine logs. A somewhat gruff complaint followed. Tong Tian strode out through the door bare-chested. His muscles were smooth as jade, radiating an indescribable aura of sharpness. In his hand, he still casually held that rusted notched cleaver. Close behind Tong Tian came Yuan Shi clad in a blue robe, his face cool and composed. Yuan Shi toyed with a translucent black and white chess piece in his hand, a small trinket he had condensed from true essence while recently contemplating the Yuqing Tiangang Dao. The moment they emerged, they saw Wang Feng and Li Lin standing opposite Taishan. Big senior brother, who are these two shabbily dressed fellows? Tong Tian scratched his back with the rusty cleaver, eyeing the pair with some disdain. Their clothes are in tatters. Are they here begging at our Zixiao mountain? We fed the leftover swill from the kitchen to Ba Wuji and his pigs yesterday, so there's no scraps left now. Tong Tian's words were not meant as mockery, but stemmed from genuine confusion. After all, Wang Feng and Li Lin had tumbled through a void storm, their white robes reduced to tatters, their faces grimy. In the state, on the spirit-rich Zixiao Immortal Mountain, they indeed looked no different from beggars. But to Wang Feng and Li Lin's ears, this was an affront to the dignity of all cultivators from the Lihua realm. Insolence! You ignorant lower world natives! How dare you mistake us for beggars? Wang Feng trembled with rage, his face ashen. He abruptly drew the half-broken Lihua flying sword from his waist. A blazing crimson flame ignited along the blade's edge. It was the fire attributed true essence unique to the Lihua divine sect. Wang Feng glared at Tong Tian, especially at the rusted cleaver in his hand. Suddenly he burst into mocking laughter, as if witnessing the greatest joke. Ha ha ha, this is killing me. Just as I thought, a trash world. Their so-called cultivators can't even produce a decent flying sword artifact. Wang Feng pointed the broken sword at Tong Tian, laughing so hard he could barely breathe, tears almost streaming. You fool! Carrying a piece of scrap metal meant for splitting firewood, and you dare to boast before a true immortal? Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. Today I'll use this Lihua flying sword to burn you frogs at the bottom of a well to ashes. Wang Feng roared. He poured his foundation establishment true essence madly into the broken sword, and the crimson flame surged to several zhang high. The intense heat distorted the very air around it. Faced with this awe-inspiring murderous foundation establishment cultivator, Tong Tian merely frowned slightly. He looked down at his own shabby rusted woodcutter's knife. Then he glanced at the roaring broken sword opposite. This fire. Tong Tian shook his head in disappointment. Not even hot enough to light the furnace for big senior brother's alchemy. Just as Tong Tian was about to raise his cleaver and swat these two noisy beggars down the mountain, an ethereal profound voice, as if descending from the ancient nine heavens, suddenly emanated slowly from within the Zixiao palace hidden in the mist. The voice was not loud, yet it fell clearly into the ears of everyone present. Tong Tian. Lu Jingyuan's tone carried a faint trace of languor and impatience. The woodpile outside seems a bit messy. Go tidy it up. The voice that emanated from within the grand hall. Though not loud, even carrying a hint of languor, it seemed to contain an unquestionable law of heaven rumbling and echoing across the open space halfway up the mountain. Upon hearing the master's decree, Tong Tian, who had moments ago been full of disdain and convinced the other's cultivation was insufficient, instantly became gravely solemn. He pressed his palms together and bowed deeply towards the direction of the Zixiao hall. Disciple Tong Tian respectfully obeys master's decree. Tong Tian completed his respectful bow. Then he slowly turned around. His face, which had still carried a hint of rustic simplicity, was now as cold and hard as ice. His eyes as solid as if they were physical entities locked firmly onto Wang Feng and Li Lin not far away, as if he were looking at two pieces of rotten wood waiting to be split. Clearing firewood. Wang Feng and Li Lin exchanged a glance, the fury in their eyes nearly erupting. What an insolent native old Taoist, daring to regard us high-ranking cultivators of the Lihua realm as firewood piled outside the door. Wang Feng was so angry he laughed, his face already pale from damage sustained in the void storm, flushed crimson. Junior brother, no need to waste words on these frogs in a well. Since this old Taoist is in such a hurry to die, let's first use this fool with the cleaver as a sacrifice. Then we'll charge into that broken temple and skin that old trickster alive. Wang Feng bellowed. The foundation establishment true essence within his body erupted like boiling magma released without any reservation. Buzz. The Lihua flying sword in his hand, though broken in half, but still a mid-grade magical artifact, let out a chilling sword hum under the mad infusion of true essence. Crimson flames shot into the sky, transforming into a ferocious fire python several zhang long. The surrounding temperature spiked instantly, and even the white jade steps beneath showed signs of being melted. Die, native. Wang Feng moved like lightning, stamping his foot. He shot forward like an arrow from a bow, both hands gripping the broken sword blazing with fierce fire. With terrifying momentum enough to level a small hill, he drove straight for Tong Tian's face. In this strike, Wang Feng held nothing back. He would in the shortest time, by the most brutal and shocking means, completely burn this native who dared to despise immortals into a charred corpse. To serve as a warning. Yet facing this awe-inspiring strike that would make any mortal warrior despair, Tong Tian's feet did not move even half an inch. He simply stood there watching the fire python with its gaping maw and the broken sword aimed at his face. In Tong Tian's eyes there was no fear, no panic. Not even a trace of defensive movement. He merely, very slowly, very calmly, raised the large rusted and notched cleaver in his right hand. There was no fluctuation of true chi nor any dazzling radiance. To Wang Feng and Li Lin, this action looked like a terrified woodcutter making a futile deathbed struggle. Ha ha ha. Despair. The ferocious grin on Wang Feng's face grew even more intense. The sword tip was less than 3 feet from Tong Tian's brow. At this critical moment, inside the Zixiao Hall, Lu Jingyuan seated cross-legged on a cushion, the corner of his mouth curled into a faint subtle arc. Within his sea of consciousness, the system's cold oppressive notification tone quietly sounded detected attack from low-level immortal law Lihua, flying sword. Because disciple Tong Tian carries the primordial chaos Pangu creator's destiny, his mortal martial art, cleaver-splitting stance, has been baptized by the world's origin essence. Cleaver-splitting stance has been granted conceptual level creation judgment, can forcibly ignore and shatter all low-dimension inferior magical defenses. The instant the system notification ended, the first strand of Taichin primordial spirit energy, just condensed within Tong Tian during the world's upgrade, surged like a bursting dam through his broad meridians, madly flooding into the rusty, ragged cleaver in his hand. Buzz! There was no earth-shattering roar, no blindingly dazzling light. Only an extremely faint sword hum that seemed to ring directly in the depths of the soul. In the moment Tong Tian raised the cleaver on that rust-covered piece of scrap metal, suddenly, a wisp of indescribable cyan cold light exploded forth. That cold light was only as thick as a strand of hair, but what it contained was an utterly pure primeval, slaying, immortal sword chi, capable of splitting the universe's chaos itself. This sword chi needed no flashy moves to drive it. Its very existence was a conceptual level annihilation that ignored all defenses. What is this, eh? In the instant the cold light erupted, Wang Feng, who had been full of malice and confident of victory, his pupils violently contracted into dangerously tiny points. His forward-charging body, amidst this terrifying killing intent that nearly shattered his soul, instinctively tried to stop. But it was too late. That wisp of hair-thin cyan cold light merely clung to the rusted blade. Tong Tian hadn't even truly swung the cleaver yet. The blade radiance had not been released. It was only the residual aura of the slaying immortal sword intent that, upon contact with Wang Feng's ferocious Lihua, flying sword, the most bizarre, most horrifying scene occurred. Crack! Crack, crack, crack. A dense teeth-grinding sound of shattering abruptly rang out in midair. The mid-grade magical artifact, the Lihua flying sword, which Wang Feng treasured and could cut through iron like mud, under the illumination of that cyan cold light, was like fragile weathered glass meeting a colossal hammer. The crimson flames on the blade couldn't hold for even a microsecond, extinguished like a dying candle. Then from the tip, the hard artifact blade shattered inch by inch, turning into a flurry of fine metal powder flying through the air. That overwhelming, irresistible force of destruction surged along the blade, madly spreading toward Wang Feng's sword-holding arm. No! No! Wang Feng was terrified beyond measure. His mind went blank, only endless fear screaming madly within. He struggled desperately to let go, to escape this terrifying power that made his soul tremble. But his body had long been locked by that supreme, slaying, immortal sword intent, unable to move an inch. Li Lin, standing behind, witnessed this unbelievable scene, completely overturning the common sense of the cultivation world. His foundation establishment, Dao Heart, at that moment, utterly shattered into dust. A rusted cleaver, without even swinging down, merely the aura emanating from its blade, had shattered a mid-grade magical artifact into powder. Li Lin's legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the white jade steps like a heap of mud. His crotch was instantly soaked, a stench of urine spreading. He clutched his head, nails digging into his scalp, and screamed hysterically, nearly mad, to the heavens. This is not a lower realm. This is a supreme god-devil world. Sect leader, save me. Li Lin's legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the white jade steps like a heap of mud. His crotch was instantly soaked, a stench of urine spreading. He clutched his head, nails digging into his scalp, and screamed hysterically, nearly mad, to the heavens. This is not a lower realm. This is a supreme god-devil world. Sect leader, save me. The air on the mountainside seemed to ignite in that instant. The broken flying sword in Wang Feng's hand, though shattered, erupted with a terrifying heat that made hearts tremble. Crimsonly fire true essence danced wildly on the blade, transforming into a ferocious fire serpent that opened its gaping maw, carrying a piercing howl as it tore through the air. It lunged straight toward Tong Tian's face with a vicious bite. Boom! How astonishing was the power of a foundation establishment cultivator's wrathful strike. Where the flying sword passed, the surrounding space showed faint, yet visible ripples and tremors. The fallen leaves which the Supreme One had just swept into a pile were instantly incinerated into nothing but white smoke upon contact with the scorching heat. Facing this terrifying flying sword capable of leveling a small hill, Tong Tian's feet did not move even half an inch. He narrowed his eyes slightly, watching the menacing fire serpent rushing toward him, wrapped in billowing flames. In his gaze there was not a trace of fear or panic. Instead, Tong Tian's brow furrowed slightly, his eyes revealing a deep puzzlement and disdain. Yes, disdain. This fire is even weaker than the firewood the senior brother usually uses to boil bathwater. Tong Tian muttered to himself. He tilted his head slightly, examining the broken flying sword hidden within the fire's serpent gleaming with dazzling light. To an ordinary martial artist, it was a celestial artifact capable of destroying heaven and earth. But in Tong Tian's eyes at this moment, the trajectory, speed, and even the so-called celestial true essence flowing on the sword appeared so clumsy and crude, riddled with flaws. It was like the rotten, crooked pine logs in the back mountain woodshed that had been left too long and gone moldy. Though it looks a bit intimidating, the material is too brittle. I wouldn't even need to use full strength. One casual chop would probably turn it to dust. As Tong Tian thought this, he raised the rust-covered broad-backed chopping knife naturally. He did not assume any defensive posture as if facing a great enemy. Just casually, like he was about to split firewood in the woodshed, he lifted the knife high above his head. Deep in the main hall of the Zixiao Palace, Lu Jingyuan, seated on a cushion, observed everything through his divine sense. Watching Tong Tian's ordinary, even lax movements, the corner of his eye twitched involuntarily. This foolish boy, that's at least a Foundation Establishment cultivator's magical artifact strike. If you use a rusty, broken firewood knife to face it head-on and mess up, where will I, the Dao Ancestor, put my face? Lu Jingyuan's heart was still somewhat uneasy. Though the system had just indicated that Tong Tian's move had undergone a mutation, this was still a clash across the immortal-mortal divide. What if this low martial arts firewood knife couldn't withstand the cultivator's magical artifact? Just as Lu Jingyuan prepared to secretly intervene with Tai Ching True Essence to block the attack for Tong Tian. Ding! The system's cold mechanical notification rang out clearly in his mind, detected attack fluctuations of low-level immortal law, Li Fire Flying Sword. Initiating underlying law authority evaluation. Evaluation complete. Due to disciple Tong Tian bearing the supreme fortune of the Primordial Chaos Creation Ancestor. His daily training of the mundane martial arts move, with splitting stance, has undergone a conceptual level mutation under the baptism of the world's ascending origin. This action has been forcibly imbued by the heavenly Dao with the conceptual level creation judgment law. Note this law's priority transcends all current cultivation systems, forcibly ignoring, severing, and shattering all low-level magical defense and artifact materials below the chaos dimension. Hearing this series of system prompts, Lu Jingyuan's raised finger froze midair. His eyes widened, and he couldn't help but curse, holy shit. Conceptual level creation judgment. Forcibly ignoring all low-level magical defense. Lu Jingyuan could hardly believe his ears. What did this mean? It meant that although Tong Tian now held a rusty, broken iron knife that couldn't even cut vegetables properly, as long as he performed the wood-splitting action under the blessing of the primordial heavenly Dao's law, this strike was equivalent to the rudimentary form of Pangu's shocking blow that split the chaos with his Pangu axe. What Li Fire Flying Sword, what Foundation Establishment True Essence defense? In the face of this supreme conceptual power representing the origin and severance of the universe, they were 1,000,000 times more fragile than paper. This is the real dimensional reduction strike. This system really spoils these disciples to death. Lu Jingyuan silently withdrew his hand, completely at ease. He now even began to feel some sympathy for those two clueless cultivators from the Li Fire realm. Offending anyone else would be better than provoking a brute carrying a creation cheat code. On the mountainside battlefield, Dai and Wang Feng's face was twisted ferociously in the glow of the flames. He could already envision that in the next second Tong Tian's head would be severed by the Li Fire Flying Sword, turning to ashes along with the ridiculous chopping knife. However, just as the flying sword was less than 3 feet from Tong Tian's face, Tong Tian moved. His bronze-colored arms suddenly exerted force, muscles bulging like writhing dragons in an instant. The ancient martial true energy within his body, transformed by the world's origin, had already become an extremely pure and profound primordial Tai Ching spiritual power. This spiritual power surged through his meridians without reservation into the rusty firewood knife in his hand. Hep! Tong Tian let out a low shout. Gripping the handle with both hands, he aimed at the weakest and most stagnant node of spiritual power flow within the oncoming fire sword. Cleanly and decisively, he swung the knife down. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no dazzling flash of blade light or sword shadow. This strike was as ordinary as a farmer splitting a piece of wood. But the moment the knife descended, an indescribable vast creation, true intent, capable of splitting heaven and earth and all things, silently erupted from the rusted, chipped blade. This true intent had no shape, no sound, but it directly locked onto the furious Li Fire Flying Sword ahead. Wah! What is this feeling? Wang Feng's forward charge froze abruptly. In the instant the creation true intent spread, he felt an extreme shudder in the depths of his soul that nearly suffocated him. He realized with terror that the tightly bound spiritual connection between him and the Li Fire Flying Sword had been forcibly severed by an incomprehensible, irresistible, terrifying force. Before the blade reached the creation true intent attached to the rusty firewood knife, like an invisible primordial divine blade, had already struck the Li Fire Flying Sword first. A resonant hum filled the air. Beneath the invisible shroud of that primordial intent, the crimson fire python that had been raging wildly upon the Li Hua Flying Sword was completely smothered. It was as if it had encountered an absolute void, leaving no room for resistance. In an instant, it was utterly extinguished. In midair, only the metallic blade of the sword remained radiating the fluctuations of a mid-grade magical artifact continuing to thrust toward Tong Tian's face through sheer momentum. At this moment, the rusty woodcutter's knife in Tong Tian's hand finally struck the flying sword precisely. A sharp, ears-piercing sound of metal snapping echoed abruptly through the silent mountainside. No sparks flew. There was no instantaneous vaporization of the ordinary iron, as Wang Feng had anticipated. This mid-grade magical artifact flying sword had been forged in the Lihor realm over 49 days using countless rare minerals. The moment it touched the rusty blade, it became as fragile as a branch that had been dried by the wind for a decade. No. His life-sustaining spirit, sword nurtured daily with his essence blood, was actually severed, without hindrance forcefully split in two. The cut was smooth as a mirror. Even the intricate formation runes within the flying sword meant for channeling spiritual energy were forcibly severed and crushed into fragments, turning into wisps of faint spiritual light that dissipated into the air. Clang! The severed Lihua flying sword lost all spiritual essence, falling powerless like two pieces of scrap metal onto the white jade steps with a clear impact sound. How is this possible? Wang Feng's body froze in place, his mind utterly blank. This was a mid-grade magical artifact. Even a golden core cultivator's full power strike could never slice it so cleanly. What level of divine weapon was this native actually wielding? However, before Wang Feng could recover from the extreme shock of his flying sword's destruction, the residual primordial intent attached to the broken blade, like a malignant growth clinging to bone following the still incompletely severed spiritual connection between him and his sword, transformed into an invisible tyrannical destructive torrent, raging upstream against his spiritual pathway, violently crashing into Wang Feng's body. Spurt! Wang Feng's body convulsed as if struck by thunder. He tilted his head back, spewing a massive mouthful of thick blood mist mixed with fragments of his organs. Before this blood mist could even disperse in the air, it was shattered into nothingness by the chaotic true energy erupting from within him. A shriek of extreme agony like a wild beast at the moment of death tore from Wang Feng's throat. His spiritual sea at Foundation establishment stage, originally as stable as bedrock, was violently struck by this primordial intent. Cracking like fragile porcelain, instantly fractured into countless terrifying fissures. His proud cultivated true essence ran wild through his damaged meridians like an unbridled horse. The excruciating agony contorted his features beyond recognition. His legs softened, unable to support his body's weight any longer. With a heavy thud, this cultivator, who had just moments ago looked down upon all beings of the Hongwang realm as insignificant insects, collapsed onto the cold white jade steps like a boneless creature utterly powerless. He curled his body in agony, constantly convulsing. Each breath brought forth large quantities of blood. You. Wang Feng stared at Tong Tian, his eyes filled with nothing but extreme agony and endless terror and despair. Now he finally understood how laughable his earlier arrogant attitude had been. In this seemingly backward barbarian world, even an ordinary woodcutting servant could shatter his life-bound magical treasure with one stroke of a rusted knife. How could this possibly be a trash small world? This was clearly a terrifying abyss hidden beneath the guise of a low-level realm, a place where one would be devoured without leaving even bones. The surroundings fell into deathly silence. Only Wang Feng's pained moans echoed intermittently in the wind. Li Lin, standing not far away, was completely frozen like an ice sculpture nailed to the spot. He stared blankly at the sword broken in two pieces, at senior brother Wang Feng lying on the ground, his consciousness uncertain. Li Lin's teeth chattered violently, producing a rattling sound. His legs trembled like a sieve, and a warm liquid uncontrollably trickled down his pants. Run. I must run. This was the only thought remaining in Li Lin's mind. He desperately tried to activate his remaining Foundation establishment true essence, attempting to condense teleportation light and flee this suffocating place of terror. However, under the suppression of that residual primordial pressure, the true essence within his body was like frozen still water, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not mobilize a single bit. He could not even condense teleportation light. Li Lin did not even have the strength to turn around and take a step. Just then, a steady cold footsteps carrying a hint of killing intent. Thud, thud, like a death knell in Li Lin's ears resounded slowly. Tong Tian lifted that worn-out woodcutter's knife. His expression cold, showing no mercy whatsoever, step by step walked to where the collapsed Li Lin lay. The wind on the mountain path carried a hint of chill. Li Lin gazed up at Tong Tian, who looked down upon him from a height, especially at the rusty cleaver in Tong Tian's hand, still dripping with the residual true essence of Wang Feng. The last line of defense in his heart completely crumbled. With a heavy thud, Li Lin's knees slammed onto the white jade steps. The arrogant posture of an ascended immortal descending from moments ago had been utterly discarded. He frantically knocked his forehead against the hard stone slabs, producing dull thumping sounds. Spare me, senior. Great immortal, have mercy. This junior failed to recognize a true master and trespassed upon your sacred ground. Please let this junior go like a fart. I am willing to hand over my storage pouch and all the secrets of the Lihor realm, only begging for my worthless life. Li Lin wept with a flood of tears and snot. He did not even dare to raise his head to meet Tong Tian's eyes, terrified that a single displeasure would bring that blade down upon his neck. Tong Tian frowned slightly. He looked at the pathetic mess of a cultivator on the ground, undisguised disgust in his eyes. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? You kept calling me a native and wanted to take over our Xiao Mount. Tong Tian shook his head, his tone laced with profound exasperation. He couldn't even be bothered to swing the blade. With extreme casualness, he simply flipped the rusty cleaver in his hand and used the broad rust-caked back of the blade to lightly tap twice on Li Lin's trembling shoulder. 2 soft taps. Yet empowered by the pure Taiching spiritual energy within Tong Tian's body, the back of the blade carried a terrifying hidden force capable of shattering metal and stone. Li Lin let out a pig-like scream. He felt 2 overbearing streams of power violently surge into his body through his shoulder. These 2 forces directly ignored his feeble true essence defense and struck precisely into his Dantian Qi Si. A faint cracking sound echoed inside his body. The spiritual energy vortex of the Foundation establishment stage, which he had just recently condensed and was so proud of, was shattered in those 2 taps like glass struck by a heavy hammer. The painstaking cultivation of decades was in that instant reduced to masterless free-floating spiritual energy dissipating into the air through his pores. My cultivation. My Foundation establishment cultivation. Li Lin collapsed to the ground, his face ashen to the extreme. He had become a complete cripple, devoid even of the strength to resist. Tong Tian withdrew his cleaver and curled his lip. He scrutinized the dog-like Wang Feng and Li Lin on the ground with a picky gaze, as if evaluating firewood. What immortals! I thought they'd be tougher, good for some practice. Tong Tian couldn't help muttering in complaint. Their bones are more brittle than the hide of a mutated boar from the back mountain. Cutting them feels light and unsubstantial, no sensation at all. They're worse than a decent piece of firewood. Hearing Tong Tian's grumbling, Wang Feng, lying on the ground feigning death, let 2 tears of humiliation roll down from the corners of his eyes. He, a high-ranking sword cultivator of the Lihua realm, was in Tong Tian's eyes even inferior to a wild boar from the back mountain. This was more despairing than death itself. Yuan Shi, who had been standing nearby, walked over. He looked at the 2 on the ground, gave a cold snort, and twirled a black and white go piece rapidly between his fingers. Third junior brother, don't waste time on these trash. The master is waiting in the great hall. Take them there and see where these 2 come from and whether they have any valuables. Tong Tian nodded. He bent down and his iron-like hands grabbed Wang Feng and Li Lin by the back of their collars with brutal force. Let's go, you brittle firewood. Time to see my master. Tong Tian, as if carrying 2 weightless little chicks, lifted the 2 Foundation establishment immortals who had once made countless mortals look up, in all, 1 in each hand. Wang Feng and Li Lin dangled feet off the ground, staring at Tong Tian's burly back. Their eyes held only endless shock and existential doubt. They swayed in the air like torn sacks, carried by Tong Tian as he strode with large steps toward the Xiao Palace main hall. At that moment, the vermilion wooden doors of the hall were wide open. A faint scent of sandalwood carrying an aura of supreme heavenly might drifted out from the depths of the hall. Inside, Lu Jingyuan sat upon the high platform, surrounded by 9 layers of auspicious clouds. Dressed in white robes, his expression was calm as water. Watching Tong Tian drag the 2 disheveled cultivators across the threshold, a meaningful smile curled at the corner of Lu Jingyuan's lips. He was waiting for these 2 interdimensional couriers to deliver themselves to his doorstep. Xiao Palace side hall. Bang! 2 dull thuds echoed as they hit the floor. Tong Tian, as if discarding trash, casually hurled Wang Feng and Li Lin in his grasp, slamming them ruthlessly onto the cold white jade floor of the side hall. Ouch! Both let out a pained groan, every bone in their bodies feeling as if it were about to shatter. With their cultivation forcibly dispersed, they were now even weaker than ordinary mortals. Wang Feng struggled to open his eyes, enduring the searing pain as he began to survey his surroundings. One glance. His heart lurched, and his breath nearly stopped. In a corner of the side hall, the old farmer sweeping the ground, whom they had ridiculed and even tried to kick away halfway up the mountain, now stood there quietly. But unlike his plain appearance earlier, Taishang Laojuan still bore the terrifying Xianhuang merit protective golden light around him, not fully concealed. Strands of tangible Taiching true qi flowed slowly around his Taoist robe, vaguely forming yin-yang fish intertwined head to tail. That profound, vast, and terrifying pressure that seemed to embrace all things in heaven and earth, even if it was just a wisp of residual aura inadvertently released. It made Wang Feng and Li Lin feel their souls trembling violently. What level of power is this? Even the nascent soul stage patriarch of our Lihua divine sect, who has been in seclusion for 1,000 years, wouldn't even deserve to hold his shoes before him. Wang Feng's mind was roaring. He finally realized how recklessly suicidal he had been on the mountain path. He had dared to shout at such an unfathomable being, claiming he would take over this place. Thud. Ignoring the excruciating pain, Wang Feng scrambled to turn over. He slammed his knees heavily onto the white jade floor, frantically kowtowing to Taishang, tears and snot streaming down. Great immortal, spare my life. This junior has eyes but failed to see offending your immortal might. This junior deserves death. I am worse than a pig or a dog. This junior truly did not know that this seemingly just revived lower realm was actually a secluded cultivation haven for ancient divine demons. I beg the great ancestor to be merciful and let this junior go like a passing fart. Li Lin beside him, frightened out of his wits, followed suit, knocking his head heavily against the floor. Bright red blood soon oozed from their foreheads. Yet, Taishang merely cast a cold, indifferent glance at them before withdrawing his gaze. Silence. Taishang uttered 2 words flatly. The voice was not loud, but it exploded like thunderclaps in their ears, freezing them stiff and choking back their sobs. A noisy ant unworthy of shouting in front of the master. Taishang stepped back, bowed respectfully, and cleared the view behind him. At this moment, in the main seat of the side hall, Lu Jingyuan sat upright on the 9-fold auspicious cloud platform projected by the system. He wore an immaculate white Taoist robe surrounded by layers of dense 9-color merit golden light. That light was materialized from the world's upgrade and the faith essence of all beings in the heavens. In the eyes of Wang Feng and Li Lin, these golden lights transformed into clearly visible chains of heavenly Tao laws. Like golden dragons, they slowly coiled and wandered around Lu Jingyuan. Even the space around Lu Jingyuan under this terrifying pressure exhibited a bizarre collapse and distortion. This is... Wang Feng stared fixedly at Lu Jingyuan on the platform, his teeth chattering violently from extreme terror. The last shred of his cultivation common sense was utterly shattered at that moment. Law chains entwining oneself. Words become law, body merges with the heavenly Tao. This is clearly that legendary forbidden immortal king who can obliterate star domains at will and create vast worlds in chaos. Wang Feng's worldview collapsed completely. He recalled the life-bound flying sword that had been cleaved in 2 by a single firewood hatchet. Now thinking back, he felt not pain, but a profound honor. To be shattered by a firewood hatchet imbued with the primal intent of creation wielded by a disciple of the forbidden immortal king. That flying sword had truly brought glory to its ancestors. Immortal king, your majesty. Wang Feng collapsed weakly to the ground, lacking even the courage to look directly at Lu Jingyuan. He knew, before an existence of this level, any lies or pleas for mercy were futile. A single thought from the other party, and he and his junior brother would be instantly reduced to nothingness, unable even to enter reincarnation. On the platform, Lu Jingyuan watched the 2 cultivators from the Lihua realm, who were nearly soiling themselves in terror, feeling secretly pleased. This system's special effects are indeed the ultimate tool for bluffing. Look at these 2, so scared that if I said I were Pangu reincarnated, they would believe it without hesitation. Though inwardly delighted, Lu Jingyuan's exterior remained as calm as an ancient well, unapproachable and utterly aloof. He slightly lowered his eyes. His profound gaze pierced through layers of golden light, landing on Wang Feng. Without a single superfluous word, nor did he ask a single question about the Lihua realm, because Lu Jingyuan knew well that interrogating such low-level cultivators was beneath his dignity. The secrets of an ant this poor Taoist will know on his own. Lu Jingyuan sneered inwardly. He slowly raised his right hand, pale as jade, over the armrest of the platform. His fingertip tinged with a faint wisp of Taiching True Yuan and the supreme authority bestowed by the system. Moved in a manner that seemed extremely slow, yet transcended spatial distance. Slowly he pointed toward the forehead of Wang Feng below. He was about to perform a mysterious technique he had just comprehended from the 10,000 laws return to one. Soul search. Inside the side hall, the atmosphere was stifling to the extreme. Lu Jingyuan's fingers extended with agonizing slowness. Yet in Wang Feng's eyes, that pale, slender digit seemed to traverse infinite spatial dimensions, carrying an irresistible supreme, heavenly might arriving before him in an instant. With a faint hum, Lu Jingyuan's fingertip gently touched Wang Feng's brow. A wisp of pale golden supreme pure true essence, like a slender yet sharp needle of spiritual energy, silently pierced into his sea of consciousness. In the tome 10,000 Laws Return to One, which the system had evolved into a foundational library of the 3,000 Great Dao principles, the soul-searching technique was but the most basic and trivial of methods. Yet under the execution of Lu Jingyuan, a golden core great power coupled with the terrifying psychological pressure of the system's mythic filter on Wang Feng's subconscious. This ordinary soul-searching art instantly mutated into an exceedingly domineering, unyielding soul dissection. Wang Feng tried to scream, but found his throat gripped by an invisible mighty hand. He could only stare in despair, his entire body convulsing violently, as if electrocuted. He felt his soul laid completely bare in that instant. All his memories from childhood, every secret, every cultivation technique. Under the gentle stroke of that finger, they were like a book forcibly pried open, utterly exposed. Turned page by page, casually perused by the white-robed immortal king before him, with an air of extreme coldness and supreme condescension. On the high platform of the great hall, Lu Jingyuan's eyes were slightly closed. A torrent of information surged into his mind like a tidal wave. Lihua realm. Low-level cultivation methods. Inferior spirit stones. Lu Jingyuan rapidly filtered out the worthless garbage information. Soon his divine sense touched the deepest core secrets of the Lihua divine sect within Wang Feng's memory. With a mental roar, a grand, yet somewhat incomplete star map unfolded in Lu Jingyuan's mind. It was a coordinate map of nearby small worlds explored and marked by the predecessors of the Lihua divine sect through the endless void. In one corner of this star map, a crimson light point shone with exceptional clarity. Found it. A faint cold smile curled at the corner of Lu Jingyuan's mouth. That glowing red coordinate marked the nest of these two, the mid-grade cultivation world Lihua realm. Having obtained the coordinates, Lu Jingyuan did not immediately withdraw his finger. He continued to delve deeper, wanting to see just what the Lihua realm was made of. Moments later, his brow twitched slightly, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes, quickly replaced by profound disdain. So that's how it is. In Wang Feng's memory, Lu Jingyuan saw a massive cultivator at the nascent soul stage, shrouded in crimson flames, exuding a terrifying aura. That was the supreme sovereign of the Lihua divine sect, the Lihua patriarch. And at this moment, this patriarch was frantically summoning all Golden Core stewards and Foundation establishment elites within the sect's main stronghold in Lihua realm. They were activating two enormous ancient void tribulation warships, preparing to follow the spatial coordinates left by Wang Feng and his companion and launch a massive invasion of this newly awakened lower realm native world. A nascent soul cultivator. Void warships. Lu Jingyuan sneered inwardly. If it had been yesterday facing an old monster at the nascent soul stage, he, a newly advanced Foundation establishment Dao Ancestor, would indeed have been panicked for a while. He might even have had to rely on help from his group friends to barely cope. But now, through the system's feedback, he had formally stepped into the initial stage of the Golden Core Great Dao. Not only that, but Zhixiao Mountain also had the three pure ones, Sanqing, three disciples with heaven-defying comprehension and cheats, plus the protection of the sect's divine formation, the Grand Starry Sky Formation. A mere nascent soul cultivator leading a rabble of Golden Core and Foundation establishment riffraff dares to invade Primordial Chaos. This is not an invasion at all. This is clearly the Otherworld Logistics Brigade leader, delivering free labor and cultivation resources to the Primordial Chaos World. Want to snatch territory? Then let's see if your teeth are sharp enough. Lu Jingyuan's heart was at ease. He slowly withdrew the finger that had been pressed against Wang Feng's brow. As that wisp of supreme pure true essence receded, Wang Feng, as if all his vitality had been drained, collapsed with a thud, like a lump of mud onto the cold white jade floor. His eyes were hollow and vacant, foam bubbling from his mouth. His soul had suffered irreversible damage from the violent impact of the soul search. He was utterly finished. Li Lin, standing nearby, watched his senior brother's pitiful state and was so terrified he couldn't even cry. He could only lie prostrate on the ground, trembling and feigning death. Lu Jingyuan slowly rose from the high platform. With a sweep of his wide sleeve, his expression restored to that aloof, indifferent Dao Ancestor demeanor. Taishang, throw these two wastes to the back mountain. Tell Ba Wuji that their future jobs will be carrying water and cleaning latrines. If they don't behave, flay them alive and use them as flower fertilizer. Lu Jingyuan's voice was low, yet carried an unwavering cruelty. Disciple obeys. Taishang bowed respectfully, then, as if carrying two chicks, lifted the two limp cultivators and walked out of the side hall. Silence once again filled the great hall. Lu Jingyuan sat back down on his meditation cushion. He knew that a great battle was imminent and he needed to make some preparations. Though he was not afraid of that nascent soul, Lihua patriarchal lion still uses its full strength when hunting a rabbit. If he could swindle some high-tech or mythical trump cards from those overthinking big shots in the group, then this battle would be much more comfortable. With this thought, Lu Jingyuan moved his mind and opened the Multiverse chat group in his consciousness. The group was as lively as ever. Xiao Yan was thanking the Dao Ancestor. Xiong Ba was in seclusion, comprehending Tai Chi. Tony and Liang Bing were still arguing about the spatial folding technology of that table. Lu Jingyuan looked at the public chat. He pondered his tone, then slowly typed a line with an extremely languid and somewhat annoyed demeanor, and sent it: Supreme Ruler of the Primordial World, Dao Ancestor, Hongjuan Sai. Supreme Ruler of the Primordial World, Dao Ancestor, Hongjuan, lately a few bothersome giant mosquitoes have been buzzing outside my door. Supreme Ruler of the Primordial World, Dao Ancestor, Hongjuan, though they can be crushed with a flick of the finger, their incessant buzzing is quite disturbing to my cultivation. Li Fire Realm, a mid-grade cultivation world. In the sky, a faint layer of crimson fire clouds perpetually floats. The air is thick with dense and violent fire attribute spiritual energy, which also makes the cultivators here mostly irritable and hot-tempered. The Li Fire Divine Sect, as the ruler of this world. Its sect hall is situated atop an active volcano that perpetually erupts with scorching magma. The hall is built from crimson volcanic rock, majestic and oppressive. At this moment, inside this soul tablet hall, deep within the hall, the atmosphere is so stifling that one can hardly breathe. Tens of eternal lamps, burning mermaid oil, illuminate the hall brightly. Under this dazzling light, hundreds of life soul jade tablets enshrined on jade shelves and representing the inner disciples of the Li Fire Divine Sect flicker with a faint blue radiance. However, in the frontmost row, two jade tablets stand out conspicuously at this moment. They are the soul tablets representing the vanguard disciples Wang Feng and Li Lin. Although these two soul tablets are not completely shattered, the faint blue light on them has dimmed to the extreme. Like a flickering candle in the wind, they could be extinguished at any moment. Fine cracks have even appeared on the surface of the jade tablets. This is a sign of irreversible severe damage to the soul and near exhaustion of vitality. What is going on? The supervising elder in charge of the soul tablet hall staring at the two dim soul tablets instantly broke into a cold sweat on his forehead. Weren't Wang Feng and Li Lin ordered to investigate the recently discovered void coordinates of the lower realm? That world's spiritual energy has just awakened. It doesn't even have a decent cultivation sect. How could they have suffered such severe injuries? The supervising elder dared not conceal anything. He scrambled out of the soul tablet hall and rushed madly toward the main sect hall. A moment later, in the main hall of the Leaf Fire Divine sect, the council chamber. Bang! A deafening crash. A massive altar table carved from 10,000-year-old red sunwood under the strike of a withered palm instantly turned into flying crimson wood chips. You wretched scoundrels. A bunch of uncivilized lower realm natives dare to detain the inner disciples of my Leaf Fire Divine sect. A roar filled with the terrifying pressure of a nascent soul stage great cultivator exploded within the hall, shaking down volcanic ash from the ceiling. On the high platform, the sect leader of the Leaf Fire Divine sect, Xiong stared with wide, furious eyes. He wore a wide crimson robe, and his beard and hair were also fiery red. Around him swirled extremely violent nascent soul fire, distorting the space around him. As a nascent soul stage great cultivator who had lived for 3,000 years, Xiong had always been an unquestioned overlord in the Leaf Fire realm and several neighboring small worlds. He simply could not tolerate a trashy small world which he regarded as a lamb to be slaughtered with even its spiritual veins not fully formed, daring to defy his will and even cripple the vanguard he sent. Please calm your anger, sect leader. Below the hall, the great elder of the Leaf Fire Divine sect, a white-haired old man with cultivation at the great perfection of the golden core stage half-step nascent soul, hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Although those two disciples are incompetent, they are still people of our Leaf Fire Divine sect. Since those lower realm natives are ungrateful and dare to challenge the mighty, then we shall teach them a lesson they will never forget. In the great elder's eyes flickered a cruel and greedy cold light. Sect leader, although the spiritual energy of that world has just awakened, but according to the last vague message sent back by Wang Feng, the grade of spiritual energy there seems unusually high. Perhaps that world hides some ancient relic that can enhance the grade of spiritual energy. Upon hearing the words, ancient relic, Xiong's angry expression froze slightly, and greed instantly surged in his eyes. He had been stuck at the early nascent soul stage for a full 500 years. If he could obtain that relic capable of elevating the world's spiritual energy grade, he might break through to the mid-nascent soul stage, or even glimpse the elusive divine transformation path. Good. Since they refuse a toast only to drink a penalty, I shall grant their wish. Xiong swept his crimson sleeve fiercely. He looked down upon the great elder from above, his voice icy and utterly cruel, as if pronouncing a death sentence on a world. Great elder, hear my command. I order you to immediately activate the 2 void tribulation battleships within the sect. Muster 10 golden core stage stewards and 500 elite foundation establishment stage disciples. Lead them personally. Follow the void beacon left by Wang Feng and set out immediately. Xiong's words were filled with unquestionable killing intent. Level that lower realm for me. Capture that rebellious native leader alive and extract his soul, refine his spirit. I will make all the natives of that world become slave herbalists of my Leaf Fire realm for generations. Upon hearing this, the great elder's old face instantly broke into a ferocious and cruel smile. He seemed to already see the pitiful scene of the natives of that world trembling and bleeding under the huge cannons of the void battleships. Rest assured, sect leader. The great elder cupped his hands, bowed deeply, and loudly accepted the order. I will not fail the mission. Within 3 days I will bring the head of that native leader and the core origin of that world, respectfully presented before you, sect leader. Having said that, the great elder turned around, swept his sleeves, and with a body full of killing intent and arrogance, smirking, he strode out of the council hall to gather the army. 2 void battleships, each 1,000 zhang long, hideous and terrifying, were about to tear through time and space and descend upon Hongwang. A seemingly one-sided yet utterly absurd cross-world war was on the brink. At this moment, far away in the endless void, in the Hongwang world inside the Zishao Palace, Lu Jingyuan had just casually, in the All Heavens chat group, sent out a lazy remark about the noisy mosquitoes outside the door, but it was like a deep water bomb thrown into a calm lake. In the chat group, it completely exploded. Inside the grand hall of the Zishao Palace, golden spiritual mist drifted silently in the air like strands of silk. Lu Jingyuan reclined comfortably on a bamboo chair, holding a warm coarse porcelain cup in both hands, his expression leisurely. The soul search he had just performed on Wang Feng, a cultivator from the Lihua realm, granted him a clear grasp of the impending crisis. The Lihua Divine Sect. 2,000 Zhang void warships, over 500 cultivators. It seems imposing, but before my all-heaven star array and my 3 cheats-ridden disciples, these are nothing more than interdimensional delivery men bringing warmth to my doorstep. Lu Jingyuan took a sip of the crisp spiritual tea, a hint of amusement curling at the corners of his mouth. Knowing the enemy's moves in advance made every move a winning one. This feeling of holding everything in his palm indeed gratified his vanity immensely. However, though he was not afraid, Lu Jingyuan had always been a man who sought the safest and most comfortable path. Why fight standing when you can win lying down? Since this chat group has so many big shots from high magic and high-tech worlds, it would be a waste not to squeeze a few more good things out of them. With that thought, Lu Jingyuan stirred his mind and sank his consciousness into the All Heavens chat group deep within his mind. He watched the lively public chat screen, then tapped his fingers lightly, adopting a tone of casual indifference tinged with a hint of disdain and annoyance. He sent a message in the group, Primordial Supreme Ruler Dao Ancestor Hongjuan. Alas. Primordial Supreme Ruler Dao Ancestor Hongjuan, lately a few reckless giant mosquitoes have been buzzing outside my door. Primordial Supreme Ruler Dao Ancestor Hongjuan, though I could crush them effortlessly with a flick of my hand, their incessant droning is rather vexing, disturbing my peaceful cultivation. These two sentences were extremely brief, and their tone was. No, it was utterly flat and unremarkable. But the moment they were sent out, under the formidable and utterly unreasonable enhancement of the system's mythological translation filter, they transformed in the minds of the group's big shots into a cataclysmic, world-shattering mythological scene. Deep in the consciousness of the group members, what they saw was not mosquitoes at all, but countless abyssal beasts evolved from the supreme laws of darkness. These beasts bared their fangs and claws, trying to corrupt the sacred and flawless primordial purple chi surrounding the Xiao Yan mountain with their filthy, demonic energy. The dark beasts roared madly in the void, but the moment they touched the golden light of merit outside the Xiao palace, they disintegrated like snow under the sun. Demon King, damn. Demon King, which blind piece of trash from a low-end civilization dares to cause trouble at the doorstep of the Dao Ancestor? Demon King, what kind of lousy immortal? Before the Great Dao Ancestor, they are not even microbes. How dare they call themselves immortals? On the demon twin wings, Liang Bing abruptly straightened up from her demon throne. Her eyes, heavily painted with smoky makeup, blazed with fervent fury. Having just optimized her underlying spatial algorithms with the Dao Ancestor's phrase, Sumru and mustard seed, she had now completely become the Dao Ancestor Hongjuan's #1 fanatical scientific follower. In her eyes, any being that dared to disturb the Dao Ancestor's cultivation was a stumbling block hindering her evolution to a higher scientific dimension deserving of being formatted. Demon King, Primordial Supreme Ruler Dao Ancestor Hongjun, Demon King Dao Ancestor. Such garbage doesn't require you to lift a finger. Demon King, just send me the spatial channel coordinates, old man. Demon King, I'll have a 2-aught toss the Demon One's beyond visual range black hole bomb over there. Demon King, no matter how big the mosquitoes are, they'll all turn into nothing but virtual protons under quantum gravitational collapse. Watching Liang Bing's frenzied, almost gnashing teeth eagerness to show her loyalty, Lu Jingyuan, sitting in the Xiao palace, nearly sprayed his hot tea onto the screen. Black hole bomb. Sister, calm down. My doorstep is made of white jade steps. Don't blow my whole mountain away with one bomb. Lu Jingyuan's eyes twitched as he secretly wiped a cold sweat. Meanwhile, Tony Stark in Stark Tower watched Liang Bing's arrogant scientific offensive. As Iron Man, his competitive spirit was instantly ignited. Iron Man, humph, Demon Queen, your weapons are too destructive and crude. Iron Man, using gravitational weapons on the Dao Ancestor's pure and sacred immortal mountain is an insult to art. Iron Man, Primordial Supreme Ruler Dao Ancestor Hongjun, Iron Man, Great Immortal, I am currently developing a brand new anti-god armor that integrates Uncle Nine's talisman algorithms. Iron Man, though it's just a little toy of mine, it is highly efficient for cleaning up trivial clowns. Iron Man, if you find it troublesome, I'll send you the data model of the new armor as a gift toy for you to amuse yourself and casually swat away those flies. Watching the two tech giants in the group quarrel bitterly over who gets the privilege of cleaning the Dao Ancestor's house. Xiong Ba of the World Society and Xiao Yan of Wutan City could only tremble on the sidelines, utterly unqualified to interject. World Society leader, this old man is truly ashamed. World Society leader, if not for the barrier of the world, I would love to lead 100,000 elite troops of the World Society to the Xiao Mountain, right now acting as janitors to crush all those annoying insects for the old immortal ancestor. The faith and worship in the group once again transformed into streams of pure energy, surging into Lu Jingyuan's body. The ultimate sense of vanity, having the great powers of the myriad worlds compete to serve him and vie for the position of his doorkeeper, made every pore of Lu Jingyuan's body feel as if it were opening in bliss. This feeling of nurturing a sect is truly addictive. Lu Jingyuan leaned back in his bamboo chair, squinting with contentment. On the other end of the screen, Liang Bing, seeing Tony's veiled sarcasm, furrowed her brows and slammed her hand on the throne armrest in fury. Damn, a tinkin simpleton in iron armor dares to compete with me in algorithms and send toys. A to all. Bring out the newly assembled micro-wormhole spatial annihilation blocker from the warehouse originally intended for dealing with the Angel Nebula. A to all was startled. Queen, that's our latest tactical nuclear weapon. Shut up. Liang Bing cursed, her beautiful eyes burning with frenzied fervor. as long as I can win the Dao Ancestor's favor and get him to reveal one or two more algorithms of the Sumer Dao, our demon twin wings technology will outpace the known universe by 10,000 years. Can't you do the math, you idiot? Without further ado, Liang Bing quickly operated on the private exclusive red envelope interface of the group chat. The next second, a series of super cross-border red envelopes shimmering with eerie purple-red thunder, accompanied by the demon queen's invincible arrogance, exploded onto the public screen. System Notification Group member Demon King has sent a massive exclusive cross-border red envelope to the group owner, Primordial Supreme Ruler Dao Ancestor Hongjun. In the center of the Grand Hall, a colossal illusory red envelope emitted dense, deep red lightning. Within the lightning, faint, piercing electromagnetic hums brimming with a strong technological feel could be heard. This was the first time Jingyuan had received a high-level tactical weapon from the Super God Technology universe in the chat group. Deep inside, he was filled with boundless curiosity and anticipation. To prevent any unnecessary electromagnetic radiation from this cross-dimensional black tech weapon, Jingyuan stood up. With a flicker of his form leaving a golden trail of true essence remnant, he instantly stepped into the treasure pavilion behind the side hall of the Violet Firmament Palace. The treasure pavilion was silent with empty shelves all around, perfect for this cross-dimensional extraction. Jingyuan took a deep breath and issued a command in his mind, claimed the exclusive cross-dimensional red envelope. With a buzz as his thought descended, a pitch-black spatial rift suddenly split open in the void at the center of the treasure pavilion. A peculiar sphere about the size of a billiard ball with a deep violet-black metallic luster descended steadily amidst dazzling red lightning. It landed precisely in the palm that Jingyuan had prepared. How heavy! This was Jingyuan's first impression of this demonic technology. This small violet-black sphere, when held in hand, felt as heavy as a solid piece of wrought iron. The surface of the metal ball was extremely smooth, and touching it gave a refreshing coldness and hardness. Beneath the dim surface of the sphere, faint blue fluorescent lines pulsed slowly like a heartbeat, as if alive. Those were the core dark energy transmission network of the demon civilization. Before Jingyuan could carefully study this futuristic mechanical metal ball, ding! Detected a high-level technological product from an otherworld super god, plain demon micro-wormhole transport terminal. Detected that the energy circuit of this item conflicts with the laws of heaven in the primordial realm of cultivation. The system automatically activates underlying rule compatibility, force mutation program. Transformation complete. Congratulations, host. Your demon micro-wormhole transport terminal has been forcibly mutated into a prototype Taiching celestial artifact, Tai Void Space Pearl. Along with the crisp and pleasant notification sound of the system, the high-tech metal ball in Jingyuan's palm, which had been emitting a cold, lifeless electromagnetic pulse, suddenly began to undergo a dazzlingly magical transformation. The cold violet-black metallic skin under the wash of golden primordial power began to slowly soften and deform like melting water. The original cold, dry, dark energy blue lines were forcibly erased. In their place, strands of crystal-clear, faintly fragrant Taiching true qi surged wildly from the deepest part of the sphere. In just a few breaths, this mechanical sphere completely transformed into a mysterious pearl, translucent purple in color, as warm and smooth as the finest jade. Inside the purple jade pearl, a miniature Tai Chi Bagua diagram, formed by countless converging stars, slowly revolved. Not only was it devoid of the coldness of technology, but it exuded a refreshing, ethereal, supreme Taoist charm. Jingyuan grasped this Tai Void Space Pearl and silently extended his divine sense into it through his fingertips. The next moment, a series of information about the pearl's mysterious functions instantly appeared in his mind. Tai Void Space Pearl prototype, Taiching celestial artifact bound to the host's primordial spirit. The interior of this pearl has been forcibly woven by the laws of heaven, with a white jade stairway coordinate map covering a radius of 100 li. When the host holds this pearl, only a single thought is needed to silently teleport to any spatial coordinate within 100 li. Note, since the underlying algorithm logic of this pearl is powered by the demon No. 1 nuclear energy pile, this teleportation ability is determined to be no consumption. The host, when using this pearl for void shifting, does not need to expend any of the Taiching true qi within the body and will not leave any trace of spatial fluctuation. Zero consumption. Instant teleportation within 100 li. Jingyuan's eyes widened abruptly, and a burst of ecstasy erupted in the depths of his gaze. In the world of cultivation, teleportation and escape techniques were extremely profound and required immense consumption of supreme, great divine powers. An ordinary golden core stage cultivator wanting to perform a short-distance spatial shift not only needed to expend vast amounts of magical power, but after moving the void, would also leave intense spiritual energy fluctuations easily tracked by powerful enemies. Now the Tai Void Space Pearl in his hand, because it incorporated Liang Bing's core micro-wormhole, no heat transfer algorithm, was directly determined by the laws of heaven as a supreme escape cheat. Zero consumption, no trace. Within a radius of 100 li, he only needed a single thought to instantly appear at any corner within 0.1 milliseconds. Moreover, not a single strand of true qi needed to be expended. Good heavens! This time I am truly invincible. Lu Jingyuan was so excited that his hands trembled slightly. With this treasure, not to mention the coming of the nascent soul stage Qiangzi, even if a divine transformation stage, or even an integration stage old monster came to capture him forcibly. As long as he held the Tai Void Space Pearl, he could within 100 li like a ghost infinitely bug teleport, tiring the enemy to death. This Liang Bing is truly a treasure bringer for me. Lu Jingyuan satisfactorily put the Tai Void Space Pearl into his Daoist robe sleeve, feeling unprecedentedly refreshed. With this trump card, dealing with the upcoming invasion of the Lihor realm in a few days would be much more fearless. He happily opened the chat group interface again, ready to reply a few words to Liang Bing in the group, while also consolidating his aloof image as a Dao ancestor. However, before he could type, a distinguished ID that had been relatively low-key and not very talkative in the group chat suddenly posted a long, sincere message filled with the loneliness of an emperor and an extreme fear of death. First Emperor of Qin, Dao Ancestor Senior. I the Emperor. No, this humble one Ingjin kowtows to the old immortal ancestor. First Emperor of Qin. Recently, I led the great Qin Iron Cavalry to unify the 6 mundane kingdoms, proclaimed myself as the first emperor, and have awe-inspiring authority over the world. But in these days, looking at this prosperous great Qin territory, first Emperor of Qin, and looking at my own gradually hunched frail mortal body, which even pants when reviewing memorials, my heart is filled with endless sorrow. First Emperor of Qin, could it be that the thousands of miles of great Qin territory I have painstakingly conquered are destined to collapse in an instant because of my mortal lifespan of 100 years? First Emperor of Qin, old immortal ancestor, can a mortal emperor truly not find even a trace of the method for longevity? Just as the first Emperor Yingzheng was pouring out his imperial loneliness and desperately seeking the method of immortality in the chat group inside a secluded discussion group within the chat group, Ninth Uncle Lin Jiao and Tony Stark were engaged in a wondrous exchange that was entirely on different dimensions. At this moment, Tony had just posted the anti-immortal armor reactor concept diagram he had designed into the group files. Ninth Uncle was sitting at the desk in the funeral parlor. He rubbed his slightly sore eyes and curiously downloaded the blueprint, which was filled with a futuristic sci-fi texture. On the blueprint, the densely packed English letters, calculus formulas, and thermodynamic parameters, which looked like astronomical symbols, left Ninth Uncle utterly bewildered with a dull ache in his temples. These strange symbols. Could they be the soul-summoning ghost scripts of the Western underworld? Ninth Uncle shook his head in speechless disbelief. He was about to close the blueprint. However, when his gaze inadvertently swept over the energy circuit lines woven by high-energy plasma rails at the very center of the arc reactor, Ninth Uncle's body suddenly trembled violently. His eyes widened, instantly staring intently at the complex blue circuit. Wait a moment. The direction of this arc, the spiritual energy. No, the energy transitions between these nodes. This essence, this flow. Isn't this exactly the drawing method of the evil-repelling thunder talisman that our Maoshan sect has passed down for 1,000 years? Ninth Uncle gasped inwardly. Although one was a technological style, and the other was yellow paper with red ink, the essence of energy flow convergence and eventual explosion at a singularity perfectly overlapped in the eyes of this metaphysical master. Without any hesitation, he immediately typed a line in the group. Maoshan Lin Jiao Tony Stark. Maoshan Lin Jiao fellow Daoist Stark, I have just looked at the blueprint of the energy core in your armor. Maoshan Lin Jiao, the flow of your energy circuit is extremely wonderful, very much like the evil-repelling thunder talisman of our Maoshan sect. Maoshan Lin Jiao, however, the 3 central nodes of your design seem to be slightly off, causing most of the energy to dissipate during operation. Maoshan Lin Jiao, if you could shift these 3 nodes inward by 3 CUN, forcibly locking the energy at the center, the power erupted from this core might even carry the true heavenly might of the 9 heavens, pure yang thunder. In the underground laboratory of the Malibu Villa, USA, Tony Stark was adjusting his armor with a wrench. Seeing this message from Ninth Uncle on the screen, he let out a disdainful snort. An ancient Daoist who draws yellow papers and catches zombies is actually teaching me how to design a high-energy arc reactor. This is the biggest joke of the century. Tony shook his head and casually ordered, Jarvis, import the 3 coordinates that Mr. Lin Jiao just mentioned into the reactor simulator and run it. Although I know it won't be useful, just to pass the time. Understood, sir. Reconfiguring the plasma confinement trajectories. However, after just 0.1 second, beep, beep, resource warning, beep, energy confinement efficiency skyrocketed. The red alarm light on the holographic screen suddenly blared sharply at this moment. Sir, the model calculation has passed. Jarvis's usually cold and mechanical voice actually carried a strong electronic tremor at this moment. After fine-tuning according to the talisman line coordinates provided by Mr. Lin Jiao, the magnetic confinement efficiency of the reactor has skyrocketed by a full 45 in an instant. The high-energy plasma condenses at the center and has spontaneously generated a high-frequency pure yang electromagnetic wave that can forcibly purify harmful radiation and pathogens. The cola can in Tony's hand dropped to the ground with a clatter, shattering into pieces. His eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Damn. This can actually happen. The scientific formulas actually perfectly match the Daoist scribbles. Tony could no longer sit still, trembling with excitement. He immediately fetched a brand new palladium core and personally calibrated the high-energy laser cutter. On the most central metal shell of the reactor, he used a laser to precisely engrave the 3 evil-repelling thunder talisman lines that Ninth Uncle had mentioned. The core started up, accompanied by an extremely low, clear electromagnetic roar. What lit up on the new core was no longer the cold, deep blue light, but a warm, profound, boundless, heavenly, Dao, evil-repelling true essence, the Taiching pure yang golden light. Tony stretched out his hand, trembling slightly. Under the illumination of this golden light, the black spots on his chest caused by palladium poisoning faded away by more than half in an instant. A miracle. This is a damn miracle. Tony Stark's worldview shattered into pieces at this moment. Republic of China Rinjia Town Funeral Parlor. Ninth Uncle, looking at the shocked and fanatical comments Tony sent in the group, also felt a bit eager to try. Since the technology of foreigners can merge with our divine talismans, then this humble Taoist might also use the foreign gadgets to improve our ancestral Taoist artifacts. Ninth Uncle stroked his chin. His gaze fell on an extremely bulky and complex British high-voltage generator, placed in the courtyard, a gift from Lord Ren. Usually when Maoshan Taoists captured zombies, they most commonly used a magic rope red string soaked in realgar and cinnabar. But the red string was fragile and easily snapped by zombies. Xiaoxing, Wenkai, push that generator over. Ninth Uncle smoothed his Taoist robe and ordered solemnly. Shortly, the rumbling generator connected to thick copper wires was pushed into the hall. Ninth Uncle picked up his peachwood sword, which was only half a length left. He very roughly used several thick wires to tightly wrap the high-voltage output of the generator directly around the sword's handle. Master, what are you doing? Xiaoxing stood by, holding half a bucket of black dog blood, his face full of bewildered confusion. How can you wrap the generator around the peachwood sword passed down from our ancestors? If we accidentally get electrocuted, the 3 of us might have to report to the ancestors in the underworld on the spot. Ninth Uncle glared at him and snorted, shut up. Don't you understand scientific cultivation? This is the Heavenly Thunder demon-repelling sword. Ninth Uncle took a deep breath and yanked down the huge black iron switch on the generator. Boom. The generator erupted with a wild roar, and high-voltage arcs instantly surged through the copper wires into the peachwood sword. Crackle, crackle. The originally dull peachwood sword at this moment was instantly wrapped entirely by countless finger-thick blue thunder arcs. Thunder flashed. The artificial palm thunder, formed by the combination of high voltage and the evil-repelling energy of the peachwood sword, emitted an extremely harsh crackling sound in the hall. The surrounding gloomy corpse chi that had accumulated over the years was instantly purified completely under the violent arcs. Xiaoxing stood in the center of the arc storm. His hair stood on end under the strong electric field. He stared blankly at the peachwood sword in Ninth Uncle's hand, which was sparking and flashing like a lightsaber. Xiaoxing was completely bewildered. Master, when did our Maoshan sect take this electrician route? In the chat group interface, Tony Stark was shouting hysterically, Iron Man, Ninth Uncle. My God, it worked. Iron Man, my new arc reactor can now release the Taiching high-frequency wave that purifies all toxins. Iron Man, this is simply a perfect fusion of mechanical ascension and talisman algorithms. Tony was now as excited as a child who had gotten a new toy. His gaze swept across the group. Suddenly, it landed on the message sent by the first Emperor Yingzhong, filled with imperial sorrow and a sincere plea for help. As the only tech tycoon in the group, Tony's scientific arrogance and shinibyu were instantly ignited. Iron Man, first Emperor of Great Qin. Iron Man, Your Majesty Yingzhong, I just saw your plea for help. Iron Man, listen to me. The mortal flesh is extremely fragile. Those mercury and lead poisons concocted by alchemists cannot grant immortality, they will only cause you to die early. Iron Man, want immortality. Today I will teach you a brand new path to immortality in Great Qin. That's not called seeking immortality in Dao, that's called mechanical ascension. Iron Man, Your Majesty, do you want me to send you a nuclear-powered heaven-shaking divine body, or a set of nano-hemodialysis devices? In the Great Qin world within the Xinying Palace, the black dragon banners flapped loudly in the wind. Inside the stern and murderous hall, a pungent smell of sulfur and mercury permeated the air. Cough, cough. Yingzhong, the first emperor, sat on the broad dragon throne, covering his mouth with a silk handkerchief as he coughed violently. His complexion was pale, and beneath his eyes were unmistakable dark circles and fatigue. Although he had unified the 6 kingdoms and wielded supreme authority, he knew well that his mortal body had gradually withered after years of war and toil. Before him, at the foot of the white jade steps, several emaciated Taoist priests in robes knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. Beside them lay an exquisite rosewood box containing several pills that emitted an eerie red glow and a pungent odor. Is this the elixir of immortality you have concocted for me? Yingzheng's voice was low, yet carried a chill that made one feel as if falling into an icy abyss. He grabbed the box and hurled it violently into the center of the hall. Crash! The pills scattered across the floor. The moment they touched the ground, a sizzling, corrosive sound arose, and even the hard floor tiles were scorched, leaving a small black mark. Spare my life, Your Majesty. This pill was refined with pure yang fire calcining cinnabar and mercury for 49 days. Though slightly toxic, it is indeed the path to immortality. Silence. Zheng roared in fury, rising abruptly and pointing at the poisonous pills on the ground. Such ferocious substances. Do you wish to achieve immortality or hasten my demise? Drag them out and behead them. Spare my life, your majesty. Spare me. Amid the despairing screams of the alchemists, several iron-armored guards rushed into the hall like wolves and tigers, dragging them out like dead dogs. The hall fell into dead silence once more. Zhao Gao hunched and trembling stood aside, not daring to breathe. Zheng collapsed onto the dragon throne in despair, a deep sense of hopelessness and sorrow flashing in his eyes. Immortality. Is there truly no method of immortality in this world? Must this empire of mine spanning thousands of miles ultimately turn to dust? Just as he was sinking into despair, the mysterious interface in his mind called the Myriad Heavens chat group flickered to life again. He saw the figure in strange attire, Iron Man, shouting loudly in the group about mechanical ascension and nano blood dialysis machines. Zheng furrowed his brow in annoyance at these incomprehensible terms. What mechanical ascension? Turning oneself into a heap of cold scrap metal? Is that still human? I am the first emperor of Great Qin, and how could I cultivate such unorthodox inhuman arts? He ignored Tony Stark. Instead, with utmost reverence and even a hint of supplication, he turned his gaze to the golden ID that had always stood aloof, radiating boundless divine might. First Emperor of Great Qin, Primordial Supremacy Dao, Ancestor Hongjun. First Emperor of Great Qin, Venerable Ancestor. The Iron Man's method is too bizarre, it is not what I seek. First Emperor of Great Qin, I have no other wish but to beg you to bestow upon me a true immortal pill. First Emperor of Great Qin, even if it grants only a decade of extended life, I am willing to dedicate the full strength of Great Qin to cast a golden statue of you to be worshipped with incense for generations. Inside the inner chamber of Xiao Palace, Lu Jingyuan was watching the conversation between Tony and Zheng, laughing uncontrollably. This Tony is truly a tech fanatic. He actually wants to turn the first emperor into a cyberpunk style. If he really succeeded, the terracotta warriors would probably be equipped with plasma cannons in the future. But seeing Zheng's almost humble plea, Lu Jingyuan's smile faded. Immortal pill for longevity. He stroked his chin. Though he had broken through to the golden core stage, he didn't even have a proper alchemy furnace. Lord Lao the Elder had been pondering alchemy these days, but could only use a scrap iron pot dug from the back mountain to produce some crude black pills that barely strengthened the body. Those dark, bitter pills. To fob them off on the first emperor would be beneath his dignity as the supreme Dao ancestor. What should I give him? Lu Jingyuan's eyes swept across the inner chamber. Suddenly his gaze stopped on a plastic wrapper in the corner of the offering table, which he hadn't yet thrown away. It was the last relic from modern Earth that he had carried with him when he crossed over. A bag of M&Ms with only a few pieces left. Chocolate with malt crunch. Round with a glossy chocolate coating. This appearance, this shape. Doesn't it look more like an immortal pill than the black pills the alchemists concocted? A flash of inspiration struck Lu Jingyuan, and a mischievous grin curled at the corner of his mouth. That's it. He walked to the offering table, carefully tipped the bag, and poured out 1 mm. Then he used the system to package the as a cross-border red envelope. Before sending it, Lu Jingyuan posted an extremely aloof, high-status reply in the group. Primordial Supremacy Dao Ancestor, Hongjun. The path to longevity lies in one's own cultivation. Primordial Supremacy Dao Ancestor Hongjun pills may extend life, but they are ultimately external forces. You do not rely on them excessively. Primordial Supremacy Dao Ancestor Hongjun, considering your sincerity, I shall bestow upon you a basic, bigu pill from Xiao Palace. Primordial Supremacy Dao Ancestor Hongjun, though this pill cannot grant you co-eternity with heaven and earth, it is more than sufficient to cleanse your marrow, strengthen your physique, and prolong your years. Ding. You have sent an exclusive red envelope to First Emperor of Great Qin. The moment the message appeared inside the Xianyang Palace of Great Qin, Zheng trembled with excitement as he saw the faintly glowing golden red envelope pop up in his mind. A bigu pill. A true immortal pill. Without any hesitation, he immediately clicked to claim it. Buzz. With a slight spatial tremor, a dazzling golden light materialized from the void. That tiny cheap snack, originally made of chocolate and malt. As it pierced the thick dimensional barrier between the primordial world and the Great Qin world, the system's mythical translation filter and cross-border primal power wildly converged onto the When it finally landed on Zheng's trembling palm, the had undergone an utterly incomprehensible transformation. The original dark brown chocolate coating had turned into a deep, warm, dark golden luster, like the finest mutton fat jade. On the surface of the pill, faint golden divine patterns began to emerge, condensed from extremely pure primordial essence of heaven and earth. The divine patterns slowly swirled across the surface, emitting a rich, intoxicating fragrance that with just a single whiff made one feel ethereal and transcendent. The entire cold, grim hall of Xianyang Palace was in an instant infused with the wondrous medicinal aroma, making it as warm and serene as spring. This is an immortal pill. Zhao Gao, standing nearby, smelled the aroma and felt that the lingering ailments of many years had eased considerably. His eyes widened as he stared at the golden pill in Zhang's hand, unable to conceal his longing. Leave. Everyone leave at once. Close the palace doors. No one is to approach. Zhang clutched the tightly in his palm, as if afraid it would escape. His eyes were bloodshot like a ferocious tiger guarding its food as he roared madly at Zhao Gao and the guards. Your will. Zhao Gao and the guards, trembling with fear, hastily withdrew from the hall and sealed the heavy bronze doors shut. In the empty hall, only Zhang remained standing alone on the white jade steps. His breathing was rapid to the extreme, and his hands trembled as he slowly raised the bigu pill adorned with golden divine patterns to his eyes. This pill carried all his hope of escaping the limits of mortal life and establishing the eternal Great Qin. Zhang took a deep breath, a look of unprecedented resolve flashing in his eyes. He parted his lips slightly. With boundless reverence and frenzied desire, he brought the legendary immortal pill to his mouth, trembling, and slowly placed it inside. In the grand hall of Xianyang Palace, the heavy bronze doors were tightly shut. Inside, the light was dim. Zhang's hands trembled as he carefully placed the elixir, which radiated golden divine patterns, into his mouth. He closed his eyes. He had even prepared himself to endure excruciating pain or a trial akin to being consumed by flames. After all, the pills concocted by those alchemists always caused abdominal pain, as if swallowing a red-hot iron. However, the moment the fasting pill touched his tongue, a hum sounded. There was no pungent medicinal smell, as imagined, nor any pain. This Mylisu, upon entering his mouth, transformed into an extremely rich, mellow, and supremely peculiar milky fragrance. That aroma carried a smoothness and sweetness that Zhang had never experienced in his life. Immediately after, the melted sugar coating and crispy core catalyzed by the cross-realm primordial force instantly transformed into a gentle, pure, and vast golden immortal essence, as boundless as the sea. This immortal essence flowed down Zhang's throat like a warm golden waterfall, surging into his limbs and bones with a thunderous roar. In Zhang's mind, it was as if an ancient divine bell had been struck heavily. He only felt that his body, which had grown increasingly withered and exhausted from years of warfare and reviewing memorials. In that instant, it was like a parched, cracked land that had been dry for decades suddenly receiving a spring rain. Every cell frantically cheered and devoured this immortal essence. This is the power of the elixir. Zhang opened his eyes in shock. He could clearly feel that golden immortal essence was forcibly flushing through his meridians in a domineering, yet extremely gentle manner. It was stripping away and crushing bit by bit the lead and mercury toxins accumulated from taking the alchemist's poisonous pills. A tearing sound of cloth. Zhang looked down in shock. He saw. On his originally pale, slightly sagging skin, layers of sticky, foul-smelling black filth were constantly seeping out. That was the toxins and impurities hidden deep within his body for decades. With the discharge of these filths, Zhang's back, which had been slightly hunched from years of overwork, under the support of the immortal essence, emitted cracking sounds of bones. Miraculously, inch by inch, it straightened up again. Like a spear piercing the sky, it pointed straight at the palace dome. Not only that, if there was a mirror in the hall, Zhang would surely be stunned by his own appearance. The gray hair, interlaced with many silver strands on his head, was rapidly turning black and glossy from the roots at a visible speed. The deep wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were smoothed by an invisible force. His eyes, which were originally somewhat dull from fatigue now, were once again radiating sharp, untamable brilliance like a lone wolf too fierce to look directly at. Marrow cleansing and bone reforging. Rejuvenation. In just a few breaths, this emperor of 1,000 years, with the help of the elixir, forcibly reversed the passage of time and returned to the most prime and vigorous age of 30 in his life. Ha ha ha. Feeling the terrifying blood and chi within him that could kill a bull with one punch, Zhang could no longer suppress his ecstasy and burst into laughter towards the sky. In his laughter, there was no longer the previous weakness and fatigue. What remained was the supreme dominance and arrogance that once annexed the 6 kingdoms and looked down upon the world. Immortality is within reach. I have finally achieved immortality. Thank you, Dao Ancestor. Thank you, Ziwei Palace, for bestowing the method. Zhang made a deep bow towards the void. At this moment, outside the grand hall of Xianyang Palace, Zhao Gao was hunched over like a frightened quail, pressed tightly against the bronze doors. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. From time to time, he pressed his ear to the door crack, trying to listen to the movements inside. Why is there no sound? When His Majesty took the alchemist's pills before, he would groan in pain. Why is it this time? Zhao Gao's heart was in turmoil. If His Majesty truly met with an accident inside, he as the inner court steward would definitely be torn apart by the furious generals. On the white jade square behind Zhao Gao, Grand General Wang Jian of Great Qin, clad in heavy armor, rested his hand on the hilt of his bronze sword. His brows were tightly knit and his sharp eyes were fixed on the bronze doors of the hall, exuding and stifling iron-blooded murderous aura all over his body. Zhao Gao. Wang Jian's voice was low like muffled thunder. How is His Majesty inside? Why have we not been summoned to enter? Zhao Gao shuddered with fear and was about to explain. Suddenly a dragon roar, extremely high-pitched and majestic as if piercing the 9 heavens, sounded. Without warning, it erupted from the tightly closed grand hall of Xianyang Palace. This dragon roar carried a terrifying pressure that transcended the mortal world. It made the guards outside feel their eardrums ache and their minds tremble. What? What is that sound? Wang Jian's face changed dramatically. He abruptly drew the bronze longsword from his waist, thinking some monster had appeared in the hall. Just as he was about to order an assault, a thunderous bang. The two bronze doors weighing 1,000 jin, requiring dozens of strong men to push open, were suddenly slammed open from the inside by a violent wave of air. The two doors emitted a screeching sound of metal twisting, actually detached from their hinges and flew outward with force. Bang! Bang! The heavy bronze doors crashed onto the white jade square, creating two large craters. Amidst the billowing dust, a tall, majestic figure, like a descending god, stepping on the lingering golden immortal essence remnants inside the hall, strode out of the dust. Your Majesty. Xiao Gao was knocked to the ground by the air wave. He raised his head with difficulty to look at the figure emerging. When he saw the face clearly, Xiao Gao's eyes nearly popped out, his mouth wide open, as if he had seen a ghost. Wang Jian also stiffened, and the bronze longsword in his hand clattered to the ground. There Yingzheng emerged. Gone was any trace of his previous sickly, decrepit appearance. At this moment, he was wearing a black dragon robe, his hair as black as a waterfall, his face handsome and stern as blood, and chi so vigorous that he was like a blazing furnace. The most terrifying thing was that around Yingzheng's body a faint layer of golden, true chi was flowing. That true chi in the air vaguely transformed into the phantom of a 5-clawed golden dragon coiling around his side. It emitted faint dragon roars. Heavens! Your Majesty has rejuvenated. A true dragon protects him. This is a real dragon emperor descended to the world. The surrounding armored guards, witnessing this miraculous scene, weakened at the knees and fell to the ground in unison. Wang Jian was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. He stepped forward, abruptly knelt heavily on one knee, his voice trembling with extreme excitement. Your old servant Wang Jian. Congratulations to your Majesty for rejuvenation and rebirth. Long live Great Qin. Long live your Majesty 10,000 years. With Wang Jian's shout, the thousands of guards on the entire Xianyang Palace Square shouted in unison, their voices shaking the clouds. Long live Great Qin. Long live your Majesty. Yingzheng stood on the high white jade steps, looking down at the thousands of troops kneeling below. He slowly opened his arms, feeling the surging immortal essence power within. His eyes gradually became deep, fanatical, filled with ambition for infinite possibilities in the future. He had already conquered the mortal world. Now, since the Dao Ancestor had bestowed the immortal fate, allowing him to glimpse the supreme path of eternal life. How could Yingzheng be content with merely being a mortal emperor? What he wanted was to establish an immortal, eternal Great Qin immortal dynasty that spanned all realms. Yingzheng took a deep breath, slowly restraining the surging golden dragon, true chi within him. His gaze was like a torch as he looked at the old general kneeling below, his voice carrying the unquestionable authority of heaven. General Wang, issue my decree. From this day forth, the Great Qin Iron Cavalry shall cultivate with me. The Great Qin Cavalry cultivate with me. Yingzheng's roar, infused with golden dragon, true chi, echoed long over the Xianyang Palace. This was no mere whim of an emperor. After personally experiencing the miraculous effects of the fasting pill, which cleansed marrow and reforged bones, Yingzheng's ambition had utterly transcended the confines of the mortal 9 provinces. He immediately and reverently asked Lu Jingyuan in the chat group for a large number of basic body tempering methods. Lu Jingyuan in turn was happy to do him a favor in the group. He slightly altered the name of the 9th set of mythical calisthenics he had sent to group members a few days ago, calling it the Great Qin War Immortal Military Fist. He casually sent it to Yingzheng. Half a month later, on a vast, boundless training field outside Xianyang City. Drink. Huh. The earth-shaking shouts rolled like thunder across the land. Fully 100,000 elite Great Qin warriors, clad in dark black heavy armor and wielding long halberds, were training in perfect unison on the field, sweating profusely. Standing on the reviewing platform was the famed Great Qin General Meng Tian. At this moment, Meng Tian's eyes blazed with fervor. Watching the 100,000 soldiers below practicing the Great Qin War Immortal Military Fist, he felt a surge of hot blood rush to his head. Over the past half-month, training with this immortal fist technique passed down by His Majesty had caused a terrifying, earth-shattering transformation in the combat power of the Great Qin Cavalry. Chest expansion exercise. Meng Tian roared from the platform, his voice amplified by true chi reaching every corner of the field. Boom. The 100,000 troops performed a chest expansion movement in unison. In that instant, the blood energy awakened by the military fist within the 100,000 soldiers produced a mysterious resonance in the air. A visible blood-red murderous aura surged from the crowns of the 100,000 soldiers gathering above the field into a thick blood-colored cloud. This is no longer a mortal army. Meng Tian swallowed hard. He had personally seen a new recruit who just yesterday could not lift a 100-gene stone lock, shatter a granite rock into pieces with a single punch after 3 rounds of the fist technique. The Great Qin army, nourished by this immortal technique, was evolving wildly into a terrifying dimension beyond comprehension. Meanwhile, in several hidden forests less than 50 li from Xianyang City, a group of ragged but fierce-eyed men crouched in the grass, staring intently at the training field. They were the remnants of the 6 states. For the past half-month, rumors of the first emperor's grave illness had spread wildly among the people. The remnants believed the time had come. They had secretly gathered tens of thousands of death warriors preparing to launch a thunderous strike, while Yingzheng was critically ill and Xianyang was vulnerable to overthrow the brutal Qin rule. Alliance leader, look, the Qin army is training over there, a scout whispered, pointing at the distant field to a middle-aged man beside him. This middle-aged man was Xiong Liang, a former noble of the Chu state and the leader of this restoration alliance. Xiong Liang sneered, his eyes full of disdain. Training. The tyrant Yingzheng is probably already on his deathbed. Meng Tian is just bluffing. Once night falls, our tens of thousands of death warriors will strike simultaneously and annihilate the great Qin cavalry. The remnants of the 6 states clenched their fists, their eyes burning with the flames of revenge. They could already envision the beautiful scene of Xianyang City being breached and the great Qin empire crumbling. However, just as they were about to sneak closer to the training field to probe the Qin army's strength on the field, Meng Tian's training reached its final and most crucial move. Jumping exercise, begin. Meng Tian drew his bronze sword from his waist, pointed it at the sky, and let out a roar that shattered the clouds. Kill. In that instant, the 100,000 great Qin cavalry simultaneously pushed off with their legs, stomping hard on the hard yellow earth. Boom. A terrifying sound like the earth being forcefully torn apart. The 100,000 troops, without any external aid, using only the terrifying blood energy of their flesh, leaped in unison over 3 zhang into the air. Not only that, but the blood-colored cloud formed by their blood energy above their heads. At that moment, as if responding to some mysterious call, rolled wildly, and in the 100 zhang high sky above, the training field slowly condensed into a blood-red war god's Dharma avatar, tens of zhang tall, wielding a giant halberd radiating endless killing intent. The avatar's eyes were like lightning, coldly looking down upon the earth below. The mere substantial murderous aura it emitted caused all birds and beasts within 10 li to instantly be scared out of their wits, soiling themselves. What is this? Xiong Liang, hiding in the forest 50 li away, saw the 100 zhang blood-colored war god condensing in the sky through the gaps in the leaves. The bronze sword in his hand clattered onto the rocks. He was struck as if by lightning, his legs gave way, and he collapsed into the mud with a plop. The tens of thousands of 6 state death warriors behind him were so terrified their breathing stopped. They looked at the 100,000 great Qin cavalry hovering in the air like demons, and the war god avatar that could destroy the world. All their flames of revenge and ambitions of restoration were in that instant utterly and mercilessly crushed into powder by a sense of despair from a dimensional reduction. No, this can't be real. How can a mortal army fly into the sky? How can they condense such a monster? Xiong Liang's face turned pale, tears and snot mixing together as he screamed hysterically, Great Qin is not human. They've all ascended into the sky. How can we fight this? How can we fight gods? Run. The remnants of the 6 states completely collapsed. Their former arrogance vanished without a trace. Tens of thousands of men like headless flies abandoned their armor and weapons, rolling and crawling into the depths of the forest. Some even died of heart attacks from sheer terror on the escape route. What restoration, what overthrowing the brutal Qin. In the face of this great Qin divine army that had begun cultivating immortality, it was the most ridiculous joke in the world. On the walls of Xianyang City, Yingzheng, dressed in a dark black dragon robe, stood at the highest point of the tower. His deep eyes gazed into the distance at the blood-colored war god avatar soaring on the training field. Hearing the desperate cries of the 6 state remnants from the distant forest, a triumphant, domineering smile curled at the corner of Yingzheng's mouth. Remnants of the 6 states. Mere mortal ants. My gaze has long left this petty 9 provinces. I will lead Great Qin to conquer the heavens and establish an eternal immortal dynasty. Yingzheng turned around and walked slowly into a newly built, lavishly decorated sacrificial hall inside the city tower. In the center of the hall was enshrined a towering statue made of pure gold, carved with 9 coiled dragons representing the supreme ruler of the All Realms chat group, the Dao Ancestor Hongjuan's divine tablet. Yingzheng approached the tablet. With a solemn expression, he knelt down without hesitation. He held up a great Qin divine seal, newly carved from the national jade seal, which had gathered the faith and fortune of the entire Qin nation. Yingzheng, the first emperor of Great Qin, kowtows in gratitude for the Dao Ancestor's immortal grace. Today I offer this divine seal, condensing the faith of the entire nation as a sacrifice to the Dao Ancestor. May Great Qin forever be the vanguard of the Dao Ancestor. With this low roar, the Great Qin divine seal suddenly burst forth with a dazzling golden light of fortune. This golden light, wrapped in the purest, fervent faith of the millions in the Great Qin Empire, pierced through the world's barriers, transforming into a visible golden torrent that surged into the exclusive red envelope of the All Realms chat group. In the Primordial World, inside the secret chamber of Xiao Palace, Lu Jingyuan, who was in seclusion, stabilizing his golden core cultivation, suddenly heard a buzzing sound in his mind. Ding! detected that group member, First Emperor of Great Qin, has offered a national faith divine seal. This divine seal contains the entire fortune of a complete middle-grade world evolving towards high-level immortal cultivation. Primordial world karma conversion in progress. Boom. Lu Jingyuan had no time to react. He only felt that the entire Xiao Palace, the entire primordial world in that instant, had been injected with an unimaginable super stimulant. On the golden system panel, the progress bar, representing the world ascension value, was skyrocketing wildly, leaving Lu Jingyuan stunned and open-mouthed. In the secret chamber of Xiao Palace, the Great Qin Divine Seal, offered by the First Emperor, Ingzheng, floated silently before Lu Jingyuan. The Divine Seal was entirely condensed from the purest faith and fortune, emitting dazzling golden radiance. Tiny golden dragon shadows coiled and roared around the seal. With a resonant hum under the system's high-speed operation, the fortune origin within the Divine Seal was violently extracted like a bursting flood, crazily injected into the underlying laws of the entire primordial world. On the golden panel of the system, the progress bar, representing world leap value, was skyrocketing at a visible rate. 10%, 30%, 50%. Lu Jingyuan watched the surging progress bar, his heart pounding uncontrollably. The faith from the entire Great Qin Empire was truly immense. So immense that even this newly upgraded primordial world seemed to feel a faint sense of indigestion and instability. Just then the system's crisp and commanding prompt sounded in Lu Jingyuan's mind. Ding. Detected that the world's origin reserve is extremely abundant. Prompt because the overall cultivation level of the beings in the current primordial world is too low to perfectly bear and digest such vast world origin. If forcibly infused, it may cause some laws to collapse and spiritual energy to go out of control. System suggests host immediately initiate the first formal sermon at Xiao Palace. Through the sermon, enhance the enlightenment and realm of the primordial beings, thereby reorganizing the laws of heaven and earth and accelerating the world leap. Note, the more people who attend the sermon and the deeper the laws they comprehend, the faster the primordial laws upgrade. Sermon at Xiao Palace. Upon hearing these 5 words, Lu Jingyuan's eyes burst with a gleam of light. For a time traveler well-versed in various primordial world novels, he knew exactly what these 5 words signified. That was an epic event that laid the foundation of eternal Dao, divided the positions of saints, and truly established the supreme status of the Dao Ancestor. Since the origin is so abundant that it's almost overflowing, I shall take the opportunity and hold a sermon feast that will shake the heavens. Lu Jingyuan curled his lips into a smile. He slowly stood up, waved his sleeve, and stored the Great Qin Divine Seal into the system space. Then he stepped forward. With a slight spatial distortion, his figure instantly appeared on the 9-tiered high sermon platform in the main hall of Xiao Palace. At this moment, outside the main hall, the 3 disciples, Laojun, Taishang, Yuanshi, and Tongtian, were sitting cross-legged in the courtyard, meditating with eyes closed. Meanwhile, in a remote corner of the back mountain, Niwa was holding a pile of colorful spiritual soil, her eyes fanatically immersed in her gene creation enterprise. To the east, the Sun God Palace. Dijuan and Dongwang Tai, the 2 brothers, were bathing in the true solar fire, painstakingly comprehending the breath of fire taught by Lu Jingyuan. It is time. Lu Jingyuan sat upright on the high platform, his eyes slightly closed. He unreservedly released the vast divine sense of his golden core stage. With the blessing of the Xiao Palace protective divine array, his divine sense instantly transformed into an invisible storm centered on Xiao Mountain, sweeping outward for hundreds, thousands of li, and even farther across the primordial lands. The Great Dao is formless, giving birth to heaven and earth. The Great Dao is emotionless, operating the sun and moon. Lu Jingyuan's ethereal profound sound like a divine voice from ancient chaos wrapped in his divine sense. Without warning, it resounded in the ears of every living being in the entire primordial world, from birds and beasts to mortal warriors, and even in the deepest depths of their souls. I am Hongjun. Considering that heaven and earth have just opened and beings are ignorant, not knowing creation. In 3 days, the gates of Xiao Palace will be open. All who are destined may come to hear my sermon. These short words, each like a pearl, each sound like thunder. In the courtyard, the 3 pure ones abruptly opened their eyes, their gazes simultaneously bursting with uncontrollable ecstasy and shock. The master is going to formally preach the Great Dao. Tong Tian, in excitement, threw away the rusty firewood knife in his hand, his hands trembling. This is the master's first time teaching the Dharma to all beings. At the back mountain, the clay in Nuwa's hand fell to the ground with a plop. Her stunning face flushed crimson, and unprecedented fervor flickered in her eyes. If I can hear the master explain the profound gene order again during the sermon, my creation method will surely reach perfection. In the Sun God Palace, Dijuan and Tai were so excited that they directly manifested their golden crow true forms, rolling and roaring in the sea of fire. Go! Even if we have to crawl, we will crawl to Xiao Palace. This is definitely the greatest opportunity for our demon race's rise. And this grand divine voice not only resounded across the primordial lands, but it even following the system's underlying logic directly crossed endless dimensional barriers. With extreme clarity, it exploded in the minds of all group members in the Myriad Worlds chat group. Ding. The group owner, Supreme Lord of the Primordial World Dao Ancestor Hongjun, has issued a group-wide broadcast. On the Doqi continent in Wutan City, Xiao Yan, who had just recovered from his injuries, was sitting cross-legged on his bed, hearing the Dao Ancestor's voice like the tolling of a cosmic bell in his mind. He sprang up from the bed. The Dao Ancestor is going to give a sermon. Xiao Yan's breath quickened, his eyes reddening. Old Yao's soul form also floated out from the ring, his beard trembling with excitement. Little one, this is a great opportunity. The greatest opportunity in all the myriad worlds. Even a single word casually uttered by that existence would be enough to benefit you for a lifetime. In the super god universe aboard the Demon Twin Wings, Liang Bing was frantically deducing spatial algorithms in the laboratory. Upon hearing the voice, the test tube in her hand fell to the ground and shattered. Sermon. That big shot who can casually modify the underlying physical parameters is going to give a lecture. Liang Bing shouted in excitement, completely losing her composure. Otto, get all the computing power of Demon 1 focused for me right now. Prepare to activate the group chat projection. Even if I have to burn my brain, I must record every single punctuation, Mark the Dao Ancestor says. In the Marvel world, Tony Stark overturned all his armor designs overnight. He ordered J.R.V.I.S. to clear all memory databases, even borrowing the entire Stark Industries servers. Prepare to record. This is a real divine public lecture. Xiong Ba of the World Society, Uncle 9 of the Funeral Home, and the First Emperor Ingzheng of Great Qin. In that instant, all the group members of the entire chat group fell into unprecedented frenzy. It was an extreme longing for power, for truth, for the Supreme Dao. The 3-day period passed in the blink of an eye. Across the entire primordial world, countless birds, beasts, mountain spirits, and wild monsters that had just gained intelligence, and even those mortal warriors who had benefited from the world's upgrade, all gathered like pilgrims from all directions in a dark mass at the foot of Xiao Mountain. However, at this moment of universal attention and anticipation, in a secret valley hundreds of li away from Xiao Mountain, a surviving mortal martial arts alliance leader of the primordial world, Xiong. He was sitting on a chair covered with a tiger skin, listening to the divine voice still faintly echoing in the sky. A sneer of extreme disdain, even mockery, curled at the corners of his mouth. A secluded valley, headquarters of the Honghuang Martial Alliance. This fortress, nestled deep within ancient forests, served as the provisional base for the remaining mortal martial factions in the Honghuang Basin, hastily assembled together. Inside the Hall of Righteous Assembly, torches bathed the surrounding stone walls in a crimson glow. Xiong, Alliance Master of the Martial Alliance, sat imperiously upon a tiger skin chair at the highest place. He idly rolled 2 iron spheres in his palms, producing a relentless clicking sound. A sneer of utter disdain and barely concealed contempt rested upon his heavy-faced visage. Below him sat several elderly figures lined in rows, their faces grim and weapons never far from their hands, elders of various sects. Alliance Master, did you also hear that voice from the heavens? A one-eyed elder, missing his left arm, swallowed hard, lingering terror in his eyes. That voice seemed to resonate directly within my very skull. Moreover, the changes in heaven and earth lately have been truly staggering. Not only have the mountains risen higher, but even the air carries an eerie quality. One breath alone can surge one's internal energy. Could that old Taoist Hongjun of Xiao Palace, could he truly have attained transcendence and become an immortal? Upon hearing this, the iron spheres in Xiong's hands came to an abrupt halt. He cast a cold glance at the one-eyed elder and let out a derisive snort from his nostrils. Humph. Attain transcendence and become an immortal. Pure nonsense. Xiong rose abruptly, striding to the center of the hall, and pointing toward Xiao Mountain, he bellowed. What godly beings exist in this world? That old Taoist Hongjun merely got lucky. Unearthed some potent hallucinogenic poison from an ancient ruin, combined with some theatrical whispering techniques, and you trembling cowards have lost your nerve. As he spoke, an unmistakable hunger and fervor flickered across Xiong's eyes. Months ago, Ba Wuji of the Fierce Blade sect had allied with Flying Sword Manor and the Iron Palm Syndicate, marching 3,000 elite warriors to besiege Xiao Palace. The result was that the entire 3,000 vanished as if they had evaporated from this world, never to be seen again. Rumors claimed Ba Wuji and his men were crushed by a single palm strike from the immortals of Xiao Palace. But in Xiong's view, this was absolute nonsense. That old fool Ba Wuji may have possessed decent martial prowess, but his mind was utterly barren. He surely walked into the old Taoist's toxic trap and perished, likely captured and forced into servitude. Xiong sneered repeatedly. Over these past months, as the world itself underwent a great ascension and spiritual energy surged across Honghuang, these mortal warriors of the Martial Alliance, though ignorant of cultivation breathing techniques, through mere inhalation of the dense spiritual energy, saw their ancient martial internal power explode at a terrifying rate. Xiong himself had seized this opportunity to shatter through a bottleneck that had plagued him for decades, reaching an enigmatic realm previously unheard of, the transcending Grandmaster stage. Now the true chi within my body can extend 10 feet beyond my flesh and slay from a distance. That old Taoist Hongjun actually dares to announce his intention to open the gate and preach the Dao. Yu Tsangqiang slammed his palm onto the stone table before him, shattering the hard bluestone desk into fragments. Shards flew in all directions, and the elders in the hall recoiled in fright. Preach the Dao, my foot. His eyes blazed red like a starving wolf catching the scent of blood. This old Taoist knows he cannot guard the ancient heritage. He seeks to use this as bait, rallying martial artists from across the world to serve as cannon fodder for him. I will not allow him to succeed. He turned to face the elders cowed before him, and issued his command in a stern voice: convey my decree as Alliance Master. Immediately summon all elite disciples from the sects under the martial alliance. Rally every independent cultivator and wandering martial artist. Gather 100,000 brothers of the martial path for me. Yu Tsangqiang drew the 100 refined treasure blade from his waist, its cold gleam flashing, and struck the ground hard. 3 days from now, I shall go to Xiao Mountain myself and see what nonsense that Hongjun can spout. If he cannot produce the ancient manuals that grant immortality, I'll drown his dilapidated temple with 100,000 spits. Hearing the Alliance Master's bloodthirsty exhortation, the elders who had been uneasy moments before now had greed clouding their judgment. The Alliance Master sees clearly. Down with Xiao Palace and seize the ancient inheritance. Within these mortal warriors' narrow understanding, the so-called preaching of the Dao was merely martial sects displaying sword forms and teaching chants to recruit disciples, a far cry from the cosmic truth unfolding before them. They could never have conceived that what approached was a mythic banquet capable of overturning the very laws of the world and rewriting the destiny of all things. 3 days passed in the anxious anticipation of all Honghuang and the fervent eagerness of companions across the heavens, then vanished in an instant. At dawn, when the first rays of sunlight pierced through the thick golden spiritual mist hovering above Xiao Mountain, the bronze doors of Xiao Palace, sealed for countless ages, slowly swung outward with a deep primordial rumble. Beyond those gates lay an enormous plaza paved with smooth white jade. At this moment, upon this plaza and cascading down 10,000 white jade steps toward the mountain base, a dark mass of bodies stretched endlessly. A sea of humanity teemed with restless energy, not merely mortal martial artists drawn by the news. Along the periphery, and even within the wooded hillsides, countless mountain spirits and wild beasts awakened to rudimentary sentience by the returning spiritual energy lay prostrate in silence and devout reverence. A colossal bear draped in crimson scales, a green python stretching 30 feet with twin fleshy bumps rising between its eyes, flocks of magnificent birds with iridescent plumage. Though they could not grasp human speech, drawn by the subtle pull of the Great Dao itself, they had shed their former savagery and ferocity, waiting like the most docile of children for the arrival of their sovereign from within that mysterious temple. And at the forefront, in the most prominent position, Yu Tsangqiang stood, flanked by his top elders, the 100,000 martial brothers assembled behind them in imposing ranks. Standing haughtily upon the white jade plaza, weapons in hand, their gazes held no reverence whatsoever, only bare avarice and open hostility. Outside the grand gates of the purple firmament palace, the clamor of the crowd was abruptly silenced by an intangible, yet overwhelming, imposing pressure. With a deep, resonant Dao sound, as if descending from the ninth heaven, it rumbled within the souls of all present. The 100,000 martial warriors who moments ago had brandished blades and spears with unruly arrogance felt their legs give way uncontrollably under this pressure. Thud, thud. Wave after wave of the sea of people collapsed like mown wheat, prostrating themselves in a dark mass on the white jade square. Even the once arrogant leader of the martial world, Yu Tsangqiang, now pale-faced, was pinned to the ground, unable to move even a single finger. A flicker of fear finally appeared in his eyes. What kind of power is this? Meanwhile, within the vast lecture hall of the purple firmament palace, the atmosphere was solemn and awe-inspiring to the extreme. In the center of the hall, upon a 9-tiered jade lotus platform, Jingyuan sat cross-legged. Around him, strands of gray, hazy, chaotic chi currents slowly rotated and undulated. Of course, this was not true primordial chaos energy. Instead, it was a visual effect created by using a spatial treasure, the Jingyuan bag, awarded by the system to release the miscellaneous spiritual energy stored within, a highly impressive spectacle. But to the listeners below, this appeared to be the most ancient and primordial chaotic mother chi from before the separation of heaven and earth. At the very front of the hall, the 3 Pure One's disciples, Laojuan, Yuanshi, and Tongtian, along with Nuwa, who had just arrived with fervent eyes, sat respectfully on golden meditation cushions. Behind them were Diju and Tai, and the 12 ancestral witches, the future core figures of the primordial era. Even the members of the Multiverse chatroom in the live stream held their breath in concentration, staring at the screen, afraid to miss a single word. On the high platform, Jingyuan wore a cold expression, his eyes half closed, presenting an air of an inscrutable, transcendent master. But in reality, his inner self was drenched in cold sweat. Preach what, Dao? I may be at the golden core stage, but all my cultivation comes from the system's direct infusion. I don't understand any systematic cultivation theory. Jingyuan complained internally. Earlier, the Shangqing Dadong Jinjing, sacrificed by ninth uncle, had been evolved by the system into the general outline of the heavenly Dao of the primordial world. But those profound Taoist terms were not yet fully comprehended by himself. If he really tried to expound on them, he might mix things up or create logical inconsistencies. These disciples with heaven-defying comprehension, and even the big shots in the live stream who love to overthink, would immediately spot the flaws. No, absolutely cannot teach traditional cultivation techniques. I must teach something they can't understand, but that sounds extremely reasonable and irrefutable. Lu Jingyuan's mind raced. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. Right? The end of science is metaphysics. What theory could be more rigorous and unshakable than the laws of physics, which have been verified by countless modern scientists? With this thought, Lu Jingyuan felt greatly reassured. He slowly opened his eyes, and in those deep, profound eyes seemed to contain the birth and death of cosmic stars sweeping over the crowd below without a trace of emotion. The hall fell into absolute silence. Lu Jingyuan cleared his throat, deliberately lowered his voice, and in an ethereal, elusive tone, as if from an ancient epic, he slowly began. In the beginning there was non-being, nameless, the origin of heaven and earth. Today's lecture will not discuss breathing techniques nor martial moves. It will only discuss the most fundamental principle of all things in heaven and earth. Hearing this lofty opening, the three pure ones and Nuwa below straightened their backs, their eyes sparkling with the light of seeking knowledge. Lu Jingyuan paused for a moment. In his mind, he frantically recalled the knowledge points from his high school physics textbook. All things possess their mass quality. Motion and stillness interact, which is called energy. Lu Jingyuan's voice echoed through the hall, every word sounding obscure, yet seemingly containing the truth of the Great Dao. Energy cannot be created from nothing, nor can it be destroyed. It can only be transformed from one form into another, or transferred from one object to another. And during the process of transformation and transfer, the total sum remains unchanged for eternity, eternally conserved. This was the famous law of conservation of energy. For modern people, this is common knowledge. But in the primordial world, which had just evolved from a low martial arts realm to these native immortal cultivators' ears, these words were like a supreme divine thunder that overturned all their cognition. Energy cannot be created from nothing, cannot be destroyed. Transformation, transfer, total sum eternal. Laojun Taishang, seated at the foremost position at the moment he heard these words. His body trembled violently, as if struck by lightning. His eyes widened, staring fixedly at Lu Jingyuan on the high platform, his breathing becoming extremely rapid. In Laojuan's mind, the principle of Taiji and Yin-Yang, which had been somewhat vague and only at the level of martial arts internal energy, was suddenly like being split open by an invisible primordial axe, letting a glaring crack of light burst through. Yin and Yang. Aren't they precisely the two different forms of energy that the master speaks of? Laojuan's eyes blazed with an unprecedented radiance of great wisdom. He frantically deduced in his mind, the extreme of Yin is the beginning of Yang. The extreme of Yang is the birth of Yin. They constantly transform and transfer, maintaining a perfect balance. This is called eternal conservation. Boom. Inside Laojuan, the Taiching True Yuan, which had just stabilized, now seemed to be drawn by some supreme law, beginning to riot wildly. Two streams of black and white qi materialized above his head, slowly rotating and interweaving in a flawless trajectory. This was the embryonic form of Taiji. It was his deepest comprehension and visualization of the origin of heaven and earth. Not only Laojuan, but Yuanshi and Tongtian beside him, although their insights differed, also felt their true Yuan resonate with a resounding hum upon hearing the phrase, conservation of energy, plunging into deep enlightenment. Outside the hall, the martial arts masters who had been pressed to the ground, and even the ignorant birds and beasts, although they could not understand the profound physics, under the cleansing of the Tao sound, the violent and aggressive qi within them was gradually smoothed away, and a peaceful, serene aura of enlightenment quietly spread across the square. On the high platform, Lu Jingyuan looked at the scene below, especially at the Taiji vortex visibly forming above Laojuan's head. He almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Damn, they can even comprehend this. I just recited a section of high school physics. The law of conservation of energy. Their ability to overthink and imagine is too heaven-defying. Despite screaming internally, Lu Jingyuan maintained a blank expression, not even blinking, continuing to uphold his cool, unfathomable demeanor of a Dao ancestor. At that moment, Laojuan, seated at the foremost position, suddenly opened his eyes wide, his eyes reddened and tears welling up. Without hesitation, he kowtowed heavily 3 times toward Lu Jingyuan on the high platform. Then, raising his head, Laojuan let out a long sigh, his voice filled with boundless worship and even a hint of fervent tremor. Master's words are pearls of wisdom, every single one. This directly points to the origin of the Great Dao. Master's words directly point to the very origin of the Dao. Old Lord Taishang exclaimed with a sigh filled with fervor and awe. In the silent preaching hall, his voice echoed like thunder, reverberating through the space. As his words faded, ha 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 ha, Old Lord suddenly burst into laughter without any warning. There was no trace of arrogance in that laughter. Only an ultimate joy and clarity, as if parting clouds to see the sky, a feeling of hearing the Tao in the morning and dying content in the evening. With his laughter, Old Lord's body, which had been sitting cross-legged, slowly rose from the golden cushion, levitating in midair. The Tai Ching true Qi within him, originally a green-white color, at this moment, as if forcibly enlightened by some supreme law, began a violent qualitative transformation. The green-white Qi roiled and collapsed intensely, finally separating completely into two pure solid streams of black and white Qi, one yin, one yang. These two streams, like two agile dragons chasing each other's tails, swirled wildly around Old Lord. He closed his eyes, his countenance solemn and dignified. In his mind, like a revolving lantern, the few lines of high school physics that Lu Jingyuan had just recited kept echoing. Energy can neither be created from nothing nor disappear into nothingness. Transformation. Transfer. The total amount remains eternally conserved. Marvelous. Truly marvelous to the extreme. Old Lord cried out in his heart, his soul trembling with intense excitement. Before this, although he had mastered the Tai Ching Xianhuang protective art and touched the threshold of Taiji, he had never understood why the extreme yang and extreme yin forces of heaven and earth always clashed. Why at the peak there was an uncontrollable sense of collapse. But now Master's single phrase, conservation of energy, had completely pierced the fog that had plagued him for countless days and nights. So that's it. So that's it. All things have yin and must have yang. The extreme of yin is the transformation of yang. The decline of yang is the transfer of yin. Yin and yang are never hostile consumption. They maintain an eternal balance of total amount unchanged through constant mutual transformation. This is conservation. This is the true way of two extremes. Old Lord suddenly opened his eyes, and within his gaze a black and a white divine light pierced through the void. Boom. With the complete realization in his heart, Old Lord slowly drew a flawless half-arc before his chest with both hands. In an instant, the wildly swirling black and white Qi around him, as if finding their destination, surged upward toward the top of his head. Condense. Old Lord shouted, his voice like a great bell, under the gaze of all listeners and countless viewers in the live stream who were stunned to the extreme. A yin-yang Tai Chi diagram, dozens of zhang in size, radiating an aura of infinite creation and destruction intertwined, suddenly materialized completely above Old Lord's head. The Tai Chi diagram rotated slowly, scattering patches of black and white, Dao rhyme, and mysterious light. Wherever this light passed, the space within the hall seemed to be forcibly paused. A power of two extremes and dust that transcended the current world's laws permeated the air. At the same time, above Xiao Mountain, heaven and earth responded, and anomalies arose again. Rustle. In the sky, what was originally ordinary golden spiritual rain transformed into falling golden spiritual petals. Flowers rained from the sky. Golden lotuses sprang from the earth. This was the celebration and blessing from the Primordial Chaos Dao for the birth of the first cultivator in this world who had truly understood the principle of two extremes. A large number of golden lotus petals fell into the hall and merged into Old Lord's body. Crack. Within Old Lord, it seemed that some extremely solid shackle was instantly broken through. His cultivation level, under the dual boost of this enlightenment and heavenly feedback, soared like a rocket. Foundation establishment early stage. Foundation establishment middle stage. Until it stably settled at the peak of foundation establishment late stage. Only one step away from the elusive golden core great path. Whoosh. Old Lord slowly exhaled a turbid breath mixed with black and white. The Tai Chi diagram above his head also gradually converged and disappeared into his crown. He descended from midair and sat steadily back on the cushion. His entire being seemed increasingly profound and restrained, as if perfectly merged with the heaven and earth. He showed no pride, but with extreme respect and devotion, he once again deeply kowtowed to Lu Jingyuan on the high platform. This disciple is dull. Thank you, Master, for parting the clouds and revealing the sun and imparting this supreme energy conservation great creation law. This disciple has finally awakened. On the high platform, Lu Jingyuan watched Old Lord kowtowing wildly, his face full of fervor. Seated on the ninefold lotus throne, he appeared serene and composed, nodding slightly with a satisfied expression of the child can be taught. But deep inside, Lu Jingyuan was utterly freaking out. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? This actually works. I just recited a physics formula from high school compulsory textbook 2. And you actually mentally filled in the law of conservation of energy as the Great Dao of yin-yang conservation. And you actually managed to cultivate a Tai Chi diagram. Lu Jingyuan's eyes twitched wildly, feeling that his worldview had suffered an unprecedented blow. The brain power of these primordial chaos natives was too ridiculously strong. He even began to wonder if he recited quantum mechanics or relativity. Would these disciples immediately create a move that could tear apart a black hole with bare hands? However, despite his internal complaints, seeing Old Lord's astonishing enlightenment, Lu Jingyuan was overjoyed inside, because Old Lord's God-level mental supplement and breakthrough perfectly endorsed his identity as Dao Ancestor. In the live stream, the viewers were already dumbfounded. Third young master of the Xiao family in Wutan City, Dao Ancestor's few words, and the senior disciple directly achieved enlightenment on the spot, condensing a Tai Chi Dharma image. This is a miracle. King of Demons, conservation of energy. I've been studying the dark energy conservation formula for tens of thousands of years, and Dao Ancestor summed up the ultimate truth of the universe in just 2 sentences. Iron Man, I'm convinced, completely convinced. Science before Dao Ancestor's metaphysics is just a toddler learning to walk. All kinds of crazy faith and worship surged into Lu Jingyuan's body as surging origin power. This made his aura at this moment directly break through the heavens. In the hall, Old Lord's breakthrough was like a heavy bomb dropped into a calm lake. Yuanshi sitting beside Old Lord. At this moment, his face, usually proud and aloof, was covered with dense sweat. He looked at the unfathomable back of his senior brother, then turned to look at the white-robed master on the high platform, who seemed omniscient and omnipotent. An unprecedented fervor and urgency blazed in Yuanshi's eyes. He clenched his fists tightly, not even noticing the blood flowing from his nails digging into his palms. Senior brother has already awakened. Yuanshi must not fall behind. Yuanshi took a deep breath, pricked up his ears, and held his breath. His bloodshot eyes stared fixedly at Lu Jingyuan's slightly parted lips, afraid of missing even a single word of the supreme truth that master was about to utter next. Within the grand lecture hall, the residual ripples of the venerable elder's breakthrough had not yet fully dissipated. The profound primordial Dao resonance still lingered faintly in the air, stirring the hearts of all who listened. Primordial Origin sat upon the second cushion. His usually aloof face was now covered in dense beads of fine sweat. The sudden enlightenment of his senior brother had placed immense pressure upon him. He stared fixedly at Lu Jingyuan on the high platform, his ears perked up, and he even deliberately suppressed his breathing to the faintest possible state, terrified that even a single breath might cause him to miss the supreme truth from his master's lips. On the high platform, Lu Jingyuan observed the urgent, almost frenzied gaze of Primordial Origin below. A surge of secret delight welled within him. Since these fellows are so adept at overthinking, I'll just keep feeding them solid content. After all, I have plenty of physics lessons from my past life stored away. Lu Jingyuan composed himself, clearing his throat softly. His profound gaze swept over Primordial Origin with deliberate intent. Then the ethereal and majestic Dao sound once again slowly resonated within the hall. What I have just spoken of is the conservation of energy. Yet the vastness of heaven and earth, the essence of all things, also possesses its own intrinsic truth. Lu Jingyuan paused, his tone growing more distant. All things have an inherent principle of mutual attraction. This is the oldest and most irresistible fundamental force in the universe. The large attracts the small, the heavy draws the light. Sun, moon, and stars are all guided by this force, suspended in the void, without falling, following order, without chaos. This force, I call it universal gravitation. Universal gravitation. Newton's classic law from the apple incident. Lu Jingyuan delivered it with a mysterious prophet-like tone. Yet these few, ordinary words, when they fell upon Primordial Origin's ears, were no less than detonating a million-ton divine punishment nuclear bomb in the depths of his soul. All things have mutual attraction. The large attracts the small. Primordial Origin's body trembled violently. His originally clenched fists now dug deeply into his flesh. In his mind, all the bottlenecks and incomprehensible stagnations he had encountered while arduously cultivating the jade, pure, heavenly firmament Dao, were suddenly forced open as if by a razor-sharp key. Attraction. Pull. Primordial Origin's eyes were bloodshot, his mind racing and deducing at breakneck speed. His greatest expertise was controlling the celestial firmament energy, using qi to manipulate objects. But he had never understood why, no matter how hard he tried, he could not break free from the invisible shackles of this earth. Why the lofty stars never fell. Now, with a single sentence from his master, he was completely enlightened. So this is the invisible restraint of heaven and earth upon all living beings. The large attracts the small, the earth is vast and immense, so it pulls everything. This is the earth's core restraint, which is gravity. And the mutual attraction between stars maintains balance, so they do not fall. Primordial Origin's breathing became heavy, his eyes blazing with unprecedented fervor. If I can comprehend this principle of mutual attraction, grasp the law of transforming gravity and levity, then would I not have mastered the order of heaven and earth? Not only could I break free from the earth's pull, but I could even use this gravitational force to crush all powerful enemies. Boom. With this earth-shattering thought taking shape in his mind, Primordial Origin's Dao heart became completely transparent and perfect. Without hesitation, he immediately closed his eyes and formed an ancient, complex, and profound mystic seal in front of his chest. Jade, pure heavenly firmament, reversed the cosmos. Primordial Origin roared in his heart with a heaven-shaking fury. Whoom! An indescribable bizarre wave suddenly erupted from Primordial Origin's body, exploding outward into the surrounding lecture hall. This wave was not like the gentle, rounded Tai Chi of the Venerable Elder, nor the sharp, piercing Chi of Tongtian. It was a heaviness, a terrifying, pure heaviness that seemed to crush the entire void. Crack! Crack! Under the influence of this bizarre wave, the space within 3 zhang of Primordial Origin began to warp visibly. The originally hard white jade floor, crushed by the invisible gravity law, let out a groaning sound of unbearable weight, cracking inch by inch. It turned into countless tiny fragments. Yet even more hair-raising was what happened next. Those broken stones did not fall to the ground. Instead, pulled by the gravitational law, emanating from primordial origin, they defied common sense, slowly detached from the Earth's gravity, and floated in midair. Not only the stones, but also the golden spiritual mist drifting in the hall, and even the true chi particles emitted by the surrounding listeners were all forcibly dragged by this terrifying gravity, forming a visible high-speed, rotating miniature nebula storm around primordial origin. Gravity. This is the law of cosmic gravity. I understand. I have finally comprehended the weight of heaven and earth. Primordial origin opened his eyes wide. Within his pupils it seemed two bottomless abysses were slowly rotating. With a furious shout, suppress the countless floating stones and the high-speed rotating miniature nebula. In an instant, as if subjected to 10,000 times gravity, crashed down with a thunderous roar, mercilessly slamming into the white jade floor below. The originally indestructible white jade floor at that moment was like fragile tofu, directly smashed into a bottomless black pit by the terrifying gravity law. As for primordial origin himself, through the reverse effect of this gravitational force, his body became light as a swallow. He slowly lifted off the cushion, floating in midair of the hall, like an ancient deity controlling the cosmos. His cultivation in that instant, fueled by the feedback of this enlightenment, surged forward wildly, directly crossing the threshold of mid-foundation establishment and stabilizing at the late foundation establishment stage. Thank you, Master, for bestowing this universal gravitation, great creation law. Primordial origin descended from midair. He suppressed the ecstasy and excitement within, straightened his green robe, and then, exactly like his senior brother, the venerable elder, he respectfully and devoutly kowtowed 3 times toward Jingyuan on the high platform. Master's wisdom is like the vast starry river. This disciple can never hope to match it in this lifetime. On the high platform, Jingyuan looked at the pit below and primordial origin floating in midair. The corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably again. Holy crap. This actually works. I just recited Newton's law of universal gravitation. And you frickin' whipped up a gravity superpower. You even twisted space. Jingyuan screamed, inwardly feeling his worldview being ruthlessly ground underfoot by these disciples. These guys' comprehension is beyond outrageous. They're a bunch of scientific research monsters and Xinxia guys. Though his mind was in turmoil, Jingyuan maintained his aloof, detached expression. He nodded slightly, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. The path of gravity is unfathomable. Now that you have glimpsed the gateway, you must cultivate diligently in the future and not squander this fortune. Your disciple heeds Master's instruction. Primordial origin kowtowed again and respectfully retreated to his cushion. At this moment in the hall, the atmosphere had reached its peak. The senior and second senior brothers had both achieved enlightenment, and the laws they comprehended were each more terrifying than the last. This made Nuwa, sitting in the back row, grow truly anxious. Her beautiful autumn water-like eyes were filled with urgency and longing. Nuwa glanced at the unfathomable backs of her 2 senior brothers, then at the 5-colored spiritual clay she was kneading in her hands. Both senior brothers have realized the supreme Dao. Nuwa must not fall behind. Nuwa gritted her pearly teeth. Her hands began to mold the clay at a dizzying speed. Watching Laojun and Yuanshi successively unleash astonishing epiphany miracles, Jingyuan sat on the high platform. Though his mind was filled with frantic complaints, he still had to maintain the unreachable dignity of the Dao ancestor on the surface. He knew that this act had to continue. Unless he completely filled the brains of these disciples with wild ideas, they would not be satisfied. Jingyuan's gaze swept over Nuwa below, who was sweating profusely and frantically working the spiritual mud with her hands. Since physics works, biology can definitely fool them completely. Jingyuan took a deep breath and spoke again. That ethereal and elusive Dao tone, carrying a compassionate aura of creation, echoed slowly in the hall. What I have just spoken is the principle of inanimate objects in heaven and earth. However, the most profound and supreme thing between heaven and earth is none other than living beings. Upon hearing the word living beings, Nuwa's delicate body trembled and her movements suddenly halted. Her lively, beautiful eyes stared fixedly at Jingyuan, not daring to breathe. She knew that the master was about to enlighten her on the great Dao of creation, once again in front of the whole world. Jingyuan nodded slightly, his tone becoming extremely profound. All living beings are not naturally formed. Their origins are all gathered from the tiniest particles. I call them cells. Cells are the bricks of life. A single cell can divide into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into infinity. This is the ultimate truth of life's reproduction. And deep within the cell there is a chain interweaving the fate of life and the order of bloodline. This chain is called gene. Jingyuan almost recited verbatim the opening words from his previous life's high school biology textbook about cell division and genetics. Genes determine the high and low, noble and base of living beings, determine whether they can soar through the sky and traverse the earth or struggle in the mud. If one can control this chain of genes and reorganize its order, then one can seize the creation of heaven and earth and fabricate all living beings out of nothing. As these last words were uttered, boom, In a corner of the hall, Nua's mind seemed to be struck by billions of heaven-splitting divine thunderbolts simultaneously. The creation bottlenecks that had plagued her for countless days and nights were completely shattered the moment she heard the words cell division and gene recombination. Cells, bricks of life, division and reproduction, genes, the chain of order for fate and bloodline. Nua's breathing became unprecedentedly rapid, her chest heaving violently. In her mythological imagination, the cells, mentioned by the master, were clearly the purest creation dust of heaven and earth. And that gene chain was absolutely the most core and supreme divine pattern of life of the heavenly Dao. So that's it. I understand. Before, when I molded clay figures, I only gave them form and a wisp of true chi. They lacked the reproductive power of cells and the order divine patterns of genes, so they were just dead things, puppets. If I could transform this 5-colored spiritual mud into billions of dust particles and carve the divine patterns of life into them. The fervor in Nua's eyes was almost burning. Without any hesitation, she immediately sat cross-legged, pouring all her mind and spirit into the lump of spiritual mud that emitted a 5-colored halo in her hands. Creation dust divide, Nua shouted mentally. The creation true essence within her surged wildly, flowing continuously through her fair fingertips into the spiritual mud. Under her divine sense control, the fist-sized lump of spiritual mud began to tremble violently in her palm. Visibly, the surface of the spiritual mud began to rapidly separate and split, transforming into countless tiny particles barely visible to the naked eye. One divided into two, two into four. In just a few breaths, the lump of spiritual mud had completed countless cell divisions in Nua's hands. Gene divine pattern inscribe. Nua gritted her silver teeth, fine beads of sweat appearing on her forehead. She forcibly transformed her insights into the yin and yang of heaven and earth, the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, into extremely fine golden thread-like strands of creation true essence. Then, with a dizzying speed, she forcibly wove and engraved these golden true essence threads into the deepest parts of the wildly dividing spiritual mud particles. This was her understanding of gene recombination. As the last golden divine pattern was inscribed, the spiritual mud in Nua's hand suddenly erupted with a dazzling 5-colored creation divine light. Within that light, there actually came faint sounds of vitality like a heartbeat. Thump, thump. Assemble. Nua suddenly clapped her hands together. The countless spiritual mud particles carrying the gene divine patterns instantly reassembled. They formed a small clay figure only palm-sized, emitting a pink and tender luster all over. Go. Nua took a deep breath, gently cupped her hands, and carefully placed the little clay figure on the white jade floor. The moment the little clay figure landed inside the hall, the Taiji Liang Chi that had scattered in the air due to Lao Juan's breakthrough and had not yet completely dissipated, seemed to sense some fatal attraction and surged madly toward the palm-sized little clay figure. Not only the Liang Chi, but even the golden spiritual rain falling from the sky changed its trajectory and poured into the little clay figure's body. After absorbing these vast amounts of heaven and earth spiritual energy, an extremely unbelievable scene occurred. Under the horrified gazes of all the listeners in the hall and countless viewers in the live stream, that palm-sized clay figure actually began to grow against all reason, expanding with the wind. 1 inch, 1 foot, half a meter. In just a few breaths, it transformed from a lifeless lump of mud into a plump little child, half a meter tall, as if carved from jade, with 2 small buns on its head. What was even more hair-raising was that this little child actually exuded a vivid life aura and even had faint heartbeat and breathing sounds. Inside his body, a stream of pure spiritual power was slowly circulating, unmistakably emanating the aura of a cultivator at the first level of chi refining. Mud transformed into a true immortal. A pinch created a living being. The hall fell into a dead silence, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Everyone was stunned into a blank mind by this creation miracle that seemed to reverse the cosmos. Creation of a living being. He actually created a real person out of thin air, and he was born a chi refining stage immortal child. Yu Sanqiong, the Martial Alliance leader, lay on the ground staring at the lively little immortal child. He felt that his worldview had been repeatedly ground into the dirt and completely shattered into pieces. On the high platform, Lu Jingyuan watched this scene, his eyes twitching wildly. What the hell? I just casually made up a few biology terms. You actually perfectly integrated cloning technology and gene editing with the primordial human creation technique. Is this even possible? Lu Jingyuan roared frantically in his heart, even starting to doubt his own life. These disciples' comprehension had completely transcended the realm of cultivation novels. They were utterly crazy scientists in the guise of fantasy. Just as the whole hall was in shock and Lu Jingyuan was inwardly ranting wildly, the newly born jade-carved little immortal child opened his big black eyes somewhat bewilderedly and looked around. Then his gaze fell on Nua, who was sweating profusely, her eyes full of endless love and ecstasy. The little immortal child took some unsteady steps, walked up to Nua, extended his chubby little hand, and hugged her thigh. Then he raised his chubby face and with a clear, tender voice sweetly called out, "Mother." As soon as the word mother came out, clang, thud, In the hall, countless martial artists' weapons dropped to the ground in fright. Those spirit beasts who were meditating in closed eyes were so shocked that their eyeballs nearly fell out and rolled all over the floor. Mother! The young immortal boy's clear and tender cry echoed through the deathly silent preaching hall of Xiao Palace, like a thunderclap from clear skies, stunning all the listeners into numbness. Outside the hall, the mundane martial artists and spirits who had been prostrating on the ground were so terrified that their breath ceased, creating humans by molding clay out of thin air. The moment they landed, they possessed chi refining stage cultivation. Moreover, they could speak human language and acknowledge their master and lineage. Such supreme creative power of reversing life and death and creating a race was not to mention for mortals, even in the eyes of those high magic world companions, a forbidden technique that shook the depths of their souls. On the high platform, Jingyuan forcibly restrained his wildly twitching eyelids, doing his utmost to maintain the Dao Ancestor's calm and majestic demeanor. However, in his sea of consciousness, the system's prompt sounds, however, were already roaring wildly like a chain of firecrackers. Ding! Detected that core disciple Laojun Taishang has realized the two principles Yin-Yang conservation Great Dao. Ding! Detected that core disciple Yuanshi has realized the universal Jingyuan gravitational law. Ding! Detected that core disciple Nuwa has realized the gene creation order divine pattern. Ding! The underlying laws of the Honghuang world have undergone large-scale beneficial mutation and completion. Tip world origin value instantly skyrockets. Current origin is severely overflowing. Woo! With the fall of the system prompt, Jingyuan felt a massive amount of karma origin so vast as to be unimaginable, almost bursting his golden core. Surging back madly from the deepest part of the Honghuang land and from the enlightenment of the four top disciples. This origin power was truly too vast. So vast that even the system's special effects library, which had always been used for showing off at this moment, issued an overload alarm beyond its capacity. Alarm. Special effects rendering engine overload. Detected real origin energy overflow. System special effects will be forcibly converted into real divine manifestation. At the instant the system alarm sounded, above Xiao Mountain, the originally fictional purple chi from the east, which was created by the system due to Jingyuan's preaching and only had a visual effect. At this moment, a terrifying qualitative change suddenly occurred. That originally illusory and ethereal purple mist under the mad infusion of massive real origin actually began to expand outward, condense, and materialize at an incredible speed. Rumble. From the nine heavens came a dull, thunderous sound like the roar of an ancient dragon. It was the laws of heaven and earth cheering and rejoicing. Behold, to the east of the sky, endless purple light burst forth violently. That purple light was no longer a phantom. Instead, it was a real purple auspicious cloud woven from the purest, richest spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the merits of the Great Dao. This purple cloud was 100 li thick, covering the sky and blotting out the sun. Centered on Xiao Mountain like a purple ocean, it swept madly in all directions. 1,000 li, 2,000 li, 3,000 li, a full 3,000 li of purple chi from the east, spanning the entire sky of the Honghuang Basin. Under the cover of this 3,000 li purple chi, the entire Honghuang world was illuminated into a sacred solemn purple. Heavens! This is the true purple chi from the east. This is not a phantom. This purple chi contains the true vitality of the heavenly Dao. Inside the hall, the cultivators who were still stunned by Nuwa's creation of humans now raised their heads one after another, staring through the dome of the hall, which had become transparent under the purple chi at the purple ocean spanning the sky. At this moment, within the 100 li thick purple auspicious cloud, droplets of crystal clear rain began to form, emitting a strange fragrance. This was not ordinary rain. It was the creation spiritual rain, condensed from pure spiritual energy after the completion of the laws of heaven and earth. Splash. The next second, the spiritual rain poured down like a waterfall from the 3,000 li purple auspicious cloud. This rain was no longer limited to Xiao Mountain. Instead, it covered the entire Honghuang land. The raindrops fell on the parched earth, and the soil instantly became extremely fertile, emitting waves of spiritual fragrance. The raindrops fell among the rocks, and the originally ordinary stones under the nourishment of the spiritual rain gained a warm luster on their surface, faintly showing a trend of turning into spirit stone veins. But the most shocking thing was the ordinary flowers, grass, and trees growing around Xiao Mountain. An ordinary wild grass that originally had only a few withered leaves. After absorbing the spiritual rain, its roots began to grow wildly, and its leaves quickly became crystal clear as if carved from jade. In the blink of an eye, this wild grass had blossomed into a Ganoderma, emitting a 9-colored halo. Immortal herbs. The ground is covered with immortal herbs. At the foot of the mountain, the ordinary farmers and martial artists looking at the spiritual herbs and immortal plants that were springing up like bamboo shoots after rain around them. Each one trembled with excitement, their eyes filled with undisguised fervor and greed. Even the white jade steps used to pave the road on Xiao Mountain, under the continuous washing of the spiritual rain, faintly emerged natural defensive array patterns whose hardness was such that even ordinary magic tools would find it difficult to damage them in the slightest. Xiao Wanshou Mountain at this moment had completely washed away the last trace of mundane breath. It truly transformed into a veritable supreme cultivation holy land, even ranking among the countless worlds. On the high platform, Lu Jingyuan bathed in the all-encompassing creation's spiritual rain. The golden core within his body was madly absorbing this extremely pure origin power, and his cultivation level was climbing at a terrifying speed. Golden core mid-stage. Golden core late stage. Only a hair's breadth away from the realm of shattering the core to form the nascent soul. His profound gaze pierced through the pervasive purple qi, looking down upon this Honghuang world that had undergone earth-shaking changes under his rhetoric. A supreme sense of achievement of truly holding the myriad worlds in the palm of his hand with words becoming law welled up in his heart. In the back corner of the hall, the Martial Arts Alliance leader who had originally been arrogant and brought 100,000 martial army to trample Xiao Palace. Yu Sanxiong. At this moment, he was being drenched by the golden spiritual rain pouring down, feeling utterly chilled. His proud, beyond grandmaster, internal energy under the illumination of the pervasive purple qi and creation's spiritual rain appeared so ridiculous and insignificant. Yu Sanxiong knelt dully on the white jade floor. He looked at the three pure ones and knew ahead who had Tai Chi above their heads floated in midair or casually molded a true immortal child. Then looked down at his own mundane body soaked by the rain like a drowned rat. His mind, after experiencing the series of miracle strikes that shattered his worldview, finally, completely crashed. The golden spiritual rain fell pattering on the vast white jade square of the Xiao Palace. At the rear of the Great Hall, the Martial Alliance leader, Yu Sanxiong, still maintained his kneeling posture, both knees on the ground. His body was as stiff as a piece of sun-dried stone, only his eyeballs still rolling mechanically in their sockets. This is impossible. This is definitely an illusion. It's that old Taoist's evil trickery. Yu Sanxiong frantically hypnotized himself in his mind. He tried to use this method to salvage his worldview, which had shattered into pieces like broken glass on the ground. Just a few days ago, he had confidently assured the elders of various sects in the Valley Assembly Hall that the old Taoist Hanjun was nothing but a deceitful trickster pretending to be divine. The so-called preaching was merely teaching some ancient martial arts health exercises. He had even planned the menu for the victory banquet, waiting only to seize the ancient secret manuals of Xiao Palace and then unify the martial world. But now, Yu Sanxiong dumbly lifted his head. Eng, Li, accompanied by two piercing cries that tore through the clouds and split the rocks. Above the translucent dome of the preaching hall, illuminated by purple energy, a three-legged golden crow blazing with dazzling sunfire. And an ancient azure dragon, actually a mutated giant python from the back mountain, tens of zhang in length, its scales shimmering with cyan mysterious light. They were chasing each other, soaring through the vast purple energy. The terrifying pressure emanating from those two giant beasts, even through the hall's defensive array, made Yu Sanxiong tremble and suffocate from the depths of his soul. It was as if a single sneeze from those two beasts could instantly blow him, the Martial Alliance leader who dominated the martial world, into a pulp of flesh. Yu Sanxiong laboriously lowered his head and looked at the refined, mysterious iron precious blade in his hand, which he usually cherished like a treasure. This blade had once accompanied him in slaying countless martial heroes, drinking its fill of the blood of martial arts masters. But at this moment, in this sacred land of Xiao, where immortal cranes danced, golden lotuses covered the ground, and true qi transformed into the yin-yang taiji, the steel blade he was so proud of in his hand, it looked like nothing more than a broken wooden stick held by a child playing in a mud puddle. Ridiculous, laughable, even somewhat pathetic. Alliance leader. Beside him, the one-eyed elder who had previously clamored to raise Xiao Palace to the ground now was tightly clutching Yu Sanxiong's robe, his voice trembling so much he couldn't form a complete sentence. Yu Sanxiong turned his head and followed the one-eyed elder's terrified gaze toward the vast white jade square outside the hall. The 100,000 martial brothers he had originally brought, full of murderous intent and ready to bathe Xiao Mountain in blood, now showed no trace of the arrogance and killing intent of martial heroes. A full 100,000 people under the falling golden spiritual rain were like a group of beggars who had been starving for 10 days, suddenly seeing a mountain of gold. They frantically threw their weapons, swords, spears, meteor hammers, and so on, all over the ground like trash. Everyone without any dignity lay prostrate on the ground. They opened their mouths wide, desperately inhaling the thick, cloying, immortal spiritual energy in the air. Some even extended their tongues to lick the droplets of spiritual rain falling on the white jade steps. Inhale, hurry, and inhale. This is immortal qi. My meridians, broken for 10 years, have reconnected. All my hidden injuries are healed. The immortals have manifested. This Xiao Palace truly is the dwelling place of immortals. Among the 100,000 martial artists, not a single one remembered why they had come up the mountain. Nor did anyone pay attention to the Martial Alliance leader who had once commanded them. In the face of absolute miracles and the temptation of immortality, what are martial world ambitions? What is the Martial Alliance leader? All are nothing but bullshit. Yu Sanxiong watched his subordinates, who had completely lost control, even shoving each other to grab a single drop of spiritual rain. His heart instantly sank to the bottom. It was over. Completely over. This 100,000-strong army, before even drawing their blades, had had their souls completely bought over by a single reign from Xiao Palace. Just as Xiong was in despair, a tall figure wearing a gray Taoist robe washed to a faded white, with black and white binary true chi faintly flowing around him, unbeknownst to him, had silently walked to his side. It was precisely the senior disciple who had just broken through to the late peak of Foundation establishment and even condensed the Taiji diagram Dharma appearance, Taishang Laojuan. Taishang had just finished his enlightenment and was about to patrol the square to see if anyone was causing trouble during the preaching, when he walked to the rear of the hall and saw Xiong and several elders behind him still tightly gripping their swords and blades. Taishang frowned slightly, but on his face as white as jade and filled with an aura of compassion and pity there was not the slightest trace of anger. He only stopped, lowered his head slightly, and with an extremely gentle tone, even with a hint of the concern of an elder for a junior. Looking at the stiff Xiong, he spoke calmly, "This fellow Taoist. I see that all of you are holding such sharp iron implements and your bodies carry a mortal sinister aura." Taishang pointed at the refined precious blade in Xiong's hand, which was now covered in sweat from his grip. His tone as calm, as if making small talk. Xiao Palace is a place of pure cultivation inherently free from mortal weapons. You bring so many people carrying blades. Taishang paused as if thinking of a reasonable explanation, then smiled slightly. Could it be that you see our Xiao mountain recently expanded and the weeds and tree branches in the back mountain have grown too lush? So you specially brought people up the mountain to help us trim branches at Xiao Palace. Taishang's voice was not loud, but it rang in Xiong's ears like a thunderclap. Trim branches. I brought 100,000 troops holding blades that can cut through iron, and you asked me if I'm here to trim branches. But looking at the terrifying yin and yang energies flowing unconsciously around Taishang, as if just a light touch could grind him into powder. Then looking at Taishang's smile, so gentle, it was chilling. How could Xiong have any courage to refute? He knew. If he dared to utter even half a no, this immortal who looked kind and benevolent would definitely crush him lightly in this white jade hall, like squashing an ant. Slap. Without any hesitation, Xiong suddenly raised his right hand, which was not holding a blade, and with all his strength slapped himself hard across his own old face. This slap was extremely fierce. It directly caused his face full of tough flesh to swell up high, and several bloody teeth flew out of his mouth. Clang. The refined, mysterious iron precious blade in his hand was thrown far away like a hot potato. Xiong lay prostrate on the ground, his whole body trembling violently. While frantically kowtowing, he cried out hysterically with a heavy sobbing tone, "Great immortal, see clearly. Great immortal, see clearly. This humble one just thought the scenery of Xiao Mountain was too beautiful and the branches too messy. So I specially brought these 100,000 brothers carrying trimming tools." Xiong, tears streaming down his face, his voice distorted by extreme fear. We are just here to be gardeners at Xiao Mountain. We came to Xiao Mountain just to be gardeners." Xiong's mournful cry. In the golden spiritual rain, it seemed particularly absurd and pitiful. Taishang looked at the Martial Alliance leader who was lying on the ground with a face full of tears and snot. He nodded slightly, and a faint sense of relief appeared on his originally gentle face. "Since you are here to do menial labor, then work well. The plants and trees of Xiao Mountain all have spirits. When pruning, be sure not to damage their roots." Taishang did not say anything more. He turned and strode toward the front courtyard of Xiao Palace, intending to groom the spiritual roots that had grown wildly due to the spiritual rain. In his view, since these mortal martial artists had laid down their weapons, they were not worth his excessive attention anymore. Watching Taishang's back, which emitted a two-pole immortal light, gradually fade away. Xiong lying in the mud. In his tightly shut eyes, a flash of extremely venomous and malicious light suddenly flickered. Immortals? What are immortals? Xiong clenched his teeth tightly, feeling a fierce resolve in his heart. After all, he was the Martial Alliance leader who dominated the Hongwan Basin. That unruly ambition in his bones had not been completely erased by this brief miracle. He frantically calculated in his mind. A wise man knows when to retreat. Since Xiao Palace truly has a mortal inheritance, I will pretend to sweep and do menial work here. Once I figure out the path of their cultivation techniques, I will secretly memorize the formulas. Although these 100,000 martial artists have been brainwashed today, as long as I Xiong obtain the immortal arts and escape down the mountain. Relying on my prestige as the Martial Alliance leader, I will surely be able to raise a new cultivation army that is only loyal to me. Xiong thought about it, and found the plan more and more feasible. The corner of his mouth even unconsciously curled into a very hidden sneer. However, he had no idea. Before a Dao ancestor, who had just broken through to the Golden Core stage and possessed a system cheat, the petty thoughts of a mortal were as glaring as a searchlight in the dark night. On the high platform, Jingyuan was sitting upright on the 9-layered lotus throne, enjoying the faith feedback from the worship of the masses. Suddenly, his vast divine sense, like a boundless ocean of the Golden Core stage, when sweeping over the back rows of the hall, extremely keenly captured the fleeting venomous malice from Xiong. Moi. Jingyuan raised his eyebrows slightly. His profound gaze pierced through layers of golden mist like two tangible lightning bolts, instantly locking onto Yu Xiong, who was lying at the edge of the crowd. What a reckless ant. In front of this seat you don't think of gratitude but instead harbor evil intentions, coveting my Zhixiao Palace's cultivation techniques. Lu Jingyuan sneered in his heart. He knew. For such an obdurate, treacherous old fox of the martial world, whose very bones were steeped in wickedness, mere verbal intimidation or making him do hard labor, like punishing Ba Wuji, would never make him completely give up. A method was needed that would make him feel despair in the depths of his soul, and even completely lose his dignity as a human. Only then could it be done once and for all. System. Lu Jingyuan awakened that silent auxiliary program in his mind. I recall that during the lottery a while ago, I seemed to have drawn a skill called Jingyuan Creation Finger. Ding. Yes, host. Jingyuan Creation Finger derived from the Great Sheep transformation art of a certain high magic Western world, and mythologically packaged by the system, it has been transformed into an Eastern immortal Taoist divine ability. Skill effect can forcibly alter the genetic sequence and form of the target species, permanently transforming them into any lowly mundane creature. Note this skill has a 100 absolute hit and conversion rate against beings with cultivation lower than the host. Great Sheep transformation art. This name sounds quite interesting. Lu Jingyuan was secretly pleased. He had originally worried that having just reached the golden core stage, he only knew some simple chi emission and lacked the kind of immortal divine power that could shock the entire audience. Now this skill was a god-level tool for showing off and punishing evildoers. He looked at Yu Xiong, who was still secretly pleased below. Lu Jingyuan slowly straightened up from the cushion. He raised his right hand, which was as white as jade, and even faintly translucent with a layer of glaze. Across a void of hundreds of zhang, Lu Jingyuan's expression was extremely cold, like an emotionless incarnation of the heavenly Dao. He extended his index finger, pointing it in the direction of Yu Xiong. Mortal heart, not extinguished evil thoughts secretly arise. Since you so yearn for the intrigues of the mortal world, then I, this poor Taoist, will grant your wish. Lu Jingyuan's ethereal voice suddenly resounded in the sermon hall. Before his words faded at the tip of his extended index finger, suddenly burst out a dazzling 9-colored creation divine light, even outshining the sun in the sky. Jingyuan creation go. Lu Jingyuan calmly uttered 4 words. Schwa. The mass of 9-colored divine light, like a meteor streaking across the sky, instantly pierced through the layers of space within the hall. At a terrifying speed that the naked eye could not catch with extreme precision, it landed on Yu Xiong, who was still bowing his head and dreaming in his heart. Wong. The moment the divine light entered his body, Yu Xiong didn't even have time to let out a scream. He only felt that his body had lost all control in an instant. An irresistible force of heaven and earth was violently crushing and reforming his bones, flesh, and even the form of his soul. Bang! Under the horrified gazes of the 100,000 martial artists around, a thick cloud of white smoke suddenly exploded on the spot where Yu Xiong had been kneeling. The white smoke dispersed. The original martial alliance leader Yu Xiong, with his burly figure and fierce face, had disappeared. In his place was a round-bodied little white pig covered in snow-white fine fur with a ring of pink fleshy pad on its nose. Oink! Oink oink! The Yu Xiong, who had turned into a white pig, stood dumbfounded. He lowered his head to look at his hands, which had become pig trotters, then turned to see the curly little tail behind him wagging back and forth. He wanted to shout loudly to ask what had happened, but when he opened his mouth, the sound that came out was a series of extremely comical crisp pig squeals. The alliance leader. The alliance leader turned into a pig. What kind of immortal technique is this? Turning stone into gold. Turning a man into a pig. The back rows of the hall. The several elders who had originally followed Yu Xiong up the mountain, witnessing this unbelievable and utterly absurd scene, were terrified out of their wits on the spot. They retreated like madmen, clutching their heads with both hands, terrified that they would be the next to turn into a pig. All 100,000 martial artists on the white jade square in that instant looked at Lu Jingyuan on the high platform as if they were looking at a monster. In their eyes there was no longer any greed for immortal techniques, or what remained was only bone-deep extreme reverence and fear. This method of instantly turning a living person into an animal, this was no martial art. This was truly an immortal. Dao Ancestor, forgive us. We have no other intentions. We are willing to be beasts of burden for generations, never daring to overstep. The 100,000 people at this moment once again kowtowed madly in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. At this moment the old Lord Taishang, who had just finished inspecting the front courtyard, happened to pass by the back rows of the hall. He looked at the little white pig on the ground, which was running around in panic, squealing. The old lord was slightly stunned. Then, as if understanding something, a faint trace of helplessness appeared on his face. He bent down. Those large hands, which had once shattered 1,000 zhang mountain with a single punch, now gently pinched the little white pig's scruff. He lifted it up. Alas, the master is always so merciful, unwilling to harm a life. The old lord shook his head and casually tucked the little white pig under his arm. He turned his head and said calmly to the terrified martial artists nearby, "Just in time, those few mutated wild pheasants in the back mountain have been a bit picky eaters lately. This little piglet can be taken to the back mountain to improve their diet. The preaching ceremony concluded amidst a breathtaking miracle of turning men into pigs. 100,000 martial artists from all over the Hongwang Basin, carrying their shattered worldviews and an extreme reverence for Xiao Palace akin to devout fanatics, they surged like a tide down the wide white jade steps of Xiao Mountain, withdrawing in a grand and mighty procession. When they returned to their respective sects and territories, these 100,000 people became the most frenzied and cost-free super propaganda machines for Xiao Palace. News of Xiao Palace's preaching swept through the entire Hongwang martial world like a Category 12 hurricane within just a few days with an unstoppable momentum. Have you heard? The martial alliance leader Yu Xiong was turned into a little white pig by a single finger of the immortal from Xiao Palace. What's so special about that? I saw with my own eyes that the great disciple of the immortal mountain punched and flattened 1,000 Zhang mountain opposite. All that ancient martial inner strength is nothing but a fart in the face of immortal arts. The immortal spoke of the conservation of energy of the Great Dao. Just go to Xiao Mountain Kowtow, breathe in a wisp of immortal qi, and all hidden injuries will heal, life extended by 10 years. These rumors, originally absurd and unbelievable under the crazed corroboration of 100,000 witnesses who swore oaths and even risked death to prove them, completely ignited the entire Hongwang. For a time, the leaders of all major martial sects could no longer sit still. Those forces that had been on the fence or even secretly wanted to join the martial alliance to oppose Xiao Palace. Now terrified, they held emergency meetings overnight. Quick, smash that plaque of Divine Fist sect at the entrance. From today on, our sect is renamed to Xiao Palace, Hongwang South District, Outer Gate, First Office. All disciples must face Xiao Mountain every morning, Kowtow, and recite the law of conservation of energy 100 times. The leader of the Flying Fish Gang even more brought the entire gang overnight, exchanged all the gang's savings and treasures for the finest incense and candles, and marched in a grand procession to the foot of Xiao Mountain, crying and shouting to build a permanent prayer temple there. This was not only a unification of faith, but also an instinctive choice for survival. In the face of Xiao Palace, which possessed such a dimensional reduction level of power, any resistance was futile. Those who followed prospered, those who opposed turned into pigs. In less than half a month, the originally chaotic and faction-ridden Hongwang ancient martial arts world, actually in an extremely comical and slightly absurd humorous atmosphere, achieved unification. Throughout the entire Hongwang Basin, there was no longer any voice opposing Xiao Palace. Xiao Mountain had become the sole and supreme sovereign sacred land on this earth. Meanwhile, in the back mountain of Xiao Palace, early in the morning, sunlight pierced through the thin spiritual mist, casting its rays upon a newly cultivated spirit fruit orchard. This was where the newly recruited menial laborers of Xiao Palace worked every day. Ba Wuji, dressed in a dusty coarse linen robe, was holding a large broom and diligently sweeping a flagstone path in the orchard. His forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, but on his face, once full of fierce flesh, was now written contentment and ease. Since the last time he was nearly burst by spiritual energy and was saved by old Lord Slap, Ba Wuji had completely let go. What's wrong with being a menial? This was a menial of Xiao Palace. He breathed the dense immortal qi here every day and ate those coarse meals infused with spiritual power. He discovered that his martial arts cultivation, stagnant for 10 years, had not only been completely consolidated, but even showed faint signs of stepping toward the legendary threshold of immortal cultivation. If this had been in the martial world of the past, he would have fought tooth and nail, yet never obtained such an opportunity. Oink, oink, just as Ba Wuji was sweeping with gusto. A familiar pig sound, tinged with a bit of grievance and resentment, came from a wooden pen in the corner of the orchard. Ba Wuji stopped his work. He turned his head and looked at the little white suckling pig in the pen, which was nudging the wooden trough with its snout. This little piglet, although it looked cute on the outside, its eyes often revealed a human-like despair and helplessness. Old you. Ba Wuji, carrying his broom, walked over to the pen. He looked at the little white pig and couldn't help but sigh, his tone full of emotion. Tell me, why were you so stubborn back then? I sent someone to warn you long ago. Those in Xiao Palace are not human, they are true immortals. You insisted on not listening, and you had to bring 100,000 people to seize territory. Ba Wuji shook his head. He grabbed a handful of coarse chaff mixed with crushed spirit herbs from a nearby bucket. Under the little pig's humiliated gaze that was almost spitting fire, he poured it into the wooden trough with skill and concern. Eat, this is spirit chaff infused with immortal qi. Those sects outside can't even dream of eating it. Ba Wuji patted the little pig's round chubby head and counseled earnestly, accept your fate, old you. Being a pig in an immortal's home is much better than being a martial alliance leader outside, who could be slapped to death at any moment. Look at me now. Sweeping the floor every day has not only cured my years of rheumatism, but also makes me feel I can live another 100 or 80 years. You just settle down here and accompany me eating chaff every day. The little pig, Yu Xiong, listened to these words. 2 humiliated tears slid from the corners of its eyes. It wanted to retort, to curse Ba Wuji as a spineless coward. But in the end, after smelling the enticing aroma of the spirit chaff, its body honestly brought its snout over and made a munch eating sound. No choice. A pig under the eaves must lower its head. Watching this harmonious scene, Taishang, old lord who had just finished picking spirit fruits, stood not far away. He nodded slightly. Master's methods are truly brilliant. Without shedding a drop of blood, you have made the entire Honghuang martial world submit wholeheartedly. Taishang's admiration for Lu Jingyuan deepened a few more points in his heart. The current Xiao Palace could be said to be in a state of good governance and harmony, with all neglected tasks being undertaken. Outside there were over 2,000 ancient martial arts masters serving as free labor. Inside they, the three pure ones and Nuwa, were diligently cultivating. Even Dong Wanggong of the Eastern Sea had obediently taken his dragon-head staff and become a security guard by the seaside. The entire Honghuang was peaceful and tranquil, as if there would never be any more waves. However, just as Taishang was sighing over the serene times, just as he was about to carry the spirit fruits to the main hall to seek Master's guidance on today's cultivation insights, rip! Suddenly a sharp, piercing, terrifying sound, as if the very curtain of the sky was being forcibly torn open. Without any warning, it exploded in the 10,000 zhang high sky directly above Xiao Mountain. The sound was so immense that it even overwhelmed the thunder above Xiao Mountain. Taishang jerked his head up, and a sharp cold glint instantly burst forth from his deep eyes. He saw that in the originally clear, cloudless sky above, a massive void rift thousands of zhang long and pitch black as ink, like a demon opening its scarlet single eye. And deep within that rift, two void warships so enormous they were suffocating, made entirely of an unknown dark black metal, like two moving steel fortresses, were crushing the shattered void turbulence slowly, yet with an irresistible destructive momentum, bit by bit forcing their way through the rift into the sky of the Honghuang world. A sharp tearing sound like a frenzy of divine demons roaring from the nine heavens. The pitch-black rift thousands of zhang long. In the sky directly above Mount Zixiao, it was brutally torn open like a greedy abyssal maw. Violent chaos of the void, mixed with dark, purple spatial storms rampaging wildly along the edges of the rift, instantly annihilating the surrounding golden spiritual mist into nothingness. Boom. Rumble. Accompanied by a dull and terrifying roar, two colossal void warships, suffocatingly huge, finally squeezed out from the depths of the rift into this world that had just completed its transition. These two warships, each thousands of zhang long, were forged entirely from a mysterious black metal that emitted a cold gleam, their surfaces densely covered with glowing red defensive runes. On both sides of the warships were rows of large, ferocious spirit energy cannons. The dark muzzles exuded a terrifying aura of destruction. The two warships floated side by side at an altitude of 10,000 zhang. Their massive shadows, like two moving continents, instantly blocked the sun's radiance, shrouding the radiant Zixiao mountain stretching hundreds of li below in a dead and oppressive darkness. What kind of monster is this? Is it a celestial dog eating the sun, or an outer demon descending? At the foot of Mount Zixiao, the newly recruited handymen working in the fields and the mortals from the surrounding villages, they all looked up in terror at the two steel fortresses blotting out the sky. Their legs trembled uncontrollably, a mini collapsed to the ground in fear, their eyes filled with apocalyptic despair. On the broad main deck of the first void warship, the Grand Elder of the Lihua Divine Sect, Qi Xinzi, stood proudly at the bow, wearing a crimson Taoist robe embroidered with blazing fire totems, his hands clasped behind his back. His cultivation had reached the great perfection of the golden core, with 1 foot already stepping into the nascent soul stage. In the Lihua Divine Sect, his status was second only to the sect leader. At this moment, Qi Xinzi's eyes, gleaming with sharp light, stared fixedly at the vast boundless Honghuang land below, exuding dense immortal qi. Good, good, good. Qi Xinzi couldn't help but laugh uproariously, his laughter filled with undisguised fervor and greed. The sect leader is truly wise. This newly revived lower realm, the purity of its spiritual energy is beyond my imagination. He took a deep breath. The dense golden spiritual energy, even carrying a hint of primordial Dao rhymes, surged into his body through his nostrils. Just this single breath caused the bottleneck of his golden core, stagnant for decades, to show a faint sign of loosening. A tremendous fortune. This is a tremendous fortune. Qi Xinzi trembled with excitement. He turned around and looked at the 500 elite disciples of the Lihua sect neatly arranged on the deck, and the 10 executive elders, all at the early golden core stage. Issue my decree. Qi Xinzi drew the crimson sword at his waist, pointing its blade straight at the Honghuang land below, his voice booming like thunder over the warship. Everything in this world, the spiritual veins of this land, the immortal herbs covering the mountains, from this moment on it all belongs to our Lihua divine sect. The natives here, the men will be reduced to mining slaves, the women will serve as cauldrons. Anyone who dares to disobey even a single word, kill without mercy. Kill, kill, kill. 500 cultivators at the foundation establishment stage and above roared in unison. Their voices converged into a terrifying killing sound wave, like a tangible storm crashing violently towards the land below. Inside the main hall of the Zixiao Palace, Lu Jingyuan sat upright on the ninefold lotus platform, still holding the cup of slightly warm spirit tea. His vast ocean-like golden core divine sense had already clearly heard everything happening in the sky and Qi Xinzi's arrogant clamor. The main force of the Lihua divine sect has finally arrived, hasn't it? Lu Jingyuan narrowed his eyes slightly. A extremely cold, even cruel smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He did not immediately rise to fight. Instead, he sat steadily, as if watching a farcical comedy. 1 great perfection golden core, 10 early golden core, 500 foundation establishment, and 2 broken ships that look quite intimidating. This configuration could indeed dominate in a low-level cultivation world. But what a pity. Lu Jingyuan shook his head, took a sip of tea, his eyes full of pity. You've picked the wrong opponent. Showing off your superiority in front of a cheater, you don't even know how you'll die. In the high sky, Qi Xinzi looked at the Zixiao mountain below, shrouded in a golden array light barrier. He keenly sensed that this mountain seemed to conceal a considerable power. Grand Elder, that mountain below appears to be protected by a formation. A golden core elder stepped forward and reported respectfully. Moreover, the last faint soul tablet trace left by junior brother Wang Feng and his team disappeared in this mountain. A mere trick. Qi Xinzi snorted coldly, his eyes full of disdain. How strong can a formation set up by a native of the lower realm be? Pass the order. Charge the warship's spiritual energy cannons. First, give these inexperienced natives a show of force. Let them know what true divine wrath is. With Qi Xinzi's order. On the undersides of the 2,000 Zhong Void warships, dozens of dark massive cannon muzzles instantly lit up with dazzling, blinding crimson light. It was the terrifying spiritual energy fluctuation generated by high-grade spirit stones burning and compressing wildly. In the void, violent fire attribute energy gathered madly. The temperature of the entire sky soared in an instant, as if they were in a giant furnace. The terrifying pressure of the cultivation world's war machine pressed down relentlessly on the Zixiao mountain below like 100,000 great mountains. Fire! Qi Xinzi swung his sword. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of crimson spiritual energy beams, several zhang thick and containing destructive power like a meteor shower, tore through the air with a piercing shriek, crashing down onto the mountain gate square of Zixiao Mountain. Such formidable momentum. Not to mention ordinary flesh and blood. Even a city forged of fine steel would be leveled in an instant. However, facing these devastating beams raining down from the sky deep within the Zixiao mountain range, in a secluded forest-covered wilderness, beside a clear stream, 12 burly men, their muscles knotted like ancient gods and demons stripped to the waist, were sitting around a bonfire. On the fire, a massive mutated beast radiating dense blood essence was being roasted. When they sensed the scorching spiritual energy pressure in the sky and the dozens of red beams streaking across the heavens, these 12 men slowly stopped tearing at the roasted meat. Their 12 pairs of eyes, as tangible as substance, filled with wildness and ferocity. At the same moment, coldly lifted their heads. Dozens of crimson pillars of spiritual energy tore through the sky like a meteor shower, crashing down upon Mount Zex with annihilating force. However, just as those beams were about to touch the vegetation on Mount Zex, a faint humming echoed through the air. An extremely thin, barely visible 9-colored light barrier materialized. It emerged silently above Mount Zex. Uft, uft, uft. There were no earth-shattering explosions, nor any deafening roars. Those spiritual energy cannons capable of shattering entire cities within the Lifire realm struck that 9-colored barrier. It was like mud sinking into the sea or colliding with an absolutely insurmountable wall of cosmic rules. Not even a ripple was stirred. In an instant, they were completely devoured and annihilated by that slender light curtain. High above, standing on the deck of the warship, Qi Xinzi, the Grand Elder of Lifire, watched this scene. The sneer that had been lingering on his lips suddenly froze. How is this possible? Qi Xinzi's pupils contracted slightly, a trace of astonishment flashing in his eyes. The main cannon of the Lifire Divine Sect's warship. Even early nascent soul cultivators would not dare to withstand it head-on. How could a mere newly awakened lower realm possibly harbor such profound defensive arrays? A whisper of unease began to stir quietly in Qi Xinzi's heart. But relying on his golden core at its grand completion stage along with the 500 elite troops behind him, he quickly forced that unease back down. Nothing more than a turtle shell borrowing the power of heaven and earth, since the spirit vein here has just revived. Qi Xinzi snorted coldly. He stepped forward, channeling the surging golden core chi within his body to its absolute peak. Taking a deep breath, Qi Xinzi looked down from above, his voice booming like a great bell. The rolling sound waves, heavy with the oppressive aura of a high-tier cultivator, crashed down toward Mount X below lower realm ants. I am the Grand Elder of the Lifire Divine Sect. We immortals have descended to bestow civilization upon you. Why have you not yet dismantled your formation? Kneel and welcome the celestial visitors at once. His voice echoed thunderously through the valley, shaking leaves from the trees. Qi Xinzi stood with his hands behind his back, certain that under this overwhelming pressure resembling the might of heaven and earth himself, Those uncivilized natives of the lower realm must have already been terrified out of their wits, lining up to kowtow and beg for mercy. However, 1 second passed. 10 seconds passed. Below Mount ZX there remained a deathly silence. No pleas for mercy, no one coming out to kneel. Only that 9-colored light barrier continued to flow quietly in midair, just as Qi Shizi frowned, deeply preparing to order another attack. Whoosh! A piercing cry, even tearing through the air itself, suddenly erupted from the dense primeval forest below, shooting straight into the sky. It was a black afterimage moving at ultimate speed, heading directly toward the warship where Qi Shizi stood. Enemy attack. Qi Shizi was startled, instinctively attempting to raise a spiritual energy shield. But that dark silhouette was far too swift, showing no warning sign of spiritual fluctuation whatsoever. Bang! A dull impact sound rang out. That dark silhouette crashed squarely against the crimson spiritual protective barrier surrounding the warship. Remarkably, that purely physical impact had forcibly smashed a ring of visibly violent ripples into the barrier. Qi Shizi squinted to get a closer look. The thing that had smashed into the barrier was actually a massive bone club as large as a millstone, still stained with bits of roasted meat and saliva. What kind of hidden weapon is this? Not only Qi Shizi but all 500 disciples of the Lifefire realm on the warship were utterly dumbfounded as they watched that bone club sliding down the barrier. Before they could react, from deep within the primeval forest came an incredibly rough, almost impatient string of curses. What's all the noise about? Who's yelling so loudly? Can't you see we're enjoying our roasted meat? Accompanying this muffled, thunder-like roar. Boom, boom, boom. 12 extremely heavy footsteps, each one as though capable of crushing the earth beneath, slowly echoed from deep within the forest. Several towering trees were rudely knocked over. And then, in the somewhat dazed gazes of Qi Shizi and the 500 cultivators, 12 figures of enormous stature emerged, their muscles bulging like granite across their bodies. Each one bare-chested, exuding a primal blood aura that sent shivers down the spine. They strolled openly out of the forest. Leading the front was a rugged-faced warrior whose eyes radiated untamed majesty. It was Di Jiang, the tribal chief of the Wu clan and future leader of the 12 ancestral witch gods. As he walked, he picked at his teeth with a twig-thickness finger. At his side were Zhu Rong with fiery red hair and a volatile temper, and Gong Gong wearing a perpetual sneer of disdain. These 12 simply stood there carelessly in the open clearing. They wielded no flying swords, nor did spiritual cultivation energy swirl around them. But standing there as they were, that pure physical blood qi, as if crossed over from ancient primordial times, seemed to condense above their heads into a pillar of bloody smoke. Di Jiang clenched his fists, producing sharp cracking sounds from his joints. He tilted his head back and gazed upward. With a look reserved for fools, or perhaps idiots, he fixed his gaze upon those 2 massive warships in the sky, and Qi Shizi standing on the bow. What bullshit, immortal. Where did these birdmen come from to disturb our Wu clan brothers while we eat? Di Jiang spat and pointed arrogantly at the warships above, expecting us to kneel and welcome them. My knees only bend before our great ancestral Taoist immortal. Even if the heavens were to collapse, I have never knelt for anyone. Zhu Rong beside him rubbed his fists impatiently, his muscles beginning to flush crimson with wisps of hot vapor rising. Brother, why waste words on these birdmen riding rusted scraps of metal? They disturbed my meal with those ridiculous light beams earlier. Let me go up there and smash those 2 broken ships in a scrap iron to cheer the brothers on. Gong Gong sneered. With your temper you'll burn the meat before we even get to eat it. Watch me drown them instead. These 12 burly men right at this critical moment, with enemies before them and warships pressing near, disputed amongst themselves as casually as though discussing which prey to slaughter next, completely ignoring everyone around them. On the warship, Qi Shizi looked at the 12 lower realm natives below, who possessed not a single fluctuation of spiritual energy, yet were extraordinarily arrogant. His aged face instantly turned the color of beef liver. He, the Grand Elder of Lifefire, had been publicly insulted by a handful of lowly martial artists who only cultivated physical bodies. Good, good, good. Qi Shizi laughed in extreme fury, his eyes spitting fire, his voice reaching the pinnacle of cold malice. You ignorant lower realm beasts. Since you are so stubborn and eager for death, I shall today show mercy and send you all to reunite on the road to the Yellow Springs. Qi Shizi violently waved his crimson longsword. Attack! Cut these 12 natives into 10,000 pieces. Yes. With the elders' command, the dozen or so golden core executioners at the very front of the deck roared in unison. Their faces twisted with ferocity as their golden core essences surged frantically within. Swish, swish, swish. Over a dozen dazzling escape rays shot straight into the sky simultaneously. They each summoned their natal treasures: flaming swords, chilling pearls, thunder lightning, giant hammers. Over a dozen golden core experts, like higher dimensional deities, riding through the sky amidst brilliant treasure light. With the irrepressible arrogance of cultivators, they ruthlessly dove toward those 12 mere muscle-brained native brutes below. Over a dozen golden core cultivators struck simultaneously. Such a scene would be a cataclysmic disaster in the lower realm. The sky was filled with magical artifacts radiating dazzling multicolored light. Flames, ice, gale winds, divine thunder. Various violent cultivation techniques interwove, transforming into a resplendent, yet deadly rain of light. With a piercing shriek that tore through the air like a meteor falling, they descended with the force of thunder, smashing fiercely toward the 12 bare-chested brutes below. Die, ignorant savages. A Lihua steward at the forefront sneered, his face contorted with malice. He rapidly formed hand seals controlling his life-bound artifact, a top-grade flying sword blazing with raging Lihua fire. The flying sword transformed into a fire serpent over 100 feet long, aimed directly at the head of the red-haired brute, Zhu Rong. In the eyes of these lofty cultivators, these 12 mortals who couldn't even use true yuan to protect themselves would surely be blasted into a rain of flesh and blood in an instant under this barrage of artifacts without even a scream. However, facing this overwhelming lethal attack capable of leveling a mountain peak, the 12 brutes below showed not the slightest panic, not even intending to dodge. Ha ha ha, welcome. Zhu Rong let out a wild laugh, tilting his head back. Watching the roaring fire serpent charging at his face, a blaze of almost maddening excitement ignited in his eyes. After the world's ascension, their Wu tribe in the 10,000 mountains tempered their bodies daily with primordial spiritual energy. Their bones had long become harder than immortal gold, and their blood vitality was as vast as the ocean abyss. This group of body-tempering maniacs had been itching for a fight, just as the top-grade flying sword was about to pierce Zhu Rong's brow at the critical moment. Zhu Rong did not activate any technique. He simply brutally, and with extreme savagery, extended his right hand covered in calluses and as large as a palm leaf fan. He grabbed fiercely at the fire serpent in midair. Bang! A dull thud echoed, under the horrified gaze of the golden core steward in the sky. That flying sword, swift as lightning, incomparably sharp and blazing, with Lihua fire hot enough to melt fine steel, was actually caught firmly in the palm of Zhu Rong's bare hand. The Lihua true yuan on the blade erupted violently, trying to sear Zhu Rong's palm, but that temperature enough to incinerate metal and stone. Only sizzled against his skin, not even singeing a single hair, producing a sound like warm water hitting red-hot iron. This. How is this possible? The golden core steward's eyes bulged, his face filled with disbelief. Catching a top-grade flying sword with bare hands. Is this still a human body? However, a scene even more despairing and soul-crushing awaited him. This temperature? Are you people of the Lihua realm living on hot pokers? Zhu Rong grinned, revealing a row of snow-white teeth. His right hand, still gripping the sword, suddenly exerted force. Creak. Crack. A teeth-grinding sound of metal twisting erupted. That top-grade flying sword, forged from countless rare spirit ores, under Zhu Rong's barbaric colossal strength, was kneaded and flattened like a soft piece of dough. In the end, within Zhu Rong's palm, this once majestic flying sword was completely crumpled into a pitted, spiritless ball of scrap iron. Clang! Zhu Rong casually tossed the scrap iron ball to the ground, curling his lips in disdain. With his life-bound artifact destroyed, the golden core steward spewed a mouthful of blood, his body wobbling in midair. At the same time, Zhu Rong acted. The other primordial wuss, like tigers released from their cages, welcomed the rain of spells. Boom, boom, boom. A Lihua steward manipulated a precious mirror, crackling with lightning, unleashing a skyful of thunderbolts, striking fiercely at Chang Liang, the primordial Wu of thunder. It was the extremely domineering Lihua divine thunder of the Lihua divine sect. Each bolt of thunder was enough to reduce a foundation establishment cultivator to ashes. Crack! Dozens of thick divine thunderbolts landed precisely on Chang Liang's towering frame. Die, the steward sneered. However, as the lightning dissipated, Chang Liang was not only unharmed, but even stretched lazily. His bronze skin was covered with fine dancing arcs of electricity. Chang Liang looked up at the stunned steward in midair. He suddenly opened his cavernous mouth wide and inhaled fiercely. Whoosh! A terrifying suction force erupted from Chang Liang's mouth. In midair, the countless divine thunderbolts released by the precious mirror, which had not yet struck down. At that instant, as if losing control, transformed into a reverse-flowing river of thunder. Under the horrified gaze of everyone, that entire skyful of divine thunder was swallowed into Chang Liang's belly in one breath. Gulp! Chang Liang swallowed with satisfaction. Then burp. He opened his mouth and let out a long, comfortable belch. Along with the belch, a cloud of black smoke mixed with fine sparks was expelled from his mouth. The taste is passable, but the purity of the lightning is a bit lacking. Chang Liang rubbed his stomach, commenting with great seriousness. In midair, the dozen or so golden core stewards who had been murderous and arrogant were now all frozen in place, their limbs cold, as if hit by a paralysis spell. Their spells left not even a white mark on these brutes. Their artifacts were crushed like toys in the hands of their opponents. Even the most violent divine thunder was gulped down like a drink by the enemy, and he even let out an electric-powered belch. Is this still a battle? This is simply a one-sided massacre and humiliation. These dozen lofty cultivators now felt their worldviews collapsing wildly. They watched the 12 muscle-bound maniacs below, who were now stretching their limbs with excited faces. Fear grew like wild grass in their hearts. What the hell are these monsters? Golden core artifacts crushed by hand, devouring divine thunder directly with the mouth. High above, a deathly silence reigned. A dozen or so golden core elders hovered in midair, their dimly glowing magic artifacts in hand, unable to advance or retreat. They gazed down at the 12 burly men below who stood as formidable as gods or demons, cold sweat drenching their backs. And on the deck of the main warship stood Qi Xinzi, the Grand Elder of the Lihua sect. At this moment his face, once etched with arrogance and cruelty, had twisted completely from sheer shock. This is impossible. Qi Xinzi gripped the ship's railing with both hands, his knuckles whitening from the strain. A mortal body withstanding a top-grade magic artifact, swallowing a Lihua divine thunder. Even those nascent soul old monsters who specialize in body cultivation could never achieve such a feat. What kind of monsters has this newly awakened lower realm spawned? Fear like a poisonous weed finally spread through Qi Xinzi's heart. He saw it clearly. Those dozen golden core elders were like defenseless children before these natives. If they didn't resort to thunderous measures, they might all perish in this bizarre place today. Fall back. Everyone retreat to the warship immediately. Qi Xinzi abruptly drew his sword and roared hysterically. Activate the main cannon. At all costs blast these monsters to death for me. Hearing the Grand Elders command, the dozen or so golden core elders, already terrified out of their wits, felt as if pardoned. They desperately urged their escape lights, fleeing frantically toward the warship. A low hum filled the air. On the undersides of the 2,000 Xiong warships, rows of menacing spiritual energy cannons once again blazed with glaring crimson light. This time all cannons were charging simultaneously. Violent fire-attributed spiritual energy converged wildly in the sky, warping the surrounding space with its terrifying heat. Trying to run. Below, Di Jiang watched the fleeing cultivators and the charging cannons in the sky. A look of utter disdain curled across his rugged face. You make a mess on my turf and think you can just waltz away. Do you really believe those two piles of scrap metal can protect you? Di Jiang twisted his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds from his bones. Then, under everyone's gaze, the great chief of the Wu clan did not crouch to gather strength like ordinary warriors, nor did he erupt with any earth-shattering true qi. Instead, he casually, almost lazily, lifted his right foot, and without haste took a single step forward into the empty sky. Crack! The instant Di Jiang's right foot landed on the void, a crisp sound like a massive pane of glass shattering exploded abruptly in the silent world. Everyone watched in horror as the void beneath Di Jiang's foot, like a mirror struck by a heavy hammer, instantly sprouted countless dark, profound fissures radiating from the point of impact. This was the purest, most extreme physical power combined with the space law that Di Jiang had just awakened during the world's ascension, shattering the once solid barrier of the void. He shattered the void. On the warship, Qi Xinzi stared at the spreading black cracks, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Before he could even cry out, in the next instant, Di Jiang's towering mountain-like figure vanished from the spot amid a violent distortion of space. Where is he? A chill seized Qi Xinzi's heart, and an unprecedented sense of mortal danger engulfed his entire being. Grand Elder. Above. A disciple of the Lihua realm pointed at the sky in terror, letting out a piercing shriek. Qi Xinzi jerked his head upward. There, directly above the warship's main deck in the 1,000-Zhang-high void, Di Jiang's massive domineering figure materialized, as if by teleportation. He looked down upon Qi Xinzi on the deck, a cruel smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Then, without any flashy movements, his body abruptly dropped in midair, carrying the momentum of a falling meteor, and stamped down fiercely toward Qi Xinzi's position. Presumptuous native! How dare you approach me? Qi Xinzi, a cultivator at the half-step nascent soul stage, roared with bloodshot eyes in the face of death. He unleashed every ounce of his true essence without reservation. Lihua nascent soul armor. A thick several zhang layer of spiritual energy shield blazing with crimson fire like a solid substance materialized instantly above Qi Xinzi's head. This was his strongest defense, honed over a century of bitter cultivation, confident that even a true early-stage nascent soul cultivator could not breach it in one blow. Yet before Di Jiang's pure extreme physical power that could even shatter the void, this so-called nascent soul defense shield was as fragile as a thin sheet of paper. Boom. Di Jiang's right foot, like a colossal pillar, slammed into the crimson spiritual energy shield. A deafening explosion rang out. The Lihua nascent soul armor, vaunted as unbreakable, could not hold for even a microsecond before shattering under Di Jiang's foot, like a glass dome, exploding into a shower of red spiritual light fragments. No! Qi Xinzi let out a despairing scream, but his cry was instantly crushed by a terrifying, suffocating force. Di Jiang's right foot, with irresistible momentum, tore through the shield without hindrance and landed squarely on Qi Xinzi's chest. Thud! A dull, heavy impact. Di Jiang's massive body landed heavily on the warship's main deck. And the half-step nascent soul Grand Elder of the Lihua sect, the once proud Qi Xinzi, was now pinned firmly beneath Di Jiang's foot. The terrifying force of the impact pierced through Qi Xinzi's body and slammed into the warship's deck. A series of grating metallic screeches followed. The main deck, forged from countless rare spiritual ores and inscribed with myriad defensive formations, instantly caved in under the monstrous power of Di Jiang's stomp, forming a massive crater centered on Qi Xinzi. Countless thick cracks like a spiderweb spread wildly across the warship. The entire thousand-zhong void vessel lurched violently, as if on the verge of snapping in two. Qi Xinzi crushed at the bottom of the crater, his chest completely caved in, coughed up mouthfuls of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs. His clouded eyes no longer held any trace of the arrogance and cruelty they once had. Only endless soul-shattering terror remained. On the deck of the main warship, cracks spread wildly like a spiderweb. The entire thousand-zhong giant vessel trembled and groaned violently under the terrifying residual might of Dijiang's single stomp. Cixinzi, the Grand Elder of Lihua, was firmly pinned underfoot, blood spurting from his mouth, his eyes filled with nothing but utter despair. At that moment, on the second void warship hovering not far away, the several Golden Core stage stewards in charge of command, having witnessed this mind-shattering scene with their own eyes, were terrified out of their wits. Run! Quick! Run! These natives are not human. They are ancient gods and demons. Activate all reserve spirit stones. Tear through the void and retreat immediately, no matter the cost. The cultivators on the second warship were utterly broken. Frantically, they shoved handfuls of supreme-grade spirit stones into the ship's power furnace. Accompanied by a piercing roar, the massive black vessel spewed a dazzling tail of spiritual energy from its stern, attempting to forcibly smash through the void barrier and flee back to the Lihua realm. Trying to run. Not so easy. On the ground below, Zhurong, with his fiery red hair, watched the fleeing warship and bared a wild, sinister grin. Playing with fire in front of me. You're still too green. Zhurong bellowed. His naked muscles, red as molten lava, instantly tensed. The massive black iron hammer in his hand, originally used for forging, weighing 1,000 jin, was effortlessly swung with one hand. He slammed his legs against the ground. Boom! The hard ground instantly collapsed into a huge crater. Zhurong's burly figure shot up from the ground like a cannonball, leaving a blinding red afterimage in the air as he hurtled straight toward the fleeing warship. Quick! Full shields! Stop him! The steward on the warship, seeing the demon-like red-haired giant soaring into the sky, was so terrified his voice cracked. Layer upon layer of thick crimson spiritual energy shields rose one after another on the warship's surface. This was a sect grand formation, pooling the spiritual power of hundreds of cultivators capable of withstanding a nascent soul stage attack. However, Zhurong, hovering in midair, looked at those seemingly impenetrable shields with nothing but mockery in his eyes. He did not charge head-on with his physical body. As he pursued to within a few hundred zhong of the warship, Zhurong's figure suddenly halted. He raised the massive iron hammer high above his head. Get down here! Zhurong roared, his muscles seemingly ablaze. With all his might, he swung the iron hammer across the void of several hundred zhong, striking downward, as if smashing an anvil. He hammered down toward the earth below. Clang! A crisp metallic clangor exploded across heaven and earth. In that instant of the hammer's descent, the most primal and pure origin law of fire within Zhurong's body, just awakened in the world's transition, suddenly exploded into being. The wisp of mundane fire he had used for forging in the blacksmith shop was at this moment forcibly ignited by the law of fire. Boom! The void trembled. A fist-sized ball of eerie dark red flame suddenly materialized beneath Zhurong's hammerhead. The flame seemed feeble, but the moment it appeared, the surrounding temperature soared to an unimaginably terrifying degree in an instant. Even space itself sizzled under the searing heat, as if on the verge of melting. True samadhi fire. This was not ordinary spiritual fire of the cultivation world, but a mythical true flame that could burn all things, melting everything without exception. Go! Zhurong laughed heartily, thrusting his hammer forward. The fist-sized dark red flame swelled explosively in the wind. In the blink of an eye, it became a sky-covering, world-ending sea of red lotus karma fire. The crimson sea of fire roared forth with a destructive fury, instantly catching up with the fleeing void warship. What kind of fire is this? The cultivators of the Lihua realm on the warship stared in despair at the rolling red lotus sea of flames. They discovered in horror that their proud Lihua spells were like fireflies before the moon, instantly paling in comparison. Even their own fire-type true essence trembled under this pressure, uncontrollably wanting to burst out and pay homage to the sovereign of flames. Boom! The boundless red lotus karma fire engulfed the entire thousand-zhong warship without a doubt. The spiritual energy shield, said to be able to withstand nascent soul attacks. At the moment of contact with the true samadhi fire, it didn't last even a millisecond. Like a snowflake on blazing fire, it vaporized instantly, leaving not even a trace of residue. Sizzle. Then the pitch-black metal hull forged from countless rare fire-resistant spirit ores, and incredibly hard. Under the terrifying heat of the red lotus karma fire, it began to soften and melt at a visible rate. Opt. Help! I don't want to die. On the warship, heartrending screams echoed one after another. The Lihua realm cultivators, normally so arrogant, were now like ants thrown into Lord Laozi's alchemy furnace. Their dharma robes instantly turned to ashes, and even their magic treasures melted into molten iron under the extreme heat. Driven by the instinct of life and death, countless cultivators abandoned all formation and dignity. Wailing and crying, they jumped off the rapidly melting warship like dumplings being thrown into a pot, trying to escape this sea of death. In midair, the once mighty void warship within just a few breaths completely lost its original shape under the blazing true samadhi fire. It turned into a massive, scorching red pool of boiling molten iron. Crash, like a spectacular rain of metal. The torrent of scalding red molten iron poured down from the sky, falling onto the primeval forest below instantly, igniting vast swaths of trees and turning them into a sea of fire. What a thrill. Zhurong stood in midair carrying his massive iron hammer, gazing at the terrifying destruction he had wrought. He couldn't help but burst into a hearty, unrestrained laugh. This feeling of power that could incinerate everything thrilled him, the body cultivation maniac, to the very marrow. Just as Zhurong was about to go down and pick off those who had jumped ship one by one, Gong, who had been watching the show from a distance, pouted with displeasure. Zhurong, you reckless brute, making such a big racket. Aren't you afraid of burning all the game in the mountains? Gong crossed his arms full of disdain. Dealing with a few cornered dogs, is all this effort necessary? Watch me. With that, Gong took a sudden step forward, arriving in midair. A cold, icy gleam of water law flashed in his deep blue eyes like unfathomable pools. Facing the Lihua realm cultivators below, still scrambling about with flames on their bodies, Gong slowly opened his mouth. Suddenly, he took a long, deep breath. Halfway up in the sky, flames soared to the heavens, rolling waves of heat surging forth. The several hundred cultivators from the Lihua realm, who had leaped from the melting warship, now resembled a swarm of startled headless flies desperately driving the last remnants of their true essence within their bodies. They paid no heed to their comrades, nor to direction. Their only thought was to scatter and flee with utmost speed, escaping this hellish battlefield more terrifying than the underworld itself. Split up. Every one of you run for your lives. A Foundation establishment cultivator, his face blackened with soot, shouted hoarsely. Behind him, several fellow disciples, their bodies still smoking from the aftermath of the Samadhi true fire, stumbled and scrambled through the void in a frantic dash. They believed that by scattering, these simple-minded, brawny, body-tempering natives could never possibly capture them all. If only they could make it back to that rift in the void, they would survive. However, they had grossly underestimated the terror of these natives. Gong hovered in midair, gazing at the cultivators fleeing in all directions like startled birds. A deeply contemptuous sneer curled across his profound, stern face. Trying to escape under the water, ancestral witch. You must not be awake yet. Gong snorted coldly, opening his mouth wide to draw that long breath deep into his abdomen. His chest swelled high in an instant, as if he had swallowed all the air between heaven and earth. Then Gong abruptly closed his mouth, his gaze turning fiercely sharp. He clenched his right fist, the muscles rippling like coiling dragons beneath his skin. No true chi bolstered him, no incantation chanted. He simply, with brutal and primal directness, swung his fist, massive as an iron cauldron, toward the sky above, which had become cloudless from the searing heat. He smashed upward with a vicious punch. Boom! The punch struck nothing physical, but from the void erupted a deafening, earth-shattering roar, as if the very sky had been punched into a gaping hole. With that punch, the supreme water law governing all waters within Gong's body surged forth without reservation, rippling outward. The air, once parched and scorching from Zhurong's Samadhi true fire, suddenly erupted into violent turmoil. All the water vapor newly condensed and drifting through the heavens and earth of the primordial world, as if answering an absolute decree from a sovereign ruler, madly converged at an inconceivable speed toward the sky above Gong's head. Crack! Under the horrified gaze of every Lihua realm cultivator, that empty sky was actually smashed open by Gong's fist, creating a massive rift hundreds of zhang long. The rift did not lead to the void, but to an endless ocean composed entirely of water elements. What kind of sorcery is this? A golden core steward, desperately fleeing, instinctively looked up and saw the rift in the sky. His heart seized, his eyes filled with incomprehensible shock. A single punch to shatter the sky, and to stir such a terrifying water vapor uprising. This was absolutely beyond any water-controlling technique in the cultivation world. This was borrowing the primordial laws of this very realm. The cultivators were given no time to think or react. Whoosh! With a thunderous roar like 9 heavens cascading waters. From that rift in the sky, a colossal azure, bone-chilling tidal wave, indescribable in its vastness, poured down like the Milky Way itself, a heavenly river collapsing with a devastating, world-destroying might that smashed everything in its path. This was no ordinary flood. Each drop of water contained Gong's overbearing, unfathomably heavy water law. Boom! The immense heavenly river water instantly submerged half the sky. The several hundred Lihua realm cultivators attempting to scatter and flee before this terrifying wave capable of crushing mountains were as insignificant as ants struggling in a tsunami. No! Help! Screams and cries were drowned in the roar of the waters. The wave crashed down. Those cultivators couldn't even raise their protective spiritual light before the crushing pressure shattered all their defenses on the spot. Their true essence, suppressed by the water law, fell into complete silence. Plop! Plop! Hundreds of cultivators, like dumplings into a pot, were swept away by the massive wave and slammed from midair back into the muddy ground below. The immense water pressure like invisible mountains pressed down upon every one of them. They were pinned into the mud, their bones groaning under unbearable strain. Even moving a finger required all their strength, let alone escaping. All fleeing cultivators under that casual punch from Gong were completely annihilated, losing all capacity to resist. Humph. Gong slowly withdrew his fist, looking down at the drowned rats, writhing in the mud below. He curled his lips in slight dissatisfaction. With such meager skill, you're not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. The rift in the sky slowly healed, and the heavenly river water receded, turning into a sweet rain that nourished the earth. At that moment, on the deck of the nearby Broken Main warship, the Lihua Grand Elder Cixinzi, pinned firmly under Dijiang's foot, turned his blood-stained old face to one side. His already unfocused pupils stared fixedly at the scene unfolding not far away. He saw Zhu Rong's hammer strike, summon Samadhi true fire, burning the warship into molten iron. He saw Gong's punch shatter the sky, causing the heavenly river to pour down instantly, killing hundreds of elite cultivators. Cixinzi's body began to tremble uncontrollably. He was a great cultivator at half-step nascent soul. In his understanding, even a nascent soul ancestor using the most powerful divine ability could never achieve such casual ease, such overwhelming shock. This was no sorcery. This was clearly the primordial gods of ancient myth, those who commanded the laws of heaven and earth, casually wielding their divine might. No, this can't be real. Bloody foam dripped from Cixinzi's mouth, his eyes now utterly hollow and vacant. His mental defenses under this relentless, dimension-shattering assault were completely and mercilessly crushed. His once proud cultivator's dignity became the most laughable joke before these natives. Monsters! You're all monsters! Cixinzi let out a despairing shrill cry beneath Dijiang's foot. Like a madman, he clawed at the cracks in the deck, roaring hysterically. You call these low-realm natives? You call these natives from the lower realm? Cixinzi's shrill, despairing howl echoed across the battered deck of the warship. Yet no one paid any heed to the utterly broken half-step nascent soul cultivator. Dijiang impatiently dug at his ear, then exerted a slight force with his foot. Noisy. With a few crisp cracks, Cixinzi's remaining ribs were ruthlessly snapped beneath Dijiang's soul. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted completely from the excruciating pain, limp as a dead dog in the deep pit. A moment later, on the broad flat white jade square atop Zixiao Peak, a pile of ragged mud and blood-soaked figures were roughly dumped onto the ground. Thud, thud, thud. Dijiang Zhurong and the other 12 ancestral witches tossed the captured Lihua realm cultivators into the center of the square like garbage. These cultivators, who usually lorded over others, now huddled together, trembling like lambs to the slaughter. At the very front lay the unconscious Grand Elder Cixinzi, just revived by a bucket of cold water, and a dozen or so Golden Core stage stewards whose limbs had been broken and cultivation destroyed, though their lives were spared. These once arrogant Golden Core grandmasters now looked around in terror when they saw the towering Zixiao Palace Hall, and the dense, almost tangible celestial spiritual energy shimmering with faint rainbow hues in the air. Their despair deepened. Such an immortal aura, such spiritual energy density, murmured a Golden Core steward, his lips trembling. Even the holy land of our Lihua realm is not even a 10,000th of this. What kind of existence have we offended? Cixinzi also came to. He lifted his head with difficulty, his blurred vision sweeping over the square. Not far away, Taishang Laojun was leisurely sweeping fallen leaves at the edge of the square with a large broom. His washed-out Taoist robe faintly emanated the tu qi of yin and yang, which made Cixinzi's heart tremble. On the other side, Tantian was squatting on the steps, whetting a rusty cleaver with a grindstone, huffing and puffing. Even without deliberate release, the aura emanating from these two caused Cixinzi, a half-step, nascent soul cultivator, to shudder from the depths of his soul. Just then, two crisp, childish barks suddenly sounded from a corner of the square. Cixinzi subconsciously turned his head. He saw a snow-white little beast resembling a small mutt trotting out from the shadows of the hall on its short legs. The little thing seemed harmless, even adorable. Yet when it ran up to Cixinzi and curiously sniffed the blood on him, Cixinzi's already numb pupils abruptly contracted to pinpricks. This is a... He stared fixedly at the little dog. In this seemingly ordinary mutt, he actually sensed a pure, vast, divine beast bloodline tinged with an aura of primeval chaos. Though the bloodline was still extremely weak, like an undeveloped cub, a low-grade Baizé cub, the natural suppression of a higher life form over a lower one caused the residual true qi within Cixinzi to shrink back into his dantian in utter fear. Gulp. Cixinzi swallowed hard. He, the Grand Elder of the Lihua Divine Sect, the top expert at the half-step nascent soul stage, could not even match a watchdog in this Zixiao Palace. Monsters. All monsters. Even a dog here has a divine beast bloodline. Did we come to fight or defeat experience? Cixinzi's mental defenses were utterly and mercilessly shattered by this little white dog. He collapsed to the ground, any thought of resistance gone. Creak. Just as Cixinzi was sinking into utter despair, the heavy bronze doors of the main Zixiao Palace Hall groaned and slowly opened to both sides. A vast, majestic, terrifying aura that seemed capable of suppressing all realms swept across the white jade square like a hurricane. Master, Lao Jun and Tongtian immediately put down their tasks, stood upright, and bowed deeply. The 12 ancestral witches, including Dijiang, also shed their unruly demeanor, kneeling on one knee in unison with fervent expressions. Under the horrified gaze of all the captives, Lu Jingyuan, clad in white robes as pure as snow and surrounded by multicolored karmic golden light, slowly walked out from the depths of the hall. His face was veiled by a faint mist of chaos, making him inscrutable. With each step forward, a golden lotus emitting a fragrant scent bloomed out of thin air on the white jade slab beneath his feet. Lotuses blooming at every step. This was a divine miracle of heaven and earth, said to be manifested only by true immortals who had transcended life and death and leaped out of the three realms. Cixinzi watched the white-robed immortal king descending the steps, his body trembling uncontrollably. He tried to lower his head to kneel, but found that under that supreme pressure, he could not even turn his neck. Lu Jingyuan descended the steps, his gaze extremely calm as it swept over the pile of scrap metal on the square. Those were the remains of magic artifacts discarded by the fleeing Lihua realm cultivators, and a massive charred heap of worship wreckage that had been melted into molten iron by Zhurong and then solidified. Such filth cannot remain before Xiao Palace. Lu Jingyuan's tone was indifferent, devoid of any worldly aura. He slowly raised his fair, slender right hand, not even glancing at the wreckage. With extreme casualness, he lightly pointed a finger in the air at the mountain-like pile of worship debris, which was dozens of zhang high. Creation reconfigure. Lu Jingyuan uttered 4 words calmly. Boom! As his finger descended, a dazzling golden light burst forth on the square. Under the horrified, ghost-seeing gazes of Cixinzi and all the Lihua realm cultivators, that charred, twisted, lifeless mountain of scrap metal began to melt and flow like quicksilver in the golden light. Countless metal remnants and artifact fragments were forcibly crushed and impurities stripped away by an invisible supreme law in midair. In just a few breaths, the chaotic scrap metal was forcibly kneaded and reshaped in midair by an invisible hand of the heavenly Dao. Clang! A long, deep, soul-cleansing bronze bell toll rang out over the square. The golden light faded. The ugly worship wreckage had vanished completely. In its place stood a massive bronze tripod cauldron 3 zhang tall, gleaming with an antique bronze luster, its surface engraved with countless mysterious primeval ferocious beast totems. This bronze cauldron was not only simple and majestic in form, but also exuded a profound pressure rivaling that of a top-grade magic artifact, turning stone into gold, reforging scrap. Such heaven-defying means of creating something from nothing and altering the fundamental logic of matter. Even the legendary nascent soul stage ancestors of the Lihua realm could never achieve such effortless ease. An immortal, a true immortal, has descended. What kind of being have we in the Lihua realm provoked? Cixinzi stared at the huge bronze cauldron, feeling a chill rise from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. All his pride, all his dignity, all his ambition were crushed to nothing under that single finger. He collapsed completely like a pile of boneless mud. Before Lu Jingyuan could speak, Cixinzi mustered all his strength to turn over. He kowtowed frantically to Lu Jingyuan, his forehead smashing against the white jade slabs, blood streaming. Spare me, great immortal. Spare me, Dao ancestor. I am willing to confess. I am willing to offer everything of the Lihua realm. The Lihua divine sect's techniques, the key to the treasury, and all the secrets of our sect leader Qiangzi. I will tell you everything. I only beg the ancestor to show mercy, spare my worthless life, and let me sweep the floors or empty the night soil buckets in Xiao Palace. Before the grand hall of Xiao Palace, there was a deathly silence. The desperate plea for mercy from Cixinzi still echoed across the empty square. Lu Jingyuan stood on the steps, gazing at the former great elder of Lihua sect, who was kowtowing like a pestle pounding garlic, his eyes as calm as still water. He did not utter a single unnecessary word. With a slight raise of his hand, he flicked a faint wisp of Taiqing true qi from his fingertip. Whoosh! The wisp of energy precisely pierced Cixinzi's dantian. In an instant, Cixinzi felt that the half-step nascent soul cultivation he prided himself on was sealed tightly, as if by an invisible colossal lock. The spiritual energy in his meridians could no longer be summoned, and he was reduced to a decrepit old man, even weaker than a common mortal. Since you are so sincere, Lu Jingyuan said coldly, slowly, I will spare your life. The new construction site on the back mountain of Xiao Mountain is in need of laborers to carry bricks and haul dirt. You and your surviving men will serve as labor there. Hearing that he would not die, Cixinzi felt as if he had received a great reprieve. How could he still care about the dignity of a great elder? He repeatedly kowtowed in gratitude. Thank you, Dao ancestor, for sparing my life. Thank you for your mercy. I will go carry bricks now. I will work hard. Under the disdainful gaze of Taishang, Laoju, and Cixinzi, and the several hundred surviving cultivators of the Lihua realm were stripped of their tattered dharma robes and dressed in coarse gray linen. Like a group of frostbitten eggplants, they were dejectedly escorted to the back mountain of Xiao Palace. The back mountain was an extremely vast piece of wild land. At that moment, a large crowd was toiling with great fervor, digging earth, carrying bricks, laying roads, and building walls. Cixinzi, carrying a heavy green stone weighing dozens of jin, was panting heavily. He was used to being above others and had never done such rough work. He had just taken a few steps when his foot slipped, and he fell man and stone into a muddy pit. Ouch! Xinzi cried out in pain, scrambling up from the muddy water. He was about to brush the dirt off his clothes when he looked up and saw a familiar sturdy figure. It was a bare-chested, fierce-looking brute. This brute was carrying 2 full baskets of earth with one hand, moving swiftly across the construction site. Xinzi froze, then rubbed his eyes vigorously. You are the sect master of the Mad Blade, Sect Ba Wuji. Although Xinzi was from the Lihua realm, he had once paid attention to intelligence about this native world, so he naturally recognized the renowned ancient martial grandmaster of the Hongwang Basin. Ba Wuji heard someone call him, and stopped. He turned around, and looked at Xinzi, who was covered in mud, and as thin as a rake. After sizing him up, Ba Wuji grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. Oh, if it isn't the great elder of the Lihua realm. What you lofty immortals have also fallen to the same fate as me. Xinzi's face flushed red with shame and anger, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. He, a half-step nascent soul great power, was being mocked by a native martial artist. You? Don't be insolent. Xinzi gritted his teeth, clinging to his last shred of dignity. I am but a tiger on the plains, bullied by dogs. When our sect leader arrives in person, he will raise this Xiao palace to the ground. Sect leader? Ba Wuji seemed to have heard the funniest joke ever and couldn't help but laugh heartily. He put down his mud basket, walked up to Xinzi, and clapped him on the shoulder. The force was so great that it nearly knocked the wind out of Xinzi. Old fool, stop dreaming. Haven't you seen reality yet? Ba Wuji pointed toward the main peak of Xiao Palace, his eyes full of reverence. On this mountain, even if the Jade Emperor himself came, he would have to lie down obediently. See that white pig over there eating pigweed? Ba Wuji pointed casually. Xinzi followed his gaze. There in a pigsty not far away, a snow-white plump little piglet was munching on a pile of rotten vegetable leaves with a grunt. The piglet's eyes held a human-like expression of humiliation and despair. That is... Xinzi asked, puzzled. Ba Wuji lowered his voice and said mysteriously, that's the Martial Arts Alliance leader, Yu Sanqiu. Hiss! Xinzi gasped, his eyes nearly popping out. The Martial Arts Alliance leader turned into a pig. Though he knew Xiao Palace's methods were bizarre, turning a living person into a pig defied all common sense in the cultivation world. What kind of immortal technique is this? Xinzi was utterly numbed, the last shred of hope in his heart vanishing. Even the Martial Arts Alliance leader had been turned into a pig. That he, the great elder of Lihua, had been allowed to keep his life and carry bricks was indeed a great mercy from the Dao Ancestor. Ba Wuji looked at Xinzi's bewildered expression. He skillfully picked a slightly rusty shovel from the pile of tools nearby and handed it to Xinzi. Take it, old man. Ba Wuji sighed, his tone carrying a hint of worldly wisdom and consolation. Don't look anymore. Since you're here, make the best of it. Once you're on Xiao Mountain, just honestly carry bricks and dig earth. Throw away all that arrogant cultivator attitude. Ba Wuji leaned close to Xinzi's ear and whispered, let me tell you a secret. If you perform well here and work hard, if one day the Dao Ancestor is in a good mood and casually lets slip a couple of incantations or rewards you with a sip of spiritual spring water, the benefits, Ba Wuji's eyes blazed with fervor, will be 100 times greater than being the great elder of Lihua realm for a lifetime. 10,000 times. Hearing this, Xinzi was momentarily stunned. He looked at Ba Wuji's ruddy complexion, even showing signs of his true qi being converted into spiritual energy. Then he recalled the terrifying divine miracle of the purple clouds and spiritual rain that had just occurred at Xiao Palace. Xinzi's heart suddenly began to pound uncontrollably. Yes, the foundation of Xiao Palace is unfathomable. Even being a menial laborer here is a menial laborer in a sacred immortal ground. As long as I can please the Dao Ancestor, how can I worry about breaking through to nascent soul? Having realized this, the dejection and humiliation in Xinzi's eyes instantly vanished. In its place was a humble yet fervent longing burning with infinite desire. He snatched the shovel from Ba Wuji's hand and grasped it tightly. Thank you for the guidance, brother Ba. Like a fanatical believer who had just found his purpose, Xinzi roared with excitement. I dig. I will go dig earth right now. I will become the most diligent and capable brick-carrying king on the back mountain of Xiao Mountain. With that, this once lofty great elder of Lihua, wielding a rusty shovel like he was injected with adrenaline, charged toward a distant pile of earth and began digging furiously. At that moment, in the treasure pavilion of the main hall of Xiao Palace, Lu Jingyuan stood before mountains of spoils, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Behind the grand hall of the Purple Cloud Palace there stood a spacious, independent building. This was the treasure pavilion, which had only recently been materialized by the system. At this moment, within the treasure pavilion, there was a notable state of disarray. The floor was piled high with storage pouches looted from the cultivators of the Li Fire realm, alongside various spoils of war scavenged from the wreckage of their warships. Lu Jingyuan stood with his hands behind his back, gazing upon this massive heap of trophies. His brow furrowed slightly, and his eyes held a hint of helplessness and bitter amusement. What a pile of worthless junk. He nudged a broken half of a flying sword with his toe. This sword, in the eyes of the Li Fire realm cultivators, might have been considered a rare, supreme-grade magical artifact. But to Lu Jingyuan, who had already broken through to the golden core stage and possessed the mythic perspective of the system, the sword's material was impure and mottled. The formations inscribed within were as crude as a child's scribbles, causing spiritual energy to flow with great resistance. Even the rusty chopper that Tongtian usually used to split firewood could surpass it several times over in terms of material toughness. And these pills? Lu Jingyuan casually picked up an exquisite jade bottle and poured out a dark murky pellet. A rejuvenation pill, a sacred healing medicine. He brought it close to his nose and sniffed. A pungent herbal odor assaulted his senses. Too many impurities. If you take this, it's 3 parts healing, 7 parts poison. With a look of disgust, Lu Jingyuan tossed the jade bottle back onto the pile of storage pouches. These cultivators of the Li Fire realm were so impoverished that it even made him, the Dao Ancestor, feel a little embarrassed. He had originally hoped to extract some valuable items from them to enrich the foundations of the Purple Cloud Palace. Yet after rifling through the belongings of over 500 individuals, including more than a dozen golden core stage stewards, the accumulated items under the current spiritual energy level of the primordial world could only be considered a pile of inconsequential trash. I can't really blame them. After all, it was merely a mid-grade cultivation realm scarce in resources. It simply cannot compare to this primordial world which has just undergone a leap and is bursting with spiritual energy. Lu Jingyuan let out a sigh. However, although the quality of these magical artifacts and pills was extremely poor, their sheer quantity was overwhelming. Hundreds of flying swords of various grades, over 1,000 defensive artifacts, and a chaotic assortment of formation flags and talismans were piled together, forming a small mountain. Since quality is lacking, I'll have to make up for it with quantity. With a thought, Lu Jingyuan awakened the system within his mind. System, activate the mythic smelting function. This was a new auxiliary function unlocked by the system when the world leaped to the Lola cultivation realm. It could smelt down any substance containing spiritual energy, extracting its primordial essence. Ding. The mythic smelting function has been activated. Please provide the materials for smelting, host. As the system's cold mechanical voice faded. In the center of the treasure pavilion, a phantom 8-trigram furnace radiating a primal chaotic aura slowly materialized. At the base of the furnace, a ghostly blue tying cold flame burned, emitting a terrifying temperature capable of refining anything. Go. With a sweep of his wide sleeve, Lu Jingyuan directed the heap of Li Fire realm magical artifacts and flying swords, a mountain of trash, under the pull of his true essence like a torrent of steel, all of which was cast into the phantom 8-trigram furnace. Whoosh! The 8-trigram furnace let out a deep rumbling roar. The furnace fire instantly surged. Those magical artifacts, which the Li Fire realm cultivators considered indestructible, could not withstand the tying cold flame's scorching heat for even a single second. Accompanied by a series of harsh crackling explosions, hundreds of magical artifacts were instantly melted, transforming into a massive mottled pool of colorful molten metal. Purified. Lu Jingyuan formed hand seals with both hands. Within the 8-trigram furnace, the temperature of the tying cold flame soared once more. Countless impurities and waste materials within the massive pool of molten metal were instantly vaporized under the terrifying heat, escaping as wisps of black smoke through the furnace vents. The volume of molten metal shrank rapidly. From the size of a small mountain, it gradually reduced to the size of a vat. Then from a vat, it shrank to the size of a basin. As the impurities were continuously removed, the color of this molten metal evolved from mottled and variegated to pure and flawless. Finally, it condensed into a fist-sized mass of liquid metal essence, radiating a brilliant silver light, as resplendent as a star cluster. This was the most core and purest metal primordial essence of those hundreds of magical artifacts. Still not enough. Lu Jingyuan looked at the metal essence and shook his head slightly. With a thought, he retrieved from the system's storage space a few pieces of thunderstruck wood shavings left over from Tongtian's firewood chopping, and a special ore containing the primordial essence of the Dopal world obtained from Xiao Yan. Melt. These materials were cast into the furnace and instantly merged with the silver essence. Shape. Under the powerful manipulation of Lu Jingyuan's divine sense, the sphere of silver liquid metal essence began to slowly elongate and deform within the 8-trigram furnace. The hilt, the guard, the blade. The rudimentary form of a 3-foot-long slender and graceful longsword gradually took shape within the furnace flames. Inscribed formations. Lu Jingyuan pointed his fingers like a sword, channeling his pure golden core true essence and a trace of his understanding of the heavenly Dao's laws. In the air, he transformed them into profound golden divine runes, which were then struck into the sword body. Spirit gathering array, reinforcement array, armor piercing array, gale array, array after array, which the Li Fire realm cultivators would consider incredibly complex and unfathomable, were effortlessly inscribed onto the sword's body by Lu Jingyuan with the system's assistance. As the final array was carved, boom, the tying cold flame within the 8-trigram furnace was extinguished with a thunderous roar. The furnace lid opened automatically. Clang! A clear, high-pitched sword cry like a dragon's roar shot up from within the furnace, echoing through the hall for a long time. A 3-foot-long sword, its body suffused with a faint purple light and flowing with mysterious starry patterns. leapt from the furnace as a streak of purple light. After circling in the air, it landed steadily in Lu Jingyuan's hand. An excellent sword. Lu Jingyuan grasped the hilt, feeling the intimately connected sharp and unparalleled sword intent emanating from the blade. He couldn't help but praise it. This sword, although forged from a pile of junk, thanks to the purification of mythic smelting and the enhancement of various primordial materials, its grade far surpassed the so-called supreme grade magical artifacts of the Leaf Fire realm. This was a true spiritual artifact. A peerless immortal sword within the current primordial world was capable of severing mountains and shattering peaks. I shall call you Purple Cloud Sword. Lu Jingyuan flicked the blade with his finger. The sword emitted a joyful hum. He looked at the radiant purple cloud sword in his hand, then at his own empty palms. What a pity, Lu Jingyuan sighed. As the Dao Ancestor, if I were to go into close combat wielding a sword, it would be far too undignified. This thing I'd better bestow it upon a disciple for self-defense. He shook his head, casually twirled the sword in a flourish, and tucked the purple cloud sword into his sleeve. He turned and walked out of the treasure pavilion. Outside the main hall, Laojun Taishang was standing respectfully at the entrance like a diligent door guard, keeping watch over his master's secluded cultivation chamber. His face, as white and smooth as jade, was filled with piety and solemnity. Hearing the sound of the treasure pavilion's door opening, Laojun immediately turned around and bowed deeply. Master, you have emerged from seclusion. Lu Jingyuan looked at this senior disciple of his. Not only had he reached the late foundation establishment stage in cultivation, but he was also steady in his conduct. Most importantly, he possessed an exceptional ability for overthinking and knew exactly how to handle matters. Bestowing this sword upon him would undoubtedly maximize his loyalty. Taishang. Lu Jingyuan walked up to Laojun, his tone indifferent, as if speaking of a trivial matter. Just now your master casually melted down all that scrap metal from the Leaf Fire realm in the treasure pavilion, and forged a little trinket that is barely presentable. As Lu Jingyuan spoke, with a sweep of his sleeve, the purple cloud immortal sword, radiating a faint purple light and astonishing sword intent, transformed into a streak of purple light and was casually tossed towards Laojun as if it were a discarded rag. You are now at the late foundation establishment stage. You should have a suitable weapon. This sword is bestowed upon you for your protection. Laojun instinctively reached out and caught the incoming streak of purple light. The moment he grasped the hilt, whoosh! The purple cloud sword let out an excited resonant hum. A terrifying sword intent, extremely sharp, yet perfectly aligned with his own Tai Ching true essence, instantly surged up his arm and flooded his entire body. Laojun's body stiffened. He lowered his head, staring in a daze at the immortal sword in his hand, which emitted endless purple light, its blade flowing with divine patterns of the Dao. Feeling the terrifying sharpness of the blade that seemed capable of cleaving the void itself. This is what he calls a little trinket barely presentable. Laojun's breath caught in his throat, and within a second his eyes turned bloodshot. The old master grasped the Xiao sword, his eyes rimmed with red and his hands trembling violently. How could he fail to recognize the terrifying nature of this blade? The Tai Ching Dao rhythm flowing within the sword's body was a peerless divine weapon tailor-made for him. Master's great kindness. This disciple could never repay it, even in 10,000 deaths. With a plop, the old master knelt on the ground, tears of gratitude streaming down his face as he kowtowed repeatedly. In his heart, the master was not only infinitely powerful, but also showed special favor to him, his eldest disciple, casually bestowing such a supreme immortal weapon. Lu Jingyuan watched the old master's grateful demeanor, feeling secretly pleased, yet maintained an air of nonchalance. Enough, rise. It's just a small sword, no need for such grand ceremony. Go help your two junior brothers clean up the debris in the square. This disciple obeys. The old master respectfully accepted the order, lifted the Xiao sword, and strode proudly toward the square. At that moment, on the vast white jade square of Xiao Palace, Tontian and Yuanshi, along with several newly recruited menials, were sifting through a pile of materials stripped from the Lihua realm cultivators. This heap of materials was all the belongings that had fallen from the storage pouches of Cixinzi and his companions before their capture. The most eye-catching among them were several large crates filled with stones emitting a faint luminescence. Those were the medium-grade spirit stones, the hard currency used by Lihua realm cultivators for trade and cultivation. Tongtian bare-chested crouched before a large wooden crate. His thick fingers reached into the crate and casually picked up a spirit stone about the size of an egg, shimmering with a faint blue light. These medium-grade spirit stones were extremely precious cultivation resources in the Lihua realm. An ordinary foundation establishment stage cultivator might not accumulate even 10 in a year. Yet Tontian held the stone before his eyes, examining it for a moment, his brow furrowing deeper. He gently squeezed the stone with his massive palm-sized hand. Crack! A faint fissure appeared on the stone's surface. What kind of garbage is this, eh? Tontian shook his head with utter disdain and casually tossed the medium-grade spirit stone, which could incite conflict in a mid-tier cultivation world, back into the crate like a piece of trash. Second senior brother, take a look. Tontian pointed at the crate of spirit stones and shouted, "This stone glows, so I thought it might be a treasure." But I just leaned in and took a sniff. The spiritual energy inside is as muddy as murky water. If I inhaled that into my body, wouldn't it make me cough for ages, eh? This isn't for cultivation, it's practically poison. Tian curled his lip, his tone dripping with undisguised contempt. Even if we used such broken stones to pave the mountain paths of Xiao Palace, I'd complain they weren't round enough. They'd be too rough on the feet. Hearing Tongtian's complaints, Yuanshi set down the Lihua realm robe he had been examining. He walked to the wooden crate and extended his spiritual sense for a brief scan. His usually cold face instantly displayed an expression even more disdainful than Tongtian's. Third junior brother is right. Such filthy items, if placed on our Xiao mountain, would only pollute the immortal aura here. Yuanshi not only despised the spirit stones. Pointing at the pile of high-grade robes worn by the Lihua realm cultivators, he sneered. And look at these so-called Dharma robes. The material is coarse, and not even the most basic celestial defensive array is fully inscribed on them. The stitching is crooked and the spiritual energy flows sluggishly like stagnant water. Yuanshi snorted coldly, lifted the robe on the tip of his sword, and tossed it directly into a nearby trash heap. This kind of rag probably has defense only slightly better than the hemp clothes worn by the farmers down the mountain. Wearing such clothes out is an embarrassment. Thumbs down. The two bantered back and forth, belittling the entire treasure trove of the Lihua realm cultivators, which they held dear, as worse than roadside dog droppings. In truth, this wasn't Tongtian and Yuanshi deliberately showing off. Rather, after experiencing that epic leap in the primordial world and bathing in the boundless purple fortune-giving rain of creation, the horizons of these core disciples had been forcibly elevated to an inconceivable dimension by the purest primordial spiritual energy and the laws of heaven. In their eyes, every breath of air they took was 100 times purer than the spiritual energy within these medium-grade spirit stones. A blade of grass casually plucked from the back mountain was tougher than the material of these robes. They truly looked down on this trash, just as they were fretting over how to dispose of this pile. A stunningly beautiful woman in a red dress with 2 braids accompanied by a delicate little immortal child bounced over merrily. It was Nuwa, who had just emerged from seclusion. 2 senior brothers, what are you doing? Nuwa leaned in curiously, her eyes lighting up at the pile of glowing spirit stones. Oh, these little glowing stones are so pretty. Tongtian scratched his head helplessly. Little junior sister, these broken stones have too impure spiritual energy. They're useless for cultivation. I was about to have the menials fill a pit with them. What a waste to fill a pit. Nuwa blinked her lively big eyes, her mind racing. She crouched down and grabbed a handful of medium-grade spirit stones from the crate. Though the texture of these stones isn't very hard, they're just perfect for shaping clay figures as a framework. Under the stunned gazes of Tongtian and Yuanshi, Nuwa's fair little hands flew rapidly. She violently crushed the medium-grade spirit stones, which were priceless in the outside world. Then, mixing them with her special 5-colored spiritual soil and strands of pure creation true essence, squish squish. In mere moments, a lively little dog radiating a faint blue spiritual light took shape in Nuwa's hands. Go! Nuwa gently blew a breath. The little dog, made of medium-grade spirit stones and spiritual soil, actually barked joyfully on the ground, wagging its tail as it ran around the courtyard. Next, cats, rabbits, birds. All sorts of small animals molded from spirit stones were created one after another by Nuwa. They chased and played on the white jade square, leaving the menials working nearby dumbfounded. Using medium-grade spirit stones to play with mud. A surrendered soldier from the Lihua realm, who was sweeping nearby, watched the spirit stone animals running all over the place, and tears nearly streamed down his face. What a sin. What kind of celestial family was this? Inside the main hall, Lu Jingyuan sat on the high platform, using his divine sense to observe the harmonious, yet extravagantly lavish scene in the square. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. These disciple standards are getting higher and higher. But soon Lu Jingyuan's gaze turned to the distant horizon, his eyes growing deep and icy. He knew that although the main force of the Lihua divine sect had been annihilated, the Lihua sect leader Qiangzi, who possessed Yuan Shun stage cultivation and controlled the life and death power of an entire realm, would certainly not let the matter rest. It seems I need to prepare some truly formidable measures to welcome this esteemed guest who is about to arrive. Before the grand hall of Xiao Palace, a group of spirit stone little animals molded by Nuwa were still chasing and frolicking joyfully on the square. The faintly blue glowing spirit stone powder left shimmering trails on the white jade slabs as they ran. Tongtian, watching these toys darting about everywhere, scratched his head in exasperation. This little junior sister is such a spendthrift. Though these stones are a bit mixed in spiritual energy, they could at least serve as ornaments. Muttering to himself, Tongtian picked out 4 or 5 of the largest and most square-shaped spirit stones from the wooden chest filled with mid-grade spirit stones. Carrying these stones, he turned and walked into a side hall of Xiao Palace. Inside the side hall, there was a massive tea table made of red sandalwood. Due to its age and the recent geological shifts on Xiao Mountain, one leg of the table had become uneven. When a teacup was placed on it, it wobbled slightly. These broken stones are just right for propping up the table leg. Tongtian walked over to the table and with one hand effortlessly lifted the solid wood table, which weighed 1,000 jin. Then without hesitation, he took the few mid-grade spirit stones that shimmered with a captivating blue light, and as if they were mere bricks forcefully wedged them under the shorter leg. Bang! Tontian set the table down and pressed on it firmly. It was steady as a rock, not a hint of wobble. Not bad. Now master's tea won't spill. Tontian clapped his hands in satisfaction, gazing at the mid-grade spirit stones still faintly glowing beneath the table leg, and broke into a simple, honest smile. However, this scene happened to be witnessed by the Grand Elder Cixinzi, who had just finished carrying water from the back mountain and was passing by the window of the side hall. This. The 2 wooden buckets in Cixinzi's hands crashed to the ground with a clatter. The clear spirit spring water spilled everywhere. His eyes were fixed on the leg of the tea table. His eyelids twitched violently as if struck by an electric shock. Mid-grade spirit stones. Used to prop up a table leg. Cixinzi felt as if his brain had been brutally trampled by 10,000 primordial wild oxen. In the Lihua realm, spirit stone veins were scarce to begin with. A single low-grade spirit stone could cause several chi-refining cultivators to fight to the death. And a mid-grade spirit stone contained enough spiritual energy to sustain a foundation establishment cultivator for an entire 6 months of cultivation. If placed in a mortal kingdom, a single mid-grade spirit stone could even buy an entire prosperous mortal city. What a precious strategic resource it was. In the Lihua divine sect, even he the Grand Elder was frugal in his daily cultivation, often splitting a mid-grade spirit stone in half to use sparingly. But now what had he seen? In this native world he had once scornfully called trash. The brute who had chopped their warship with a woodcutter's knife was using 4 or 5 mid-grade spirit stones to prop up a shabby wooden table leg. And judging by the expression on that brute's face, he seemed to think these stones were barely adequate for the job, complaining that they weren't square enough. A monstrous waste. This is a monstrous waste. Cixinzi's heart bled. These were the hard-earned savings their Lihua realm had accumulated over centuries. He could no longer contain himself. Summoning his courage, Cixinzi timidly approached the window of the side hall and cupped his hands toward Tontian inside. His voice trembled with extreme heartache. Esteemed immortal, your humble elder dares to say those. Those are mid-grade spirit stones. Cixinzi pointed at the stones under the table leg, his eyes filled with undisguised longing. Such heavenly treasures containing pure spiritual energy would provoke bloody battles outside. They are ultimate treasures. You? How can you use them to prop up a table leg? This is far too wasteful. Tontian heard the voice and turned around. Looking at the Lihua Grand Elder outside the window, dressed in tattered clothes, and with a pained expression, Tongtian's face again wore that distinctive contemptuous look of a snob looking down on a bumpkin. Heavenly treasure. This broken stone is worthy of being called a heavenly treasure. Tongtian walked to the window and shot Cixinzi a disdainful glance. That look was like watching a beggar scavenging in a trash heap, proudly showing off a moldy piece of bread. Old man, is your so-called Lihua realm so poor you can't even make ends meet? Tongtian shook his head in exasperation. He bent down and casually rummaged in the dirt at his feet. Last night Xiao Mountain had undergone a world leap. The underground spirit veins churning had pushed some deeply buried minerals to the surface. Tongtian scraped at the ground twice. Soon he pried out a stone covered in mud from the crack of an ordinary brick. He casually wiped the mud off the stone on his clothes. Then, like discarding garbage, he tossed the stone out the window to Cixinzi outside. Slap. The stone landed at Cixinzi's feet. Don't make such a fuss over nothing, acting like you've never seen the world. Tongtian pointed at the stone, his tone flat, as if stating an insignificant fact. Take a good look. This is the ordinary brick we use to pave roads on Xiao Mountain. Your mid-grade spirit stones aren't even worthy of polishing its shoes. Cixinzi was stunned. He looked down suspiciously at the ordinary brick by his feet. It was a crystal about the size of a fist, irregular and polyhedral. Under the sunlight, this crystal did not emit the harsh blue light of mid-grade spirit stones. Instead, a soft, dreamlike rainbow halo flowed across its surface. What? What is this? Cixinzi's heart tightened. He reached out with trembling hands and carefully lifted the crystal from the ground. The moment the crystal touched his palm, boom! A torrent of pure, vast, indescribably terrifying spiritual energy. Like a collapsed heavenly river, it surged into his body through his palm. This spiritual energy was so pure that no cultivation technique was needed to refine it. It was like the most primordial life force, instantly nourishing and revitalizing Cixinzi's withered meridians, which had been sealed and drained. What made Cixinzi's soul tremble even more was that within this immense spiritual energy, he could sense traces, extremely faint yet real, of the Dao rhythm of the heavenly laws. Immortal. Immortal crystal. The blood drained from Cixinzi's aged face, leaving it as pale as a corpse. His legs lost all strength. With a thud, this Grand Elder of the Lihua realm, a half-step, nascent soul cultivator, holding the rainbow-hued, supreme, immortal crystal embryo, fell heavily to his knees in the mud, collapsing like a pile of mud. This is an immortal crystal. A legendary, supreme, immortal crystal that can only be born in the immortal realm. In the Lihua realm, even a fingernail-sized fragment of immortal crystal would drive a primordial spirit old ancestor to mad desperation. And here, such a huge piece of immortal crystal is used as an ordinary brick for paving roads. Cixinzi's mental defenses were utterly and mercilessly crushed into dust by this brick. He looked up at the towering cloud-wreathed Xiao, immortal mountain. Then recalling his own grand declarations when he had led the warship vowing to take over this lower realm native territory, an indescribable supreme absurdity and despair instantly engulfed him completely. Wah! Clutching the immortal crystal, Cixinzi knelt in the mud and burst into loud childlike sobs. In his cries was a deep doubt about this world, and utter despair at his own laughable ignorance. Outside the violet firmament palace, Cixinzi clutched a spirit crystal brick and wailed in the mud. The despair and utter collapse in his cries echoed through the tranquil, immortal mountains, making them seem especially pitiful. Yet this lament drew no sympathy from anyone. Taishang merely cast a cold glance at him before turning back to tend his medicinal garden. Tontian even shut the window of the side hall in disgust. Meanwhile, in the boundless depths of the void far beyond the primordial world, in the Lihua realm within the grand hall of the Lihua divine sect, the atmosphere in the hall had congealed to an extreme, with a suffocating sense of scorching tension permeating the air. Crack, crack. From the direction of the soul tablet hall came a series of harsh, continuous shattering sounds. It was not merely one or two soul tablets, but the soul tablets of the 500 Foundation Establishment elite warriors who had accompanied the expedition along with the 10 Golden Core stewards. Within less than half an hour, their light dimmed and cracks spread densely, though not completely shattered, indicating these individuals were still alive. But this faint, almost extinguished fluctuation of soul energy, even a fool could see that they had been stripped of their cultivation, reduced to captives worse than death. Even the half-step nascent soul tablet of the Lihua Grand Elder Cixinzi, placed at the highest position, now flickered with a fading, dying spiritual light. How could this be? A remaining elder stood before the soul tablets, his body frozen, as if in an ice cave, his teeth chattering. The Grand Elder took our sect's 2 strongest void warships. With such combat power, even attacking a long-established minor world would be more than sufficient. How could an expedition to a newly revived native planet end in total annihilation? Fear, an unprecedented dread, quickly spread throughout the Lihua divine sect. Boom. At that moment, from the deepest volcanic lava cavern within the sect's grand hall, a terrifying roar erupted, shaking the entire Lihua realm. A pillar of crimson magma hundreds of zhang thick burst through the cavern's roof, thrusting straight into the clouds. Amid a rain of flying molten rock, a majestic figure clad in a crimson Taoist robe with hair and beard blazing like flames slowly rose from the fiery pillar. The Lihua divine sect's patriarch Xiangzi, his eyes like 2 burning suns fixed intently on the direction of the soul tablet hall. The flames in his gaze were the towering rage of one who could burn heaven and earth to ashes. Excellent. Truly excellent. Xiangzi laughed in fury, his laughter shaking nearby volcanoes into violent eruptions. I have been in seclusion for merely a few months, and someone dares to plot against my Lihua divine sect. Detain my army, cripple my elders. Do they think my 3,000 years of cultivation are a mere decoration? Xiangzi was truly enraged. As a primordial soul elder who had lived for 3 millennia, he was the undisputed sovereign of the Lihua realm and over a dozen surrounding minor worlds. With a mere thought, his primordial soul could annihilate millions of beings. Many worlds trembled under his tyranny, offering tribute year after year. But now an obscure native world reported by his subordinates as just experiencing spiritual energy revival had decimated the elite of his Lihua divine sect. This was not only a great loss of his painstaking efforts, but also trampled his face as a primordial soul cultivator into the mud. To easily defeat Cixinzi and the void warships, that lower world must harbor a cultivator at the nascent soul stage or above. Though enraged, Xiangzi, having lived 3,000 years, was no fool. He narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing within them. Or perhaps some decrepit primordial soul relic is skulking there, clinging to life. However, a cruel and confident smirk curled at the corner of Xiangzi's mouth. Even if you are a primordial soul, so what? I have operated in the Lihua realm for a millennium with countless hidden cards. Today I shall personally make a journey. I will uproot your so-called violet firmament palace root and branch, and drain every spiritual vein of your world to the last drop. Without another word, Xiangzi spread his arms wide. Boom! The primordial soul fire within him blazed in a frenzy, to descend upon the primordial world at the fastest speed and display the supreme might of a primordial soul cultivator. Xiangzi did not hesitate. He forcibly burned a full century of his own life essence. By my primordial soul, I command the void. Open for me. With a thunderous roar, Xiangzi thrust both hands forward, violently tearing at the empty space before him. Ryup. Empowered by the terrifying force of a century of life essence, the void barrier of the Lihua realm was torn open into a massive black rift. Fierce spatial storms howled within the rift, but Xiangzi showed no fear. He stepped forward, his form transforming into a brilliant crimson rainbow, carrying the momentum to incinerate heaven and earth. He plunged directly into the endless chaos of the void current, following the spatial beacon left by the warships, hurtling toward the primordial world with terrifying speed. In the primordial world at the violet firmament mountain, the mountain still presented a scene of serene, auspicious cultivation. Sunlight spilled onto the white jade square. The captured laborers from the Lihua realm clad in coarse cloth were diligently sweeping and carrying bricks. Just as everything seemed calm and peaceful. Suddenly the sky directly above the violet firmament mountain trembled violently, without warning. Then, the azure sky clear of clouds turned a suffocating blood red at a visible rate. The surrounding temperature skyrocketed within a few breaths. Although nourished by spiritual energy, the flowers and trees on the mountain quickly wilted and yellowed under this sudden heat. What's happening? It's so hot. Why has the sky turned red? The laborers on the square stopped their work, looking up in terror. Csikszentmihalyi, digging in the mud, felt this familiar, terrifying heat down to his bones. His body stiffened, then his eyes burst with nearly insane joy. It's the Patriarch. The Patriarch has personally descended. Csikszentmihalyi threw down his shovel, laughing wildly to the sky, tears streaming. Ha! Your days are numbered, you natives. The Patriarch is a primordial soul cultivator. With a primordial soul, he can destroy heaven and earth. This shabby temple of yours will be reduced to ashes today. Amid Csikszentmihalyi's frenzied shouts, boom. In the blood-red fiery clouds above, a colossal hand thousands of zhong in size, formed entirely of crimson primordial soul fire, descended with overwhelming pressure that could crush the entire primordial basin into dust. Tearing through the clouds from the ninth heaven, it ruthlessly pressed down upon the main hall of the violet firmament palace. Before the hand even landed, the terrifying pressure had already cracked the white jade square slabs. All laborers and martial artists were pinned to the ground by the force, unable even to breathe. At this moment, true despair fell. Inside the main hall, targeted by the giant hand Lu Jingyuan, who had been sitting silently on a cushion with closed eyes. At the moment the hand descended, slowly opened his eyes. A crimson-flamed giant hand thousands of zhong in size fell like a primeval meteor. The terrifying heat instantly evaporated all moisture in the air. The void around Xiao Mountain, under the absolute oppressive might of this nascent soul stage, issued a series of groaning cries, as if unable to bear the burden. Crack, crack. The originally indestructible Xiao Mountain protection array with its faint 9-colored light barrier now began to show a series of fine cracks under the crushing force of that giant hand. Although the array was still struggling to hold under the support of the world's origin, this shocking scene plunged everyone at the foot of the mountain into an abyss of despair. A nascent soul great cultivator. This is a legendary nascent soul great cultivator. Bowuji lay prostrate on the ground, his bones creaking mournfully under the pressure. He stared at the sky-covering flame giant hand, and the fervent faith he had just built for the Xiao Palace began to waver violently at this moment. Faced with such a world-destroying power, could the Dao Ancestor truly withstand it? Meanwhile, in the mud pit at the center of the square, Csikszentmihalyi, whose cultivation had been sealed, now burst into extremely manic laughter, as if in a final flash of vitality. Ha ha ha! See this? This is the divine might of our Lihua divine sect's sect leader. You low-realm natives, this broken temple of yours will all turn to ashes today. In front of a nascent soul stage, great power, all struggles are futile. Csikszentmihalyi's laughter echoed piercingly in the oppressive valley. However, before the main hall of the Xiao Palace, the three disciples, Laoju and Yuanshi and Tongtian, still stood as straight as spears. Although their faces showed solemnity, there was no trace of fear, for they knew that within the hall behind them sat a supreme being of immense grandeur. A mere nascent soul stage dares to shout before the master. Tongtian gripped the rusty wood-chopping knife in his hand, the Taiching's spiritual power within him surging wildly, ready to draw the blade and strike toward the sky at any moment. At this moment, the blood-red fiery clouds in the sky were torn apart. The true form of Lihua sect leader Xiangzi finally fully descended over the primordial world. He wore a crimson robe, his beard and hair like flames, his eyes like torches. His entire being exuded the absolute arrogance and majesty of a nascent soul great cultivator that stood above all beings. He looked down at the struggling Xiao Mountain array below, a flicker of greed and disdain in his eyes. To withstand a blow with only 30% of my cultivation, this low-realm array is not bad. Pity, but it ends here. Xiangzi snorted coldly, his voice like rolling thunder resounding in everyone's ears. You pretentious native rats. You dare to kill the elders of my Lihua realm and destroy my warships. Today I will reduce this broken temple of yours along with all living beings of this world to nothing but ashes. As his words fell, Xiangzi abruptly raised both hands, unleashing the nascent soul fire within him without reservation. Lihua burning heaven art. The flame giant hand pressing on the Xiao Mountain array instantly swelled to more than double its size. The terrifying flames transformed into ferocious fire dragons, madly gnawing at the crumbling 9-colored light barrier. The cracking sound of the array grew louder, as if it would collapse completely in the next second. Just at this critical moment of life and death inside the main hall of the Xiao Palace, Lu Jingyuan slowly rose from his meditation cushion. His expression remained as calm as an ancient well, without a trace of panic. Although he was only at the golden core stage now, if he truly relied on his own strength to face the nascent soul great cultivator outside, he would likely be killed in a single encounter. But as the group leader of the All Realms chat group, as the Dao Ancestor, fervently worshipped by his group members and stuffed with various treasures, When did he ever need to fight with his own hands? Nascent soul stage. Sounds quite frightening. Lu Jingyuan's lips curled slightly into a meaningful cold smile. He did not activate the golden core true essence within him. Instead, he casually summoned the system interface in his mind. He opened the exclusive cross-realm red envelope that the demon queen Liang Bing from the Super God universe had sent him earlier when she was frantically vying to clean up to show her loyalty in the group. The demon queen's ultimate weapon. I wonder what kind of chemical reaction it will produce in this cultivation world. Lu Jingyuan's mind stirred. Extract Heavenly Blade Judgment Key, one-time use. Buzz, as Lu Jingyuan's will commanded. A faint but extremely technological dark blue electromagnetic ripple suddenly appeared in the palm of his right hand. A silver key thumb-sized made of some unknown alloy with extremely complex and tiny data codes engraved on its surface. Appeared out of thin air between his two fingers. The moment the key appeared, the temperature inside the hall suddenly dropped several degrees. A technological pressure cold, precise, and full of absolute rationality, completely different from the mystical spiritual energy of the cultivation world, silently spread through the air. Ding. Detected a high-level technological weapon from another world, Heavenly Blade Judgment Key. Due to the constraints of the primordial heavenly Dao, the physical destructive power of this weapon has been weakened. But the underlying core algorithm and spatial dimension strike logic have been perfectly preserved by the system and transformed into mythical dimensional reduction strike array. Activate immediately. Hearing the system's prompt, Lu Jingyuan did not hesitate. In this cultivation world, let's give him a little modern technology shock. Lu Jingyuan smiled faintly. He lifted his head and his deep eyes pierced through the roof of the hall, staring straight at the arrogant Xiangzi high in the sky. Then amid Xiangzi's arrogant roar, under the terrified and despairing gaze of the 100,000 mortal warriors below, Lu Jingyuan's two fair and slender fingers exerted a slight force. With extreme calmness, with a crack, he gently crushed the silver Heavenly Blade Judgment Key. In that extremely brief instant when the key shattered, time seemed to stop flowing at that moment. Above Zishao Mountain, the blood-red sky that had been dyed by the crimson nascent soul fire suddenly, without any warning, lit up with a cold, precise, and vast silver-blue light barrier so immense that its boundaries were beyond imagination. That silver-blue light curtain appeared without any warning, yet it was immense to the extreme. It was like a sky-covering giant mirror projected from the deepest reaches of the universe, completely engulfing the entire heavens above Zishao Mountain, within a millionth of a second. There was no earth-shattering fluctuation of spiritual energy, nor any deafening thunder of the laws. On this light curtain were only dense, frenziedly dancing white data codes moving at a speed beyond the capture of human eyes. Utmost precision, utmost coldness, utmost rationality. The moment this force, utterly alien to the style of the cultivation world, descended. High in the sky, the originally arrogant and laughing face of the Lihua sect leader, Xiangzi, suddenly froze. A deep shock and bewilderment flashed in his eyes, which were like burning suns. What kind of defensive formation is this? Xiangzi frowned deeply. In his long years of cultivation, he had seen all kinds of mountain-protecting grand formations. There were 5 elemental killing formations, yin-yang illusion formations, and even pure turtle shell formations built from spirit stones. But this silver-blue light curtain covered in strange white symbols, he had never seen anything like it. Not only had he never seen it, but he couldn't even sense the slightest trace of spiritual energy fluctuation from it. Playing tricks. Xiangzi snorted coldly, forcibly, suppressing the trace of unease in his heart. Before absolute power, any flashy tricks are futile. Let this seat see how long your broken formation, without spiritual energy support, can withstand the burning of my nascent soul fire. Xiangzi pressed both hands downward in the air. That colossal sky-covering crimson flame hand, carrying a terrifying heat that could melt everything, slammed fiercely toward the silver-blue light curtain. Boom. Yet the expected scene of heaven and earth shattering and the formation shattering did not occur. Under Xiangzi's horrified gaze, an extremely bizarre and terrifying scene unfolded. That flame hand, containing his 3,000-year nascent soul Dao cultivation and capable of incinerating mountains, upon touching the silver-blue light curtain, did not emit any explosion. Instead, like a flame doused with liquid nitrogen, or like a piece of computer data forcibly selected and deleted. Under the frenzied erosion of those dancing white codes, it was silently and rapidly dissolved, collapsed, and vaporized at a visible speed. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. There was no stalemate of spiritual energy confrontation, only a brutally domineering, utterly unreasonable, underlying logic erasure. Xiangzi's nascent soul fire before this light curtain was like encountering its absolute nemesis. In just a few breaths, that thousands of zhong-wide flame hand under the scanning of the silver-blue light curtain completely vanished into nothingness. This is impossible. Xiangzi's eyes bulged as he roared hysterically. How could his full force strike as a nascent soul grandmaster without even a sound simply disappear? What kind of accursed sorcery was this? Yet before he could recover from this worldview-shattering shock, a blindingly intense light suddenly blazed on the silver-blue light curtain. Then a cold mechanical female electronic synthesized voice devoid of any human emotion resonated through space by the physical principle of spatial resonance. It rang out clearly and grandly across the entire primordial wasteland realm. Beep. Heavenly Blade Judgment System activated. Scanning target area. Scan complete. Detected unknown high thermal energy life form Xiong. Target energy level high. Target poses a threat to current spatial dimension. Initiating dark energy stripping and molecular structure reorganization protocol. Locking target. Beginning forceful rewriting of surrounding physical environment parameters, immobilizing its dark energy mana flow. This cold mechanical voice sounded to Xiong like a death warrant from hell. He had no idea what a high thermal energy life form was, nor what dark energy stripping and physical environment parameters meant. He only knew that the moment the voice fell, a terrifying binding force which he had never experienced in his life and could not comprehend with any common sense of cultivation. Instantly locked onto him. Bastard, get away from this seat. Xiong roared repeatedly, desperately, trying to mobilize his nascent soul power to resist. But in the next second his face turned deathly pale, his eyes filled with boundless panic. He discovered in horror that the space around him had suddenly become an absolute, spiritual energy vacuum. Not only that, but the surging sea-like nascent soul mana within his body, under this bizarre binding force, seemed to be filled with lead, completely ceasing to flow. The nascent soul fire that originally blazed around him, capable of burning the heavens and boiling the seas, went out with a puff, like a candle deprived of oxygen, instantly extinguished without a trace. No, this is impossible. My mana, my nascent soul. Xiong screamed in terror. But something even more despairing happened. With his mana completely stagnant, his nascent soul body, which could normally fly and ignore gravity, lost all its lifting power at this moment. Swoosh. Without mana support, Xiong, like a heavy stone, plummeted straight down from the 10,000 zhang high sky toward the Zhixiao mountain below, completely unable to resist. The wind howled past his ears. The intense dizziness and fear from weightlessness instantly overwhelmed this 3,000-year-old nascent soul grandmaster. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room of the All-Worlds chat group, chaos had already erupted. The group members, through Lu Jingyuan's streaming perspective, had witnessed this shocking scene. Third Young Master Xiao of Wutan City. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Third Young Master Xiao of Wutan City, the Dao Ancestor, has struck again. What divine ability is this? Whose voice was that? Chief of the World Society, that red-haired old freak was so arrogant just now, but now his fire's gone out, and he's falling like a turtle. On the demon twin wings, Liang Bing, who had been staring nervously at the screen when she saw the familiar silver-blue light curtain and heard the cold mechanical female voice, first froze, then ha ha ha. Liang Bing leaped from her throne laughing, so hard she nearly cried. Demon King, ha ha ha. Awesome. So damn awesome. Demon King, the Dao Ancestor is mighty. This is the Heavenly Blade Judgment that I specially modified. Demon King, this native still dares to play with fire before the Dao Ancestor. Demon King, in my absolute gravity field with modified spatial parameters, he can't even fart. Liang Bing frantically spammed the group, feeling immensely proud. Using her own technological weapons to shine in the Dao Ancestor's live broadcast, grinding a seemingly mighty cultivator into the dirt. The thrill of cross-dimensional domination was sheer ecstasy. At this moment, Xiong, plummeting at high speed, felt the wind grow louder against his ears, and the dense crowds and buildings on the ground became clearer and clearer. He flailed his arms wildly, trying to grab something to slow his fall, but only clutched empty air. Extreme fear and an incomprehensible absurdity completely shattered his Dao heart. As he fell through the wind, Xiong's eyes were bloodshot. Like a madman, he screamed toward the Zhixiao Palace hall below, still calm as water, with a shrill, desperate roar. What kind of sorcery is this? Why can't this seat sense even the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy? A thunderous, earth-shaking boom erupted across the vast white jade plaza of the Zhixiao Palace, detonating with overwhelming force. Xiong, the Lihua sect leader, plummeted straight down from the lofty heavens, crashing heavily onto the unyielding white jade slabs at the very center of the plaza. The terrifying impact instantly pulverized the stone slabs for dozens of zhang in every direction. Dust billowed as a massive character-shaped crater, several zhang deep, appeared in the middle of the plaza. From the pit came a weak, pained cough. An ordinary mortal warrior would have been reduced to a bloody pulp falling from such a height. But Xiong was a nascent soul stage grandmaster. Though his mana was forcibly sealed by the Heavenly Blade Judgment System, his body, tempered by 3,000 years of spiritual energy refinement, remained astonishingly resilient. Thus he did not die. However, most of his bones were shattered, his internal organs displaced, and he lay like a heap of mud at the bottom of the pit. Agonizingly, he spat out blood mixed with fragments of his organs. I refuse to accept this. Xiong's eyes were bloodshot, his teeth clenched as he desperately tried to summon the last vestiges of his nascent soul power. He wanted to resist, to escape this bizarre, cursed place. Yet the moment he attempted to gather his mana, a cold azure halo materialized out of thin air in the midair above the pit. The halo was woven from countless intricate micro-wormhole algorithm codes, exuding a chilling technological restraint. It clamped onto Qi Yangzi's neck like a parasitic worm, and tightened with merciless force. What? What the hell is this? In panic, Qi Yangzi tried to tear the halo away with his hands. But to his horror, his fingers passed straight through the phantom glow, unable to touch it. Then, something even more devastating and absurd occurred. As the faint nascent soul mana he had just gathered attempted to break free from the halo's confinement, the azure halo flickered with a rapid stream of data. Beep. Detected energy overflow from target. Micro wormhole transport algorithm initiated. Energy transfer destination, Xiao Mountains Rear Mountain Herb Garden 3rd Spirit Herb Irrigation Zone. Accompanied by this cold mechanical voice, Qi Yangzi felt his dantian suddenly empty. The precious mana he had painstakingly gathered vanished the instant it touched the halo. It was as if an invisible black hole had forcibly sucked it away, leaving nothing behind. Meanwhile, at the rear of Xiao Mountain, Taishang, who was weeding the spirit herbs in the garden, felt a chill above his head. He looked up to see a cluster of pure crimson spiritual rain seeping through a tiny spatial rift, drizzling onto a newly sprouted Lingji before him. Taishang nodded with satisfaction. This automatic irrigation formation of the rear mountain is indeed convenient. But in the plaza pit, Qi Yangzi had gone completely mad. He tried over a dozen times, each time his mana being drained the moment he circulated it. Transported to some unknown corner. The supreme power of a nascent soul grandmaster had become nothing more than free battery power for some automatic formation. Sorcery. This is absolute sorcery. What kind of formation is this? How can it ignore my nascent soul defense? Qi Yangzi lay in the pit, roaring hysterically. His Dao heart was shattered into dust by the cold technological might. As he raged, a steady, unhurried footstep echoed from the edge of the deep pit. Qi Yangzi lifted his head with difficulty, peering through the dust. He saw Lu Jingyuan clad in snow-white robes, surrounded by a nine-colored aura of merit and virtue. With hands clasped behind his back, he stood at the edge of the pit, looking down with an impassive expression. Lu Jingyuan's gaze was calm, as if watching a rabbit that had fallen into a trap, still struggling in vain. Behind him, Taishang, Yuanshi, Tong Tian, the 12 ancestral witches, and a host of disciples and servants gathered, staring at the once arrogant Lihua realm sect leader with looks of utter contempt. You're that fraud Hanjun. Qi Yangzi glared at Lu Jingyuan, his eyes filled with venom and abject terror. He could not fathom how this white-robed youth, who seemed devoid of even a trace of mana waves, had accomplished all this. What is that artifact? Qi Yangzi roared like a gambler who had lost everything. Why can it defy the laws of the cultivation world? How can it precisely calculate and drain my nascent soul? What evil technique are you using? Watching the Lihua sect leader's impotent rage from the pit, Lu Jingyuan was overjoyed inside. A technological dimension overwhelming a cultivator. This visual is far too satisfying. Liang Bing's Heaven Blade Judgment is truly the perfect medicine to cure these self-righteous old monsters. Though his heart was dancing with glee, Lu Jingyuan maintained an unruffled, transcendent facade. He lowered his head slightly, gazing at Qi Yangzi in the pit. A faint, inscrutable, and slightly mocking smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Lu Jingyuan did not explain the Heaven Blade Judgment or the dark energy micro-wormhole algorithm. To deal with these cultivation old-timers hardened by feudal superstition, he had to smash their perception with the most profound, high-minded, mystical rhetoric. Lu Jingyuan clasped his hands behind his back, his voice ethereal and drifting as if from beyond the nine heavens. Artifact. Evil technique. You frog at the bottom of a well, how could you fathom the boundless mysteries of the myriad heavens? He paused, his gaze deepening immeasurably. This is the method of karmic calculation across the heavens. How could a minor cultivator like you comprehend it? The method of calculating karma across the heavens. How could you lowly cultivators possibly understand? Lu Jingyuan's casual yet utterly domineering words echoed leisurely above the deep pit of the white jade square. Qi Yangzi at the bottom of the pit seemed to have the last shred of his spirit drained away the moment he heard those words. His eyes, which once blazed with the arrogant fire of his nascent soul, completely dimmed. Karma. Calculation. He muttered these utterly unfamiliar words, a bitter smile, more like a grimace, spreading across his face. He had cultivated painstakingly for 3,000 years, priding himself on controlling a small world. Yet in others' eyes he was nothing more than a frog at the bottom of a well, unworthy even of knowing. This absolute dimensional reduction of his worldview was more despairing than death itself. Take him away. Lu Jingyuan waved his sleeve casually, his tone as flat, as if disposing of a bag of trash. The spirit stone vein at the back mountain has just been opened. It just so happens we need a few high realm laborers to dig. Although this old fellow's mana is sealed, his physical body is still sturdy. He should be able to dig quite a few spirit stones. Disciple obeys. Tong Tian, who had been standing by, could no longer contain himself. He rubbed his hands together, eagerly leaped into the pit, and grabbed Qi Yangzi by the back of his collar with the roughness of an eagle snatching a chick. A dignified nascent soul cultivator was thus dragged out of the pit like a dead dog by a burly body cultivator who hadn't even formed a golden core. The surrendered soldiers of the Lihua realm, witnessing this, all lowered their heads in terror, not daring to breathe. Even their invincible sect leader had been reduced to a mining laborer. How could they dare to have any thought of rebellion? The great chaos subsided, and Purple Cloud Mountain once again returned to tranquility. In front of the main hall, Lao Juan, Yuanshi, Tongtian, and Nuwa, who had just emerged from seclusion, knelt side by side on the white jade steps. Their faces were all filled with undisguised fervor and reverence. Master's divine might is unmatched. Lao Jun bowed heavily, his voice trembling with deep shock. Disciple was watching the battle just now when Master dealt with the Lihua sect leader. You didn't use even a trace of Tai Ching's spiritual power. Relying solely on that so-called method of karma calculation, you froze a nascent soul cultivator in place and drained his mana. Such means are truly stealing the creations of heaven and earth, the ultimate of the Great Dao. Yuanshi was also excited, his face slightly flushed, nodding repeatedly. Exactly. That Lihua realm is just a speck of dust in the lower world, yet it dared to act wild in our Purple Cloud Palace. Master did not kill him, but instead made him dig mines. This is using worldly labor to wash away his sins. Master's benevolence is beyond our reach. Hearing his disciples' wild imaginations and flattery, Lu Jingyuan sat upright in the hall, his hand holding the teacup, pausing slightly. He rolled his eyes inwardly. Benevolence. I was afraid I couldn't kill him in one move, and he'd counter-kill me. If it weren't for Liang Bing's Heavenly Blade Judgment Key, I'd probably be running away with you all today. Though that was what he thought, Lu Jingyuan still maintained that aloof and detached demeanor on the surface. He nodded slightly, his voice ethereal. That you can gain some insight from this makes the journey worthwhile. The path of cultivation is not about striving for dominance, but about following the heavenly Dao. Go now, cultivate on your own, and do not be negligent. Disciple takes leave. The four bowed respectfully, then withdrew with excited faces. After dismissing his disciples, Lu Jingyuan let out a long sigh and relaxed completely into the bamboo chair. He eagerly closed his eyes and sank his consciousness into the All Heavens chat group. On the public screen of the group chat, it was already a scene of cacophony with firecrackers and cheers, the screen filled with exclamation marks and shouts. Demon King, haha. Awesome. So damn awesome. Demon King Dao Ancestor, how's my Heavenly Blade Key working? Right? Demon King, I saw that nascent soul native with my own eyes falling into the pit like a turtle under my algorithm. Demon King, that guy was all high and mighty just now, but got drained by an energy transfer ring. I'm dying of laughter. Liang Bing was frantically sending funny emojis in the group, her words filled with extreme pride of technology, triumphing over cultivation. Iron Man, although I hate to admit it, that Demon Lady's weapon does have some merits. Iron Man, but the most impressive is still Dao Ancestor. Iron Man Dao Ancestor actually managed to perfectly convert this technological weapon into that mysterious karma formation. This ability to assimilate all things at a high dimension is a true miracle. Tony Stark in his lab was also amazed. He saw clearly in the live stream that the key in Dao Ancestor's hands produced effects far more terrifying than Liang Bing's original design. Third young Master Xiao of Wutan City, Dao Ancestor's divine might. That Lihua sect is nothing but a joke before Dao Ancestor. Zhang Sanfeng of Wudong, good indeed, good indeed. Dao Ancestor does not take his life, but uses labor to redeem him. Truly boundless compassion. Watching the big shots in the group flatter him in all sorts of ways, Lu Jingyuan felt sweeter than honey in his heart. This move not only successfully resolved the crisis of the Lihua realm, but also elevated his own prestige in the group to a new peak. Moreover, he had freeloaded a free high-level nascent soul miner and more than 500 cultivator laborers. This was an absolute steal. Just as Lu Jingyuan was about to reply a few words in the group to further solidify his aloof persona, suddenly, buzz. In Lu Jingyuan's mind, an extremely grand and terrifying bell toll, like the creation of the world, sounded without warning. The sound was so loud that it caused the golden core inside him to tremble violently. Immediately after, on the system interface, lines of giant characters flashed with dazzling golden light. They burst out like a volcanic eruption, occupying all of his vision. Ding. Detected that host successfully defeated and subdued the supreme ruler of Lihua realm. Qi Yangzi. Detected that the Lihua sect expeditionary force has been annihilated and the heavenly Dao fate of Lihua realm has greatly weakened. The Primordial World Karma Devouring Procedure has met activation conditions. Congratulations, host. The Primordial Heavenly Dao is now capable of devouring the entire origin of the Lihua realm. The Primordial Heavenly Dao had already gained the ability to devour the entire essence of the Lihua realm. Jiang Chen stared at the dazzling golden characters on the system panel. Lu Jingyuan's hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. A few drops of clear spirit tea spilled onto the white jade table, but he remained oblivious. Devour an entire world. His breathing grew rapid, and a blazing, uncontrollable fervor burst forth from his deep eyes. Although he had long known that the system had been using the excuse of world hopping to continuously expand the territory and laws of the primordial world, he never expected this. This time the system was so audacious. It intended to directly cross realms and swallow the medium-grade cultivation world, the Lihua realm, in one gulp. This was an independent minor world with a complete mid-grade spirit vein and countless cultivation resources. Once the devouring succeeds, the spiritual energy concentration and law ceiling of the primordial world will definitely experience an unprecedented explosion. Lu Jingyuan stood up from the bamboo chair excited. Without a moment's hesitation, he issued a command to the system in his mind. System, what must be done to devour? Ding. Detected that the remnant heavenly Dao will of the Lihor realm is still resisting. The highest authority representative of the Lihor realm must voluntarily sacrifice the foundation of the world to initiate a lossless devouring and fusion. Voluntary sacrifice, huh? Lu Jingyuan stroked his chin. The sect leader and the grand elder of the Lihor realm were currently mining and carrying bricks at the back mountain. If the remaining forces put up a stubborn resistance, a forced devouring would likely cause massive resource losses. It seems I must pay a visit to the Lihor realm and give them a little divine shock. Lu Jingyuan opened the system shop. Without a hint of reluctance, he spent a large amount of recently accumulated pretentiousness points to exchange for a limited-time, one-time use item Great Luo Golden Body Cross-Realm Projection Talisman. At this moment in the depths of the endless void outside the main sect hall of the Lihor realm, the originally crimson sky had turned gloomy and oppressive. The magma in the volcano crater had lost its former fury, weakly emitting black smoke. 3 full days had passed since the sect leader Qi Yangzi tore through the void and attacked that unknown lower realm. No news yet. A white-haired elder left behind paced anxiously in the square outside the hall. Opposite him stood 3 other golden core elders, their faces equally pale and mournful. No, nothing at all. The second elder shook his head bitterly, his voice hoarse. From the soul tablet hall we heard that the sect leader's soul tablet is not shattered, but its light has dimmed to the utmost. And it has been completely sealed. At these words the atmosphere in the square dropped to freezing point. The elders exchanged glances, seeing the deep despair in each other's eyes. Even the nascent soul stage sect leader had stumbled in that bizarre lower realm, even captured alive. The Lihor realm had truly kicked an iron plate this time. It's over, completely over. If even the sect leader is defeated, and that terrifying great power from the lower realm comes through the void rift, how can we resist? The third elder shook with fear and plopped down onto the scorching red rock, just as they were panicking, discussing whether to pack up and flee. Suddenly, boom. Above the Lihor realm, the ever-present burning clouds were torn apart, without warning, by a terrifyingly immense force. Then under the horrified gazes of the elders, a colossal spatial rift 10,000 feet long and radiating endless golden light burst open in the sky of the Lihor realm. Crack, crack. The fragile spatial laws of the Lihor realm groaned in agony under the pressure of this rift. What kind of power is this? The grand elder, terrified out of his wits, lay on the ground staring fixedly at the sky. The next moment, accompanied by ethereal grand celestial music that seemed to cleanse the soul, a white-robed immortal king's Dharma image 10,000 feet tall, bathed in 9-colored meritorious golden light, with a massive Tai Chi halo behind its head, slowly descended from the golden rift hovering over the Lihor realm. The Dharma image was so immense that one of its feet nearly flattened a mountain peak of the Lihor divine sect. His indifferent, profound gaze, like 2 suns burning with supreme, pure, true fire, coldly looked down upon the beings of the Lihor realm below. The moment this 10,000-foot Great Luo golden body projection appeared, all active volcanoes within the Lihor realm instantly ceased eruption. The violent fire-attributed spiritual energy under the golden light became as docile as subjects meeting their sovereign. I am Hongjun. The Dharma image slightly opened its mouth. The ethereal vast voice was not overwhelmingly loud, yet it clearly penetrated the soul of every cultivator and mortal in the Lihor realm. Your realm's lord, Qi Yangzi, failed to recognize the heavenly mandate and offended the pure cultivation ground of my purple cloud palace. He has been captured and is now imprisoned in the back mountains, serving hard labor. Lu Jingyuan's emotionless voice struck the elders like 10,000-ton hammers, shattering the last shred of hope in their hearts. The sect leader really had been captured for hard labor, and the opponent hadn't even come in person. A mere cross-realm projection suppressed the entire heavenly law of the Lihor realm, making it unable to raise its head. What a terrifying dimensionality reduction strike. Heavenly, immortal, calm your wrath. Dao Ancestor, calm your wrath. The Grand Elder was the first to react. Without hesitation, he fell to his knees, thudding heavily onto the red rock. He kowtowed frantically to the 10,000-foot Dharma image in the sky, bleeding from his forehead. The other elders, seeing this, also quickly fell to their knees, begging for mercy like pounding garlic. We were blind. We did not recognize the Dao Ancestor's divine might. This is all that fool Qi Yangzi's stubborn decision. Nothing to do with us. Please, Dao Ancestor, in your mercy, spare our lives. These golden core great powers, usually lofty and high, now to survive, unhesitatingly shifted all the blame onto Qi Yangzi, who was mining at Purple Cloud Mountain. Lu Jingyuan's 10,000-foot projection hovered in midair, watching the elders kowtowing like garlic below. He chuckled inwardly. These people were indeed weathercocks, utterly lacking spine. Yet this was exactly the result he wanted. Heaven has the virtue of loving life. The Dharma image slowly raised a golden hand that blotted out the sky, its tone still indifferent. The Lihor realm's fate is exhausted. If you are willing to offer the foundation of the world, voluntarily submit to my primordial world, and become a vassal realm under the Purple Cloud Palace, I may spare you from death. Otherwise this day this realm shall be destroyed. The simple words, "This realm shall be destroyed," carried an absolute, unquestionable, and law-commanding arrogance. The elders trembled violently upon hearing this. Offering the foundation of the world meant the Lihor realm would lose all independence, forever becoming a vassal. But before this terrifying existence that could casually crush a nascent soul cultivator and suppress an entire world with a single projection, did they have any choice? No. We are willing. We are willing. The Grand Elder weeping pulled out a rhomboid crystal radiating intense crimson light from his storage pouch, the core essence law of the Lihor realm. That was the foundation of the world of the Lihor realm. He held the crystal high with both hands, his posture utterly abject, and shouted, "The remnant elders of the Lihor realm, on behalf of all its beings, voluntarily offer the foundation of the world. We implore the Dao Ancestor to accept us. May the Lihor realm be forever merged with the Primordial world." As his words fell, the crimson rhomboid crystal in the Grand Elder's hand, as if drawn by some supreme force, shot up into the sky and landed steadily in the palm of Lu Jingyuan's 10,000-foot Dharma image. Good. Lu Jingyuan's voice finally carried a faint trace of a smile. Ding. Detected voluntary sacrifice by the highest authority representative of the Lihor realm. Foundation of the world acquired. The primordial world begins the devouring and fusion process. The moment the system notification sounded, the sky of the Lihor realm suddenly emitted a harsh cracking noise. The invisible void barrier that had separated the two worlds under the domineering, devouring force of the primordial heavenly Dao shattered like fragile glass. Boom. Completely shattered. As the void barrier of the Lihor realm shattered completely, two worlds that had originally existed in different dimensions and cosmic coordinates under the forceful intervention of the system embarked on an unprecedented, violent, yet magnificent, benign collision. In the Hongwang Basin, Lu Jingyuan, the true self atop Xiao Mountain, abruptly opened his eyes. Through the god's perspective granted by the system, he clearly beheld this cosmic spectacle that shook the heavens. Deep within the Taisu, the colossal Hongwang world resembled an ancient primordial beast with its ma agape. Meanwhile, the planet of the Lihor realm, shimmering with a crimson glow under the pull of the invisible heavenly Dao, hurtled with terrifying speed toward the edge of the Hongwang land. At the moment of contact between the two realms, there was no catastrophic explosion or widespread devastation. On the contrary, the instant the massive planet of the Lihor realm touched the luminous barrier of Hongwang's laws, it was like snow falling into boiling water. Its outer rocky shell was instantly disintegrated and melted, transforming into streams of pure, immeasurably vast world origin power. This origin power radiated a dazzling reddish-golden hue. It flowed through the torn rift like billions of golden waterfalls, cascading violently into the Hongwang world. The entire Hongwang land trembled with joy and intensity at that moment, a tremor imbued with the vigorous force of rebirth. Look, the sky is changing. The earth is changing too. At the foot of the mountain, the menial laborers who had been mining, as well as the disciples within Xiao Palace, all paused in their actions, gazing in awe at the scene before them. Behold, the territory of the Hongwang land began to expand and extend madly in all directions at an alarming speed. The region that had originally spanned 10,000 li with the infusion of the Lihor realm's origin stretched like an endlessly pulled dough. 100,000 li. 1,000,000 li. 10,000,000 li. In the span of just a few breaths, the land area swelled by more than tenfold. The towering mountains that once stood at the basin's edge were forcibly elevated during the expansion, transforming into primeval sacred peaks that pierced the clouds unattainably high. At the eastern horizon, the vast crimson-flamed Dead Sea from the Lihor realm, after merging into Hongwang, was purified and reshaped by the water laws of Hongwang. The raging fire toxins within that Dead Sea were completely stripped away, leaving only the purest essence of primordial water energy. The void trembled as a vast, azure, boundless, true eastern sea took shape in the east of Hongwang, with waves crashing against the shore, churning up 1,000 piles of snow. In the seawater, countless spiritual fish and water monsters that had been nearly dried to death in the Lihor realm upon contacting this pure eastern sea water emitted joyful cries, their bodies swelling as they began evolving into sea demons. Deep underground, the 10 medium-sized spirit veins and countless fire crystal veins from the Lihor realm were roughly crushed and purified by the Hongwang heavenly Dao, transforming into tens of thousands of newborn spirit veins thick as giant dragons radiating multicolored light. These veins surged, interwove, and roared beneath the earth, ultimately forming a vast spiritual energy network that covered the entire new Hongwang land. With the complete stabilization of the spirit veins, the concentration of spiritual energy on the surface of the Hongwang world erupted once again in a blowout. The faint golden spiritual mist that had merely drifted in the air underwent a qualitative leap in that instant. Spiritual energy liquefied. Spiritual energy became clouds. The entire expanse of millions of li of the Hongwang land was instantly shrouded in a thick milky white immortal mist that seemed almost ready to drip with moisture. With a single deep breath, what filled the lungs was no longer air, but pure essence of heaven and earth that could be directly converted into cultivation. A newly sprouted ordinary pine seedling nourished by this immortal mist grew within just a few breaths into a 1,000-year-old lightning-struck pine, requiring 10 men to encircle, with faint thunder patterns emerging on its bark. This is a true immortal realm. On Zhixiao Mountain, Tantian cast aside his rusty woodcutter's knife, spreading his arms wide as the dense immortal qi washed over his physical body. The Tai Ching's spiritual energy within him, stimulated by this vast environment, began to circulate frantically on its own, showing signs of breaking through to the mid-foundation establishment stage. Not only him, but Laoju and Yuanshu and Yuhua, and even the 12 Zuwu deep in the 100,000 mountains, all felt, at that moment, the powerful feedback from the depths of the world's origin. Their cultivation levels soared like rockets, climbing rapidly. And as the instigator of all this, in the secret chamber of Xixiao Palace, Lu Jingyuan sat cross-legged, floating in midair. His clothes rustled without wind, flapping loudly. It's coming. Lu Jingyuan closed his eyes tightly, his brows slightly furrowed, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The feedback from devouring an entire world was terrifying. That vast world origin power, after having impurities removed and merging into the Honghuang land, took the most core and purest trace of world will. Along the system's channel, like a thunderbolt spanning the ages, crashing into his dantian. Within Lu Jingyuan's body, the golden core that had just stabilized, only the size of a dragon's eye upon contact with this world will, was like taking a supreme tonic, instantly bursting forth with golden light 10,000 times more dazzling than the sun. The golden core began to rotate and expand at a frenzied speed. With a crisp, faint sound of cracking, the surface of his perfect golden core began to show fine fissures. This was not a deviation into demonic cultivation, but a precursor to breaking the cocoon into a butterfly. Violent, true yuan gushed out from the cracks, and the golden core shattered completely. In the center of that golden light, a tiny figure, palm-sized, sitting cross-legged with a face identical to Lu Jingyuan's, radiating pure Tai Ching immortal qi and a 9-colored aura of merit, slowly opened its eyes that contained the profound principles of the Dao. Nascent soul, shattering the core to form the infant. Lu Jingyuan's cultivation, under the terrifying feedback of devouring the Lihor realm, had directly crossed the barrier of the golden core stage, ascending in one step into the nascent soul Dao, where one could truly send forth the primordial spirit and roam the Tai Su. Moreover, this feedback was so powerful that the newly formed nascent soul began greedily absorbing the remaining world origin power within his body. The figure of the nascent soul gradually solidified and grew, and Lu Jingyuan's aura soared madly at a speed that made the myriad heavens tremble. Early nascent soul, mid-nascent soul, late nascent soul. Just as Lu Jingyuan prepared to push forward with all his might toward the elusive divine transformation stage, the system's cold yet majestic golden prompt in his mind suddenly flashed frantically. Ding! Warning! Detection of massive world origin infusion. Due to the merging of two realms, the heavenly Dao will of the world is undergoing violent fusion. Your strength has been forcibly broken through the nascent soul stage. Current progress rapidly leaping toward the perfection of golden core primordial spirit.